When Vito told Kevin that he could no longer afford to save Williams Media, Kevin knocked him out with a kick to the chest, then turned his attention to the other guests in the room. When Kevin ordered them to get down on their knees, Nick Archer and Doug Butler objected and warned him against doing anything that would incur the wrath of prominent names such as New York's Quinn family, as well as Chicago's Archer, Butler, and Warren families. "Do you think that scares me, Doug Butler? Let's see which of us will be standing after tonight." Kevin suddenly rushed toward Doug Butler and slapped him hard in the face. With a loud thud, Doug Butler landed hard on the floor by the door. His left cheek turned red and swollen, and he was too dazed to stand up. "I still remember how you tried to go after my wife at the new Halsted Street Mall. Back then, I may have put you in your place with just a few words, but that doesn't mean I always play nice." Kevin walked towards Doug and grabbed him by the neck, then casually threw him across the room as if he were a trash bag. Nick Archer was stunned. "Kevin, do you really dare to attack us all? The Archer family won't take kindly to this." "Well, in your case, I won't dare to make a move as simple as that." Kevin stared at him coldly and continued. "You said you're from the Archer family, didn't you? By any chance, are you also related to Dominic and Gwen Archer?" "It's good that you know my brother and sister's names. Given our family's reputation, I advise you to politely step aside and let me leave. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson tonight," Nick said with confidence. "Then I'll take a good look at you tonight. Let's see how you compare with your siblings." Kevin then kicked Nick in the chest, sending him a few feet away. Unlike his older siblings, Nick was just a spoiled and entitled slacker who spent most of his time drinking and fooling around. He was used to getting whatever he wanted because of his family name, and he'd never experienced a beating like this in his entire life. "So are you two going to kneel before me or not?" Kevin coldly asked as he looked down at the two injured men. "That's never going to happen, so you better kill me tonight. Otherwise, if I manage to leave this place alive, I'll definitely hunt you down and kill you." Doug Butler gritted his teeth and shouted. "You want to play the tough guy, huh? All right then, have it your way." Kevin walked up to Doug with a sneer. He then raised his foot and stepped on Doug's knee. "Son of a bitch!" A crisp sound echoed throughout the room as Doug suddenly let out a miserable cry. Kevin had actually fractured his patella with a single stomp. "You better kneel down now and show some respect to me," Kevin said coldly. "Screw you, Kevin. If you have the guts, I'll dare you to kill me immediately." Limping on one leg, Doug suddenly threw himself at Kevin like a mad dog. "You don't know what death is. Be careful what you wish for." Kevin shook his head as he stepped aside to avoid Doug's attack. Then he spun him around and drove his knee into Doug's back. Since the door had been left open, the fight in the private room attracted the attention of a lot of people who were passing by. Those who recognized Kevin were stunned by his cruelty. They couldn't help but think to themselves, "Is this really the useless son-in-law of the Jones family?" "Are you going to kneel down or not? This is your last chance," Kevin asked again. "I'd rather die than kneel down to you." Doug Butler struggled to get up with all his strength, but he just couldn't. "All right, I'll see you in the next life then." Kevin grabbed Doug by his hair and dragged him towards the window. Then he lifted him up and hung him outside the window. The private room was located on the 5th floor of the Salix Leaf Hotel. From that height, even if Doug didn't die from the fall, he would still be disabled for the rest of his life. "Kevin, Mr. Williams, please let me go. I beg of you. I don't want to die yet. I'm sorry if I ever offended you. I won't ever dare to have any ideas about Lily anymore." Doug grabbed Kevin's arms tensely as he trembled in fear. "Then, are you going to kneel down or not?" A smile slowly emerged on Kevin's face, making the others who were watching feel a cold chill run down their spines. Seeing that Doug Butler didn't immediately answer, Kevin hung his body even further out the window. Okay, I'll kneel down. Just please pull me back in." Doug Butler finally couldn't help but cry out. He was only in his late 20s and didn't want to die so young. "Prove it. Kneel down." Kevin dragged Doug back inside and threw him on the floor. Doug's face was pale. As he slowly positioned himself to kneel down in front of Kevin, he gritted his teeth to resist the pain in his leg. "That's a good doggy," Kevin teased as he patted Doug's head. "See, wasn't that easy?" Like a dog with its tail between its legs, Doug felt utterly ashamed when he heard those words. In an instant, he lost all his dignity to Kevin. Next, Kevin then turned his attention to Jacob Warren and Harvey Quinn. "Why aren't the two of you kneeling down yet?" "Over my dead body," Jacob charged madly at Kevin. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape if he didn't put his life on the line tonight, but how could his strength match up to Kevin's? Jacob suddenly fell down on his knees after receiving a foot to the groin. His face turned pale from the blow. As he gritted his teeth, he tried his best not to make any sound. Kevin looked at Jacob with disdain. "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't have the strength to go up against someone, you better not fool around. Otherwise, you might end up losing your life one day." Kevin then shifted his gaze to Harvey. "You better not mess around with me. If you even dare to touch a hair on my head, I'm sure my father will kill you when he finds out." Harvey was clearly frightened by Kevin's ruthless strength. "Besides, I haven't said a single insulting thing to you since we got here. If you let me go, I'll immediately withdraw the Quinn's family clampdown on Williams Media as a sign of good faith." Harvey knew that he had to take a different approach from his peers, so he tried to get in Kevin's good graces. He would then think of a way to have his revenge once he managed to safely return to New York. "I know that you haven't insulted me, and that's the reason why you're still standing right now. But no matter what happens, you'll have to come over now and kneel down before I let you say another word." Kevin didn't care about him at all. "What good will it do me if I do everything you want tonight?" Harvey tried his best to control his anger. "What did I just say? Come over and kneel down. Only then can you speak to me any further. Didn't you hear me?" Kevin no longer had the patience to be polite with Harvey. "Don't push your luck." Before Harvey could finish speaking, Kevin suddenly kicked him to the ground and then slapped him hard on the face. "You still don't get it, do you? Your empty promises won't work on me. I can see right through your act. Besides, even if the Quinn family really hates my guts, they would never dare to go against me." Kevin spat in Harvey's face. "Now kneel down over there for me." Harvey was annoyed. You don't want to return to New York with a broken leg, do you?" Kevin interrupted Harvey before he could say anything. Thinking of what just had happened to Doug Butler, Harvey took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. All right, I'll kneel." As soon as Harvey knelt down, Kevin's gaze shifted back towards Nick. "You'd better not pretend to be unconscious, otherwise I'll make sure you never wake up for real." Kevin knew Nick's limits very well. He didn't have to hit him again in order to knock some sense into him. As soon as Nick heard Kevin, he instantly opened his eyes. He no longer had his previous arrogance as he immediately walked over to Jacob and knelt down beside him. The onlookers outside the door all looked at Kevin in awe. In less than 10 minutes, all 4 of these prominent guests were forcefully humbled by Kevin as they obediently knelt on the ground without resistance. "Kevin, you stirred up such a huge mess. No one can save you now." Vito, who had just woken up, leaned himself against the wall and shouted at Kevin with hatred. "Vito, it's good that you're awake now. You know, aside from our little spat at the banquet last time, we don't really have any other issues with one another. Why do we need to do this? Isn't it better to make peace with our enemies than to get rid of them?" Kevin pulled a chair over and sat down next to him. "Kevin, aren't you being kind of arrogant? As for what you just said, we'll never be friends. Williams Media will crash and burn to the ground in no time, so admit your defeat now and I might just spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you'll be reduced to ashes along with your precious company." Vito ferociously growled. Kevin simply shook his head. A second later, he grabbed Vito by his shoulders and gave him a strong knee to the stomach. The gut-wrenching pain caused Vito to curl up in a ball on the ground. Then Kevin brushed some dust off his shoulder and let out a deep sigh. "Now that everyone here has been dealt with and put in their place, can we all go home?" Nick fearfully asked. "Nonsense. Why should I end this so soon? Didn't I tell everyone that we were going to play a game tonight? "We're just getting started." Kevin replied without a shred of worry. The onlookers suddenly became restless. What did Kevin have in mind for everyone else? Suddenly, more than 10 people walked in the room, led by Rachel and Mitchell Cook. When he saw them, Doug instantly became arrogant once again. "Rachel, quickly find someone to arrest this piece of trash. Look at all the trouble he's caused at the Salix Leaf Hotel tonight." "Mr. Cook, you came just in time. We were just having dinner when this man showed up uninvited. Not only did he beat up all these people, he even broke one of Doug's legs and made these poor gentlemen kneel down in front of him. You have to help us." Vito Booker's eyes lit up. He was expecting to see Kevin get punished, but Vito was in for a big surprise. Doug Butler, Jacob Warren, Harvey Quinn, and Nick Archer were all eventually humbled by Kevin as they knelt down before him. After Vito Booker woke up from his unconscious state, Kevin gave him one last chance to back down against Williams Media. However, when Vito refused, Kevin responded by giving him a knee to the gut, then revealed that he was just getting started with everyone. Just then, Mitchell, Cook, and Rachel arrived. When this happened, Vito and Doug began to get arrogant again, complaining about Kevin and all the trouble that he was causing. "My God, how much trouble did that useless son-in-law get himself into? Looks like the tables have been turned on him," one of the women remarked. "How dare he beat up all these people, thinking that there wouldn't be any consequences. He'll probably get arrested now," the person beside her added. "He'd be lucky if he were only arrested. Do you know who Mitchell, Cook, and Rachel are? Now that they're here, that piece of trash will surely disappear without a trace," another one warned. Just then, another dozen people rushed upstairs and entered the private room. When they saw that, the crowd outside the door got excited. Some of them even had the urge to enter the room just so they could watch up close. "Damn, that's Adriana Wright from the West Chicago International Company, and Emo Squire from that big bodyguard company. Looks like a big show is going to happen tonight. This is going to be fun to watch." "Miss Wright, come and save me. Please make sure that piece of trash dies for what he did to me." Doug Butler struggled to get up from the floor as he tried to limp over to her. "Mr. Squire, the Warren family is a big client of your company. If you kill this man tonight, my father will certainly reward you." Jacob Warren revealed a smile as he also stood up. His ugly crying had turned into tears of joy. Seeing these people stand up from the floor, Kevin's eyes flashed with a brutal coldness. "Did I tell anyone that they could get up?" "Kevin, I can't believe you're still so arrogant, even in the face of certain death. Do you know who those people are standing in front of you?" It was as if Vito Booker had just taken some kind of herbal pill. His whole body suddenly became energetic. "It's time we teach you a lesson for making us kneel down so uncomfortably. Why don't I break your legs right now?" Nick sneered. "Breaking his legs isn't enough. Strip his clothes off him and throw his body into the Chicago River. That way he'll drown a miserable death." Jacob confidently scowled. "Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make him pay," Doug ordered. Rachel and the others smiled knowingly to each other when they heard him. Then they quietly walked over towards Kevin and lined up in front of him. "Good evening, Mr. Williams," they all greeted him. "How you doing, boss?" Rachel added. Time seemed to have stopped in the room as Doug and the others' proud smiles were replaced by frozen shock on their faces. Vito, who had his arms outstretched for Cook to help him up, was simply left hanging. The crowd gasped. "Oh my God, did Rachel just call him boss? What a plot twist." Vito Booker looked at Cook with confusion and asked, "Mr. Cook, do you know this piece of trash?" "Of course. You probably don't know it, Vito, but none of us would be standing here today in powerful positions without the help of our friend and colleague, Mr. Williams. We owe him our loyalty," Cook explained with a serious look on his face. Ever since Cook and the others had been given the power pill and started training, they all began to experience changes in their bodies and felt much stronger than before. Now they were no longer afraid to fight all these arrogant men themselves if they had to. When Vito heard this, he stared blankly at Kevin as he helplessly sat on the ground. And without uttering a word, Nick, Harvey, Jacob, and Doug immediately knelt down on the floor once again. "I didn't ask you to kneel again, did I?" Kevin asked with a playful smile. "It's all right. We prefer to kneel if that's okay with you. It's more comfortable than standing up the whole time," Jacob replied with an anxious smile. Something about Kevin confounded him. If Kevin could financially support Cook and the others with ease, then why was he pretending to just be the useless son-in-law of the Jones family? Why was he willing to endure all that public ridicule when he had so much power and wealth at his disposal? Did Kevin simply want to experience life as a lowlife? And if that was the case, why did it seem like he was too good at playing this role? As much fun as this has been, I don't want to waste my time talking to you guys anymore. Didn't you guys ask me how this was all going to end tonight? Well, this is your chance to leave the room. Take out your phones and contact the person in your family who you deem the most capable. I'd like to have a conversation with each of them. Kevin crossed his legs and said calmly. Kevin knew that Jacob and the others were just a couple of rich, spoiled brats who didn't have the power to make any decisions. In order to solve the crisis at Williams Media, he had to draw out the heads of their families. "Is this the person you're looking for?" Harvey nervously asked as he showed him a contact on his phone. "That's exactly who I was referring to." Kevin nodded in approval as he gestured for Cook and the others to settle down. About 10 minutes later, news of what happened at the Salix Leaf Hotel spread all across Chicago. Everyone was shocked by how the situation was unfolding. How could the useless son-in-law of the Jones family have the upper hand against the prominent Quinn, Warren, Archer, and Butler families? Back in the private room, Kevin's phone suddenly rang. "Guess who just called me?" Kevin sneered and swept his gaze across these people. He slowly counted up to 3 before answering the call. "Mr. Williams, this is Philip Quinn. We've met before." A deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Quinn, how have you been?" "I'm here right now with your son. He says that the Quinn family is looking forward to seeing the downfall of my company, Williams Media. Is that true?" Kevin asked with a cold smile as he looked at Harvey kneeling on the floor with his head hanging in shame. "Mr. Williams, don't listen to my son. Harvey's just a spoiled child who doesn't know any better. His arrogance doesn't represent the values of the Quinn family at all," Philip replied indifferently. "I knew you were a man with good sense, unlike your immature son over here. So what will we do about my company then?" Kevin didn't want to let this matter rest until he got what he wanted. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Williams. I certainly consider you to be a dear friend of the Quinn family, so allow me to apologize on behalf of my son. That being said, I hope you can send him back to New York now. Besides, hasn't he already gotten the lesson he deserved?" Philip's tone remained unchanged. "As for Williams Media, I believe that it's a company with good prospects, so I've decided to invest $1 billion in your company. I'd like for us to collaborate on a project soon, Mr. Williams." "Thank you. This will surely be a great business opportunity for the both of us. As for your son, Chicago hasn't been too safe lately. I'm worried that he might not be in great physical condition when he leaves the Salix Leaf Hotel this evening." Kevin cautioned with some hidden meaning in his words. "Don't worry about that, Mr. Williams. The person I've sent to pick him up should be on his way there. Anyway, when I have more time, I'll definitely drop by Williams Media to visit you," Philip said politely. "I shall look forward to that then." Kevin hung up the phone with a smile. Everyone inside and outside the private room was staring in disbelief at Kevin. Who hadn't heard of New York's Philip Quinn? How could such a powerful and terrifying figure be so respectful to Kevin? "Harvey, it looks like you're safe now thanks to your father. Now just keep kneeling down and wait for my signal. Someone will come and pick you up soon," Kevin informed him casually. Upon hearing this, Harvey heaved a huge sigh of relief. He overheard their conversation because Kevin had turned on the loudspeaker of his phone. And for more than 20 years, Harvey had never seen or heard his father treat anyone with such respect. So the fact that Philip had just invested a huge sum of money in a struggling business without any hesitation meant that Kevin was really someone to be feared. How could he have been so disrespectful to him earlier? He truly could have died at his hands tonight. At the same time, Cook and the others also finally managed to relax a little. Out of everyone who had been beaten up by Kevin that evening, the one that they were most worried about was Harvey. After all, the strength of the Quinn family couldn't be underestimated. Now that Philip had personally called to plead for mercy, their worries were all gone. Moreover, they developed an even greater respect for Kevin. Meanwhile, Kevin was smiling to himself. The fact that Harvey had been causing so much trouble here tonight was just icing on the cake. When he found out from Cook and the others that the Quinn family was behind all of this, he was confident that he could convince Philip to reinvest in his company. So even prior to his arrival at the Salix Leaf Hotel, Kevin had actually been the one to call Philip. The content of their brief conversation was very simple. Kevin had 3 power pills in his possession. Next, Kevin had to deal with the other troublemakers. In order to escape, Kevin told Harvey, Doug, Jacob, and Nick that he wanted to speak with each family's decision-maker. Philip Quinn then called Kevin to apologize on behalf of Harvey, and then he invested $1 billion in Williams Media. While everyone wondered why such a powerful and terrifying figure was so respectful towards Kevin, the latter simply smiled. Prior to that night's events, Kevin found out about the Quinn family's involvement in Vito's plot against Williams Media. He then called Philip to share that he had 3 power pills in his possession. Kevin knew that a man like Philip Quinn wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the power pill. After all, Philip had already spent billions in the past just to have some. After their call ended, time passed by slowly. Other than Philip, no one else had contacted Kevin. As a result, he started to get impatient from all the waiting. Kevin slammed his phone on the table and stood up. His eyes swept across the remaining men. "Will you look at the time? I guess none of your relatives care about what happens to you." What do you want?" Doug Butler gulped. The way Kevin looked at him made him feel a chill in his heart. "Since people don't seem to believe that I would end your lives, it's time I make an example out of someone, right?" Kevin suddenly grabbed Doug's shirt and dragged him to the window. "What a beautiful view! Doug, why don't you stand up on that ledge for me?" Kevin said with a straight face as he looked outside. Doug Butler endured the pain in his leg and stood up. "What's this for?" "That's good, Dougie. Now on the count of 3, I want you to jump out, okay?" Kevin instructed. You must be joking." As Doug looked down, the distance between the 5th floor and the sidewalk made him dizzy. His face suddenly turned as white as a sheet of paper. Kevin smiled and patted Doug's shoulder. "Since no one has called me on your behalf, this is your only chance to escape. Besides, we're only on the 5th floor. You might have a chance to survive if you jump. But if you stay inside this room, you'll certainly die." "Kevin, I beg you, I already have one broken leg. Is there really no other way we can help each other? I don't want to die," Doug pleaded as he tightly held onto the sides of the window. "Are you sure you don't want to jump?" Kevin's face turned cold. Doug Butler's legs started to tremble. "Kevin, please don't do this. Have mercy on me." "I know it can be scary to take a leap of faith, but sometimes all it takes is a little push." Kevin narrowed his eyes and gave Doug a shove in his back. Doug closed his eyes and screamed like hell to everyone's horror. However, when he opened his eyes, he was still alive. Instead of crashing straight to the ground, he fell right onto the back of a garbage truck. Covered in piles of trash and human waste, Doug wasn't sure whether he would have preferred to die instead as he passed out from nausea. Kevin didn't actually have any plans to kill Doug. As part owner of the Salix Leaf Hotel, he'd taken a particular interest in the hotel's operations, including the time when its garbage was usually collected. So when he checked his phone and saw the time earlier, he saw this as a good opportunity to prove a point. Luckily, the garbage truck was parked right in front of the hotel when he looked out the window. Mitchell Cook sighed and shook his head a few times. Kevin had sent him a text just minutes prior about his plan. Still, it was quite risky to pull off, so he only relaxed after Kevin subtly touched the back of his ear. This was his secret signal to indicate that Doug was still alive. Since none of the people in the room or those watching from outside knew about this, they all feared for the worst and fell silent. In their eyes, they couldn't believe Kevin was actually capable of committing such a heinous act. Now it was Cook's turn to play his part in this little show.
"What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and check on Doug Butler. Call an ambulance,"
Cook shouted at the bodyguards who followed him and left. Who wants to go next? Jacob? Nick? Kevin wrung his hands and asked casually.
"Kevin, stop this nonsense. If you continue, the cops won't have a choice but to end your life as soon as you're caught."
Vito wanted to escape from Kevin so badly. If there's someone here who the cops should deal with, shouldn't it be you? After all, weren't you the one who underhandedly sabotaged my company? Kevin sneered.
"I don't know what you mean,"
Vito vehemently denied. On the way to the Salix Leaf Hotel, Kevin's investigation team found out why so many artists had suddenly left Williams Media so quickly. In a span of 2 days, Vito had tracked down his artists' families and used physical coercion to poach them. Kevin returned to his chair and sat down. "I'll give you guys another half an hour. If none of your families contact me by then I guess you've dug your own graves." The private room returned to silence again as Kevin poured himself a glass of wine. He could see Jacob and Nick desperately trying to contact their families on their phones. Half an hour later, Kevin's phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered the call, he turned on his speaker once again. "Who is this?" Kevin asked without any hesitation.
"This is Ronald Campbell. Let Vito Booker go."
An extremely low voice could be heard on the phone. Everyone could hear that this person was trying his best to suppress his anger. "Who? I've never heard of you. And why are you telling me what to do? I'm the one in charge here." Kevin was amused by Campbell's demand. While Kevin was unaware of this man's identity, everyone else clearly knew who he was. The onlookers watching from outside couldn't believe it. "Ronald Campbell? That's one of the 6 most powerful people in Chicago," an onlooker remarked. "The Food and Drug Administration Commissioner? Looks like this useless son-in-law has really screwed himself this time," another sneered. By now, Cook had returned and was also surprised by the phone call. While Vito hadn't had the chance to contact anyone, it seemed the word had somehow gotten to Ronald Campbell about this. How were the two of them connected?
"Kevin, don't do anything you'll regret, or you won't know what's coming. I'm warning you. Hurry up and let them go."
Campbell was obviously losing his patience at this point. "What you said was quite amusing. I'm so scared now." After Kevin sarcastically laughed, his tone suddenly became serious. "Why should I listen to you?"
"You don't know who you're messing with, Mr. Williams. I'm one of the most powerful men in Chicago, and I have a lot of connections in the government," Campbell warned.
"So what? Look, if Vito Booker is your son or grandson, we can keep talking. I'll even do you a favor and let him go. But tell me, why do you insist on getting involved in this mess? What exactly does he have to do with you? Why should I be afraid of you?" After Kevin finished speaking, not only did he hang up on Campbell, but he also permanently blocked the number. Kevin didn't care who Campbell was or how powerful he was. He had his own plans to seize control of Chicago and had already laid some groundwork for it in secret. In less than 2 minutes, his phone rang again. Thinking it was still Campbell, Kevin immediately rejected the call, but his phone kept ringing as if it was going to explode. Suddenly, Cook's phone rang. Shortly after answering the call, he handed his phone over to Kevin.
"It's Dominic Archer. He said that he called me because he couldn't get through to your phone just now."
"I'm hanging up." Kevin didn't want to talk to him at all. "Tell him that if he wants to get his brother, he has to come here in person. He can't just phone it in. Dominic doesn't hold a candle to me." Hearing this, Nick's face was instantly filled with both bitterness and shock. Everyone inside and outside the room gulped in surprise when they heard this as well. They knew who Dominic Archer was. He was one of Chicago's top crime lords. If Campbell's position was respected because he was a presidential appointee, then Dominic Archer was purely relying on strength and violence to strike fear in people. So for a moment, everyone felt that Kevin had gone crazy. There were only a few people in Chicago who dared to go up against him. "We'd better get out of this place now. If we wait for Dominic Archer to come, we won't be able to leave even if we wanted to," one of the onlookers warned. Nick, who was still kneeling on the ground, turned deathly pale. He seemed to have sensed Dominic Archer's monstrous fury. Even if he made it out alive tonight, he knew that he would also have to face his own brother's wrath for putting him in this position.
Losing Williams Media should be the least of your worries at this point. Now that you've offended Dominic Archer, you won't be able to save your life either,
Vito laughed maliciously. "If you dare to laugh at me like that again, I'll cut out your tongue." Kevin glanced at him sharply. Vito Booker's smile suddenly turned into anger.
"Kevin, stop pretending to be so powerful. Do you even know who Dominic Archer is? I have a deep relationship with him. If you kneel down right now and beg for mercy, then call Brittany Davis over to accompany me immediately, maybe I can ask Mr. Archer to grant you a quick death."
Just as he finished talking, Vito suddenly let out a loud cry as Kevin had given him another forceful knee to his stomach. "From here on out, I'll start breaking your ribs one by one for every word that comes out of your mouth," Kevin said with a cold face as he looked across the room. "This goes for everyone." This time, Vito really shut his mouth as he silently winced from the intense pain. Just then, Kevin's phone suddenly rang again. Everyone in the room couldn't help but get nervous. The people who were calling Kevin were getting more and more terrifying. And while the others had underestimated Kevin in the past, this time it was different. For those who have only heard about his performance in the martial arts competition, they now understood why Kevin was someone to be feared after seeing him up close. And with Nick, Vito, and Jacob's lives still hanging in the balance, it seemed that he was no longer a useless son-in-law in their eyes. "Who do you think is the next caller?" Kevin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked the others with a playful smile. At this point, he'd already rejected both Ronald Campbell and Dominic Archer. So everyone looked over at Jacob. Only the Warren family hadn't made a call yet. Kevin finally answered the phone. "This is Kevin. Who are you?" The person on the other end of the phone didn't hesitate to reply.
"This is Andrew Warren."
Kevin slightly frowned, as if he wasn't satisfied by his answer. The person's voice didn't sound too convincing.
"Andrew Warren is one of the most highly respected people in Chicago. There's a 90% chance that he'll be the next head of the Warren family,"
Cook informed him in a low voice. "The next head?" Kevin teased casually. He felt slightly insulted by this.
"I'm calling you on behalf of the Warren family. Now let my son go. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences."
Andrew tried his best to lower his voice as he spoke. "So you're Jacob's father, huh? Well, that doesn't really hold any weight with me," Kevin replied faintly. "And don't you dare talk about representing the Warren family. You're just a potential successor, so don't call me again until you become the true head of your family." Before Andrew could retort, Kevin hung up the phone. "Jacob, does your family think too lowly of you, or is it because your grandfather doesn't respect me enough?" Kevin's face suddenly had a vicious look. "Since he thinks that he's more important than your life, I think you should say hello to Doug." Hearing this, Jacob's face instantly turned pale. He fell to the floor on all fours, trembling and crawling backwards. Suddenly, Cook picked up the phone.
"There's news from the hospital. Although Doug is out of danger, the doctors don't know when he'll wake up."
Of course, Cook had exaggerated that last part. In truth, Doug was sleeping like a baby after having knee surgery. However, since Jacob was unaware of this, his heart couldn't take it any longer. After letting out a strange wail, he suddenly peed his pants and fainted. Suddenly, Kevin's phone rang again. Who is it this time?
This is Daniel Warren. Mr. Williams, I believe you wanted me to personally make this call.
An older voice could be heard throughout the room. What can I do for you, Mr. Warren? Kevin asked.
I'm sure you already know why I'm calling. To be fair, I really didn't expect the useless son-in-law of the Jones family to be related to the Williams family of New York, and would also be the CEO of Williams Media.
Daniel's voice was calm. Kevin didn't find this strange at all. While his identity was actually very easy to investigate, most people wouldn't have bothered to check after dismissing him for his status in the Jones family. You didn't call me just to tell me that, did you? Kevin pretended to be confused and asked.
Of course not. I just wanted to acknowledge your impressive background, but so what? That's all in the past now. The Williams family has already chased you out, and Williams Media is about to close down. You'll just go back to being a useless son-in-law in no time, so while you still have some dignity left, it's best to release my grandson immediately. In exchange, my family can provide you with a job as a janitor at one of our properties so that you won't have to scrape by in the future.
Daniel's words were filled with disdain. Looks like everyone in the Warren family speaks in the same tone. Do I need to thank you for your kind offer? Kevin coldly replied as he stared at Jacob, who was lying on the floor unconscious. Mr. Warren, your grandson just peed himself and fainted in front of everyone. If you dare to speak to me like this again, I won't hesitate to toss him out the window. Unfortunately, I can't guarantee that he'll have Doug's luck.
What do you want, Mr. Williams?
Daniel suddenly showed a slight panic in his voice. Shouldn't a person need to apologize for doing something wrong? Kevin smiled and added, an older person like you should be full of wisdom. You don't need me to teach you such a small thing.
Dream on, Kevin. You're just a useless son-in-law of the Jones family. What right do you have to demand my apology?
Daniel grumbled in anger. I'll give you 5 seconds to think it over. Otherwise, your family should be prepared to make some funeral arrangements. Kevin didn't want to waste any more time. His patience had worn thin.
All right, just don't hurt Jacob, Daniel pleaded. Mr. Williams, on behalf of the Warren family, I sincerely apologize to you. At the same time, we'll no longer go after Williams Media.
Daniel's words were filled with bitterness. It took a lot to swallow his pride, but at the same time, he just couldn't bear the thought of burying his favorite grandson. The question was, would Kevin accept his apology? Who would have thought that a useless loser of a son-in-law that everyone practically spat on would actually make the famous Warren family give in to him? It was a lot like when they got the Chicago River to flow west to the Mississippi instead of east to Lake Michigan. I accept your apology. Send someone to the Salix Leaf Hotel to pick up your grandson and bring him back. After he said this, Kevin made a light humph sound to show his disdain. Kevin's display of contempt made Daniel Warren's temper flare. How could someone who was beneath him dare to show such scorn? He was so upset that he fainted. Kevin could hear the panic sounds of the Warren family members. He smiled and hung up the phone. The whole place fell silent. After seeing this, nobody would dare to call Kevin worthless trash anymore. Word of Kevin's actions would definitely spread across the whole city of Chicago. He was certainly making a name for himself. Suddenly, a burst of noisy and hurried footsteps could be heard coming from the stairwell. The crowd outside the door headed quickly toward Kevin. At least a dozen tall and powerful-looking men walked into the private room. They all exuded what could only be called an evil aura. Anyone could tell they ran with a rough crowd, and you could see bulges under their shirts and inside their jackets. They were obviously armed to the teeth. Even Mitchell Cook took notice when he saw the man who was leading the group. I guess you have to be careful when you're out this late at night. Look how many men you brought with you. Are you afraid you'll have to fight off all the ladies who won't be able to restrain themselves when they see your handsome face?" Kevin teased without showing the slightest bit of nervousness. The other people in the room couldn't believe Kevin was talking to Dominic Archer like this. Kevin was really tempting fate, no matter how well he could fight. They started whispering to each other. "He's done for. I think they're going to kill him and toss him in the lake."
"Ha, Kevin, you're going to die this time. Now that Dominic Archer is here, you can't run away even if you want to."
Vito Booker endured his pain as he laughed proudly.
"Mr. Archer, you gotta kill this scumbag for me."
Nick Archer, who was still lying on the floor, was happy to see this and his eyes lit up.
"Bro, come and save me. Break that bastard's legs and cut him to pieces."
Nick Archer and Vito Booker suddenly became very aggressive. If it wasn't for their injuries, they would have stood up and gotten in Kevin's face themselves. But they were in no condition to do that. But Dominic ignored the two of them, acting like they weren't even there. He gestured to his men to stay back as he walked up to Kevin alone.
"Long time no see."
Dominic calmly pulled up a chair and sat down beside him. "Looks like you've made an enormous leap in your training," Kevin said with a faint smile.
"And I have to thank you for that power pill of yours."
Dominic patted Kevin on the shoulder and said with a smile. He never even looked at Nick Archer. The onlookers were absolutely dumbfounded by what they were seeing. How come Kevin wasn't lying on the floor in a pool of blood? Why were the two of them acting so casual? They were like two old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time, sitting down to have a chat over a cup of coffee. Vito and Nick Archer, who were also watching this, were completely stunned. They just sat there on the floor, unable to recover from their shock.
"So, is everything you told me on the phone true?"
Dominic's expression suddenly became very serious. "It's absolutely true. The auction will be held at the Williams Company offices tomorrow at 10 a.m. Kevin looked at him with a big grin. Before he went to the Salix Leaf Hotel, he asked Miss Wilson to send an invitation to all the most prominent business people of Chicago. The next morning at 10 a.m., Williams Media was going to put up 100 power pills for auction. Kevin wasn't concerned that Dominic would be tempted by it, though.
"There's one thing I want to know, Kevin. Since you actually own Williams Media, why did you ever bother marrying into the Jones family and put up with all their abuse?"
Dominic asked in a strange tone of voice. Then he continued, "Since this little misunderstanding has finally been cleared up, I can assure you that starting tomorrow morning, the Archer family will definitely stop its corporate warfare with Williams Media, and you'll be compensated for the losses your company suffered over the past few days." When he finished speaking, Dominic turned around and glared at his brother Nick, who was still lying on the floor. "What are you waiting for? Get over here and apologize to Mr. Williams." As soon as he heard that, Nick ignored the pain in his knees and dragged himself over to Kevin.
"Mr. Williams, I'm so sorry."
"Let's hope this matter is settled now."
Dominic looked Kevin in the eyes and gave him a little nod. He really felt that Kevin was a genius, and it would be worth it to make friends with him. What Kevin had managed to accomplish was astonishing, especially while camouflaging himself as the loser son-in-law of the Jones family. Kevin's ability to develop himself through his herbal medicine was simply astounding. As he sat across from him, Dominic could feel the intense and seemingly limitless power that Kevin now possessed. The other thing that Dominic was aware of was Kevin's knowledge of so many formulas to create herbal meds. How many pill formulas did Kevin, who had been declared the champion of the pill refinement contest, actually know? Who could say for sure? "You came here to personally rescue the man. What else can I say? Go ahead and take him. But just remember one thing. This isn't the first time your family has provoked me. Don't pull another stunt like this ever again," Kevin advised him flatly.
"I've got no problem with that."
Dominic stood up, straightened out his clothes, and left the Salix Leaf Hotel with his men. Waiting for Harvey Quinn and Jacob Warren to be picked up took a long time, and things got a little dull. They both continued to kneel on the floor, fighting to stay awake. Whenever they dozed off or started to slump, Kevin would give them a slap. The onlookers got excited when they finally saw the Quinn family rush in after their long trip from New York City. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry to bother you. Philip Quinn's cousin Peter Quinn was very sincere. When he saw the palm print on Harvey Quinn's face, you could see the anger flash in his eyes, but he didn't dare express it to Kevin. Take him back and make sure that he's learned his lesson. President Quinn and I are good friends. I don't want to spoil my relationship with him just because of his son. Chicago can be a dangerous place. Don't let him wander around all alone in the future. He might get hurt. Kevin patted Harvey Quinn on the head and he warned him to behave himself. He was treating him like a little kid who'd been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The Warren family hadn't arrived yet, but after chatting with Kevin for a while, the Quinns took Harvey and Jacob away together. Mr. Booker, can you do it or not? Everyone else has already been set free. Did you come out to protect them tonight or not? Just don't waste any more of my time. I still have to prepare the medicinal pills for tomorrow's auction, Kevin announced as he stretched lazily. Vito Booker was extremely terrified and didn't know how to respond. His lips moved, but he couldn't speak. This was mainly because of Kevin's pill. The effect of the pill was like a giant, invisible hand. With all the commotion in the Salix Leaf Hotel, no one had come to face Kevin yet. Even the police didn't send anyone to check on him. If this doesn't work out, you might as well just head over to the hospital with Doug Butler. Kevin had reached the limits of his patience.
No, wait a little longer. Someone will come for me.
Vito sobbed as he pleaded with Kevin. He was beginning to deeply regret what he'd done. Why had he provoked Kevin in the first place? If only he'd accepted his last defeat, none of this would have happened. Actually, you still have a bargaining chip in your hand to negotiate with me. It's just that you never thought of it, Kevin said with a mocking smile. Mitchell Cook and the others all smiled when he said that. Rachel and Adriana thought that Kevin was being kind of rough on him. Not only could he defeat someone in a fight, but he could also hit them in the wallet.
You want the Booker Phoenix Corporation, don't you?
Vito suddenly understood what Kevin was getting at. You dope. What else could I possibly be talking about? Kevin impatiently took out his phone and dialed Brittany Davis's number. When the call connected, he said, "Bring it up now." Moments later, Brittany ran in and placed a contract in front of Vito Booker. "Director Booker, please sign here," Brittany said with a smile. They all watched, wondering if Vito would actually hand over his company. When Brittany Davis came in and placed the contract in front of Vito Booker, everyone held their breath, wondering if he would sign over possession of the Booker Phoenix Corporation. You never know how someone will react. Vito had always wanted to possess Brittany Davis, but right now, when he looked at her smile, his heart was filled with nothing but bitterness.
No, I won't sign it. I definitely won't.
Before Vito even finished speaking, he saw Kevin, who had been sitting patiently in his chair, start clenching his fists. Kevin got up and slowly walked to the window, then he turned and sneered at Vito. "There are some things you need to think about first." Kevin lightly tapped on the windowsill. Everyone there understood what he meant. 1 or 2 hours earlier, Kevin had thrown Doug Butler out of the very same window.
I'll sign.
Vito figured that saving his own life was worth more than keeping the Booker Phoenix Corporation. That's more like it. Living really is more important than anything else. Kevin smiled and clapped his hands together. He glanced at the contents of the contract. It was a basic business agreement. The most important thing was that all the shares and assets of the Booker Phoenix Corporation were to be transferred unconditionally to the president of Williams Media. Vito gritted his teeth and gripped the pen tightly in his hand. The Booker Phoenix Corporation had been in his family for 3 generations, but in order to walk out of there alive, he had no other choice. When he finished writing his name, Vito seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat on the floor in a daze. "Thank you for cooperating, Mr. Booker." Kevin looked at the contract and then walked over to Vito Booker. He patted him on the head like he was petting a dog. When that was over, he took Mitchell Cook and the others, and they all left the Salix Leaf Hotel. "Kevin, you really amazed us. We thought you really—" Adriana didn't finish her words. "Let's not talk about the past anymore. Just remember to be there on time tomorrow morning. Williams Media has suffered enormous losses. We need some help restoring our reputation." Kevin's reaction was very calm, even though the situation was dire.
"Don't worry, Kevin, we'll definitely be there," Cook replied with a smile.
"It's getting late. Everybody get some rest." Kevin wasn't much in the mood to talk with them. Although it was very easy for him to create a power pill, he still needed some time to make 100 of them. Instead of returning home to be with Lily, Kevin went straight to Corwin Tower. It was better not to disturb anyone while he was refining medicinal pills. The night passed very quickly. Early the next morning, all of Chicago began to buzz. Williams Media had been on the verge of collapse, but not only had they survived, they'd even swallowed up the Booker Phoenix Corporation. The Quinns, the Archers, and the other families all stopped interfering with their business. Everyone in downtown Chicago was amazed to see a line of over 100 luxury sedans and limos heading towards Williams Media. It looked like a parade. Because power pills are so valuable, the police had to send extra units to help guard it. "Oh, Kevin isn't dead yet? It's like trying to kill a cockroach. What will it take to finish him off?" In the parking lot of Williams Media, Sherwin Blair was laughing out loud. When Kevin heard this, he began to scowl. "Why did I have to run into this idiot the moment I arrived?" Kevin thought to himself. Blair attracted a lot of attention with his snide remark, but the onlookers weren't impressed. As they walked towards the entrance, they whispered to each other.
"Wasn't that the champion of the contest at the School for the Healing Arts?"
"Didn't you say he'd been beaten half to death? He looks okay to me," said another. They all kept their voices down because they'd heard about what had happened the night before at the Salix Leaf Hotel. "What's wrong with you, scumbag? Didn't you hear what I just said about you?" Blair saw that Kevin was ignoring him, so he couldn't help getting angry. "I don't waste my time talking to idiots." Kevin locked his car and started walking toward the entrance. He wanted to put some distance between himself and Blair as soon as he could. "Who the hell do you think is stupid?" Blair sneered when he saw where Kevin had parked. "You're in trouble now. You actually parked in the special space reserved for the president of Williams Media." Then he got snotty and said to Kevin, "You probably don't know who the president of Williams Media is, do you? I'm not bragging to you, but I'm friends with him. Do you know why there are so many bigwigs here today? Well, Williams Media is going to offer power pills for sale. I'm sure a loser like you couldn't afford even a single pill if you saved up for the rest of your miserable life. Take my advice and get out of here as soon as you can." Blair went on and on. He just couldn't seem to shut up. "Are you here to buy herbal meds?" Kevin finally turned around and asked him point blank. "Of course I am. Didn't you know I've been developing myself? A power pill will take me to the next level." Blair puffed out his chest proudly. "Kevin, you probably think you're hot shit, but once I get my hands on a power pill, it won't be long before I surpass you. Then I'll crush you right in front of Kelly." When he heard Blair mention Kelly Emmett, Kevin got a nasty look on his face. "Well, you should really get to work then. I'll wait around for you to step on me," Kevin replied sarcastically as he patted Blair on the shoulder. "Stop right there. How dare you talk to me like that?" Blair had been out drinking the night before, so he didn't know what had happened at the Salix Leaf Hotel. "Okay." Kevin casually nodded his head. This frustrated Blair, and he got even angrier. He looked at Kevin's fancy clothes and suddenly remembered what had happened. "You piece of crap! Why are you all dressed up today? Could it be that you're here to buy herbal meds? Or are you working for the Williams Company?" Blair looked Kevin up and down and then tried to discourage him from getting any pills. "Do you know what kind of big shots are here today? They probably won't even let someone like you in the door." "Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself." Kevin just wanted to get inside and give the pills he'd made to Miss Wilson. "Then you must be working for Williams Media." Blair suddenly became excited and said, "Kevin, let me tell you, I'm friends with the director of your Human Resources Department. If you don't start being nicer to me, I'll ask him to fire you." Kevin couldn't even respond to Blair's ridiculous threat. All he managed to say was, But Blair rudely interrupted him. I know that it's not easy for you to get a good job, so I don't want to make things difficult for you. All you have to do is kiss my butt and I'll take care of everything. I may even let you show off in front of Kelly and me. I've got some business to take care of, Blair. If you really want me to kiss your butt, why don't you go over there and drop trow? Maybe I'll join you later. Kevin couldn't help mocking Blair as he walked away laughing. Stop right now. If you take another step, I'll have you thrown off the property. Blair pointed at Kevin and shouted. That drew the attention of more than half of the people in the parking lot. Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? They wondered. Who knows? Maybe he's a new hire? One of them replied. Then a middle-aged man quickly walked over to Blair. Sherwin, what are you doing here so early? There's still more than an hour before the auction, the man asked him respectfully. Mr. Bennett, you got here just in time. This man is an employee of Williams Media, isn't he? Well, he just insulted me. How do you think we should deal with it? Blair puffed himself up, and you could tell just how important he felt at the moment. The man looked at Kevin and snapped. So you're new here? I'm Patrick Bennett from the Human Resources Department. I order you to apologize to Mr. Blair right this instant. Otherwise, you'll be off the payroll today. Kevin was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then a smile gradually appeared on his face. I didn't realize the director of the Human Resources Department had so much authority. He can fire the company's employees at will? Kevin sneered in reply. Cut the crap. Either apologize or you're out of here. It's your choice. Bennett glared at him, not giving him any chance to explain himself or even negotiate. I want him to apologize to me this instant. Blair whined as he glared at Kevin. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Mr. Blair just said? Bennett roared loudly. Just as Kevin was about to take out his phone and give Miss Wilson a call, a delicate but angry voice suddenly came from behind Blair and his buddy. Patrick Bennett, what are you doing? Miss Wilson quickly walked up to Kevin and offered her hand. Mr. President, I'm so sorry I'm late. I hope you weren't inconvenienced. Blair and Bennett looked at each other and then looked back at Kevin. What was going on here? Blair was certain that he was finally going to get even with Kevin as he complained to his friend Patrick Bennett about him and asked for Kevin to be fired from Williams Media. Just then, Miss Wilson showed up and apologized to Kevin for her lateness. Blair and Bennett were speechless. What the heck was going on? Don't worry about it, Miss Wilson. I just got here a few minutes ago anyway, Kevin replied with a smile. Since Kevin had been the CEO of Williams Media, Miss Wilson had been in charge of handling pretty much everything at the company. She'd done a stellar job as chief of staff, addressing all problems big and small, including minor incidents like these two men who were bothering her boss. Otherwise, the company would have closed down long ago. It's been hard on you for the past few days, hasn't it? Kevin expressed his appreciation. Thank you, Mr. President. It's kind of you to notice. No matter how difficult things get, I'll always be loyal to the company, Miss Wilson declared firmly. Sandra, Miss Wilson, what did you just call him? Bennett finally came back to his senses. Mr. Williams is our CEO. You just joined the company, so I'm sure you haven't had a chance to meet him yet, Miss Wilson explained politely. Then she took on a very serious tone. I seem to have heard you shouting at the CEO as I walked up. Before Kevin could say anything, Bennett fainted and dropped right on the ground. As he started to snap out of it, he sat on the ground blabbering as he begged Kevin to forgive him. I'm sorry, sir. I never intended to upset you. My behavior was unforgivable. The news of what had happened at the Salix Leaf Hotel the night before had already spread across Chicago's upper class like wildfire. Everyone who knew about the incident was intensely afraid of the president of Williams Media. Bennett was concerned about losing his job, but he was even more afraid of losing his life. You're acting pretty spineless right now. I think I preferred you as an arrogant bastard like you were just a minute ago. Kevin shook his head lightly as he looked down at Bennett. Sir, I was wrong. Really, really wrong.
I'll take whatever punishment you choose."
Bennett started banging his head on the pavement until a large bruise appeared on his forehead. Kevin casually made an executive decision. "You can stay with the company, but the Human Resources Department doesn't seem appropriate for someone of your temperament. If you want to stay on the payroll, you'll be in charge of the parking lot sanitation crew for the next 6 months."
"Thank you, sir."
Bennett heaved a sigh of relief as if he'd just been granted amnesty. Then he walked over to Blair.
"Thanks for getting me into this mess. From now on, we're no longer friends."
Blair hung his head in shame. He would never have guessed that the guy he'd always looked down on was actually in charge of a major company. Kevin's indifferent attitude toward him made Blair want to dig a hole and crawl inside it. When Kevin ignored him, it was even worse than any words or action. It made him feel worthless. "You useless son of a bitch! How dare you ignore me!" Blair clenched his fist tightly and stared at Kevin's back as he walked away. "I'll fix you," Blair mumbled as he took out his phone and made a call. "I'm sorry you had to suffer such a disturbing confrontation. It's my fault for not coming down here to pick you up." Miss Wilson still felt guilty about letting Kevin get in such an embarrassing situation. "It's all right. As long as today's auction goes smoothly, I don't care what else happens," Kevin replied nonchalantly. Of course, Kevin had made so much progress in his training that he didn't really care about people like Blair or Bennett. "I'm very curious about something, Mr. President. How do you always stay so calm when you're humiliated in public?" Miss Wilson had thought about this a lot ever since she met Kevin, so she just had to ask him. "The answer is pretty simple. Some people will never learn, so why bother to argue with them?" Kevin said as he quickly walked towards the office building. At the same time, in the backyard of the Williams family's mansion in New York City, Director Silver was sitting in a chair watching Kelly Emmett practice her sword katas. She'd been very pleased with Kelly's performance during the contest at the School for the Healing Arts. Although Kevin ended up being rescued, she was very sure that the scum wouldn't survive. Suddenly, Kelly's phone started vibrating on the table. Director Silver reflexively picked up the call for her. "Kelly, where are you? Do you know that bastard Kevin is still alive?" Blair asked urgently. When Director Silver heard this, she suddenly stood up from her chair and slammed her fist on the table, shattering it to pieces. "What did you say? That scum Kevin didn't die? How is this possible?" she asked in disbelief. "You must be Director Silver?" Blair asked when he realized that Kelly hadn't picked up the call. "You saw Kevin with your own eyes." Director Silver was so excited that she completely ignored Blair's question. "Of course, ma'am. Not only did Kevin not die, but it turns out he's the president of the Williams Company. He just entered Williams Media's downtown office building." Blair told her everything he could. He could sense that they had a shared hatred for Kevin Williams. "Keep an eye on that scumbag for me. I'll come and finish him off as soon as I can." Director Silver hung up the phone and stormed out of the courtyard. "I wonder why she was called away," Kelly wondered as she watched her leave. "Kelly, stay here with the Williams family and continue practicing your sword katas. I'm going to Chicago. This time I'll get rid of Kevin for good." After saying this, Director Silver headed to the field and took off in her private helicopter. There was a loud bang as Kelly's sword dropped to the patio. So Kevin wasn't dead? Kelly started trembling. Ever since the end of the contest, she'd been extremely worried about Kevin's safety. Every time she closed her eyes, she could see Kevin in her mind, covered in blood. "He's not dead. That's great. He's not dead," Kelly kept repeating to herself. The more she thought about it, the more upset she got. Kelly quickly turned around and ran out of the Williams family's mansion. The large room on the 13th floor of Williams Media's office building was filled with people. It had been a long time since there'd been a gathering like this in Chicago. Miss Wilson stood at the podium dressed in her most professional outfit and smiled at the crowd. "I'm very happy that everyone could come and support us today. I think everyone knows the nature of this auction, so I won't waste your time. Please give a warm welcome to our company's CEO." For a moment, there was overwhelming applause. Williams Media's CEO is probably the most mysterious figure in all of Chicago. Only a few people had ever seen him in person, but there were a lot of rumors that made people terrified of what he could do. However, when Kevin went on stage, there was an immediate uproar. They all started commenting to each other.
Is there some kind of mistake? The president of Williams Media can't possibly be so young.
Other people thought he looked familiar and recognized him as the Jones family's good-for-nothing son-in-law. They thought it was a joke and started to doubt the authenticity of the pills that were up for auction. The ones who were the most shocked were the members of the Steele family and the Butler family. None of the Jones family members even qualified to attend the event. Kevin picked up on the doubt, shock, and disdain, but he remained exceptionally calm. If everyone is finished speaking, I hope we can have some quiet. After all, this is an auction, and we need to maintain a courteous atmosphere. A young man suddenly stood up, pointed at Kevin, and said loudly, "What could a loser like you possibly have to offer? I think the power pills that Williams Media told us about must be fake." Another man stood up and shouted,
"Some of you may not know it, but this man is a freeloader who's been living off his wife's money for the past 3 years."
Next, Ronald Campbell got up and slowly walked up to the stage.
"Mr. Williams, do you have any proof that your power pill is authentic? Will it have any effect at all on the human body?"
Mitchell Cook and the others frowned when they heard this. Of course, they understood what Ronald Campbell was doing there. Because Kevin had insulted him the night before, he deliberately came to ruin today's auction. "What do you mean, Mr. Campbell?" Kevin asked him with a straight face.
"What I'm saying isn't clear enough? How about this? Kevin, I'm accusing you of impersonating the president of Williams Media, selling fake herbal medicine to deceive customers, and fraud,"
Campbell said as he slapped his hand on the table. Emo, Adriana Wright, and the others quickly stood up. Drake was about to rush forward, but he was stopped by Mitchell Cook. No matter what, Ronald Campbell was still a very respected citizen. It was better not to offend him. "What right do you have to accuse me? Do you think that the employees of Williams Media can't prove that I'm the CEO?" Kevin sneered as he stared into the man's eyes. Then he added, "There's one more thing. What evidence do you have to claim that my pills are fake?"
"Isn't it simple? If you're honest, you'll let me take every pill that you put up for auction and have them tested for purity. Only the company's CEO could make a decision like that, right?"
Ronald Campbell said coldly. He knew that he'd maneuvered Kevin into an impossible position. "It's not that I don't want to give you a pill. It's just that there aren't many technologies that can be used to test a power pill," Kevin explained. What he meant was that an herbal med was more than just its simple ingredients. The processing imbued it with qualities that couldn't be measured with any known equipment. The best test was to actually take one. And who could guarantee that, after Kevin gave the power pill to Ronald Campbell, it would be returned? How could they continue with the auction after an interruption like this?
"Well, if you don't give me the pill now, how can you prove that it works on a human subject?"
Ronald Campbell turned around and looked at the hundreds of people who were present in the hall. "If you knew anything about herbal medication, you'd never say something so stupid." Kevin sighed helplessly. This auction was starting to get a little more complicated than expected. Ronald Campbell, a commissioner with the FDA, had just demanded that Kevin turn over the power pills so their purity could be verified by the government. He was obviously just trying to give Kevin a hard time, but this could certainly throw the entire auction into chaos. The auction attendees immediately started to whisper to each other after they heard Campbell's demand.
"Are you sure you want to insult an official of the U.S. government?"
Campbell's complacent expression suddenly turned into resentment. "I think you're not only an idiot, but you're also a little naive." Kevin glanced at him blankly. "There are at least 30 experts in herbal medicine among the hundreds of people in this room. Don't you agree? Why don't you ask them about the pill?" Kevin's words hit Campbell right where it hurt. Most high-ranking federal employees had to swear off of herbal medication to avoid getting any false positives in drug testing, which could ruin their careers. So Ronald Campbell knew very little about herbalism. Campbell had made the choice early in his career, even though it meant missing out on a lot. Until now, he still had regrets in his heart. Kevin didn't want to waste any more time with him, so he took out a power pill. He scanned the crowd and said coldly, "The auction is about to begin. There's one thing that I must make clear in advance. If anyone suspects that there is something wrong with my pill, or if you're looking down on me because of the rumors about my relationship with the Jones family, then you can leave now." What Kevin wanted to do the most in today's auction was to make his own reputation known to the general public. He wasn't about to put up with any crap from anyone. He didn't care who was attending the auction, even Commissioner Campbell. Campbell stepped forward to stop the auction.
"I told you that you can't sell a single herbal pill before they're inspected. Otherwise..."
"Or else you'll use your authority to sanction Williams Media?" Kevin interrupted Campbell before he could finish. "Commissioner Campbell, I don't understand. Why do you insist that there's something wrong with my herbal meds?"
"If you can prove that there's nothing wrong with the power pills, I'll leave immediately. And I'll even stay out of your way from now on."
Campbell grinned broadly to show his sincerity. "How about finding someone to test the medicine?" Kevin looked straight into his eyes, and everyone in the room could sense his strength.
"No, this is a matter of life and death. If someone's health were put in danger because of your pill, I would be held directly responsible as a government official."
Campbell sounded very earnest in his concern for public safety. "Then what do you have in mind?" Kevin asked calmly.
"You have to take one of the power pills right in front of everyone in this room,"
Campbell said with a sneer. As soon as he had finished speaking, everybody's eyes were focused on Kevin. Almost everyone thought that Campbell had a very good idea. The power pill was the first step in helping someone improve their physical development. If there really was a problem with the pill, then Kevin would suffer the consequences if he took it. On top of that, a lot of the people in the room still had their doubts. Common sense told them that the power pill was a rare treasure. The one that turned up in the Pearl family's auction was the only one known to exist in all of Chicago in decades. But now the Williams Company was suddenly offering over 100 of them? How could this not make people feel that it was unbelievable? They were very suspicious of where these pills came from. Did they truly possess the legendary effects of the power pill? Kevin's expression was unusually mysterious. Although there were no problems with the medicinal pills he'd produced, they were no longer of much use to him. In his highly advanced body, they were a drop in the bucket, and nobody would be able to tell that they'd made a difference. So if nobody could see the effects of the power pill, why would they bother to bid for one?
"Why are you hesitating? Is there really a problem with the pills? It looks like even the company's president is afraid."
The expression on Campbell's face looked even more smug than before. Seeing that Kevin didn't say anything yet, Ronald Campbell took that as an admission of defeat. The auction's attendees all started whispering to each other, and some of them were even pointing at Kevin.
"What the hell is this? Is there really a problem with the pills?"
one of them commented. And another one said, "I think the Williams Company is just stringing us along. It's all a big scam." They appreciated that Campbell had shown up to expose Kevin's deception. Then Campbell announced in his most official tone of voice,
"Since you refuse to take the medicine yourself, it means that there must be something wrong with it. I'm declaring that all the pills in this auction will be confiscated from the Williams Corporation. Kevin Williams, you will be charged with counterfeiting, money laundering, and fraud."
Just as he was about to conclude the matter, a rough voice came from the crowd.
"Commissioner Campbell, please wait."
"So it's Dalton Steele."
Campbell turned around and looked at Dalton, who was walking towards him. He couldn't help but ask in surprise,
"What do you mean by this interruption?"
"Mr. Campbell, I think it would be inappropriate for you to accuse President Williams of any crimes."
As Dalton said this, he looked over at Kevin and the meaning was understood.
Without solid evidence, I advise you not to rush to make such an important decision. If you make false accusations against President Williams, there will be serious consequences.
What do you mean? Everyone in this room heard what Kevin said about me earlier, and isn't it true that he refused to take the pill himself? What other evidence do we need?
Campbell clenched his fist tightly as he replied to Dalton in a stern voice. Suddenly, everyone heard a very feminine voice declare, "I can prove that his pill is just fine." In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman appeared on the stage. A puzzled look flashed across Ronald Campbell's eyes.
Who are you, and how can you prove it?
"I'm Nadia Alexander, the president of the Herbalist Society's Southern Branch," she replied quietly. A smile immediately appeared on Kevin's face. He could see everyone's expressions change when they heard this, including Campbell. Once again, they all started to whisper to each other. "There's even someone from the Herbalist Society here today? Did the leader of the Herbalist Society come here just to help President Williams?" one of the people asked. "It looks like now we can find out if the herbal meds are real or fake," his friend answered. Ronald Campbell got a gloomy look on his face. As a government official, he knew the Herbalist Society better than anyone else there. For a non-governmental organization, the society still had a lot of clout. Ronald Campbell bit the bullet and warned her.
President Alexander, please don't talk nonsense. This is a matter of public health.
"Mr. Campbell, you don't need to worry about this. Since the Herbalist Society handles these situations all the time, I'm sure we're more than qualified to determine the quality of the herbal meds that are being offered at this auction." Nadia Alexander didn't even look at him while she spoke. She took the pill from Kevin's hand and carefully examined it. She pulled some compact analytic devices out of her satchel and examined the pill right on the table in front of the crowd. After looking at the results and even using a good old-fashioned magnifying glass, Nadia Alexander slowly announced, "This is a high-grade power pill. Its effect is more than double that of an ordinary power pill." Suddenly, the whole room exploded with excitement. The same people who had been doubtful just a few minutes earlier began to comment on this development. "Like I said, the Williams Company is the leading business in the Chicago region. They would never cheat their customers." They couldn't believe that they hadn't trusted Kevin, and they all started to praise his skill. In the midst of all the excitement, people began to return to their seats as they stared at the power pill on the stage with lust in their eyes.
No, this is definitely not a genuine power pill.
Ronald Campbell stammered as he took a step back. "Mr. Campbell, are you telling me that your herbalism skills are higher than mine?" Nadia Alexander frowned and asked coldly.
That's not what I meant, President Alexander. Please, don't misunderstand.
Campbell tried to smile, but he really felt like crying. "Does President Williams have another power pill?" Nadia Alexander turned her head and looked at Kevin approvingly. "Miss Wilson, please bring our pills out here," Kevin ordered his chief of staff as he smiled. "Mr. Campbell, don't forget what you just told me. You have to stay away from me when you see me in the future." Kevin patted Ronald Campbell on the shoulder, then he turned to Drake, who was sitting in the front row, and said, "Please show Mr. Campbell the door." Drake stood up immediately, walked over to Campbell, and made a gesture toward the exit. Next, over 100 pills were pushed onto the stage by a team of employees pushing display carts. There was a loud noise from the crowd, and everyone stared at the power pills like vultures, ready to snatch them up. Kevin smiled and took a step forward. He had a certain presence that everyone could feel, and they all calmed down and settled into their seats. "Please don't forget that this is an auction. Remember to be respectful of each other. Please remain in your seats and raise your cards to place your bids," Kevin explained with a faint smile. Kevin did his best to control the crowd. After Campbell's interference, if Kevin wanted the auction to continue smoothly, he had to be a lot more assertive. As expected, even the wealthy dignitaries became a lot more docile. Some of them even looked at Kevin with fear in their eyes. Their opinion of Kevin had changed completely. Somehow, he had been reborn. and now he was a rising star among Chicago's younger generation. "Would you like to have a chat with me?" Nadia Alexander asked him. "Of course I would. I have to thank you for helping me today," Kevin replied with a smile. Then he asked Miss Wilson to host the rest of the auction. He patted Dalton on the shoulder and left the room. Nadia Alexander, who was standing outside in the corridor, nodded when she heard all the excitement of the auction in the main room. "I didn't expect you to be so good at business. With just 100 power pills, you're going to make a lot of money. And you've also gotten all the influential people in Chicago to respect you in the future. Williams Media will be invincible from now on." "It's just a small step, but you're very perceptive to pick up on my overall plan," Kevin replied in a flattering tone of voice. The reason why he had chosen to offer the power pill to everyone was to show them that if they wanted to increase their development and training, they'd do well to work with the Williams Company and not against it. "But you have to watch out for Ronald Campbell. He isn't easy to deal with," Nadia Alexander reminded him. "Don't worry, I'll be careful with that guy." Kevin acted like he wouldn't be a problem, but he still felt a headache coming on. Although Ronald Campbell was weak, he was still a federal official. Even with Kevin's ties to the Alliance and the Myriads, he had to tread lightly. Otherwise, Kevin wouldn't have let Campbell leave so easily. After a long silence, Nadia asked Kevin what had been on her mind. "Did you make all those power pills yourself?" Kevin gave her an intent look, and the corners of his mouth turned up into a slight smile. He knew that she'd finally gotten to the point. "I'll answer your question with one of my own. Do you know how to make a power pill?" Kevin's hands were in his pockets, and he appeared very calm. His question was actually very profound. If Nadia knew how to make a power pill, it could only mean that the pill's formula had never really been lost. It was just that it had been hidden by the Herbalist Society or some other organization. And maybe Kevin had found the formula by pure chance. But he didn't expect Nadia to stare at him like he was a fool after he asked his question. "I thought you were smarter than that. A power pill is a miracle drug. Its formula was lost decades ago. Otherwise, why do you think they could bring so much money at auction? Those people in that room have more money than common sense," Nadia grumbled. "Well, maybe that's true," Kevin laughed awkwardly. "Maybe. It's all because the power pill is too valuable. Even though the Herbalist Society has been researching it for decades, we still haven't come up with an accurate formula." Nadia, who hadn't finished speaking, quickly came back to her senses. She almost let Kevin trick her into revealing too much. "Don't change the topic. Just answer my question." "All right, I'll lay all my cards on the table. I made the whole batch of power pills." Kevin knew that he couldn't hide it from her anymore. He had to admit it. Although Nadia had already guessed it, when she heard Kevin admit it with her own ears, she let out a gasp. "I have to say, Kevin, you really are a genius." Nadia sighed as she thought about what he'd accomplished. "Is there anything else, President Alexander? If not, I still have a few things to deal with today, and I don't have much time to waste." Kevin yawned as he started to turn and walk away. But he had the feeling that she wasn't finished with him yet. But now he had other things on his mind. Although the Williams Company had been saved from bankruptcy, Phoebe had been taken to Detroit by the Hayes family. He had to find the right opportunity to save her, as well as do all the things he promised Mackenzie. Up until now, he had no idea that Roger Knott had been abducted. So Kevin didn't really have the time to waste chatting in the corridor. "I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if you can agree to it." Nadia stared at Kevin and spoke to him in hushed tones. "Tell me what your request is first, then we'll see." Kevin wouldn't be so foolish as to agree without knowing what he was getting into. "I need you to come with me to save someone." Nadia suddenly became extremely serious. "There's one thing you need to understand. Although I know how to concoct pills, I don't know how to rescue people. You should go and find someone else." Kevin didn't even think about it, but refused her outright. "No, listen to me clearly. The person's life is in danger right now. He can't be saved without the life prolongation pill. If you save him, I believe that it will bring great benefits both to you and the people around you. Nadia's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Is the person really that important? Kevin couldn't help wondering. He'd seen the life prolongation pill in his sources. It was a high-grade medicinal pill, and if it was refined properly, it could have astounding effects. One of them was obviously that it could extend someone's life. But the whole process was very complex, and Kevin couldn't guarantee that it would be possible. Who is the person you want to save? Kevin just had to know what he was getting involved in. You don't need to ask. I can only tell you that the person is extremely important. He's someone that the entire city of Chicago can't afford to lose or to offend. Nadia explained what she could but left out the specifics. Someone from the federal government, the state, and in a high position? Kevin reached out and leaned on the windowsill, tapping it lightly with his fingers. I really can't tell you, but if you can concoct the life prolongation pill, the benefits you can get are definitely beyond your imagination. Nadia started to get nervous just talking about it. I'm very curious. Isn't your herbalist society made up of actual herbalists? Can't any of you make the life prolongation pill? This was the biggest doubt Kevin had at the moment. Stop teasing me. The Herbalist Society doesn't have the formula for the life prolongation pill. Otherwise, why would I come and beg you? Nadia was starting to become somewhat impatient. That's when Kevin realized that he'd had an advantage all along. The book he took from the Alliance had formulas that had been lost to the rest of the world, and he knew how to make them. After thinking for a while, Kevin nodded. Okay, I promise to help you. Really? Nadia asked in shock. When he nodded, it only meant that Kevin was willing to save the man, but it would also be proof that he had the formula for the life prolongation pill. Imagine if this news ever spread. How many influential and powerful people would come to Chicago to beg him for the pill? But Nadia didn't suspect that this was Kevin's motive. She suddenly looked around as if she were checking to see if anyone was watching them. Then I have another request. When the time comes, can you say that you did it on behalf of the Herbalist Society? Why? Do you want free advertising? Kevin widened his eyes in shock, then he said, I really don't like to be tied down by formalities. He still couldn't figure out Nadia's little scheme. If he did her this favor in the name of the Herbalist Society, wouldn't he become a member of the group? Moreover, it was possible that he wouldn't even see half of the benefits. But the Herbalist Society's reputation would get an enormous boost. Kevin, you have to know that I'm doing this for your sake. Nadia's tone became serious again. Think about it. If your skill in herbalism is so superior, none of the groups in the Herbal Underground will let you go. Only the Herbalist Society can protect you. She continued to convince him to go along with her plan. Even if you aren't worried that any of them will come and cause trouble for you, you still have family, don't you? Your parents, wife, and close friends. That's enough, President Alexander. Kevin rubbed his temples and interrupted Nadia before she could finish her thought. If I was still the same person I used to be, I might be afraid of what you just said, but I'm not that man anymore. As he finished speaking, Nadia could feel an unusual power emanating from Kevin. Her perception was that he wasn't the thin young man standing in front of her. He felt more like a giant who reached from the ground all the way up to the clouds. It was a very strange feeling. Nadia had no doubt at that moment that Kevin could destroy her in an instant and leave no trace. He was becoming something more than human. Now, do you know why I created over 100 power pills and let the Williams Company auction them off? Kevin suddenly calmed down and Nadia felt the terrifying pressure fade away. You actually... Nadia was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. There are some things that you need to understand, and there is no need to say it out loud. Kevin gave Nadia an enigmatic smile and patted her on the shoulder before heading downstairs. As he walked away, he said, Stop by my office tomorrow morning to pick me up. As she watched Kevin walk away, Nadia started to recover her senses. She realized that she'd broken out in a cold sweat and probably needed to go change her outfit. Before Kevin got down to the parking lot, his phone suddenly rang. He answered it as he walked to his car. "Hi, Lily. What's wrong?" Kevin raised his eyebrows and teased her. "Did you miss me?" "Kevin, you need to hurry home. The dean of the school and a lot of other officials are here." He could hear the panic in Lily's voice. "Okay, I'll be right there." Kevin, who by then was sitting in his car, suddenly frowned. He subconsciously felt a little annoyed by this interruption. But he had to go help Lily, so he mashed the accelerator and his Pagani shot out of the parking garage like a rocket. It only took half an hour for Kevin to get from downtown up to the apartment. When he walked in the door, he saw Professor Murdoch standing there, along with the heads of the other herbal schools. Harley Shepard and Wayne Ford were sitting patiently on the sofa. "What a pleasant surprise, but I wish you'd given us some warning. I would have prepared some food and drinks for you." Kevin greeted everyone warmly. They all looked at him very stoically, and one of them said, "We searched all over town. You're a hard man to find." But after Kevin's performance in the contest, many of the major players in the herbal schools made sure to pay more attention to him, especially after finding out about his relationship with Williams Media. They were a lot less arrogant toward him than before. In fact, they started complimenting him on his quick recovery and offered to teach him new skills. Shepard and Ford both shook their heads as they watched. They looked at each other and saw the surprise deep in each other's eyes. With all of their experience, how could they not have seen the changes in Kevin's body? "Why don't you tell me what you really think of me? All this attention is starting to go to my head." Kevin was used to being ridiculed and ignored by others, and now he was suddenly being flattered by these renowned experts. For a moment, he was thrown off balance because he really wasn't used to it. When he said that, a lot of them suddenly got very quiet and seemed shy, if that was possible. They had a lot of things they wanted to say, but weren't sure just how to do it. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're really here for a social visit," Kevin asked in confusion. They all started talking excitedly again, asking him about his family and checking to see if he needed any help. One of them even offered to show him an exotic medicinal herb. Seeing everyone talking at the same time, Kevin did his best to hold back his laughter. Dorothy was standing in the corner watching and couldn't believe what she was seeing. She rubbed her eyes several times and even pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. How could all these people be praising the same son-in-law she'd always treated as a worthless piece of trash? Earlier that day, when Dorothy saw all the luxury limos pull up in front of the building, she thought maybe some rich suitor was there to visit her daughter. When she found out that all these people were actually looking for Kevin, she was annoyed and thought he'd gotten in trouble again and that they had decided to try and find him at home. Boy, was she wrong. But what exactly did all these people want from Kevin? When Kevin got back home, the heads of all the major schools were in his living room, including the dean of the School for the Healing Arts. Dorothy stood there in disbelief, wondering if there was more to Kevin than she'd always believed. However, Lily, who was standing beside her, was so excited that her body was trembling. Her eyes were so red that she felt she could cry at any moment. In the past, she'd always blamed Kevin for not being able to live up to his potential. But now, all these powerful people were scrambling to please him, making Lily feel that the whole situation was unreal. But the truth was right in front of her. Kevin had somehow transformed himself into an exceptional man. "Why don't you just say what you came here for? I still have to cook for my wife later." Kevin's gaze swept across the group. Finally, Jeffrey Bowie got up the courage to speak and stammered, "Kevin, we want to ask, do you have any power pills available?" "Oh, so that's what you're here for." Kevin realized their true intentions. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were all famous experts, so they naturally didn't want to ask a favor from someone with lower rank. But the power pill was really too important to them. Before they could relax, Kevin replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't have one on me." Suddenly, they weren't so pleasant anymore and started complaining. "Why don't you have one with you? Didn't you just give 100 of them to Williams Media? Are you looking down on us, Kevin?" It looked like they were about to start bullying him, they were so desperate. "Don't be anxious. I haven't finished yet. I don't have any on hand, but my mentor does. You've met him. Haven't you? Kevin took on an uncharacteristic shy tone. They all suddenly became friendly again, asking Kevin if his mentor was taking on new students and being very apologetic for overreacting. They'd all been shocked by the Night King's performance at the contest. Deep inside, Kevin was sneering at them for being so fickle. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll see him again. Kevin scratched his head and shrugged his shoulders. The old gentleman has always been elusive. Before they could say anything, Dorothy suddenly squeezed in front of Kevin. She straightened her back and asked, "Everyone, please listen to me. I'm Kevin's mother-in-law. His mentor is very close to me. Please tell me what you want." They all started asking her excitedly to put in a good word for her with the Night King and began offering ridiculous amounts of money. "What we're asking would be a big deal for people like you and me, but to Kevin's mentor, it's a trifle," one of them announced. "I'm willing to offer a reward of $500 million. The dean next to him shouted, "Is that all? I'll pay as much as $600 million. Please get them for us, ma'am." Hearing numbers like this, Dorothy's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. With so many people offering hundreds of millions each, she'd quickly become the richest woman in the country. "No problem. Everyone please leave now. When I get the power pills, I'll send Kevin to deliver them to you." Dorothy was smiling from ear to ear. She knew very well that these people were rich and powerful. Dorothy never dreamed that people like them would be so respectful to her. "Thank you for your trouble." They all got up and thanked her one by one as they ran out of the apartment, beaming with joy. Shepard and Ford stood up with smiles on their faces. After telling Kevin to see them on campus when he had the time, they followed the group out the door. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the apartment turned cold. "Mom," Kevin started to speak to Dorothy. She interrupted him as usual. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go find your mentor. Ask him to bring me all the power pills so I can discuss the price with those people again." Dorothy crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at Kevin. "Originally, I didn't want you to enter my house again, but now you suddenly have a mentor who can make some money for me. I'll reluctantly allow you to stay here for the time being." "Mom, my mentor is really hard to find." Kevin smirked when he saw the look on Dorothy's face, but he was used to her disagreeable attitude. "If it isn't easy to find him, why are you still standing there? I don't care how you find him. Did you hear how much they were willing to pay? I'd be set for the rest of my life." Dorothy looked at Kevin with disgust, then went and sat down on the sofa. Then she started again. "Don't dawdle. Hurry up and go find him. If you can't get the pills, don't bother coming back." Lily walked up to Kevin with a sad face and turned to Dorothy. "Mom, what are you doing? He just got over his injuries." "What are you worried about? He looks okay. Your husband has been freeloading for so long, it's time for him to repay us. Besides, it's his mentor stuff. I'll just give him a little money, right?" Dorothy could see nothing but dollar signs after hearing all those offers for the power pills. Then she said in a very snooty tone, like she was already filthy rich, "Kevin's passing up an opportunity to make millions, maybe billions. Fortunately, I'm smart when it comes to money." "We can't take his money, Mom," Lily said quietly. "What did you say? Are you crazy?" Dorothy jumped up from her seat. "Do you know how tough things have been for us? The Jones family's dividends are almost nothing. Should we let this trash support us? Is that even possible?" "We really can't accept the money. It belongs to Kevin. Or it should go to his mentor," Lily replied timidly. "You're nuts. With that much money, we'd never have to work again." Dorothy was so angry that her eyes were bugging out. "Anyway, I don't care. If this useless slob doesn't bring the money back, I definitely won't let him keep living here. You'll have to choose between him and me." Lily wanted to say something, but Kevin stopped her. "Lily, don't quarrel with Mom. My mentor came and went without a trace. I won't be able to find him for a while. Stay home and rest. I'm going out for a walk." Kevin gently patted her on the shoulder. "Let's talk about it later." Kevin kissed her on the forehead, turned around, and quickly walked out the door. As Kevin was walking down the street, he couldn't help but laugh. The leaders of the top 10 organizations used to look down on him and even attacked him. Now they shamelessly wanted a power pill? Not in this lifetime. Kevin sneered in his heart. Suddenly his eyes grew wide. He saw a sharp sword heading right at him. The person holding the sword was precisely who he was hoping to meet. "Thanks for saving me the trouble of looking for you." Kevin scanned his surroundings, then turned around and quickly rushed to the lakeshore. "Where are you running, scum?" Ariana roared fiercely. She pushed off with her back foot and ran towards Kevin. After a chase that lasted for more than 10 minutes, Kevin looked at the vast lake and suddenly stopped. He had a mysterious smile on his face. "Scum, let's see who else will save you today." She landed heavily on the ground and her eyes looked like they were on fire. "You really shouldn't have a grudge with me. You only listened to the Williams family's lies. You've repeatedly tried to kill me. Haven't you had enough?" Kevin didn't panic at all. He crossed his arms in front of his chest with a calm expression on his face. "No, you're pure scum. I'll take your life to avenge Randall's death." Then she erupted in an explosion of fury. In the blink of an eye, she pulled her sword and lunged at Kevin. It would have been an incredible sight for anyone to see on the Chicago lakefront. But just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Kevin's chest, he suddenly caught it with 2 fingers. "I won't argue with you because you're simply ignorant of the truth. But don't think I'm a pushover." Then Kevin twisted his wrist slightly and snapped the sword. Ariana felt a powerful force coming at her, but even with all of her training and experience, she couldn't resist it at all. She took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. "I hope today is the last time you come looking for me. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Union. Do you hear me?" Although Kevin said it casually, there was a hint of certainty in his tone. "You? How is this possible?" Ariana stood there in disbelief, staring at Kevin like a fool. Her eyes were no longer bright and shiny, but now had become dim and dull. "Of course this is possible. In your ignorance, you bullied the weak, but I can let bygones be bygones. The reason why I brought you to the beach today is to tell you that I am no longer who I was before. If you dare to offend me again in the future, I promise I'll settle the score with you," Kevin announced coldly. Although Kevin really wanted to kill her then and there, his rational mind told him that doing so would bring a lot of trouble to the Union. "Bullshit!" Ariana roared in anger. Kevin's words were the biggest insult to her. She'd been famous for so many years, but she had never thought that she would be humiliated like this. "I will kill you today!" Because she was so angry, Ariana's body began to tremble slightly, and all her energy seemed to flow out. "You don't know what's good for you." Kevin shook his head lightly. He lifted his right hand and gathered all his energy, sending a punch right to the middle of her chest. She spat out a large mouthful of blood as she was sent flying more than 30 feet away. Ariana fell to the ground and didn't get up. Her face was still filled with disbelief. She couldn't even take a single strike from Kevin? Who would believe it had happened if word of this spread? Kevin didn't even look at her. He just turned around and started walking towards the city. Ariana knew why Kevin hadn't killed her. It wasn't because he looked down on her, it was because he didn't even care about her. She was so angry that she almost had a heart attack. Ariana spat out another mouthful of blood, and then she fainted. While this was going on, Penny, Mackenzie, and their other beautiful wealthy friends had gathered at her mansion in the Chicago suburbs. But this time there was less laughter and joking around. On the contrary, everyone had an extremely serious look on their face. "Mackenzie, don't worry too much about it. According to the news I heard, the deputy leader has already recovered. He was the one who got first place in the contest, and Grandpa Knott shouldn't be in too much danger." Brenda put her arm around her friend's shoulder and tried her best to comfort her. "That's right. Your grandfather is one of the higher-ups in the Myriads. The deputy leader will definitely not ignore his problem," one of the women commented. But they wondered if they should go find Kevin right away anyway. Another friend asked, "But where is he now? After he showed up at the Salix Leaf Hotel last night, he mysteriously disappeared." Mackenzie let out a long sigh after hearing her sister's words. Kevin had already been seriously injured because of her grandfather. How could she have the nerve to beg him for help? "I think it's worth a try. Mackenzie, why don't I go with you?" Penny offered as she put down her tablet. After thinking about it for a long time, Mackenzie gently shook her head. "Forget it. He's just recovered. I'll wait a few more days before going to find him." Although she said this, Mackenzie was still very concerned about her grandfather who'd been abducted. The leaders of the schools were all interested in making an example out of him. She really didn't know what kind of methods they would use to deal with Grandpa Knott. Kevin took a long walk from the lake to the School for the Healing Arts. The school was on vacation and almost all the students were home. The campus was practically deserted. He went to Harley Shepard's office just to drop in. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he could hear a relaxed voice announce,
"Come on in. The door isn't locked."
"That's an interesting skill you have, sir. You could feel it was me on the other side of the door," Kevin said as he walked into the office smiling.
"Can't you do that yet?"
Shepard asked him flippantly. He was lounging in his chair as he looked at Kevin with a smile.
"You suffered a very serious injury. This is indeed the best time for you to take the golden pill."
Kevin's smile froze on his face when he heard this. He didn't know what to say for a moment.
"You don't need to be so surprised. Your mentor and I have met a few times. Unfortunately, the most important medicinal ingredient for refining medicinal pills was taken from me."
Shepard slowly stood up. Then he looked Kevin right in the eyes.
"I know why you came here today. There's a matter of great importance that you need to discuss with me."
Kevin stood rooted to the ground. Shepard seemed to know exactly what was going on in his life.
"Why aren't you saying anything?"
Shepard asked him curiously.
"You seem to know everything, sir. What else can I add?"
Kevin replied as he awkwardly shrugged his shoulders.
"If your power increases by another level, you'll be able to do the exact same thing to me,"
Shepard said with a meaningful tone. Kevin's eyes widened. It had been less than 2 minutes since he entered the room, but he'd already been shocked more than 3 times. What other surprises did Vice President Shepard have in store for him?
"I suppose he's still too young and all his inner thoughts still show on his face,"
Harley Shepard thought to himself as he shook his head a few times. Then he smiled and said,
"Come with me. I'll take you to see the dean."
Kevin didn't understand what Shepard meant, but this was definitely not the time to ask questions. He could only follow the vice president obediently. Penny's phone suddenly rang at her party mansion in the suburbs. "Mackenzie sent me a message saying that Kevin has already gone to the campus to find the vice president and the dean. Maybe the call is for Grandpa Knott," Penny said quietly. She had a very solemn look on her face. "Didn't I say it just now? Kevin definitely won't give up on your grandpa. Hasn't he already gone to look for him?" Brenda patted Mackenzie's back and comforted her gently. "Don't worry about it." Before Mackenzie could reply, one of her other good sisters spoke. "But the school campus is heavily guarded. I'm sure Kevin won't be able to save him alone." That was definitely their main worry. There were lots of experts at the Healing Arts School. On top of that, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard were 2 top experts, so there was no need to worry about Kevin facing the challenge alone. Even if all the leaders of the 10 schools showed up at the same time, they wouldn't dare try anything reckless. "Just hang on. I'll go and find Kevin right away." Mackenzie stood up from the sofa feeling really positive. "Penny, send a message to Kevin right away and tell him to wait for me at school." "Mackenzie, I can understand your feelings, but what's the use of dashing over there so rashly?" Penny said with a slight frown. "I think it's better to stop Kevin from rushing right in. Instead, we should immediately inform headquarters to send experts over there. Then everyone can discuss the situation and make a better decision." "No, that would be too much of a delay. Although Grandpa's really trained a lot over the years and he's pretty powerful, he's still old. I just can't bear to let him suffer at the hands of those evil villains from the 10 schools. Mackenzie stubbornly put on her shoes and ran out of the mansion. No one could stop her. Penny, what should we do? Brenda and her other friends were worried about Mackenzie's safety and were getting flustered. We can only take one step at a time, Penny sighed as she sent a message to Kevin. She couldn't think of any good ideas at a time like this. She could only place her hopes in Kevin. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman was running along the beach at Chicago's lakefront. Her face was full of anxiety. Kelly Emmett panicked while she searched everywhere. She was worried that Ariana would really kill Kevin. When she looked to her side, she was stunned by what she saw and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. She didn't let herself make any sound. Someone was lying on the beach and the water was splashing up against their body. Other than her mentor, who else could this person be? Ariana! Kelly shouted loudly as she hurriedly ran over to pick her up from the ground. How are you? Who hurt you like this? Please wake up. You're scaring me. Kelly was already panicking deep down in her heart. Ariana was the closest person to Kelly in the whole organization. Even though she was strict, she'd always been very good to her. Feeling that Ariana was still breathing, Kelly hurriedly took out her phone and called for help. Don't be afraid. I'll get you to the hospital right away. Kevin was sitting near the flower bed at the entrance of the Healing Arts School playing with his phone. A white BMW suddenly stopped in front of him. The tires squealed as the car came to a halt. Finally here? Kevin remarked as he put away his phone and slowly raised his head. Mackenzie didn't answer his question. She bit her lower lip as she looked down at the ground. What are you doing here? Kevin asked with a frown. Why didn't Penny come here herself? She's the one who sent me the message. Do you know where my grandfather is locked up? Mackenzie had no idea how to talk to Kevin. In the past, her attitude towards him had always been very unfriendly. Not only was she always belittling him, but she also swore a lot. Is this the kind of attitude you have when you ask someone for help? Kevin laughed out loud in surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ashamed of all those things I said to you in the past. Is it too late to apologize to you now? Mackenzie seemed to be throwing caution in the wind. No way, Mackenzie. Is this what you call an apology? Kevin couldn't figure her out. Don't you like my attitude? After a short pause, Mackenzie quickly recovered her emotions and explained herself. Kevin, I understand that you're used to being considered a useless good-for-nothing. This got you a little messed up, so you can't accept other people being nice to you. Isn't that true? So you only feel comfortable when someone's swearing at you and insulting you. Kevin looked at Mackenzie and was absolutely speechless. He really wanted to pry open this woman's brain to see what was inside. How could he possibly respond to what she just said? Seeing that Kevin wasn't speaking, Mackenzie thought that she had said the right thing. Kevin, don't worry. I'll definitely help you keep your secret. Bullshit. You must be some kind of psychopath. Kevin clenched his fist tightly and his breathing started to get heavier. Then what do you want? Mackenzie asked doubtfully. Don't do anything you'll regret later. Mackenzie, you're so full of crap. Kevin couldn't believe how angry he was with her. Just then they heard a whiny voice. Oh, is it really Kevin? Got nothing better to do? Hearing that, the two of them turned around and saw Mike getting out of a car with his two buddies, Luther and Lionel. What are you doing on campus during vacation? Kevin asked, puzzled. It's none of your business what I'm doing here. I haven't asked you what you came here for. Mike glared at him. I can't believe you're still alive after suffering such a serious injury. Are you a cockroach or something? Suddenly, Mike and his two brothers looked at Mackenzie.
Hey, Kevin. I didn't know you were having so much fun. You just recovered from your injury and you're already going on dates?
The corner of Luther's mouth was starting to drool. No wonder you're spending your vacation on campus. A little extracurricular activity? Lionel leered at Mackenzie as he looked her up and down. For a loser, you've got pretty good taste.
But anyone who would hang out with you can't be that great, Kevin,
Mike said disdainfully. Mackenzie kept taking deep breaths as she listened to the three of them. She was about to lose control of herself and vent her anger on them. She couldn't remember ever having to put up with this kind of humiliation. If she wasn't in front of the school, Mackenzie would definitely leave the three of them bleeding on the sidewalk. Kevin could feel that something wasn't right with Mackenzie. He suddenly reached out and put his arm around her waist. "What's wrong with you guys? Are you annoyed that I'm alive and well?" Kevin gave them a fake smile. "One more thing, it's none of your business what kind of woman I hang around with. And watch what you say in front of my sister." Mike wanted to say something witty, but he was speechless. "Why don't you tell them what a good brother I am, sis?" Kevin said proudly. Mackenzie was so furious that she wanted to slap the hell out of Kevin. But she couldn't do anything right then. She wasn't a student at the school. And if she wanted to save her grandfather, she would most likely have to rely on Kevin. "Good. You're a good brother," Mackenzie said softly as her face started to turn red. "No, your voice is too soft. These three handsome men didn't hear you." Kevin deliberately raised his voice. "Okay, big brother. Let's head inside. We still have a lot of things to do today." Mackenzie gritted her teeth as she forced herself to sound pleasant. "Okay, sis. We'll head inside now. The dean and the vice president are still waiting for us." Kevin put his arm around Mackenzie's waist. When he passed by Mike, he even deliberately bumped into him. After that, he smugly walked up the steps to go inside the building. He didn't care what Mike thought or what he might do in retaliation. Kevin was at the School for the Healing Arts to save Mackenzie Knott's grandfather. Roger Knott had been kidnapped and his life was in grave danger. When he got to the campus, Kevin ran into Mike and his two friends Lionel and Luther. As usual, he had to deal with their insults. To end the nonsense, Kevin told Mike that he was on campus to meet with Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard. Mike gritted his teeth as he watched Kevin walk away. "Mike, this piece of trash is too arrogant." Lionel was a little angry.
"Do you want me to call someone to teach this kid a lesson?"
Luther also had an extremely threatening look on his face.
"What are you talking about? Do you know anyone who can beat him?"
Mike scolded them angrily. However, he still kept his eyes on Mackenzie. How good would it be if such a beautiful woman went out with him? Unfortunately, Kevin seemed to be a lot luckier at love than Mike was. But what got Mike really angry was what Kevin had just told him. Mike hadn't seen the dean or the vice president up close since the start of school, but now they were both waiting for Kevin in the office? What kind of treatment was this? "Your grandfather is locked in the basement of the library. If you want to save him, you have to follow my orders to the letter," Kevin said with some regret. At first, he'd planned to use this situation to get back at Mackenzie, but he didn't expect Mike and his two boneheaded friends to show up and cause trouble. That threw a wrench into his plans. "Why should I listen to you?" Mackenzie suddenly stopped and looked at Kevin with eyes that cut through him like daggers. "Why did you stop here?" Kevin turned his head in confusion and was shocked by her expression. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there spinach on my teeth or something?" "Have you felt me up enough?" Mackenzie asked him coldly. "Oh, right. Sorry." Kevin smiled awkwardly and pulled his arm from around her waist. "How are you feeling now?" Mackenzie asked with a sneer. "Pretty good. Your waist is so... What I mean is..." Kevin stopped before he finished what he was saying. "What are you talking about?" Mackenzie clenched her fist so hard that you could hear her knuckles cracking. "You better not mess around. This is school property, you know. Do you still want to save your grandfather?" Kevin subconsciously took a couple of steps back from her. Mackenzie's face changed when she heard him say that, and she pretended to be more cooperative. Kevin was stunned when he saw Mackenzie change her demeanor so quickly. He thought to himself that she should have gone into acting. It was such a waste of talent. "I heard you, okay, big brother?" Mackenzie bit her lower lip and looked down at the ground. "Don't be like that either. You should just talk normally. I can't keep up with you." Kevin scratched his scalp awkwardly. Mackenzie's face instantly darkened. She scolded him. "How am I supposed to act in this situation? Just tell me what to do so we can be done with this. You keep lookout in the stairwell. I'll go in and see what's going on. If it's possible, I'll call you in." Kevin looked at Mackenzie. She had a fierce look right then, like she was ready for a fight. Kevin could feel himself starting to sweat. He'd never dealt with someone like her. Why couldn't she act more gentle toward him? "Why should I stay here and let you go inside?" Mackenzie didn't agree with Kevin's plan at all. "Hey, slow down. We have to figure out the situation. Your grandfather's locked up in there, and I'm risking my life to save him. We have to be a little more careful." Kevin couldn't believe how reckless Mackenzie was. "Then, fine, but you have to hurry up." Mackenzie thought for a moment before finally agreeing to do what Kevin wanted. Kevin wiped the sweat off of his forehead and couldn't help thinking, "Good Lord, she's driving me nuts." After that, he left Mackenzie by the stairs and entered the basement alone. The lighting wasn't very bright. There were just 2 dim bulbs on the wall and nothing else. However, Kevin could clearly see someone tied to a pillar with what looked like a few dozen iron chains. "Are you there, Mr. Knott?" Kevin lowered his voice cautiously. When he heard Kevin, Roger Knott slowly opened his eyes.
"There's no need to hide. Just come over here."
Now that he had his answer, Kevin walked up to the man. Only then did he see the tattered clothes hanging off of Roger Knott's body. He had at least 10 wounds that had already started to form scars, and there were still a lot of bloodstains on his face. The poor man's face was pale, and his hair was messy. He seemed nothing like he did when Kevin first met him. All that was left was an empty shell of the man. He looked like someone who had just escaped from a disaster area. What a pitiful sight.
"Who are you?"
Roger Knott had a vacant look in his eyes as he spoke. "I'm Kevin Williams, the champion of the Healing Arts School contest." Kevin spoke very respectfully as he greeted him.
"There's no reason for you to act so polite. I know that those 10 organizations are behind this. They're only interested in seeking power. As long as you're here, just give me a quick death and be done with it,"
Grandpa Knott said very straightforwardly. Kevin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the man's attitude. "Mr. Knott, aren't you afraid of death?"
"We're born to live in this world. We don't have much control over our birth or death, so why fear them?"
Roger Knott laughed loudly after saying that.
"Come over here, kid, and give me a quick death. Tonight I'll have dinner with the ancestors of the Myriads."
Kevin didn't answer him, nor did he make any sudden moves.
"Why aren't you attacking me yet? Are you hoping to get the secret of consolidation from me?"
Roger Knott looked at him and continued.
"I'd advise you to give up on this idea no matter how much you want it. It shouldn't fall into the wrong hands."
"Don't be so upset, sir. I'm actually here to save you." Kevin appeared very calm as he checked his surroundings.
"Save me? What kind of trick are you trying to pull on me? You people from the 10 schools are full of evil ideas."
Roger Knott spat on the floor in disdain.
"I may not be the most powerful man around, but I know a few things, and I've forgotten more than you'll ever know. So don't give me any of your nonsense."
"Well, would you believe me if I told you that I brought Mackenzie with me?" Kevin asked with a faint smile. The basement fell into silence. After a few seconds, Roger Knott suddenly became agitated.
"What the hell did you say? What did you do to Mackenzie? If you dare to touch a hair on her head, I'll make you pay, even if I have to come back and haunt you. Don't even think of using her to threaten me. I'll never tell you a thing about the secret of consolidation."
Roger Knott continued to struggle, making all his chains start shaking. Unfortunately, he was tied up too tightly, unable to move at all. "Can you please calm down?" Kevin pleaded with him. He finally knew where Mackenzie got her bad temper. It seemed to run in the family.
"Kid, let me tell you, if you harm Mackenzie in any way, I'll make sure you regret it. The Myriads will cut you into little pieces."
Roger Knott was so angry his face was changing color. "First of all, I won't do anything to Mackenzie. Second, your men won't dare to do anything to me either," Kevin reassured the desperate man. He pulled out the Infinitude ID that Brett Stewart gave him, and more importantly, the Palladium Infinity Pendant the Night King presented to him. This is... Roger Knott immediately calmed down, and his eyes widened as he stared at Kevin's Infinity Pendant. The Infinitude Pharmaceuticals ID only proved that Kevin was with the Myriads. Roger Knott had already received the news that the Enforcer was from the Chicago branch, but he'd been busy with some matters and hadn't been able to meet him. But the Infinity Pendant was different. He was the representative of the Myriad's deputy leader. You? How could you? Where did you get this from? Roger Knott began to stammer as he spoke. This was given to me by my mentor, Kevin said with a smile. Can you trust me now, sir? And there's another thing you might not know. Brett Stewart and I are sworn brothers, Kevin added. Roger Knott looked at Kevin in shock. He felt like giving him a big hug, but he couldn't move because of all the shackles on his body. He could only nod his head and speak respectfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, Deputy Leader of the Myriads. You don't need to be so formal with me. I said that the Deputy Leader's pendant belongs to my mentor. Kevin quickly put the ID and the pendant back in his pocket. Now do you believe me? You must be joking. It's like being rescued by a member of my family, Roger Knott replied with a smile. Kevin pulled out his night dagger and cut through 5 or 6 iron chains in an instant. We aren't just family. I'm the one who cured you during the Pearl family's auction. However, you were still unconscious when Mackenzie took you away. Not long ago, I helped her refine a repair pill, so we know each other very well. As Kevin said this, he cut through the iron chains with all his strength. All he had left was to get Roger Knott out of there safely, as long as nothing else got in his way. With Mackenzie agreeing to be his lookout, Kevin reached the basement of the Healing Arts School's library, where her grandfather was being held. Injured and tied up in iron chains, Roger Knott initially thought that Kevin was there to kill him until he flashed both his Infinitude Pharmaceuticals ID and the Night King's Palladium Infinity Pendant. After Kevin also explained how he previously saved Knott's life at the Pearl family's auction house, he finally earned the man's trust. Kevin then started cutting through the iron chains using his night dagger. All they had to do now was to break free and escape. So you're the one the Myriad sent to save me? Roger Knott looked at Kevin gratefully. It's just a small effort. There's no need to worry about anything now. Kevin reassured him as he continued to cut off the rest of the iron chains. Mackenzie's waiting outside by the stairwell, so let's hurry up and leave. After all, we shouldn't stay here for long, Kevin said in a low voice. I'm afraid I can't escape. The leaders of the 10 grade schools forced me to take a muscle paralysis pill, which hindered me from using my strength to fight back against them. My body is extremely weak and I can barely move at all. Roger Knott sat on the ground looking discouraged, leaning against a pillar as he panted heavily. These words stirred up a huge wave of sympathy in Kevin's heart. It was bad enough that the leaders had caught Roger Knott, but to give him a muscle paralysis pill? If he was given a strong enough dosage, it would cause him permanent paralysis. Because of this, Kevin's impression of these herbal schools became even worse. Kevin, it's too late for me, but I need you to do something here and I hope you can agree to it. Roger Knott seemed to want to ask for help. I know what you're getting at, Mr. Knott, but don't give up just yet. Besides, I can't take care of that granddaughter of yours for you. She can be too much to handle, Kevin said as he took a pill out of his pocket. Here, swallow this cleansing pill that I made. The toxic effects of the muscle paralysis pill should be completely eliminated from your body once you take it. It should help you regain your strength and mobility. Kevin slipped the pill into Roger Knott's hand. Young man, I know you have good intentions, but the one who made the muscle paralysis pill was Central Alternative Healing Academy's Paul Vaughn. I'm sure that his mixture is so potent that nothing will be able to undo it, Roger Knott said with a sigh. Just trust me. It'll work, Kevin replied reassuringly. All right, I'm sure things can't get any worse for me at this point anyway.
But I'm telling you, this won't work, so you have to leave before someone catches you in here." Roger Knott took a deep breath before swallowing the cleansing pill. "Mr. Knott, look, I've already gone through a lot of trouble just to save you. Now that I've come so far, you can't possibly let me leave empty-handed, can you? Otherwise, that granddaughter of yours will definitely kill me." As Kevin heard a series of bone-cracking noises, he furrowed his brow slightly. Even at such a ripe old age, Roger Knott's strength was far beyond anything his peers could ever hope for. No wonder they had to give him a muscle paralysis pill. Otherwise, those iron chains wouldn't have been able to hold him, Kevin thought to himself. A few minutes later, when Roger Knott opened his eyes again, he sprang up from the ground with the reflexes of a young man. The highly powerful leader of the Myriad seemed to have returned to his former self. "I can't thank you enough, Kevin. I'll definitely remember your kindness for saving my life. Not once, but twice." Roger Knott patted Kevin on the shoulder. "You're too kind, Mr. Knott, but we should go now. We don't have much time to waste." Kevin gestured to go upstairs. Roger Knott laughed out loud. "Ah, yes. I don't want to keep my granddaughter waiting either. Please, lead the way." Mackenzie, who had been sitting on the stairs, supported her chin with her hands. Her face was full of worry. "It's almost been a half an hour since Kevin entered. Why haven't they come out yet?" Mackenzie was thinking anxiously when suddenly she heard a shuffle of hurried footsteps approaching. A second later, she spotted someone coming toward her. After seeing who it was, Mackenzie began crying as she excitedly hugged him. "Grandpa, I thought I'd never see you again." "Why are you crying, my dear? Isn't your grandfather alive and well now?" Roger Knott dotingly patted her back. "I'm glad you're finally reunited with one another, but as much as I don't want to ruin this beautiful moment, I think it's best if we move along now. We're still inside the Healing Arts School. If those people guarding the library notice us, none of us will be able to leave," Kevin said in a hushed tone as he leaned against the wall and looked around vigilantly. "Kevin is right. Mackenzie, let's leave immediately." After saying that, Roger Knott held his granddaughter's hand and the three of them quickly left the stairwell. After they walked out of the Healing Arts School, the three of them ran for another 500 yards before stopping. When they looked back and saw that nobody was chasing them, they finally let out a sigh of relief. "It seems that we're safe for the time being. Mr. Knott, you have to be careful about where you plan to hide next time. Don't let the people of the 10 great schools find out your whereabouts so easily," Kevin reminded him in a low voice. "Of course, I already know that I can't be complacent against them. I know too much." Roger Knott nodded deeply. Being caught this time had revealed a lot of problems in his security plan. Then, Kevin only managed to say one word before Mackenzie interrupted him. "Do you still have something important to say? If there's nothing left for you to do here, you can leave us alone and get out of here immediately," Mackenzie said coldly. "Damn, are you trying to get rid of me so soon?" Kevin couldn't believe that Mackenzie would be so hostile towards him so soon after he'd helped her. In Kevin's mind, Mackenzie should be grateful that he was seriously injured in the martial arts competition, which bought him enough time to save Roger Knott more discreetly. Moreover, he even agreed for Mackenzie to tag along with him to the school. Even if there was no merit in doing this and they clearly disliked one another, a simple thank you wouldn't hurt, would it? "What are you still doing here? Don't you know that my grandfather still has a huge target on his back? It's better if you don't know where we're going." Mackenzie looked at Kevin and scolded him. Deep down, Mackenzie was still fuming at him. When she remembered how Kevin had asked her to call him brother and put his arm around her waist in front of Mike and the others, the thought made her squirm so much that she wanted to skin him alive with her dagger. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just saved her grandfather, she probably would have done it already. Fortunately, Kevin wasn't really in the mood to argue with her. And he had other things to do. For one thing, he still had to go to Detroit to save Phoebe. With that, he simply smiled at Mackenzie and waved goodbye to Roger Knott. He then turned around and quickly went on his way. "Mackenzie, you should have been kinder to Kevin. After all, that young man just saved me from danger. How could you treat him like that?" Roger Knott's tone carried a hint of disapproval. "Grandpa, how can you speak up for him? You don't know what he—" Mackenzie was unable to continue speaking.
How embarrassing would it be to let her grandfather know? In her exasperation, she could only stomp her feet shyly like a little kid. Meanwhile, Kevin was already halfway to Detroit when he suddenly shouted, "Son of a bitch! How could I forget to ask Roger Knott about the secret of consolidation? If only he'd remembered to do that, he would have been able to complete his mission for the Alliance Director." At that very moment, Kevin's phone suddenly vibrated. It showed that it was Brett Stewart calling. "What's up, Brett? Why are you suddenly calling me?" Kevin asked in confusion.
"Kevin, something bad has happened. Send out all the people you have right away,"
Brett Stewart said anxiously. "Slow down there. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Tell me exactly what happened." Kevin frowned slightly as he subconsciously noticed that something must have gone very wrong.
6 days ago, our Supreme Commander had planned a visit to Chicago for some reason. However, he activated his emergency distress beacon twice while he was on the way. At that time, I immediately sent the nearest Myriads members to rescue him based on the location of the latest signal we could track. However, there were no traces of blood or fighting on the ground. Now that you know the gravity of the situation, send someone to find him immediately, no matter what price you have to pay. You must find our Supreme Commander at all costs." Brett Stewart quickly rattled off his explanation without even taking a breath. All right. Don't worry. I'll go and find him right away," Kevin hurriedly agreed. This development made Kevin extremely anxious. At the very moment he was saving Roger Knott, the Supreme Leader suddenly went missing. It seemed like the 10 great schools were making aggressive moves against the Myriads by going straight for the top. At the moment, Spencer and his other men were already waiting for him in Detroit. It would undoubtedly be like finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find someone alone in Chicago. Given this, Kevin called Brett Stewart again and asked him to send a picture of the Supreme Leader. Otherwise, he would be totally blind in his search. Afterwards, Kevin called Cook. "Mitchell, inform Drake immediately that I need him to help me find someone." Then he made another call. "Emo, I've sent you the details regarding a missing person. Can you locate his whereabouts for me?" Kevin must have dialed 5 or 6 numbers in a row. Just as he was thinking about contacting the Steele family, Dalton called him. "Kevin, can you come to my house right now?"
Dalton seemed a little agitated. "What's wrong, Dalton?" Kevin was tempted to say no, but he couldn't say it out loud. Why was all of this happening at the same time?
"I'm fine, but while I was driving earlier, I saw a person lying on the road. I couldn't just ignore him, right? That's why I brought him back home with me. Anyway, the reason I called you was because his injuries are a bit serious. Hopefully you can bring me some of your medicinal pills over. If you were able to save me, you should be able to save him too, don't you think?"
Dalton briefly explained the situation. "For a moment there, you really scared me. Do you know that? I thought the Williams family was looking to cause you some trouble again." Kevin let out a huge sigh of relief. But who had Dalton brought back to his home? After parting ways with Mackenzie and Roger Knott, Kevin was on his way to save Phoebe. Halfway to Detroit, Brett Stewart called to task him with finding the Supreme Commander of the Myriads, who had gone missing 6 days before while he was en route to Chicago. Since Spencer and his Myriads members were already in Detroit, Kevin started contacting some colleagues in Chicago for help when Dalton suddenly called. Kevin thought it was because the Williams family was causing trouble again, but to his surprise, Dalton asked him to save a seriously injured man that he had found and brought home.
"That's not the case. Anyway, enough of this chit-chat. Just hurry up and get there."
Dalton hung up the phone after he finished speaking. At the time, Dalton was restlessly pacing back and forth in the guest room. "Dalton, isn't he awake yet?" Miranda walked in with a glass of water.
"I don't think he'll wake up anytime soon, given the severity of his injuries."
Dalton took the glass of water inside. Dalton had been in Chicago for many years, and there were dozens of battle scars on his body from all the fights that he had been in. However, this was the first time he'd seen someone with such a serious injury. Not a single part of the man's body had been spared from harm, especially the wounds on his thighs and back, which were so deep that you could see his bones. Even Norman Steele, who was used to seeing bloodied and injured men, couldn't help but gasp the moment he saw the man. "Was the alleviation pill that you gave him effective?" Miranda looked at the stranger and asked worriedly.
"Unfortunately, it didn't have much of an effect. That's ideally used to treat minor injuries only, but in his case, his injuries are so severe that he's already lost a lot of blood. He's extremely lucky to have survived until now, so I hope that Kevin can arrive here as soon as possible. Otherwise, this man will really be in danger."
Dalton sighed once more. They tried their best to bandage up the man earlier to stop his bleeding, but he knew that this was just a temporary fix to buy him some time. However, with such a serious injury, even when Kevin gets here, he'll still need to create a medicinal pill on the spot, won't he? Moreover, we don't have any gold and water gemstones with us. Will he still be able to save this man? Although Miranda didn't want to crush her husband's hopes, she couldn't deny the harsh reality of the situation. The two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't say another word about it as they just waited quietly in the guest room. "There are still some things at work that I need to take care of. Can you stay here and watch over him?" Miranda asked apologetically.
"Of course. I'm sorry that you have to put up with all of this. I know things have been really hard on you lately."
Dalton held her hand and looked at her guiltily. Ever since he entered the healing arts school, all the businesses of the Steele family had fallen into Miranda's hands. However, this was a very difficult and often thankless responsibility to hold. And even though she was viewed as a strong and capable leader by many people in Chicago, Miranda still felt like she wasn't being treated as an equal. "That's okay, Dalton. I have to go now." Miranda kissed her husband on the cheek and then left the guest room with a smile. When Dalton closed the door, the man lying on the bed suddenly woke up. Although he was very weak, he still managed to cough a few times.
"Sir, you finally woke up." Dalton quickly walked over. "Do you need some water?"
"Who are you? Where am I?" the man asked weakly.
"My name is Dalton Steele. You're currently in my house. I found you lying on the road earlier," Dalton briefly explained.
"So it was you who saved me." The man breathed heavily and introduced himself. "My name is Travis Adams, the Supreme Commander of the Myriads." Upon hearing this, Dalton could feel his head spinning. He'd always heard rumors about the three major underground organizations. While little was actually known about the most mysterious group, he knew that the heads of the Myriads and the Alliance were the two most feared individuals within herbalist circles. And now he was standing across from one of them.
"Did I accidentally stumble upon a secret treasure?" Dalton thought to himself.
At the same time, he realized he had another problem.
"Who hurt you like this, Supreme Commander?"
Dalton knew that it wouldn't be easy to hurt someone like Travis Adams, so his enemies must have been quite powerful. "They were people from the Herbalist Society and the 10 grade schools," Travis Adams shared as he revealed what had happened. Travis had fathered an illegitimate child who was raised in an ordinary family in Chicago. He would pay secret visits to his son almost every 2 months. However, about a week ago, his whereabouts had been exposed while he was on the way to see him. Suddenly, he found himself being attacked by all of these organizations who had joined forces to hunt him down. And in order to keep his son out of harm's way, he had to lead his enemies as far away as possible. Being vastly outnumbered by groups of men who had been sent from all directions, Travis could only fend them off in short bursts before being forced to retreat. And although he'd finally managed to escape, he had sustained heavy injuries, causing him to fall unconscious at some point. Needless to say, he was eventually found by Dalton, who just happened to be driving by the area on his way home from a meeting. After listening to Travis Adams' story, Dalton clenched his fist tightly. How could the 10 grade schools, even though they called themselves righteous, actually do such an evil thing? He then remembered what had happened to Kevin at the martial arts competition, which further increased his disdain for them. "I know I'm far from perfect, but although I've made some bad decisions in my life, I've always owned up to my mistakes. And I'm definitely not a person who does all kinds of evil deeds like the 10 grade schools claim I have. Just then, Travis Adams spurted out a mouthful of blood and coughed violently.
Supreme Commander, are you...
Dalton didn't finish his words, but both of them knew what he was about to ask. There's not much time. Travis Adams stared at Dalton as he lay on the bed and said, Young man, we may have met by chance, but our fate is determined by choice. Now let me repay the kindness that you've shown me. With that, are you willing to take me as your mentor and join the Myriads? Without any hesitation, Dalton quickly took 2 steps back and respectfully knelt on the ground before Travis Adams.
Supreme Commander, it would be my honor.
Good. I may be dying now, but at least heaven won't stop me from doing this one last thing. Travis Adams waved his hand at Dalton with great difficulty, signaling him to walk a little closer.
Supreme Commander, what do you need me to do?
Dalton asked respectfully. Travis Adams then brought out 2 pills and a dagger from his pocket. These are energy transfer pills. I've had these with me for a while now in case something like this would happen. He then pointed to his dagger and added, This, on the other hand, is the Infinity Dagger. I want you to have it as a parting gift, guarded with your life once I'm gone. Now take this pill and give me your right hand. Dalton immediately outstretched his right hand towards the bed. Suddenly, Travis Adams sat up on the bed, then used his dagger to make a small cut across both his right hand and Dalton's. In order for the energy transfer pill to work, we will need to perform a blood oath by shaking hands. This will activate the energy transfer process. When Dalton nodded in understanding, Travis Adams continued. The time has come. Close your eyes. On the count of 3, we shall both swallow our energy transfer pill and shake hands at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. A few seconds passed. Before Dalton could react to what was going on, he could feel an incomparably powerful energy flowing into his body from Travis Adams' hand, spreading into all his limbs and bones. Dalton, don't panic. Just trust me. Instead of losing all my strength because of my death, this process will allow my energy to live on inside of you. That way, even though I may not be around to teach you my ways and guide you through your journey, I've given you all the tools that you need to carry on my legacy, including the Infinity Dagger. Thus, you must not let me down. Travis Adams said without the slightest bit of reluctance. Don't just use your newfound power to blindly take revenge for my sake. Do you understand? Always keep justice and righteousness in your heart. Use the power that I've passed on to you to do many good deeds. Dalton couldn't say anything at the moment. Large drops of sweat continuously dripped down from his forehead, and he was trying to focus on his breathing as he soaked in all of Travis Adams' energy. After a minute, the energy transfer process was finally complete. When Dalton reopened his eyes, Travis Adams looked as if he was about to collapse. As he struggled to gasp for air, Dalton helped him lie back down on the bed.
Supreme Commander!
There was no joy in Dalton's heart. Don't be too sad. It's human nature to be born, live, and die. After I'm gone, kindly hand this letter over to the Deputy Leader, Brett Stewart. He shall take over the position of Supreme Commander, Travis Adams said as he looked at the ceiling in a daze. As for my son, you should observe him in secret at first. If you see that he has a talent for herbalism, then invite him to join the Myriads when the time comes. Otherwise, if he doesn't have any ambitions, just let him live in peace. I've already set up a trust fund in his name, so he doesn't need to worry about a thing for the rest of his life. Tears gushed out of Dalton's eyes. He gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement to Travis Adams' final instructions. Although my life may be ending in such an unglamorous way, it's been one hell of a ride. As I join the souls of my ancestors and fellow departed members of the Myriads, I can't wait to see what the next life has in store for me. After saying these words, Travis Adams chuckled 3 times before he finally stopped breathing.
"Until we meet again, Supreme Commander."
Dalton fell on his knees as he continued to grieve in silence. A few minutes later, the guest room door was forcefully shoved open. Kevin anxiously glanced at Dalton and then shifted his gaze to Travis Adams, who had already passed away. He had arrived too late. "Dalton, why are you kneeling on the ground and crying?" Kevin asked in confusion. When they were talking on the phone earlier, Dalton had clearly said that the man was just a stranger who he had never crossed paths with. Why was he acting like his father had just died?
"Farewell, Supreme Commander. I shall let the Myriads know that you died with honor."
Dalton's forehead was pressed against the side of the bed. Kevin's hands, which were about to reach out to help him up, suddenly froze in the air. His expression turned extremely sorrowful. 3 seconds later, Dalton slowly rose up from the floor. When he turned around, Kevin grabbed Dalton's shoulders with both his hands and asked, "Dalton, who did you just say this person was?"
"This man was the Supreme Commander of the Myriads, Travis Adams. While we only just met today, he also became my mentor during our brief time together."
Dalton replied in a daze. "No, it can't be. How could he be Travis Adams?" Kevin couldn't believe what he had just heard. To his knowledge, Travis Adams should at least be as strong as Harley Shepard. How could he just die like that? But he knew very well that Dalton wouldn't lie to him. Just then, Dalton let out a roar as he punched a hole in the concrete wall. By then, Kevin had recovered from his shock and took notice. "Whoa, Dalton, when did you suddenly get so strong?"
"The Supreme Commander passed down all of his strength to me before he died."
Dalton endured the grief in his heart and proceeded to tell Kevin everything he'd found out from Travis Adams in detail. After learning what had happened, Kevin slowly nodded his head as he looked at Travis Adams' body. He couldn't help but feel some sadness. Seeing him all bandaged up and lifeless, how could he not feel sorry for him? "I wish I could have had the chance to meet you, Supreme Commander. I'm sorry I couldn't find you in time. May your soul rest in peace." Kevin lowered his head to pay his respects.
"Kevin, are you from the Myriads?"
Dalton asked in surprise when he heard what Kevin said. However, Kevin only nodded his head slightly and didn't answer his question directly. He then walked to the window and called Brett Stewart. He was hoping he'd find the right words to tell him this horrible news. In his final moments, the Supreme Commander managed to pass down all of his energy to Dalton, along with the Infinity Dagger. After giving some final advice and instructions, he passed away. When Kevin finally arrived, he wondered why Dalton was kneeling down and crying to a complete stranger. When he found out that it was the Supreme Commander, he was in shock. And after Dalton punched a hole through the concrete wall out of grief, he told Kevin about everything that had happened to the Supreme Commander prior to and after their encounter. After paying his respects, Kevin called Brett Stewart. "I have some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Kevin's tone was a little strange. He didn't know how to say it out loud.
"Too many awful things have happened recently. You should tell me the good news first."
Brett Stewart rubbed his temples in anticipation of another headache. "The Supreme Commander has been found." This was all that Kevin could think of saying.
"Wow, that's great news. I've sent a lot of people to look for him over the past few days, but they all came up empty-handed. Meanwhile, I only told you about this less than 2 hours ago, and you already found him? Kevin, you've really made a great contribution to the Myriads."
Brett Stewart praised him with immense joy.
"When you return to the headquarters with the Supreme Commander, I'll make sure to put in a good word for you. He'll truly reward you well for your effort."
Compared to Brett Stewart's excitement, Kevin seemed unusually solemn. He even had a bitter smile on his face. "Brett, don't get too excited. You still haven't heard the bad news." Kevin didn't want to make him too happy, especially given what he was about to say next. After all, this was a serious matter.
"As long as the Supreme Commander has been found, how bad can it be? Just say it, Kevin,"
Brett Stewart said indifferently. The Supreme Commander had been attacked by people from the Herbalist Society in the 10 grade schools. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe and he died just moments ago, Kevin explained. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, the other end of the line fell into silence. Kevin knew this was a lot to take in, so he patiently waited for Brett's reaction. Suddenly, Brett let out a loud cry. He then tried his best to hold back his emotions as he spoke.
Kevin, you can't be serious, can you?
Kevin could already hear the deep pain in Brett's words. It was mixed in with feelings of not knowing what to do and utter disbelief. Brett, do you think I would joke about something like this? The Supreme Commander is currently lying in front of me. He's really dead. Kevin let out a deep sigh and informed Brett about what Dalton had told him. Brett could no longer hold back his emotions, and his cries could be heard from the phone as he grieved the Supreme Commander's untimely death. Brett cried for a full 10 minutes before he finally managed to regain some composure.
Kevin, you and Dalton must bring the Supreme Commander's body immediately. Also, bring me the letter you mentioned. The headquarters of the Myriads is on Herring Island.
All right, I understand. In the meantime, Brett, please restrain your grief. After all, a dead person cannot be resurrected. I'll get there as soon as possible so that the Myriads can pay their respects. Kevin didn't know how to comfort him. After Kevin hung up the phone, he discussed the matter with Dalton and made arrangements. They immediately found a coffin for Travis Adams' body. After that, the two of them immediately rushed to the Myriads headquarters using Dalton's private plane to reach Baltimore and then taking his private helicopter to the island. Being over 700 miles away from Chicago, Kevin and Dalton had heard some rumors about Herring Island before as a place that was heavily sought after by wealthy individuals for private use. Little did they know that the island had fallen into the hands of the Myriads. On the way, Kevin and Dalton could see the beautiful scenery of the land and the sea below them. However, given the situation, they weren't really in the mood to appreciate it at this moment. A few hours later, they finally landed on a grassy field near the shore. As soon as the two of them got off the helicopter, they saw hundreds of people lined up in black mourning clothes. It seemed that the Myriads had been waiting for them to arrive for quite some time. The news of the Supreme Commander's death had spread quickly across the entire Myriads organization. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces.
May I ask if the two of you are Mr. Kevin Williams and Mr. Dalton Steele?
A man standing in front of the other members respectfully asked. He had a strong and muscular frame. Yes, who are you? A look of surprise flashed across Kevin's eyes.
My name is Caleb. I was ordered by the deputy leader to wait for your arrival. He's currently leading the funeral ceremony at the Jade Pavilion. Please come with me immediately.
After saying this, the man turned around and walked towards the island. As Kevin and Dalton followed Caleb, the other Myriad members walked behind them while carrying the Supreme Commander's coffin. While walking along a small path in the forest, Kevin and Dalton were surprised to find that the surrounding environment was very peaceful. There were a lot of flowers and plants, as well as animals roaming around. When they arrived at the Jade Pavilion, Kevin saw Brett Stewart standing on a platform at the front. He was sitting on an elegant throne made of white jade. Kevin's eyes then swept across the entire venue. Including himself, he found that the 12 envoys, 6 protectors, and 36 enforcers of the Myriads were all present. Among them, he also saw a few familiar faces like Roger Knott, Mackenzie, Penny, and Brenda. At the same time, over 1,000 people from the Myriads were also looking at Kevin and Dalton. Some of them couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw Kevin.
My dear brother, you finally arrived. You've come such a long way.
Brett didn't care about their difference in status. He quickly stood up, walked towards Kevin, and gave him a warm hug. As promised, I have brought the Supreme Commander back. After parting ways, Kevin patted Brett on the shoulder. You must be mentally prepared. After saying this, Kevin snapped his fingers, and the Myriads members behind him brought the coffin to the platform. When Brett walked towards the coffin and opened it, his body trembled violently. He could no longer hold back his tears as he knelt down on one knee. The thousands of Myriads members followed suit and knelt down one after another as they cried out in grief. Supreme Commander! After crying for nearly half an hour, A beautiful figure slowly walked up to Brett Stewart and helped him up from the ground. "My love, don't cry anymore. The Supreme Commander has passed away." This person was Brett Stewart's wife, Katrina. It made her very sad to see her husband so despondent at his loss.
"The Supreme Commander treated me like his own brother. Without him, I would never have reached the level where I am today. But why did he suddenly die? How could I not be heartbroken by his loss?"
Brett hugged the coffin tightly, crying miserably. Just then, Kevin gave Dalton a look and asked him to deliver the letter the Supreme Commander had given him.
"Mr. Stewart, don't be so heartbroken. Before the Supreme Commander passed away, he also told me that he wanted you to take over his position as the new head of the Myriads," Dalton explained unhurriedly as he handed Brett the letter. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Brett. They watched as he slowly opened the letter, which contained a token inside. He then read loudly, "I, Travis Adams, the 36th Supreme Commander of the Myriads, was unfortunately attacked and severely injured by the Herbalist Society in the 10th grade schools. I know that I won't be able to live much longer, so I purposely wrote this letter to deliver my final orders to all members of the Myriads. First, I've known Deputy Leader Brett Stewart to be a very capable leader. He is intelligent and full of ambition. After my passing, he will naturally take over the position of Supreme Commander. To all of my members, please treat him with the same respect that you've given me. No one is allowed to disobey him. Secondly, as you all know, our organization is in imminent danger as we're suddenly being attacked from all fronts. Given this, a huge clash is on the horizon. Therefore, to all members, prepare yourselves. Continue to develop and accumulate your strength, and when the time comes, you must be ready to shed blood. Uphold the legacy that the Myriads was built upon and fight for justice and righteousness at all costs. There is no glory in surrender. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. Lastly, the Myriads shall sever all ties with the Herbalist Society moving forward. After what they did to me, everyone must remember that they have dangerous ambitions, so don't be fooled by their words. However, be wise and don't seek revenge blindly." The moment Brett finished reading the letter, he knelt down once again and pressed the letter against his chest. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "Supreme Commander, don't worry. I shall definitely honor your wishes and lead the Myriads. Please take care of yourself." "Farewell, Supreme Commander," all the members of the Myriads shouted at the same time. Katrina helped Brett Stewart up from the ground again. Suddenly, Roger Knott and another old man walked out from the crowd. "The Myriads cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Let us greet the new Supreme Commander." Hearing this, the rest of the Myriads knelt down and lowered their heads to acknowledge Brett as well. However, not everyone was convinced in their hearts. 3 of the 12 envoys stood quietly in protest as they looked coldly at Brett, who was holding the Supreme Commander's token in his hand. Were they planning to stop him from taking over the role of Supreme Commander? After the Myriads took a moment to pay their respects and grieve the Supreme Commander's death, Brett Stewart opened the letter that the Supreme Commander had left for him. In the letter, Travis Adams appointed Brett as his successor, warned the Myriads to prepare for an upcoming clash, and ordered them to sever all ties with the Herbalist Society for attacking him. Roger Knott and an old man then led the Myriads in greeting Brett as the new Supreme Commander. Suddenly, 3 envoys stood up in protest. They were not convinced of Brett's worthiness to lead them. "Brett Stewart, how can you be our new Supreme Commander? You don't deserve to be Travis Adams' successor," Viola Garcia loudly protested. She was quite displeased. Other than Viola Garcia, the other envoys who stood in protest with her were Alan Baker and Clark Robinson. Clearly, none of them liked him. In the past, they didn't agree with the decision to name Brett as deputy leader, feeling that they deserved the position way more than he did, given their level of strength and experience.
However, since Travis Adams had always taken a liking to Brett's talent, the three of them held back their true sentiments out of fear of the former Supreme Commander. Now that Travis Adams had passed away, they were no longer afraid to express their disapproval. When the other members of the Myriads heard this, they were shocked. Some of them even started whispering to each other. "What do the three of you mean? Are you trying to go against the will of the former Supreme Commander?" Milton Brown, the old man who had stood up with Roger Nott earlier, questioned them coldly. What right did the three of them have to oppose this?
Mr. Brown, please don't understand. Viola Clark and I agree that Brett's strength level is too low to be a Supreme Commander. If he is simply allowed to inherit the position, it'll cause a lack of confidence among our members.
Alan Baker looked at Brett mockingly, as if he was certain that he would easily be able to defeat him if they were to engage in a battle. "Then who do you think should become the next Supreme Commander? The three of you? If we were to use the same logic, none of you would be worthy either. I won't stand for this. You're clearly just using this as an excuse to draw support from the other members. What if we kick the three of you out of the 12 envoys?" Roger Nott stood up with a gloomy expression on his face and berated them.
"Mr. Nott, what do you mean? The three of us have never offended you."
Clark Robinson's brows began to furrow. Although Clark had a great amount of influence in the Myriads as one of the 12 envoys, his position didn't reflect how strong he actually was. At the same time, even though Roger Nott and Milton Brown were both considerably more powerful than most Myriads members, they were only in charge of leading the Enforcers and the Protectors. So while there was no shortage of powerful people in the Myriads, this didn't factor into their positions within the organization and vice versa. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you offend me or not, but the former Supreme Commander has already chosen his successor. If you wish to oppose his will, I'll make sure that you all die on the spot today." Roger spoke very casually, but no one present dared to doubt the gravity of his words.
"Mr. Nott, you are an elder of the Myriads. Even if the Supreme Commander doesn't have to be the strongest person here, I'm sure even you can admit that Brett's strength level is too low to be a worthy successor. In the future, our enemies will definitely make fun of us having such a weak leader,"
Alan argued. "Besides, what's the use of him being resourceful? The Supreme Commander should be the one to lead the charge and break through enemy lines during a battle. If he can prove it in front of everyone today and beat me in a fight, I'll definitely follow his orders from now on." Viola fearlessly took 3 steps forward. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Roger Nott flew into a rage. "You're only one of the 12 envoys. How dare you offend your superiors and demand a fight with the Supreme Commander? Do you have a death wish or something, Viola?" "I just want to prove a point. If Brett's strength is insufficient against someone like me, then it's difficult to convince the masses that they have a capable leader. Even if I kneel down before him today, other people might be unwilling to accept his mediocrity in the future. There are so many members of the Myriads. How can he lead them if he can't even defend himself?" Viola continued to walk slowly towards Brett. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding members changed. Almost all of them thought that what Viola was saying was reasonable. A powerful organization really needed someone who could prove that he was strong enough to lead it. Roger Nott and Milton Brown were also in a dilemma. If they continued to let Viola act recklessly, and if she were to handily defeat Brett, how many Myriads members would still confidently look at him as a capable leader in the future? At the same time, although it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill the 3 envoys, doing so would undoubtedly be an admission of Brett's weakness and prove that they had a valid point. "Defend yourself!" Viola let out a disdainful snort as she threw a right hook at Brett Stewart. Roger Nott wanted to intervene and block the punch, but Milton Brown grabbed him by the shoulder to prevent it. He simply shook his head at Roger Nott as they both frowned deeply and looked on helplessly. Brett had no time to dodge Viola's fist at such a short distance, and his face immediately turned pale at the sight of the attack. Many of the Myriads members closed their eyes when they saw this scene unfolding. With Brett's blood about to splash everywhere, He was clearly outmatched by Viola, wasn't he? The corner of Viola's mouth revealed a proud sneer. However, just as her fist was about to hit Brett's cheek, Kevin suddenly moved in front of her. With lightning speed, he grabbed her wrist to instantly prevent her strike from landing. "How dare you lay a finger on the Supreme Commander right in front of me?" Kevin declared coldly with an expressionless face. "Where did you come from? Do you want to die too?" Viola furiously pulled her arm away and quickly extended her leg to kick Kevin in the head. "Kevin!" Brett couldn't bear to watch this. While he knew that Kevin was very good at fighting, Viola was a powerful force. "It's all my fault." Brett Stewart's body started trembling violently. All of a sudden, a loud thud resounded across the entire venue as everyone looked in shock. Kevin had managed to dodge Viola's kick and gave her a spinning kick of his own that landed right on her chest. This sent her flying in the air before crashing into a pillar, causing her to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Struggling from the blow and wincing in pain, she was unable to get back up. "Kevin!" Brett Stewart's anxiety turned into excitement. He thought that Kevin would surely die at Viola's hands. He never knew how strong Kevin had become since their last encounter. "Brett, don't worry. No one can touch you as long as I'm here today." Kevin casually brushed off some dust on his shoe without showing any sign of worry. After a brief moment of shock, Alan and Clark finally came back to their senses. "Where did this guy come from? How dare he interfere in the affairs of the Myriads?" Alan scolded. With that, both Alan and Clark rushed towards Kevin at the same time. "Over my dead body?" Dalton, who had been watching the entire time, suddenly swung at them with both of his hands. Before either of the two could react, Dalton delivered a left hook to the side of Alan's head and struck Clark's jaw with a right uppercut. With all of Travis Adams' energy flowing through him, Dalton's forceful strikes were so powerful that he instantly killed them both with one blow. Seeing this, the entire venue fell silent. Who would have thought that the three envoys who held high positions in the Myriads wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from Kevin and Dalton? "May I ask, what is your name, young man?" Milton Brown curiously asked. "My name is Dalton Steele of Chicago, and the former Supreme Commander Travis Adams is my mentor," Dalton revealed as he brought out his infinity dagger. "Nonsense! That's impossible!" Viola uttered as she managed to stand up from the ground with trembling legs. "I've been in the Myriads for 20 years, but I've never heard of the Supreme Commander mentoring any student." "Just because you've never heard of it doesn't mean that it isn't true. After I found the Supreme Commander and tried to save his life, he asked me to join the Myriads and take him as my mentor before he passed away." Dalton glanced at Viola indifferently. Viola was furious. "What proof do you have? Take it out. If you don't have anything to show for it, then you're just trying to deceive everyone." Viola then turned her attention to Brett. "I can't believe you, Brett. How dare you call an outsider just to help get you promoted? And you even got him to invent this touching story about the Supreme Commander's final moments? You should be ashamed of yourselves." "What the hell did you just say?" Dalton couldn't hold his temper any longer. "Are you getting angry because I managed to expose your scheme? I wonder how much he paid you." Viola leaned against the pillar and burst into laughter. "Brett, you're so full of tricks. How can we acknowledge you as our leader if you keep relying on others to do your job for you? Even if you kill me today, there will still be thousands of doubting members that you'll have to deal with in the future." "If you dare to say one more word, I won't hesitate to kill you," Dalton warned. He hated people like Viola who liked to stir up trouble without any good reason. How could she question his connection with the former Supreme Commander like that? "Please step aside." Milton Brown quickly intervened between them. "This is an internal matter of the Myriads. We'll take it from here and handle this ourselves." "What the hell do you mean by that?" Kevin slowly walked forward. Since Dalton was under the former Supreme Commander's tutelage, it means that he should be part of this discussion. And who are you to say that? Milton Brown took a deep look at Kevin and was confused. You really don't know me? Perhaps you should recognize this token in my hand. Kevin pulled the Night King's infinity pendant out of his pocket. It can't be, is that? Milton Brown looked at the pendant in shock, then quickly turned his head back to Kevin. He immediately took a few steps back in disbelief. When Dalton revealed his connection to the former Supreme Commander, Viola accused Brett of relying on outside help in fabricating a story about Travis Adams' final moments just to be named his successor. Suddenly, Milton Brown intervened, making Dalton and Kevin step aside because this was an internal matter of the Myriads. Feeling slighted, Kevin argued for Dalton's right as a Myriads member given that he was Travis's student. Then he flashed the Night King's infinity pendant to identify himself. Milton was shocked when he saw this. How dare you insult me and call me a bystander? This symbol was given to me by my mentor. Why aren't you kneeling down in front of me? Kevin's eyes suddenly looked cruel as he shouted at them in a cold voice. I'm sorry, Deputy Leader. Please forgive me for not recognizing you. Milton Brown hurriedly knelt on the ground and lowered his head to acknowledge Kevin. While the Supreme Commander was the highest position and head of the Myriads, Brown considered the holder of the legendary Infinity Pendant as his true master. When the others also recognized the symbol in Kevin's hand, including Viola Garcia, they all suddenly knelt down on the ground as well, with cold sweat slowly trickling down from their foreheads. Do you still think this is just your internal matter now? Kevin asked coldly. We will do as the Deputy Leader tells us. Milton Brown felt tongue-tied when he replied. Do you think Brett Stewart is suitable to be the next Supreme Commander? Kevin's gaze quickly swept across the thousands of Myriad members who were present. Yes, Deputy Leader. Everyone agreed respectfully at the same time. Although Kevin looked calm on the outside, he was actually trying to hide his panic deep down inside. After all, this wasn't actually his infinity pendant, but at the same time he was also curious about who the Night King was. Even though the only difference between Brett's Deputy Leader emblem and his own was that his pendant was made of palladium. That alone had been enough to garner such a huge amount of respect in the eyes of the Myriads. On top of that, the higher-ups of the organization seemed to be very wary of him. Supreme Commander Stewart, how do you think we should deal with her? Kevin turned around and asked Brett. Hearing this, Viola took a deep breath. She was so scared that she had forgotten the pain from the blow to her stomach. Her hands were shaking intensely, and there wasn't a trace of arrogance left in her. Supreme Commander, I was wrong to insult you. I'm really sorry. Please, for the sake of the organization, let me go this time. I've worked hard for the Myriads all these years. Viola walked up to Brett Stewart and held her head low as she begged him for mercy. Why are you suddenly begging for mercy now? Where's the arrogance you showed earlier? Dalton held out his infinity dagger as he asked her. Are you still questioning my identity now? I'm really sorry. I won't dare to question your authority ever again. Viola's face was extremely pale as she began to cry in fear. After glancing at her, Brett took a deep breath and said, Kevin, let her go. After all, despite her arrogance, she's worked hard and made some contributions to the Myriads over the years. As you wish, Supreme Commander. Kevin smiled as he nodded. All of you, listen up. While the Supreme Commander was kind and generous enough to spare Viola's life, she and the others committed actions that can't be tolerated by the Myriads. I hope this will be the last time. Anyone who dares to disobey the head of the Myriads will be killed without mercy. Let the two envoys' deaths serve as an example. The Deputy Leader is truly wise. Let's all greet the Supreme Commander once again. The rest of the members from the Myriads exclaimed fearfully. Kevin, you and Dalton have come a long way just to get here. Go and rest for a while.
I'll come back to find you two after I take care of the former Supreme Commander's funeral," Brett said very solemnly.
"Thank you, Supreme Commander." Kevin respectfully lowered his head to Brett before leaving with Dalton. Even though Brett treated him like a real-life brother, he deliberately did this for others to see, knowing that this would help to garner respect for the Supreme Commander as well. With that, Brett Stewart once again knelt in front of Travis Adams' coffin. Upon seeing this, everyone obediently followed suit and resumed paying their respects. This brought back a touch of sadness and solemnity in the pavilion. Meanwhile, Kevin and Dalton slowly walked along the island's forest, enjoying the beautiful scenery as if they were on vacation in paradise.
"Kevin, why do you think Brett spared Viola's life?" Dalton couldn't help but ask.
"He did it with the bigger picture in mind." Kevin shook his head lightly. "Although killing her would have established his prestige, she still holds a high position of influence in the Myriads. If all 3 envoys had been killed, it would have inevitably caused an uproar from the other members. Now that Travis Adams is dead, the strength of the Myriads has been reduced drastically. If the 10 grade schools discover that the rest of its leadership is also in turmoil, it'll inevitably create an opportunity that they'll try to take advantage of," Kevin continued. "Knowing this, the most important reason why Brett spared her is that he wants to show his benevolence to everyone. This way he won't just command fear, but gain respect amongst the other members in the shortest time possible. This includes the other envoys, protectors, and enforcers, as well as elders such as Milton Brown." After that, the 2 of them didn't talk much as the afternoon passed quickly. That night, Kevin only heard that Brett had already retreated to his room to rest, after being too tired and sad from leading the funeral ceremony and grieving Travis Adams' death. At the same time, inside the Williams family mansion in New York, Ariana Titus slowly opened her eyes and coughed a few times. "Ariana, are you all right?" Kelly Emmett quickly brought a glass of water over to her. "I'm still a little banged up from my injuries. Thanks again. I'm glad you found me." Ariana looked at Kelly with a gratified look. After all, it was all thanks to her that she had been saved in Chicago. "I really didn't expect that piece of trash would be so strong compared to our previous encounter. Could it be that during the time when he was gone, he obtained some medicinal pill that made him even more powerful than before?" Ariana wondered with a slight frown. She was still puzzled after being so easily defeated by Kevin. "Ariana, did you really get hurt by Kevin?" Kelly asked carefully. "Unfortunately, he got lucky," Ariana begrudgingly admitted and then coughed a few more times. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and her eyes grew wide as she looked at Kelly. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion overlooking the city of Detroit, a beautiful figure sat by the window and soberly looked at the brightly lit skyline. Compared to before, Phoebe now looked a lot more haggard. Ever since she had been brought to the Hayes family household, she had been quietly serving them every day.
"Phoebe, what are you thinking about?"
A magnetic voice suddenly sounded. Then a man slowly walked up behind her and held her in his arms. "Jared, let go of me!" Phoebe struggled to break free from him.
"Phoebe, what's wrong with you? You're my fiancé. Can't you let me hug you?"
Jared's face immediately darkened. "We're not married yet, so nothing's official." Phoebe didn't even look at him. Ever since the collapse of the Hill family, the Hayes family had finally become the most prominent family in Detroit. Their eldest son, Jared, was incredibly handsome and had an impressive resume. And if nothing unexpected happened, he was set to become the heir of the family business. He seemed to be the perfect boyfriend. But why had he remained single all this time? Unfortunately, beneath Jared's squeaky clean appearance was a hidden temper with bad intentions. It was only because of his family's hush money and protection that he was able to maintain a glowing public image. And when Truman Anderson reached out to them again about having Phoebe marry Jared in exchange for a rejuvenation pill, his father, Clifford Hayes, was elated and didn't hesitate to accept his terms.
"Are you still thinking about that piece of trash?"
Jared sneered as he stared at Phoebe's figure. "So what if I am? You don't own me, Jared," Phoebe replied coldly.
"Well, you're going to be my wife soon. When that happens, I better be the only man you think of."
Jared's expression suddenly became less pleasant as he slammed his hand on the window.
"Besides, I'm the heir of the respected Hayes family. How can you love that useless son-in-law more than me?"
When Phoebe didn't answer him, Jared added,
"I know that you only agreed to this marriage because you wanted to save him, but that piece of trash isn't good enough for you anyway. He doesn't compare at all with me."
"So what if he's just a useless son-in-law? But you're right. It isn't fair to compare the two of you. In my opinion, he's more than 10,000 times the man that you'll ever be." Phoebe wasn't afraid of him at all. These words completely set off Jared's anger. He suddenly rushed up to Phoebe and picked her up against her will.
"Tonight I'll show you who's a real man."
"Jared, what are you doing? This isn't funny. Let me go." Phoebe didn't expect this at all. She started to get anxious as she struggled to break free. Before anything else could happen, they heard a series of rapid knocks on the door. The room suddenly fell into silence.
"Shut your mouth!"
Jared covered Phoebe's mouth as tears kept falling from her face. After 2 minutes, the knocking still hadn't stopped. This annoyed Jared.
"Who the hell is knocking outside? Are you so stupid that you can't even talk?"
A polite voice replied, "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Hayes, but your father has asked for you to come see him immediately." Phoebe was relieved by the interruption. In the Hayes family mansion in Detroit, Phoebe was looking more haggard than ever. It was obvious that she was thinking about Kevin, which annoyed Jared to no end, so he confronted her about it. He was angered by her cold responses towards him, and he suddenly grabbed Phoebe against her will. But before anything could happen, Jared was interrupted by someone who kept knocking at the door. Eventually, he answered the door and was told that his father had asked for him to come over immediately to see him.
"All right, I'll be right there."
Jared took a deep breath. As soon as he let go of Phoebe, she ran to the other corner of the room and curled up into a ball.
"You got lucky tonight, but don't look too relieved. We're still going to get married soon. When that happens, you'll have no choice but to spend the rest of your life with me."
As Jared spoke, he tidied up his clothes from top to bottom and left the room without looking back. Phoebe was scared, but she didn't regret her words or actions at all as her mind slowly drifted back towards her yearning for Kevin. Meanwhile, back at the Myriad's headquarters, the night went by quickly. The next day, Kevin had just woken up when he was escorted to Brett Stewart's room. At the same time, Dalton was also brought over.
"Kevin, did you sleep well last night?"
Brett, who was sitting on a stool, looked a little drained. It was obvious that he was still grieving and had been unable to have a good night's rest as a result. "Brett, how are you feeling?" Kevin asked comfortingly.
"The death of the Supreme Commander still makes me feel sad, but I know he wouldn't want me to stay this way forever. After all, looking at the bigger picture, his death is just a small part of the Myriad's existence."
Although Brett Stewart sounded very sad, he was much better than the day before. Brett then handed a glass of champagne each to Kevin and Dalton.
"I wanted to do this last night, but I was just too overwhelmed from everything by the time the funeral ceremony ended. Anyway, the reason that I brought the two of you over here now is I have a suggestion. Kevin, you know that we're brothers, and Travis Adams was one of my brothers too. Now, since Dalton was mentored by Travis and you already consider him to be your brother, why don't all three of us start treating each other as brothers from now on?" "Sounds good to me, Mr. Stewart. I mean, brother," Dalton happily teased.
"I have no problem with that either. It's good to have two of my dearest brothers right here with me," Kevin smiled.
"Cheers to our brotherhood,"
Brett exclaimed as the three of them toasted. As they sat down on a couch, Brett suddenly remarked,
"By the way, Kevin, I heard that you ran into some trouble recently?"
"It's just a small matter. There's no need for you to worry about it," Kevin gently waved his hand.
Detroit is a very nice place. If possible, I advise you to hang on to it, Brett slyly remarked.
Brett, how could you tell what I was thinking? Kevin was surprised.
Hey, I know we're all brothers here, but can the two of you be any more cryptic? What are you guys talking about?
Dalton scratched his head. However, Kevin and Brett didn't dwell on the topic and just laughed out loud at their inside joke. Brett, I can't stay on this island for long. I've decided to return to Chicago today, Kevin said apologetically.
If you have something to do, you don't need to stay. Just remember, no matter what difficulties you may encounter, you can always let me know. Although I can't guarantee that I'll be able to solve them, I'll definitely do my best each time.
After saying this, Brett raised his glass of champagne and the three brothers happily clinked their glasses. After having a meal together, Brett sent someone to quickly prepare a fast boat and send them away without alerting anyone.
Next time you come back, I won't be the weakest one,
Brett said to himself as he watched the boat move farther and farther away from the island. The first thing he did when he returned to his room was to go into seclusion and learn a technique that had been passed down in the Myriads for many generations. Only the Supreme Commander was qualified for it, and now was his chance to finally develop unparalleled strength. When Kevin and Dalton returned to Chicago, a few hours had already gone by. Dalton, what do you plan to do now? Kevin suddenly asked.
The 10-grade schools are just hungry for fame and power. I don't intend to continue studying in our school anymore.
Because of Travis Adams' death, Dalton had a new understanding of what really was going on behind the scenes. So he no longer wanted to be associated with either the Healing Arts School or those so-called righteous organizations. That's good. I have to go to the Herbalist Society Chicago branch now, so I'll talk to you later. Kevin waved his hand and was about to leave.
Wait a minute, Kevin. What are you going to the Herbalist Society for? With your skills in herbalism, you can't possibly be worse than those people. Plus, you know what they did to my mentor.
Dalton quickly grabbed his friend's shoulder. Why was Kevin going to the Herbalist Society? After all, Travis Adams had mentioned that the Herbalist Society was one of the groups that attacked him. Don't worry, I won't join the Herbalist Society, but there are some things that I have to deal with over there, Kevin reassured him.
All right, I understand. As for me, I'll send someone to find my mentor's son. After all, he's his only remaining relative.
This was the last thing that Travis Adams told Dalton to do. It was therefore what he attached the most importance to. Then let's part ways for now. We can go out for a drink the next time we meet. See you, brother. After saying that, Kevin walked off in the direction of the Herbalist Society's Chicago branch.
Take care, brother. I'll definitely look forward to that. We'll drink until we drop.
Dalton laughed out loud. The Herbalist Society Chicago branch was one of the most magnificent buildings in the city. Its ground floor also operated as a pharmacy that was growing in popularity with many people. Although the herbal medicines that they sold to civilians couldn't help them prolong their life or increase their strength, it was definitely a more effective and inexpensive option for treating common ailments such as coughs and colds compared to typical drugstore alternatives from pharmaceutical companies. As he watched the continuous stream of people entering and exiting, Kevin sighed. Right now, he was still very confused about the true colors of the Herbalist Society. On the one hand, its herbal medicines really helped the public. On the other hand, the organization's ambitions were so outlandish that its leaders were willing to take drastic measures just to get what they wanted, such as going after Travis Adams. Moreover, remembering what the Night King had told him, Kevin could totally picture that there was a more sinister side to the Herbalist Society. Luckily, I didn't agree to Nadia Alexander's request, Kevin thought to himself. If not, he wouldn't be able to face Brett, knowing that he had helped their enemy. Kevin called her on the phone. Hey, Nadia, where are you? I'm already at the entrance of your Chicago branch. Kevin, wait a second. I'll come out immediately. Nadia seemed to be caught off guard, but she was pleasantly surprised. Kevin didn't say anything else. Since Nadia Alexander was giving him a chance to meet the most powerful people in the Herbalist Society, he wouldn't dare to miss it because he could provide useful intel for the Myriads. More importantly, by getting to know the faces behind the different herbalist organizations such as this one, it would be easier to carry out the bigger plans he had for the future. Just then, Kevin's phone suddenly rang. It was Miss Wilson calling. After he picked up, Miss Wilson asked respectfully, "Mr. President, are you free right now?" "What happened to the company this time?" Kevin asked hesitantly. "Williams Media is doing fine. However, the Hayes family of Detroit sent someone here to see you," Miss Wilson explained with an uneasy smile. "The Hayes family?" Kevin frowned. "Who did they send? And did you ask them what they want?" "It's the eldest son of their family, Jared Hayes. He wants to acquire a large number of power pills," Miss Wilson revealed concisely. Ever since Williams Media acquired the Booker Phoenix Corporation and the news of them selling over 100 power pills had spread, in just a few days' time, dozens of famous companies across the country had taken the initiative to come and talk about a potential partnership. "I don't need to come over. You can let Jared Hayes know that I won't offer a single power pill to their family. If he asks why, you can tell him that the order came from me." Kevin thought for a while and added, "Also, kindly release another memo to anyone who has bought a power pill from our company before. Whoever dares to sell or give their stash to the Hayes family will no longer have the right to participate in future auctions." After saying that, Kevin hung up the phone. He thought to himself, "I'll make the Hayes family pay for what they did to Phoebe. I guess I didn't have to go to Detroit to take down her fiancé." Meanwhile, in the reception area of Williams Media, Jared leaned back on the couch and looked at the surrounding facilities. Although he didn't think much of Chicago, Williams Media was a leading enterprise. That meant that he had to pay attention to its activities, especially since they had power pills in their hands. With the Hayes family's prominence in Detroit and his own glowing reputation, Jared figured that if he came personally, Williams Media CEO would definitely run out just to meet him.
"If I can get on the good side of their CEO and set up a partnership with them, I'll be able to secure my position as the family's heir. In addition, by taking a power pill, I'll be able to improve my strength to become the most powerful man in Detroit. And once I fly back home, I'll get to marry Phoebe and have a beautiful wife. With everything going for me right now, it feels like I'm about to take a giant step into my future." Just as Jared was thinking about all of this, the door of the reception area opened and Miss Wilson slowly walked into the room. Without waiting for Miss Wilson to explain the situation, Jared raised his head and said arrogantly, "What did your CEO say? Do you know how precious my time is? I've already had 2 cups of coffee while waiting. But since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give him another 10 minutes. However, if he still doesn't come out, I'll have no choice but to cancel this potential partnership on behalf of the Hayes family."
"Mr. Hayes, I don't think you need to wait another 10 minutes. You may leave now." Miss Wilson very politely extended her right hand and gestured toward the reception area's door.
"What's the meaning of this?"
Jared jumped up from the couch in shock. "Our CEO said he's not coming to see you, and he has no plans of offering you a power pill," Miss Wilson explained plainly.
"What the hell? Is your CEO out of his mind? Does he know who I am? Isn't he aware of the Hayes family's prominent status in Detroit?"
Jared sneered as he was beginning to lose his composure. Last night, Jared's father had repeatedly stressed the importance of obtaining a partnership with Williams Media in bringing back some power pills. But now, he couldn't even see their president face to face. Moreover, without a power pill, his dream of taking over Detroit one day would be shattered, wouldn't it? "Mr. Hayes, please don't get too upset. Although I may not be familiar with the Hayes family status in Detroit, I know very well that we're currently in Chicago, and you just insulted our company's president. So it's even more impossible for us to offer any power pills to you." Miss Wilson's tone was neither warm nor angry.
"Screw this.
Before Jared could finish what he was saying, he saw that Miss Wilson's expression had become far more severe. "You may do as you wish, Mr. Hayes, but I have to leave now to take care of more pressing matters." Miss Wilson turned around and quickly left the reception area. If this had happened in the past, Miss Wilson wouldn't have dared to treat Jared this way. But now things are different. Williams Media was now a leading powerhouse in the entertainment industry. Beyond that, the company also had the much-coveted power pill in its hands. This was like having an unbeatable ace in the hole. Jared fiercely punched the coffee table out of frustration and shattered it. Suddenly, the reception area's door was pushed open again and another employee walked in. He looked very displeased with Jared's outburst. While waiting for Nadia Alexander to meet him at the Herbalist Society Southern Branch, Kevin suddenly got a call from Miss Wilson. She told him that Jared Hayes was at Williams Media to meet with the CEO. Unaware that Kevin was actually the company's CEO, Jared's father had asked him to set up a partnership and acquire some power pills. However, Kevin had no interest in dealing with the Hayes family after what happened to Phoebe. After Miss Wilson relayed this to Jared and left the reception room, he shattered a coffee table out of frustration. Another employee immediately entered the room. Thinking that this person was the president and that he was about to apologize for Miss Wilson's behavior, Jared became arrogant once again.
"I knew Williams Media would never give up a potential partnership with the Hayes family. However, since your secretary has just offended me, I've decided to double the number of power pills that we'll be needing in exchange for our cooperation."
In his heart, Jared wanted to humiliate Williams Media's president so that he would never dare to look down on the Hayes family again. As for Miss Wilson, he also planned to make her beg for his forgiveness as part of the deal. However, Jared wasn't prepared for the response that he got. The employee simply stared at him as if he was an idiot. He sighed and informed him, "Sir, you need to pay for the coffee table that you just damaged."
"What the hell did you just say?"
Jared reacted in confusion. "Please go to the finance department to cover the cost of its replacement. Otherwise, we'll call the police." The employee didn't seem to want to waste his time with this fool. Before Jared could utter another word, the employee walked out of the reception room. Jared couldn't believe what was happening to him. As the Hayes family's likely heir, why was he being given such treatment? Jared finally realized that he didn't have any influence in Chicago, so he was left with no choice but to follow the employee's instructions and pay for the damages he'd caused. Besides, if he didn't succeed in currying favor with Williams Media and then got entangled with the police on top of it, Jared would definitely face his father's wrath once he returned to Detroit. Meanwhile, Kevin was leaning against the wall of the Herbalist Society Southern Branch entrance and playing around with his phone. It had been half an hour since he called, but Nadia was still nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a shadow blocked Kevin's light. He thought Nadia had finally arrived, but when he looked up, he found an old man standing in front of him, surrounded by several other individuals.
"Kevin Williams."
The old man kept looking at him with strong hatred in his eyes. "Do I know you? Have we met?" Kevin asked with a slight frown. The old man's gaze made him feel very uncomfortable.
"You don't know me, but you know my grandson,"
the old man replied coldly. "I don't like to chat with strangers. If you have nothing else to say, please leave." Kevin could vaguely feel that the old man wasn't friendly, even though he'd never seen him before.
"Listen up, young man. The Butler family will make you pay for hurting my grandson. As long as I still have a breath left in me, you can forget about living peacefully in Chicago."
The old man clenched his fists tightly. When he heard this, Kevin instantly understood who the man was. Doug Butler's grandfather, George, was the Butler family patriarch. Kevin glanced at the furious man and smiled contemptuously. "How's Doug doing, by the way? If my guess is correct, you came here to buy some medicinal pills for him, didn't you?" George Butler didn't reply. Instead, he just kept staring at Kevin. He knew that this young man was no longer just the useless son-in-law of the Jones family, but also was the powerful CEO of Williams Media. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to control Kevin. Still, his grandson's situation made him feel uneasy now that Kevin was standing there right in front of him. "If you want to take revenge, I'd be happy to oblige and have some fun with you and your relatives. But if you waste your time with me instead of getting your grandson some medicine, I'm afraid that he won't be able to survive in the hospital much longer." Kevin smiled and patted the man's shoulder. "Besides, I don't think it would be nice of me to put an older gentleman like you in the hospital. Don't you agree?" "How dare you speak to our grandpa like that?" One of the members of the Butler family couldn't bear it any longer.
"You're just a freeloader and a loser. How dare you speak to our patriarch like that?"
Another relative sneered. "If you say another disrespectful word towards our family, I'll have to beat some sense in you," a third one threatened. Kevin couldn't help but laugh as his eyes swept across all these angry people one by one. "Who do you think you guys are?" Kevin said coldly. "I was only talking to George Butler. What right do you have to interrupt me? If any of you say one more word to me, you'll all end up like Doug." With that, Kevin stomped one of his feet on the ground, and for a second or two they could feel the ground shaking below them. They looked at each other and were very puzzled.
"Young people like you should learn to keep a low profile."
George Butler pretended to be indifferent. However, a hint of shock flashed across his eyes as well. "Do you mean that you only bully old people like yourself?" Kevin playfully teased and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. This drew the fury of the rest of the family representatives. Kevin had undoubtedly insulted the entire Butler family.
"How dare you disrespect my father? You've gone too far, you piece of trash,"
one of George Butler's sons growled. "Grandpa Butler, please let me give this guy a good beating," one of his grandsons offered. They all began to crack their necks and knuckles as they got ready to fight. They glared at Kevin as if their eyes were about to spit out fire. It seemed that they were only waiting for George Butler to nod his head before beating Kevin up. By now, this confrontation had attracted an audience as many people stopped in their tracks and whispered to each other. After all, the Butler family was one of Chicago's wealthiest families, so there were quite a number of onlookers who knew them.
"This is outrageous. That young man actually disrespected that old man like that?"
an onlooker gasped. "Doesn't he recognize who that person is? He actually dared to offend the Butler family patriarch." Another woman shook her head. Everyone thought that Kevin was about to pay for his actions, but what happened next shocked them all.
"All of you, keep quiet."
George Butler coldly swept his gaze over his family, then glanced at Kevin.
"You better know who you're dealing with, young man. Just walk away before you regret anything."
"I'm not afraid of an arrogant old man like you. Like I said earlier, if you want to take revenge for your grandson, feel free to bring it on," Kevin replied in a condescending tone. However, this was all because he wanted to show that the Butler family wasn't a big threat to him.
"Be careful what you wish for, Mr. Williams. We're ready to fight to the death."
The resentment deep in George Butler's eyes intensified. The surrounding people began to discuss in hushed voices amongst themselves once again.
"Who exactly is this person? Could he be a young member of another prominent family?"
one man wondered. "That guy? Have you seen the clothes that he's wearing? Impossible!" the woman beside him sneered.
"Wait, I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't he that useless son-in-law from the Jones family? No wonder he looks so familiar."
One man finally recognized Kevin. "This guy? I can't believe the Jones family would dare to provoke the Butler family. They couldn't hold a candle to them." One woman laughed out loud. The rest of the people who were watching exploded in laughter as well, pointing their fingers at Kevin and mocking him. However, Kevin wasn't bothered by this at all. He only glanced at them briefly before turning his attention back to George Butler. "All right, if that's what you want, then I'll wait right here for your next move." But just to be clear, what happened to Doug was your fault. All I asked for was a phone call. But I guess that mistake isn't something that your grandson alone can make up for." Just as George Butler was about to say something else, Nadia Alexander, along with a few senior members from the Herbalist Society's Southern branch, quickly squeezed through the crowd and walked over to them. The surrounding crowd couldn't believe their eyes. "Nadia Alexander is here? George Butler's really got some friends in high places." An onlooker was impressed. "How dare he cause trouble at the entrance of the Herbalist Society's Southern branch? That piece of trash will surely get his butt kicked." Another mocked in a lowered voice. After all, Nadia Alexander had a high rank and the crowd knew it. "I'm sorry I'm late, Kevin. We just had an emergency meeting," Nadia said apologetically. "If you make me wait this long again next time, don't expect me to help you again." Kevin shook his head impatiently. Their conversation stunned the onlookers. However, at the same time, the Butler family representatives suddenly became very excited. Kevin was really too arrogant for his own good. It was one thing for him to bully them, but now he was insulting the president of the Herbalist Society's Southern branch? This time there was no need for the Butler family to intervene. This good-for-nothing son-in-law was going to be punished by Nadia herself. The senior members who were accompanying Nadia recovered after a brief moment of shock. "You're a really bold young man. How dare you speak to our president like that?" one of the herbalists remarked. "Insulting our president is the same as insulting our entire branch. This is unacceptable behavior. You better apologize right now." Another senior member was fuming. Kevin simply frowned at them. He just stood there and didn't say anything in his defense. "Who gave you the authority to speak to Mr. Williams like this?" Nadia scolded them harshly. Her reaction shocked everyone. What did she just say? Did Nadia really call this piece of trash Mr. Williams? The smiles on the faces of the Butler family representatives froze, and the senior members who had just spoken against Kevin were now filled with fear. "President, do you know this young man?" one of them asked. Although Nadia was much younger than them, there weren't many people in the Herbalist Society who dared to challenge her power and herbalism skills. "Mr. Williams is a distinguished guest of ours, and his presence today was personally requested by the head of the entire Herbalist Society. Do you want me to fire you all from the Southern branch?" Nadia's voice wasn't loud, but the serious tone in her voice made everyone shudder. The senior members' facial expressions changed dramatically. They had all been part of the Herbalist Society for several decades, and only a handful of people had ever been personally invited by the head of the entire organization during that span of time. Was this young man really that special? How powerful was he? And what skills did he have? "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Williams," Nadia demanded. "Mr. Williams, I'm sorry." The two senior members slowly lowered their heads and apologized to Kevin. Although they were unwilling at first, they didn't dare to disobey Nadia and risk getting fired. "Mr. Williams, please, come with me. We need to discuss some matters," Nadia said with a smile. "Why should I go in with you? You made me wait outside for a long time before you came out," Kevin repeated, this time showing even more displeasure. When Nadia heard this, she felt very awkward. She wasn't expecting that Kevin would talk that way to her. As the president of the Herbalist Society Southern branch, she'd never received such treatment before. However, Kevin had something that she badly needed, so she couldn't act unkindly toward him. "Mr. Williams, I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me." Nadia blushed slightly as she lowered her eyes. "Well, as long as I'm here, I guess I'll go in with you to take a look." Kevin casually put his hands in his pockets and deliberately glanced at the surrounding people, pausing specifically at George Butler. Kevin was subtly telling him, "Did you see that? Even the president of the Herbalist Society's Southern branch is afraid of me. Who do you think the Butler family is?" George Butler could tell exactly what Kevin was thinking, and this silent defeat was even more difficult for him to swallow. His face quickly turned red, and he began to hyperventilate. After letting out a strange cry, he suddenly fainted on the spot. "Grandpa!" The Butlers quickly surrounded him. For a moment, they were at a loss as to what to do as they gave Kevin a strange and fearful look. Nadia didn't bother to attend to them as she quickly followed Kevin and walked toward the building's entrance, leaving the senior members of her organization to sort out this mess. As they went up to her office, Nadia remarked, "Before we go in, there's something that I think you need to be mentally prepared for." "What is it? Does it smell like a dead rat in here or something?" Kevin teased her. "Can you come up with a better guess?" Nadia couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Did something happen to the medicinal herbs?" Kevin's expression suddenly changed. "Well, why don't we go inside first?" Nadia quickly led Kevin into her office. She looked around cautiously and then closed the door. "What exactly is going on here?" Kevin's eyes looked serious as he gazed around Nadia's office. Kevin knew that the ingredients needed to refine the life prolongation pill were extremely difficult to find. If he made a mistake, it wouldn't be easy to gather all of them again. However, the medicinal herbs were nowhere to be found at the moment. Did the Herbalist Society run into an unexpected problem? Nadia got a very serious look on her face and then slowly told him what had happened. After discussing the matter with Kevin during Williams Media's Power Pill auction, the first thing she did when she returned to the Herbalist Society's Southern branch was to order various resources from their headquarters. Among these, the most important thing was the medicinal ingredients for refining the life prolongation pill. However, an accident occurred in transit. 15 members of the Herbalist Society who had been assigned to keeping the item safe were suddenly ambushed while they were on the way to Chicago. Everyone was killed, so they had no way of verifying who was behind this attack. "It seems the Herbalist Society has a powerful archenemy on their hands," Kevin casually remarked. However, he couldn't help but wonder, why did Nadia still invite him inside knowing that they didn't have the ingredients? Did they know that he was hiding something? "Now, without the herbs, how can we make a life prolongation pill?" Nadia asked with a frown. Kevin didn't answer her question. He knew that if he opened his mouth, he might get into trouble again. "Do you have any herbs?" Nadia didn't know why she asked this, but the word slipped out of her mouth. "The herbs for the life prolongation pill are very rare. How could I have them?" Kevin didn't even blink as he lied to her. Although he did have the necessary ingredients, it was only enough to refine one pill. The real problem was that making a life prolongation pill required very advanced herbalist skills, and Kevin couldn't guarantee that he would be able to successfully do the job in just one attempt. Kevin had previously agreed to Nadia's invitation mainly because he wanted to use this opportunity to practice his skills. After all, if he was eventually able to successfully refine a life prolongation pill, the Herbalist Society wouldn't mind him failing a couple of times along the way. Just as the two of them were thinking about their own plans, a junior member of the Herbalist Society's Southern branch suddenly rushed into Nadia's office. "Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something wrong?" Nadia asked without even looking him in the eye. She was feeling a bit annoyed at the moment. "Yes, Madam President. We just received news that the Pearl family's auction tonight will include renewal grass and a heavenly flower," he reported excitedly. "Is that so?" Nadia seemed to have found the solution to her problem. "Zane Pearl himself announced it about 2 hours ago," he replied respectfully. "All right, I got it. You may leave now." Nadia gently waved her hand. After the junior member left, Kevin smiled and asked, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "I'm guessing you noticed it too," Nadia replied snappily. The two of them were thinking the exact same thing. Whether it was the heavenly flower or the renewal grass, both were outstanding medicinal herbs that were rarely seen in the world, so they would surely attract a lot of wealthy bidders. But they were also the two key ingredients needed to refine the life prolongation pill. Why did the Pearl family suddenly offer them for auction at the same time that the Herbalist Society lost the exact same medicinal herbs? How could there be such a coincidence? Something fishy was going on, but who would believe them? "How do you think we should handle this?" Nadia asked in a low voice. "Well, some of the items offered during Pearl family auctions are usually sold on behalf of outside parties, so this alone isn't enough to prove that the herbs were stolen by the Pearl family. Although this is technically an issue of the Herbalist Society, and since I'm just an outsider, I can't interfere without raising suspicion. After saying this, Kevin suddenly thought for a moment and continued. But no matter what the truth is, we have to participate in the auction. No matter how expensive they may be, we have to get those herbs. This is the only way. Nadia sighed deeply and agreed. But Kevin frowned. He vaguely felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Meanwhile, many well-dressed people were gathered together inside a luxurious mansion.
My condition is getting more and more serious. Has there been any news from the Herbalist Society?
The old man asked in a deep and solemn voice. As his bright eyes looked into the distance, the old man didn't make any excessive movements while seated, but he somehow gave the people who were present a feeling that they should avoid making direct eye contact with him. 2 days ago, the Southern Branch's president, Nadia Alexander, sent a message. She said that she had found someone who could refine the life prolongation pill, but for some reason, she hasn't arrived yet. A middle-aged man answered respectfully. When he announced this, everyone else in the room let out a sigh of relief. The old man was the family's patriarch whom they all relied on.
What's the reason for her absence? Maybe Nadia has been in one of the highest positions in the Herbalist Society for a few years now, but has she forgotten who's really in charge?
The old man was obviously not satisfied with the news. Send someone to inform Nadia immediately. If she wants to continue to keep her position, she must bring the life prolongation pill for my father right now, the middle-aged man shouted. Inside her living room, Lily was sitting on the couch with a worried look on her face. Although the television was turned on, she wasn't really in the mood to pay attention to the show that was airing. Kevin hadn't returned home in days, and Lily was worried that he might have encountered some trouble again. After all, he'd only just recovered from the injuries he had sustained at the Healing Arts School's martial arts competition. Just then, Dorothy suddenly came out of the kitchen. "Lily, do you know where that piece of trash is?" "Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Lily was worried when she saw the anxiety on her mother's face. "Don't worry about me, but tell me, do you know where Kevin is?" Dorothy seemed to panic as she knelt down and tightly squeezed her daughter's hands. "I have no idea." Lily's eyes suddenly dimmed. "I'm so screwed, Lily." Dorothy threw her hands up in the air and sat down on the couch in a daze. Since yesterday, the leaders from the 10 grade schools had started to look for her one after another. After promising them that she would get them all some power pills, they all wanted to know whether she had gotten her hands on any or not. How could Dorothy respond to this? She didn't even know what a power pill was. She could only say that Kevin was still looking for more with all his might. But as soon as she left their apartment building that day, she bumped into Paul Vaughn from the Central Alternative Healing Academy. When he heard that she hadn't gotten the power pills yet, he immediately took out his dagger and threatened her, saying that there was a limit to his patience. If he didn't receive the power pills in 2 days, she would have to suffer the consequences. Only now did Dorothy realize that the people who had been so respectful towards her useless son-in-law the other day were actually very ruthless. They were only acting polite because they wanted something from Kevin. Dorothy had acted so tough and arrogant because she thought that they were just a bunch of rich people with no common sense. And as long as Kevin was able to supply some power pills, she would reap the benefits. However, she never expected that Kevin would suddenly disappear without even sending a message. And with all these powerful men going after her in his absence, Dorothy was currently at a loss about what to do. "Where do you think that piece of trash went? Why hasn't he come home yet?" Dorothy asked fiercely. "Mom, you were the one who told him not to come back until he found his elusive mentor," Lily muttered weakly. "Why did he take my word so seriously? We wouldn't be in this situation if he just found a good-paying job in the first place. I used to tell him all the time to work hard to make money. Why didn't he listen to me back then?" Dorothy sighed. No matter how much she hated her son-in-law, she wished she could find Kevin immediately. Mom, let me ask you something. Did the people who came to our house the other day come looking for you? Lily also began to realize that something was wrong. When did Dorothy ever care about Kevin's whereabouts before? She never wanted him home. Lily, I don't know how you do it. I want Kevin to be back home tonight, and I also need to get those pills. Otherwise, he won't be welcome in my house ever again, Dorothy anxiously demanded. Those people were obviously not to be messed with, and the best way out of this situation was to get Kevin back as soon as possible. As long as he got those power pills, wouldn't she still reap huge benefits? When she thought about these things, Dorothy started to admire herself again for being so smart. But Lily didn't answer her mother. She could tell that Dorothy had gotten herself into a tricky situation with all of those powerful men the other day. With Kevin not answering her phone calls or even replying to her messages, where would she go to find him? Meanwhile, Kevin was completely unaware of what was happening at home. He just sat on Nadia's chair and leisurely drank a soda while thinking about the Herbalist Society's missing herbs and the Pearl family's auction. Just as Kevin was starting to enjoy himself, his phone suddenly rang. He checked his phone and saw that it was Zane Pearl calling. This surprised him. After all, ever since the last Pearl family auction that he attended, the two of them almost had no contact, let alone any interactions. Mr. Pearl, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call? Kevin playfully teased him. Kevin, why are you being so formal? After all, we're brothers. Anyway, I've been busy with family matters lately, so I haven't been able to keep in touch. Don't get mad at me for ghosting you. Zane started to laugh as soon as he said this. No worries, Zane. I was just messing with you. Anyway, I'm sure there's a reason why you're calling me. What's up? A smile appeared on Kevin's face. He knew very well that Zane was a person who wouldn't call unless he had something important to tell him. And even before Zane could say anything, he already knew that it was most likely about the auction. Well, the Pearl family is going to hold another auction. I specifically called to ask you if you have the time to come and take a look, Zane said with a smile. If you find something you like, I'll ask someone to hold it for you. I'll even give you a discount on the price. Come on, Zane. Why don't you just give it to me for free? Kevin teased. You know I can't do that, Kevin. It's not up to me to decide anyway. Besides, the Pearl family only operates a small business. At the end of the day, we're just here to make a living. Zane shamelessly quipped. It was obvious that he had used this line before on other people. Kevin could only roll his eyes when he heard this. If the Pearl family auction was merely a small business, how rich would Chicago be? Anyway, do you have the time? If you come, I can save a seat in the first row for you. Zane seemed to be in a hurry. I'll be there. Please reserve 2 seats for me. I plan to come with the president of the Herbalist Society Southern Branch, Nadia Alexander. Kevin happily agreed. Kevin, since when do you get along with the Herbalist Society? Zane asked in shock. Prior to calling Kevin, Zane had done some careful research on him. According to the information he received, because Kevin was just known for being the useless son-in-law of the Jones family, he had been looked down upon by many people in Chicago for the past few years. However, the more Zane found out about him, the more he realized that Kevin had been hiding his true power from everyone all along. When Kevin made a name for himself in the Healing Art School's martial arts competition, Zane noted how Wayne Ford didn't hesitate to cause trouble with the Union for him, cutting ties with its mysterious leader with just a wave of his hand. Zane also found out that the leaders of the 10 grade schools had paid him a visit a few days ago to purchase some power pills. That was why he'd made up his mind and decided that he would try to get close to Kevin. If his power and status really took off in the future, the Pearl family would be able to obtain a lot of benefits from him. Don't tell me you've joined the Herbalist Society. Zane gulped. He'd really made the right call about befriending Kevin. Sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't join the Herbalist Society and I have no intention to do so. It's just that its Southern Branch's president had been counting on me to help with something. Kevin replied proudly. That's so kind and awesome of you, brother. Zane praised him happily. I'll keep those seats reserved for you then. See you guys tonight. No problem. Kevin hung up the phone. He tapped his fingers lightly on the side table as he was deep in thought. Since the Pearl family wants to cause trouble, I've got a lot of fun in store for them tonight. Kevin began to get a cunning smile on his face. Suddenly, his phone rang again. This time it was Lily calling him. After hesitating for a second, Kevin deliberately left his phone on the table and let it ring. It wasn't that he wanted to ignore Lily, but since the leaders of the 10 grade schools had already found their home, he would only be putting her life in more danger if she knew where he was right now. So Kevin had to act cold and remain unreachable for the time being. His priority right now was the auction. Zane Pearl had officially invited Kevin to attend the Pearl family auction later that night. He did this in hopes of befriending Kevin and gaining benefits from being associated with him. However, Kevin had his own plans to teach the Pearl family a lesson for the trouble they caused while obtaining the renewal glass and the heavenly flower so they could refine the life prolongation pill. Shortly after Kevin confirmed that he and Nadia would attend, Lily tried one more time to call him on behalf of Dorothy. However, Kevin deliberately chose not to answer, fearing that knowing his whereabouts would only put his wife in more danger from the 10 grade schools. Time passed by slowly. The Pearl family auction was set to start at 8 p.m. that evening, and Kevin arrived with Nadia Alexander by 7:30 p.m. "You stay here for a while. I need to go somewhere else for a bit. I'll come back and find you just before the auction starts." As soon as Nadia finished speaking, she left the auction house with a few people. Kevin didn't ask her why. After all, it was the Herbalist Society's business, and he was just an outsider. The Pearl family's auction had been famous for many years, and it always attracted the interest of many wealthy and prominent individuals, including some familiar faces that Kevin recognized. "Well, if it isn't that useless son-in-law, Kevin, what is a piece of trash like you doing here at such a prestigious auction? What can you afford to buy?" Sherwin Blair sneered as he walked up to Kevin along with his entourage. "What are you guys doing here together?" Kevin looked at the people in front of him with surprise. Blanca Steele, Rain Steele, Sherwin Blair, and Mike Tripp, all hanging out with each other, seemed like a terrible idea. What a toxic group. "More friends leads to more opportunities. Do we need your permission to make friends?" Mike glared at Kevin. "There's no need for that, and even if you wanted to tell me, I wouldn't be interested in finding out. I guess birds of a feather really do flock together." After saying that, Kevin turned around and was about to walk away. "Wait a minute, Kevin. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The Pearl family auction will start in less than half an hour. Aren't all of us here either your friends or classmates? Since we already know each other pretty well, why don't you stick with us?" Sherwin Blair looked at him and said, "In case Kelly finds out later, she can't say that I didn't take care of you." "What are you saying? Even if we bring him to sit with us, what can a useless son-in-law buy? This isn't charity work." Blanca grumbled unhappily. "That's right. Just talking to this kind of person makes me feel like I'm lowering myself." Rain pinched her nose in disgust, as if she was afraid of smelling Kevin's scent. "If you want to be with him, don't sit anywhere near us sisters." "Hey, we're all from the same school. There's no need for unpleasantness and insults." Mike sneered and said, "You have to know that he's the one who donated millions of dollars to the school's fundraiser. Although he doesn't have any money himself, he's got a very rich wife." "Hey, Mike, thanks for reminding me of that. Kevin will probably just squander his wife's money away again tonight. And when he gets home, he'll probably never hear the end of it from her." Sherwin laughed and ridiculed Kevin. The rest of them couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard this. At that moment, there were already many people present in the auction hall who had been waiting for the event to begin. When they heard Sherwin say that, they couldn't help but cast curious glances at Kevin as well. "Kevin, tell me, isn't it better for you to just stay home with your wife? Why did you have to come out and humiliate yourself? Don't tell me that you haven't accepted who you are yet." Sherwin lightly patted Kevin's shoulder a few times as he mocked him. "That's enough, Sherwin. For all we know, Kevin might be here to broaden his horizons. After all, it's not easy to enter this place. When we all attend the auction later, he can still peek through the crack of the door," Mike quipped while slightly shaking his head. The two of them were so in sync with their banter that it made both Blanca and Rain laugh so hard that they almost couldn't stand straight. Kevin looked at the four of them as if he was looking at a bunch of fools. He hadn't even said a word, yet these four guys kept talking trash about him. The surrounding people looked at Kevin and began to point at him.
"So this is the useless son-in-law from the Jones family? He really doesn't look like much. How can he live off his wife?" an onlooker remarked.
"I'm very curious how he got in here. Were the security guards at the entrance slacking off?" another commented. Hearing this made Mike and the other three laugh even harder. This was exactly the reaction that they were hoping to generate. After laughing for a few minutes, Sherwin finally stopped as he wiped the tears from the corner of his eye. "Kevin, don't worry. After the auction is over, I'll tell you all about it. After that, you can brag about it as if you were actually part of the experience." Sherwin felt so good in his heart. He had never had a chance to make fun of Kevin like this before. On the contrary, he'd let this piece of trash show off in front of Kelly again and again, and it was always at his expense. Thinking that this was finally his moment to shine, Sherwin knew that if he didn't humiliate Kevin properly, he would feel sorry afterward for not seizing the moment. "Are all of you that bored? What does it have to do with all of you if I choose to attend an auction?" Kevin finally retorted.
"Kevin, this is all your fault. We're all just looking out for you as your schoolmates," Mike replied sarcastically. "Besides, can't you take a good joke?"
"Do you really think I'm that stupid? Perhaps you're the dumb one." Kevin glanced at him with disdain. Mike was stunned for a second, then his face turned serious. How could he let this piece of trash insult him in front of the Steele sisters?
"Kevin, you don't know what's good for you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've made some progress in your strength training," Mike scolded him loudly. "There are many people in this world who are more powerful than you, and once I get to buy a power pill from Williams Media, do you believe that I still won't surpass your level of strength? Without any money, you'll just remain a low-level piece of trash."
"So what?" Kevin asked calmly.
"What the hell?"
Mike was confused by his reaction. He thought that Kevin would immediately fly into a rage upon hearing what he said. Why was Kevin being so calm about all of this? It seemed like Mike had underestimated him. Still, many people watching from the sidelines expressed their agreement with what Mike was saying. "That useless son-in-law is a student at the Healing Arts School? If a person like that is the school champion, then it seems like the school is only subpar. I suddenly regret letting my younger brother study there." An onlooker shook her head in disbelief.
"That's absolutely right. So what if he's strong? Without any money, it'll be difficult for him to even get into the auction."
Another one sneered. "Kevin, don't bite off more than you can chew. You'll only embarrass yourself further by staying here." Sherwin's tone also became cold. "Sherwin, I see you're finally starting to show your true colors," Kevin smiled. "How good would it have been if you'd been this way before? Do you know I spent so much effort pretending to play along with you because of Kelly? It was so tiring."
"You piece of trash. If I don't kick you out of this place right now, it'll be hard to control all the anger that I'm feeling right now."
Mike clenched his fist tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew he couldn't defeat Kevin, Mike would have attacked Kevin a long time ago. "Security! Where are those security guards?" Sherwin turned around and shouted. "What's taking them so long? Judging from the poor clothes he was wearing, anyone could tell that he had sneaked in. Besides, without an invitation letter, how hard would it be to find someone to kick him out? This is all such a waste of time." Rain was beginning to doubt the security guard's competence. "I really don't know why my cousin would make friends with someone like you," Blanca added with extreme disgust. Her face was full of disdain. Soon, 5 or 6 security guards ran over quickly, anxiously wondering what was going on. The Pearl family had repeatedly emphasized that no mistakes were allowed, and they made sure that everyone who came in that evening were either rich or prominent figures with invitation letters.
"Sir, may I ask what's the matter?" the head security guard asked respectfully.
"It's good that you're finally here. Now may I ask what's your basis for letting people in? Look at what this person is wearing. Why did you let him in here? Sherwin asked coldly.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get this man out of here right now. We shouldn't let him delay the auction.
Mike waved his hand impatiently. The security guards looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt.
Sir, I'm sorry for bothering you. Can you please show us your invitation letter?
The head security guard didn't dare to believe Sherwin's biased words. I don't have the invitation letter with me, but when my friend comes back, I'll gladly show it to you, Kevin said, feigning some embarrassment. I also know the members of the Pearl family. Although Zane Pearl had called to personally invite him earlier, he didn't send anyone to deliver the invitation letter. Despite this, Kevin was able to enter because he had come with the people from the Herbalist Society Southern Branch. They were all in for a big surprise. When Kevin remained calm despite their best efforts to provoke him, Sherwin and Mike eventually called for security to kick him out of the auction venue. Given this, the head security guard had no choice but to politely ask Kevin for his invitation letter. However, he'd come in using Nadia's invitation letter, so he couldn't provide it at the moment. Since no one knew that Zane had personally invited him earlier, Kevin used this misunderstanding to feign embarrassment, only vaguely mentioning that he knew people from the Pearl family. Can you believe the nerve of this guy? He can't even tell a decent lie. We saw him here alone. He clearly doesn't have any friends here, so you should hurry up and kick him out. Sherwin Blair smiled proudly, thinking that he'd finally gotten even with Kevin.
I'm sorry, sir. If you don't have an invitation letter with you right now, I'll have to escort you out.
The head security guard made a gesture towards the exit. Nobody in the crowd took Kevin's comment seriously. Even if he claimed to know people from the Pearl family, it was too vague of a statement to carry any weight. After all, practically everyone there could say the same thing. Are you sure? You might regret this later. Kevin sighed as he patted the lead security guard's arm. This shocked him and everyone who was watching. Could it be that Kevin had really been invited by the Pearl family? After all, he just won first place at the martial arts competition. Perhaps the Healing Arts School had been invited, and he was their representative. For a moment, the surrounding people's facial expressions changed when they thought about the situation, and no one was willing to speak ill of him anymore. The security guard regained his composure.
Sir, please just kindly follow us to the exit. We don't want to use any unnecessary force on you, nor do we want to disturb the peace in this venue.
I've already given you a chance. What will happen next is entirely up to you. Kevin showed a mocking smile because he just saw Zane Pearl coming towards him.
Sir, I'm asking you one last time to please leave the auction house. Otherwise, don't blame us if we have to sort this out through forceful measures.
The head security guard's face had already turned completely cold. He was now sure that Kevin had really come in to cause trouble.
Why are you still talking to this person? Hurry up and kick him out.
Mike really wanted to see Kevin being thrown out like trash.
I'm sorry, sir.
The head security guard waved at the other guards behind him. Suddenly, a loud shout could be heard from across the other side of the large room.
Enough of this nonsense. What the hell is going on here?
Before anyone could turn around and take a look behind them, Zane Pearl and Nadia Alexander had already walked over and made their way through the surrounding crowd.
And who the hell are you?
Mike smiled coldly as he sneered at the two of them.
Why are you protecting this piece of trash? Could it be that you're his accomplices?
How dare you come to my family's auction and say that to my face? Zane fumed as he slapped Mike's cheek. Mr. Zane Pearl? Sherwin Blair and the Steele sisters gasped. In Chicago, Zane Pearl's reputation could be compared with someone as ruthless as Dalton Steele and Dominic Archer, so everyone in the room began to get nervous as soon as they recognized him.
Mr. Pearl!
All of the security guards greeted Zane respectfully.
How dare you guys treat this guest with such disrespect? Don't you know that I personally invited him? Zane, with his violent temper, fiercely punched the head security guard right in the stomach. Mike, who was still recovering from Zane's slap, was holding his cheek as he turned to Kevin. Why didn't you just say that you knew Zane Pearl? If you'd explained things clearly, we could have avoided this troublesome situation. You guys are pretty bold, aren't you? Kevin smiled at Sherwin and the Steele sisters as he shook his head. He knew that nobody would believe him even if he had told them the truth. Cold sweat broke out on Sherwin's forehead. Mr. Pearl, we were just joking around. Joking around? Zane glanced at him coldly. I think it's best to let my brother be the judge of that. His words suddenly caused an uproar amongst the crowd. Did Mr. Pearl just call that useless son-in-law his brother? What the hell is going on? I can't keep up with what's happening anymore. Everyone was confused. Sherwin and the Steele sisters were so shocked that they were standing there with their mouths hanging open. They never expected Kevin and Zane to be such close friends. Could they be taken out by them all at once? This was too much for them to handle. Kevin, what do you think we should do about this? Zane handed over to him the right to handle the matter. To be honest, Zane really wanted to beat these people up. It hadn't been easy for him to convince Kevin to participate in the Pearl family auction, but Sherwin and the others had already found a way to offend him before it could even start. As everyone watched, Kevin just smiled faintly and walked into the auction room with Zane. He didn't even bother to look back at the four of them. Without saying anything, this kind of silent neglect somehow felt worse than public humiliation. How did he get so close to Zane Pearl? What's so special about that useless son-in-law? Sherwin cursed with fear lingering in his heart. Kevin's indifference towards them made him feel even more embarrassed. When I find a chance, I'll definitely get my revenge on that piece of trash. Mike clenched his fist tightly as he stared at Kevin's back. However, while the two of them were talking, they didn't notice that Nadia had yet to go inside the auction room. You're from the Blair and Tripp families, aren't you? Nadia gave them a deep look. From now on, your two families will no longer be able to buy medicinal pills from any branch of the Herbalist Society. How dare you threaten us like that? Who the hell do you think you are? Mike had fully lost his composure at that point. He then tried to size her up without knowing who he was dealing with. Could this person be any more of a fool? How dare he speak to Nadia Alexander like that? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Sherwin fearfully looked at Nadia. You must be mistaken. This is all just one big misunderstanding, right? Misunderstanding? Mr. Williams is a guest of mine, and in case you didn't know it, the person you just insulted is the president of the Herbalist Society's Southern Branch. After Nadia said this, she asked her members to deal accordingly with Mike and the others. Then she turned around and slowly walked into the auction. Upon hearing this, both Blanca and Rain were completely dumbfounded. They finally understood why their cousin Dalton was so close to Kevin. With connections to the Herbalist Society, that useless son-in-law had become a person that the entire Steele family couldn't afford to be enemies with. This left the Steele sisters feeling instant regret. Damn it! What's so great about that piece of trash? Mike still couldn't understand what was happening. Before he could utter another word, several members of the Herbalist Society had already surrounded him. Without saying another word, they knocked him out with a punch to the face and threw him out of the auction house like trash. Then they turned their attention toward Sherwin Blair. There's no need for any of that. I'll see myself out. Sherwin smiled apologetically as he quickly ran for the exit. Meanwhile, the Steele sisters had gotten away with just a stern warning. Still, this was enough to frighten them to their core. As for the Pearl family auction, Kevin had just won the first bid. From there, almost no one dared to outbid him on anything he liked, including the renewal grass and heavenly flower. Everyone there understood that after that evening, the once useless son-in-law of the Jones family would take a huge leap in status and subsequently become a part of Chicago's upper class. Moreover,
Offending him was indirectly making enemies with the Herbalist Society. The next morning, Kevin and Nadia were escorted by a group of men taking a helicopter across the mountains and rivers of the Midwest. For security reasons, Kevin was blindfolded, so he had no clue where they were heading. When his blindfold was finally taken off, they'd already landed near a luxurious mansion after traveling for a few hours. As he looked around, Kevin was amazed to find dozens of men in suits quickly approaching them. "Nadia, didn't you bring me here to refine the life prolongation pill for someone?" Kevin asked. "That's right, and this is where he lives," Nadia replied with a smile. "Do you remember what I said to you before? As long as you're able to help this person, there will be great benefits in store for you." "Are you talking about Herman Thompson?" Kevin wondered. "How did you guess?" Nadia was surprised. To be able to live in such a secluded place like this in the Midwest, it could only be him. Kevin's expression was very serious. Although the Thompson family wasn't officially ranked in the Midwest, those who had known about them recognized that they were certainly a lot more powerful than the Sutherland family. Operating behind the scenes for many generations, they had ties to various companies and organizations across the region, including the Herbalist Society. By then, the men in suits had arrived in front of them. They were led by a young man who was no older than 25 years old. "Nadia, you're finally here. My father has been waiting for your arrival." The young man greeted her warmly. "Come with me. His condition is already very serious, so we must not waste any more time." The day after the Pearl family auction, a helicopter took Nadia and a blindfolded Kevin to the luxurious mansion of Herman Thompson, the patriarch of a powerful family with ties to various companies and organizations across the Midwest, including the Herbalist Society. Soon after arriving, they were greeted by a young man who told Nadia that Herman had been expecting her arrival. They quickly went inside the mansion. The man's name was Kyle Thompson, one of Herman Thompson's grandsons, but although he appeared very easygoing, he still ignored Kevin. In order to resolve this awkwardness, Nadia Alexander decided to speak up. "Kyle, let me introduce you to Kevin Williams. This is the herbalist that I found for your grandfather. His skill in herbalism is far above mine." Hearing this, Kyle looked at Kevin. After staring at him for more than 10 seconds, Kyle's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of disgust, especially when he saw Kevin wearing such poor clothes. "That's a good joke, Nadia. How can this person's herbalism skills be higher than yours? Look at how old he is. On top of that, he's wearing such tattered clothes. Don't tell me that you've been deceived by a trickster." Kyle's words were full of disdain. Nadia's facial expression changed when she heard him say this. Knowing how strong Kevin was, who could stop him if he decided to attack Kyle? Furthermore, he was the only one who could refine the life prolongation pill. What would happen to Herman Thompson if Kyle were to provoke Kevin? Nadia subtly glanced over at Kevin. Seeing that he didn't seem to be bothered by Kyle's insult, she secretly heaved a huge sigh of relief. "Kyle, I'm not joking with you. Kevin may be young, but his herbalism skills are beyond my reach, so you should really apologize to him." Nadia frowned slightly as she explained. She wasn't afraid of Kyle in the least. After all, she was from the same generation as his father. "Nadia, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Kyle couldn't believe his ears. The Thompson family members who were standing at the side were also shocked upon hearing this. After all, despite his young age, Kyle was well respected by everyone. "Your grandfather's condition is already quite serious. If we want to treat him, only Kevin can do it." Nadia tried her best to reassure the others. Unfortunately, Kevin wouldn't let the matter go just yet. He looked at Kevin with disdain and asked, "Did you even study herbal medicine? You look quite young for an herbalism expert. Have you ever even had a girlfriend?" Faced with this series of absurd questions, Kevin's face turned slightly red. "I've had some herbalism classes at the Healing Arts School. I'm actually married, and I live at my wife's place." "Are you serious?" Kyle was obviously stunned by his response. He was trying his best to hold back his laughter. The others also looked at Kevin in disbelief. Who the hell did Nadia bring into our home? With his credentials, how are we supposed to believe that this young man is an expert? Even Nadia was at a loss for words. Kyle had obviously dug a hole on purpose, but why did Kevin fall for it so easily? She wanted to just cover his mouth at the moment. However, despite what Nadia and the others might be thinking, Kevin remained unbothered. After all, the insults he'd received in Chicago all these years were much worse than this. Kyle finally recovered his mood and decided to keep toying around with Kevin. "You mentioned that you live at your wife's place. Does this mean you're just a useless son-in-law who depends on her for everything?" In the blink of an eye, Kyle was laughing so hard that he almost couldn't stand up straight. "Nadia, you found a useless son-in-law to refine the life prolongation pill? It's not April Fool's Day yet, is it?" Despite this, the other Thompson family members were trying their best to hold back their laughter out of respect for Nadia. Meanwhile, Kevin only looked at him indifferently once again. Anyway, someone else had begged him on his behalf to refine the pill, so he decided to give Kyle a pass. "Kyle, I think you should give Kevin a chance. Although his background and experience may not be extensive, he won first place in the herbalist contest not long ago," Nadia remarked. "Nadia, can you stop messing around? The herbalist contest was just child's play. It was just one of the methods of selecting students with potential for the Herbalist Society. My grandfather's situation is a lot different, as it requires herbalist skills that can handle a real life-or-death scenario. I don't trust him." Although Kyle's mocking smile was gone, the disdain in his eyes was still quite visible. If it wasn't for his family background, Nadia really wanted to tear Kyle limb from limb. Suddenly, a powerful voice could be heard. "Is there something wrong, Kyle? Why didn't you return when I asked you to pick Nadia up?" After that, a middle-aged man quickly walked over to them. "Joseph, you came just in time. This is the herbalist I found for your father. But your son won't believe me and told me to forget about it. That being said, I leave the final decision to you." Nadia was immediately delighted to see Joseph, who was in line to be the Thompson family's leader one day. "Kyle, what's the matter with you? Don't you want your grandfather to get well?" Joseph asked his son with a slight frown on his face. "Dad, don't get angry. Listen to me. I've already interrogated this man. He's just a useless son-in-law with little training and experience in herbalism. Do you think such a person is worthy of helping Grandpa Thompson?" Kyle was no longer arrogant. His tone immediately became respectful. "What did you say? A useless son-in-law?" Joseph looked at Kevin and then turned to Nadia. "Nadia, the Thompson family has treated you well for many years. How could you make such a joke out of this grave situation?" Nadia tried to explain herself. But before she could even start, one of the Thompson family's attendants rushed over and said with a depressed face, "Sir, it's not good. Your father is dying." "What?" Both Joseph and Kyle immediately panicked. They no longer cared about what to say to Nadia as they quickly rushed upstairs to Herman Thompson's room. "Kevin, why don't we go and take a look too? Perhaps you can still save him," Nadia suggested. Herman Thompson had helped her a great deal over the years, so she really wanted to save him now during his time of need. Kevin nodded his head in agreement. The two of them then went upstairs in a hurry. Along the way, he carefully observed the layout of the Thompson family's mansion. When they arrived outside the room, they saw that it was filled with several Thompson family members surrounding an old man. Their sorrowful cries filled the air. "Father, please don't leave me." Joseph sat by Herman Thompson's bedside and cried out loudly. Everyone knew that the reason why the Thompson family had such a powerful reputation in the Midwest was all because of Herman Thompson. If he suffered an untimely death, then the foundation of the entire family would definitely be shaken, and the whole business empire that he had painstakingly built would risk collapsing within a very short period of time, as their enemies would certainly pounce on them like hungry wolves. While he's still alive, give this pill immediately to Herman Thompson. Kevin's eyes kept scanning the surroundings as he handed a blue and green pill over to Nadia. "Is this the stabilizing pill? How did you get this?" Nadia asked in shock when she recognized the pill's color. "Now is not the time to talk about it. We have to stabilize his vitals first. He doesn't have much time, so you have to go inside now." Kevin hastily pushed Nadia into the room while he waited outside. Herman Thompson's face had turned purple, His body was trembling nonstop. "You have to give this pill to Mr. Thompson. This might be our only chance to save his life," Nadia anxiously said as she opened the palm of her right hand to reveal the stabilizing pill that Kevin had just given her. "Will it work?" Joseph, whose eyes were red from crying, quickly took the pill from Nadia and briefly inspected it. The other Thompson family members in the room all raised their heads and looked at Nadia, unable to say anything as their mouths hung open in surprise. "There's no time to waste. Regardless of whether it'll work or not, there's only one way to find out." Nadia's tone was very firm. Joseph gritted his teeth as all the other members of his family nervously watched. With no other option, he carefully put the stabilizing pill into Herman Thompson's mouth. Nadia also tightly clasped her hands as she said a quick prayer. The stabilizing pill was said to effectively stabilize someone's vital signs within 3 seconds. However, since she had no way of verifying whether the pill that Kevin had given her was real or not, she could only wait patiently and hope for the best. When the stabilizing pill entered Herman Thompson's body, he instantly stopped trembling and his face quickly returned to its natural skin complexion. After about half a minute, the bedside monitor indicated that all of his vital signs had calmed down to normal levels.
"What a miracle! Nadia, you've really helped the Thompson family a lot this time. Thank you for saving my father's life."
Joseph was so overwhelmed by joy that he gave Nadia a big hug. But Kevin still had more work to do if Herman Thompson's life was going to be saved. With Herman Thompson in critical condition, Kevin suddenly handed over a stabilizing pill to Nadia, who then took it over to Joseph. Despite not knowing whether it would work or not, Joseph put the pill into Herman Thompson's mouth with no other option or any time to spare. Thankfully, it worked, instantly restoring his vital signs to normal levels. Overjoyed by this, Joseph thanked Nadia for saving Herman Thompson and gave her a big hug. "Joseph," Nadia didn't know what to say. While she thought highly of Kevin, even she had her doubts about whether the stabilizing pill would work. Moreover, she suddenly realized that he was just observing from outside the room, and so she didn't want to take the credit for saving Herman Thompson's life. "How did it go, Nadia? It looked like the Thompson family was finally going to run out of luck this time," Kevin said as he casually walked into the room. These words instantly provoked the anger of the entire Thompson family. Nadia had just saved Herman Thompson's life, but this young man actually dared to insult her skills? On top of that, he even said that their family was having bad luck. "What is that useless son-in-law doing here? Who allowed you to step into this room?" Kyle immediately stood up from the bedside and rushed towards Kevin. "How dare you insult the Thompson family? Perhaps you're the one who's about to run into some bad luck." However, just as he stopped talking, Kevin suddenly punched Kyle right in the chest, causing him to fall to the floor. "Are you aware of the fact that you're a really annoying person?" Kevin said coldly as he stepped on Kyle. Kyle couldn't even speak as he tried to catch his breath. When they saw this, everyone in the room couldn't help but look on in shock, but no one made a move to attack Kevin right away.
"Who on earth is this man, Nadia? Did you bring him here just to cause trouble with us?"
Joseph's face turned completely serious. It had been many years since someone had dared to offend the Thompson family like that. "Joseph, don't get mad. This is Kevin Williams. He was actually the one who gave me the stabilizing pill just now." Nadia tried to calm him down and then added, "Like I said earlier, Kevin's herbalism skills are more advanced than mine, so I brought him here to refine a life prolongation pill for your father. But Kyle..." Even though Nadia didn't finish what she was saying, Joseph immediately understood what had happened. The entire room fell into silence at the same time, including the insufferably arrogant Kyle, who stopped struggling to get Kevin's foot off his chest. Nadia was the #1 herbalist in the Herbalist Society, and she was also the president of its southern branch. And when she said that Kevin's herbalist skills were above hers, Kyle thought that she was joking. But now she just revealed that the pill that saved Herman Thompson's life had actually come from Kevin. The one who was the most confused about all of this was Joseph. What Nadia just said was enough to prove that Kevin wasn't an ordinary person, but didn't his son tell him earlier that he was only a useless son-in-law? Which of the two should he believe? Joseph, while the stabilizing pill has managed to stabilize your father's condition for now, it's just a Band-Aid solution. Nonetheless, I can assure you that Kevin can really refine a life prolongation pill. If Nadia had been skeptical at first, she was completely sure by now. If he managed to make a stabilizing pill, was anything at all impossible for Kevin? No, I can't believe this, Kyle thought to himself as his eyes revealed a look of despair. Instead of helping his son up, Joseph quickly walked over to Kevin and lowered his head.
Mr. Williams, I'm very sorry my son had offended you. This was all my fault for not teaching him well. On behalf of the entire Thompson family, please accept our deepest apologies. I hope you can be kind enough to let my son go. Also, I would like to ask for your help in refining a life prolongation pill for my father. Why should I accept your apology? Kevin replied indifferently as he looked Joseph right in the eye. Kevin had to admit that Joseph was a powerful and wise man. Despite seeing Kevin punch his son right in front of him, he didn't seem angry at all. However, the other Thompson family members were all shocked to hear this exchange. After all, Joseph was next in line to become their family's leader and could make someone pay with just a snap of his fingers. Putting aside the fact that he had taken the initiative to set aside his pride and apologize, this young man still refused to accept it. Mr. Williams, please forgive us.
Joseph gritted his teeth and continued.
If you can save my father, you'll be a distinguished guest of the Thompson family, and we'll never forget your great act of kindness, sir.
In order to save his father, Joseph had gone all out. Compared to Herman Thompson, Kyle was nothing. As long as Kevin was willing to refine the life prolongation pill, Joseph didn't care if he kicked Kyle in the stomach or even broke his legs. Didn't your son tell me to forget about it? I promised myself that I wouldn't agree to refining the life prolongation pill if someone doesn't believe that I can do it. And a man's word is a promise that cannot be broken. Kevin slowly lifted his foot up from Kyle's chest. These words caused Joseph's hopeful expression to change instantly as sweat began to trickle down from his forehead. Right at the moment when he'd found a long-term solution for his father, it was suddenly taken away from him because of his son's arrogance. The rest of the Thompson family members also felt uncomfortable, remembering how they had almost laughed at Kevin earlier. Some of them started to scratch their heads and timidly avoid his gaze.
Is there really no other way around this, Mr. Williams? Perhaps there's still room for negotiation in your heart,
Joseph asked with some unwillingness. Kevin pointed at Kyle and replied, I'm a man of my word, so unless he kneels down and begs me, my decision is final. Dream on! You're just a useless son-in-law. What right do you have to make me kneel down? Also, how can we be so sure that you actually have the ability to refine pills? For all we know, you could have just stolen that other pill from someone. Kyle was so furious that his face was turning red. The Thompson family members were faced with a dilemma. Although it would be humiliating for Kyle, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kneel down and beg for help if it meant saving Herman Thompson. However, Joseph started to doubt Kevin's skills again because of his son's comments.
Mr. Williams, please forgive me for asking. Can you really refine pills?
It looks like you don't believe me either. Kevin shook his head as he headed for the door. Before he reached the door, Kevin brought out a blood-red pill from his pocket. As he subtly waved it around for everyone to see, a strong fragrance filled the entire room. Kevin, is that the life prolongation pill? Do you actually have a refined pill in your hand? Nadia quickly rushed towards Kevin as she wanted to get a closer look. At the same time, both Joseph and Kyle's jaws dropped, and they wore a sorry look on their faces. How is this possible? Kyle couldn't believe what he had just heard. However, Kevin didn't say a word. He casually put the pill back in his pocket and walked out the door as Nadia followed closely behind him and kept asking questions. Suddenly, Joseph stepped in front of Kyle and slapped him hard on the face. Dad, why did you hit me? Kyle was confused.
You deserve much more than that. You're lucky to still be my son right now.
Joseph fumed.
How could you do such a thing? You knew that pill could save your grandfather's life, but you just had to let your pride get in the way. Now that you've angered him, what do you think we should do?
Just then, Nadia, whose face was full of excitement, hurriedly walked back into the room.
Nadia, has Mr. Williams calmed down? Joseph asked nervously.
We overheard everything, and Kevin was impressed that you had the courage to scold Kyle in front of the other Thompson family members. He felt like you were being a true son to your own father, so your actions have saved Herman Thompson's life. Nadia slowly opened her palm and showed him the life prolongation pill.
Should I give it to my father immediately? Joseph gratefully asked.
Mr. Williams is waiting for you downstairs, so you should go there now. Rest assured I'll be the one to give this pill to your father. Nadia's heart was filled with admiration for Kevin.
Thank you.
Joseph straightened his clothes and quickly ran downstairs. Kevin had been sitting quietly on a chair by the grand piano. Joseph tried to calm himself as he slowly walked towards Kevin and greeted him respectfully.
Mr. Williams.
We need to talk, Kevin replied with a serious expression.
Mr. Williams, thank you for saving my father. You also saved the entire Thompson family in the process. We shall be forever grateful for the kindness that you've bestowed upon us.
Joseph was about to shake his hand, however, Kevin immediately stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Your father isn't completely out of danger yet. Kevin's eyes had been scanning the surroundings as if he was searching for something.
Why is that? Is there something else wrong with him?
Joseph was concerned. Kevin sighed faintly. He seemed to want to say something, but was hesitant to speak up.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Joseph was so anxious that he couldn't stand still. Well, now that you mention it, has your father been seriously ill for the past 2 months? Kevin asked with a slight frown.
Yes. How did you know?
Joseph asked in surprise. Instead of answering him, Kevin continued. I'm assuming it started out with him simply having a hard time sleeping, and during those restless nights he had a tendency to talk in his sleep as well. Then when his condition began to worsen, he developed a fever that never went away, causing his head to swell up and his body to shut down into a coma until waking up about half a month ago in a severely weakened state. Joseph was speechless. How had Kevin been able to pinpoint Herman Thompson's symptoms so accurately? He figured that there were only 2 possibilities. Either Kevin was a truly powerful expert with both high herbalist skills and excellent medical skills, or he had been scheming with the Thompson family enemies all along. However, Joseph didn't know which category Kevin belonged to. Let me ask you one more thing. Have you yourself been waking up from your sleep and feeling restless recently? And from time to time, do you feel like you're having weird, lucid dreams? Kevin saw how tense Joseph had become, and he sighed helplessly.
Mr. Williams.
Joseph seemed to have heard something terrifying as he took a few steps back from him. What Kevin said was his secret, and he'd never told anyone that he was currently suffering from the same early symptoms as his father. I think I now know the root of your and your father's illness. Thankfully, I believe that some Harmony pills should solve the problem, Kevin exclaimed.
Harmony pills?
Joseph was stunned. He'd never heard of this type of medication before. And what problem did he and Herman Thompson have? When Joseph thanked Kevin for saving his father by giving him the life prolongation pill, Kevin warned him that Herman Thompson wasn't completely out of danger yet. After accurately pinpointing the symptoms that both Herman and Joseph were experiencing, Kevin thought he'd figured out the root cause of their illness, which he believed that a Harmony pill would address. To confirm if I'm right, I have one last question. Have the 2 of you ever tried the life prolongation pill before? Kevin looked Joseph in the eye.
My father and I have both taken an experimental version of the life prolongation pill that the Herbalist Society was developing about 2 months apart from each other. To tell you the truth, Nadia actually advised us not to take them since they might have some side effects. But we were so excited about the prospect of gaining a new edge over our enemies that we were willing to take the risk,
Joseph admitted. Just as I thought. The life prolongation pill can be quite tricky to refine. While both the renewal grass and heavenly flower herbs are safe ingredients on their own, even the slightest error when mixing dosages of the 2 can cause unintended side effects. And this is precisely why you and your father have been experiencing the symptoms that I mentioned. If left untreated, I'm afraid that you might end up just like him in about 2 months' time." Kevin sighed as he nodded his head. Joseph was stunned when he heard what Kevin said.
"You did mention that you had something that could cure us, didn't you?"
As the name suggests, the Harmony pill works to eliminate potent toxins and restore natural balance within your body. Luckily, I happen to have a couple with me, so taking one each should be able to cure both of you completely. Kevin smiled as he handed Joseph 2 lavender-colored pills. Joseph was at a loss for words.
"Mr. Williams, I can't thank you enough."
Kevin waved his hand and didn't let him continue. "I'm just glad that I was able to find the root of your illness and come up with a solution. Anyway, I can't stay here for long as I still have something to deal with. If you guys need anything else, just come to Chicago and look for me." Joseph nodded in understanding and immediately sent for his men to arrange for Kevin's helicopter ride back to Chicago. He then told Kevin that Nadia would stay behind to monitor his and Herman Thompson's condition. As for the life prolongation pill, Kevin made sure that he brought back the renewal grass and heavenly flower herbs that they bought at the Pearl family auction. With these, he could finally learn how to refine the life prolongation pill when he got back home. After all, the one that was given to Herman Thompson had actually been refined by the Night King, and he had kept it in his pocket in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, back in Chicago, Lily was still at home, sitting anxiously on the couch. Kevin had yet to reply to any of her messages, so she was really worried that something bad had happened to her husband. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Dorothy immediately went out to the kitchen and walked toward the door to answer it.
"Who is it? And why are you knocking when there's a doorbell? If I see any damage on this door, you're going to pay for it."
Dorothy's face fell when she opened the door. Grandma Jones, whom she had not seen for a long time, was standing there with her head slightly lowered. Next to her was Jason Jones, and more than a dozen members of the Jones family were standing behind them.
"What are you doing here?"
Dorothy asked in confusion. She knew that the rest of the Jones family would never come to their house for no reason, so she could tell that something wasn't right with their unexpected arrival.
"Dorothy, is Lily home?"
Grandma Jones asked with a smile.
"Why are you looking for her? Is it because of the shares again?"
Dorothy's face turned bitter and she pursed her lips.
"Those shares belong to my daughter. No one will be able to take them away from her." "Dorothy, what are you talking about? The reason why we came here today is because we all just wanted to see how the two of you were doing. Why don't you welcome us in?"
Grandma Jones' tone was very gentle, as if she wasn't angry at Dorothy's accusations at all. This was something that had never happened before. "Who is it?" Lily got up from the couch and walked over to them, and when she saw who it was, she also asked in surprise, "Grandma Jones, why are you here?" A few minutes later, Grandma Jones was sitting on the couch, while Jason and the rest of the Jones family members stood by her side. "Grandma Jones, what brings you here this time?" Lily asked in confusion. Grandma Jones looked at her granddaughter and sighed deeply.
"Lily, we're family after all, aren't we? Now, can you please ask Kevin to save the Jones family?"
Recently, the Jones family's business had been facing some struggles. Although it was no longer on the verge of bankruptcy like before, it wasn't exactly flourishing either. Their business partners, who had been very respectful towards the Jones family in the past, were now taking advantage of their relationship for their own selfish interests, making them feel like they were being bullied into a corner as a result. When they heard this, Lily and Dorothy looked at each other with some doubt in their hearts. Were they telling the truth? And of all people, why were they looking for Kevin to help them?
"Did I hear you wrong? You want Kevin to save the Jones family? What can that piece of trash do?"
Dorothy asked in surprise. "That's right, Grandma Jones. What exactly is going on?" Lily asked in confusion.
"Why are you two acting so cold towards us today? Lily, you grew up under the care of the Jones family, and our family has treated Kevin well these past few years,"
Grandma Jones tried to explain.
"Grandma Jones has personally come here to humbly ask for your help today. What else do you two want?" Jason sneered.
His eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness. However, he knew that they had no choice but to be here. "Jason, what do you mean? Can you explain the situation more clearly?" Lily didn't want to waste any more time talking to him.
What are you guys still pretending for? How long were you planning to hide the fact that Kevin is the president of Williams Media from us?
Jason was beginning to lose his composure. "Wait, what?" Lily and Dorothy stood up in surprise at the same time. The Jones family members were getting impatient, and a trace of displeasure flashed across Grandma Jones's face. "Jason, stop trying to mess with me," Lily said with a distraught look on her face. "If you're here just to make fun of me, then I'll have to ask everyone to leave immediately. Although our family isn't very rich, we won't tolerate you bullying us like this."
Lily, I have to say that I really underestimated you. You actually quietly got close to a real big shot.
Jason shook his head in disbelief.
And that Kevin is pretty devious. He's been living and eating off the Jones family for so long under the guise that he's just a freeloading lowlife. And now he's returning our kindness with ingratitude? He may be rich, but he's still a useless son-in-law as far as we're concerned.
It's not April Fool's Day today, is it? Jason, what are you saying all this nonsense for? Although Lily said this out loud, deep down it made her think. The last time she saw Kevin, his body and demeanor seemed to have changed. Was there any truth to what Jason was telling her? Jason was about to say something else, but he was stopped by Grandma Jones. She took a long, hard look at Lily and her mother. Jason is telling the truth. Kevin is indeed the CEO of Williams Media. Although Grandma Jones was reluctant to admit it, he had something that she badly wanted. Mom, your joke isn't funny at all. Kevin is a useless person. If he's the president of Williams Media, then I'm the richest mother-in-law in Chicago. Dorothy didn't even believe half of what she just said. Just a few days ago, she'd scolded Kevin and driven him out of the house to look for the Night Gang, and until now he hadn't come back. How could that useless piece of trash be the president of Williams Media?
All right, we've had enough of this stupid act of yours. The next time you see Kevin, tell him that he must take out half of his Williams Media shares and give them to the Jones family. It's the least he can do to repay all the kindness our family has shown him over the past few years, Jason flatly demanded. No one would have thought that when Jason said this, his heart would be filled with pain. After all, who knew that the man he had been casually bullying and mocking this entire time would turn out to be so powerful? He shuddered at the thought of having to beg for his mercy one day, knowing that Kevin wouldn't forgive him that easily. Grandma Jones then spoke up once again. Lily, I know that you're a kind-hearted person. I'm sure you also can't bear to see our family struggling like this. Isn't that so? Look at your relatives standing here in front of you. Don't tell me that you want to see them sleep on the streets one day. Lily replied, Grandma Jones, I think this matter... Grandma Jones didn't let her finish and continued. I know that Williams Media belongs to Kevin, but he can rest assured that I won't ask him to hand over his shares for nothing. When the Jones family becomes successful once again, we'll never forget his contribution during our time of need. Mom, I really think you've confused Kevin with someone else. How could that useless son-in-law of mine be the president of the Williams Media when he lived off my daughter's money for the past 3 years? Dorothy had no idea why Grandma Jones kept insisting this absurd story was true. Was her age finally getting to her? Grandma Jones, with all due respect, I don't think what you're saying is possible. Kevin is still working for someone else's company. Lily lowered her head and looked down at the floor. As far as she knew, although Kevin did have some money on hand, it was surely nothing compared to what the president of Williams Media would have. Lily had begun to feel like she was having the weirdest day of her life. All of this nonsense was truly stranger than fiction. Was she having a bad dream or something? If only Kevin were there to set things straight. Grandma Jones, Jason, and some other Jones family members had paid a visit to Lily and Dorothy's home. After finding out that Kevin was the president of Williams Media, Grandma Jones wanted him to save their struggling family business as repayment for years of being a useless son-in-law to them.
However, since Lily and Dorothy still weren't aware of Kevin's true identity, they kept thinking that the Jones family was just mocking them the entire time. Feeling like this was the weirdest day of her life, Lily was wondering if she was stuck in a bad dream. In what reality would Kevin be the president of Williams Media? This has been fun and all, but I think it's best if you all leave right now. Besides, it's getting late and I can't cook for so many people. Dorothy didn't want to waste any more time dealing with the Jones family. Grandma Jones, we appreciate you coming all the way to visit us here, but Mom's right. If you have nothing else to say to us, it's time for you to go. Lily gestured for the door. Although both Dorothy and Lily were very straightforward with their words, the Jones family had taken this the wrong way. With such a rich and powerful husband, it seemed to them like Lily was no longer looking out for the family's best interests. Grandma Jones's breathing became rapid, and her body began to tremble due to anger. The two of you really have no conscience. Are you so successful now that you can afford to abandon your family? Lily, how can you dare to do such a terrible thing to our family?
Grandma, didn't I tell you long ago that Lily is an ingrate? Do you finally believe me now?
Jason sneered as he tried to comfort Grandma Jones. Lily sighed and didn't know what to say anymore. On the other hand, Dorothy didn't want to bother with them anymore and walked back into the kitchen. Lily stammered, Grandma Jones, No need to say another word. Today's matter is settled. Kevin must hand over Williams Media to the Jones family. He's lied to us for too long, and this is the only way that he can make up for it. Grandma Jones forcefully interrupted her.
Lily, don't tell me you still don't know Kevin's true identity.
Jason suddenly seemed to have thought of this possibility. Why don't you go out and ask around? Who doesn't know about how the useless son-in-law of the Jones family is actually the CEO of Williams Media? Everyone in Chicago is calling our family blind for being completely oblivious to it. What he said wasn't wrong. After all, the news of the Power Pill auction and what happened in the Salix Leaf Hotel had spread across the entire city. Kevin's identity was no longer a secret. So, is it really true? Lily's small face instantly turned pale. Overhearing this, Dorothy rushed out of the kitchen and excitedly grabbed Jason's shoulders. You're not lying, are you? Can you repeat what you just said? Surprised by this, Jason sighed and repeated.
Kevin is the one and only CEO of Williams Media. Everyone in Chicago already knows this fact by now.
Oh my God, that useless son-in-law has been pretending to be poor in front of me all this time? I've always been so good to him. Dorothy stumbled a few steps back before leaning against the wall. No matter how the people of the Jones family looked at her, they all felt that she was crying tears of joy at the moment. Lily was trying her best to stay calm. Kevin hasn't come home for a few days. We should wait for him to come back first before we discuss this matter. Unless Kevin would personally admit this to her face, she still wouldn't believe it no matter what. Grandma Jones and Jason looked at each other, unable to react to the situation in front of them.
It's fine if he's not here. Your place is big enough anyway, so it won't be a problem for Grandma and me to stay here for a few days.
Jason casually sat down on the couch. He then put his feet up on the coffee table and said arrogantly,
What are you waiting for, Lily? Go and get me a glass of soda.
Jason had already made up his mind. As soon as Kevin came back, he would make him hand over Williams Media no matter what. Once that happened, everything would become his, instantly turning him into Chicago's newest rising star. As he imagined all the beautiful possibilities in the future, Jason couldn't help but drool at the thought of it. Meanwhile, Thomas Williams was sitting in the study room of the Williams family mansion in New York, reading through all of the information he just collected. Williams Media had sold over 100 Power Pills just a few days before. Although the Williams family was currently training their strength with the secret help of the Union, their overall strength wasn't increasing very quickly. What if he could obtain the Power Pill recipe for himself? Thomas suddenly smiled bitterly when he thought of this. Now that the relationship between Kevin and his family was so tense, how could he be willing to come back? Why do you look so pale and gloomy? Laura Williams walked in aggressively. You're now the Williams family patriarch. You should be beaming with joy."
"You can take a look for yourself."
Thomas turned his laptop around as he nursed a headache. Laura was stunned. How is this possible? Where did that piece of trash get so many power pills?
"Other than the fact that he knows how to refine medicinal pills, I can't think of any other reason."
Thomas looked at his wife coldly. Deep in his eyes there was a viciousness that couldn't be described with words. "Can't we just send some people to capture Kevin so he can hand his recipe over to us?" Laura's face gradually became serious. Thomas could only sigh when he heard her. It wasn't like they'd never seen Kevin's strength before. Capturing someone as powerful as him would be no easy feat. "If we can't abduct Kevin, how about we go after his wife? As long as we have something that we can use against him, we don't have to worry about getting the power pill recipe," Laura suggested with a smirk. Ever since she started training, she finally understood the benefits of being strong. Rather than just being a pretty face, she would also be feared and respected by others.
"Isn't that too much?"
Thomas frowned and asked. No matter what, Kevin was still his nephew. It would be too despicable of them to drag his innocent wife into this. What's wrong with that? Kevin was originally a member of the Williams family. You raised him for so many years and you even gave him Williams Media. Isn't it only natural for that piece of trash to give you something in return? Laura gave her husband a deep look. The Williams family should rise back to the top by any means possible. If that's what it takes to get the job done, then I don't see a problem with it. Thomas remained silent and sighed heavily. Besides, why can't you handle it? Aren't you man enough to fight for the Williams family, let alone your wife? Laura laughed in disdain. Thomas, why did I even marry you? You've become such a waste of a husband that I'm beginning to regret this marriage. What happened to you? Back then, you could even—
"Shut up!"
Thomas suddenly covered Laura's mouth to keep her quiet. He then looked around cautiously and relaxed a little after not seeing anyone.
"You better take those words back,"
Thomas said as he took his hand away from her mouth. Laura glanced at him with contempt. Prove yourself first and do as I say. Find someone to capture Lily. When the time comes, Kevin will surely exchange the power pill recipe for her. Thomas tightly clenched his fists. After struggling for a while, he finally made up his mind. He thought to himself,
"Kevin, I'm doing this for the sake of the family. You mustn't blame me for what I'm about to do."
At that very moment, a helicopter slowly landed back in Chicago. As Kevin sleepily got out of it, he suddenly received a phone call from Nadia. "Hey, I just got back. What's up?" Kevin stretched his arms comfortably. "That's good to know. Now, don't forget what I told you," Nadia said reluctantly. Kevin almost got a headache when she mentioned it. Back at the Thompson family mansion, Nadia immediately followed him right after seeing the life prolongation pill in Kevin's hand. Thinking that he was the one who had refined the pill, she actually wanted to learn herbalism under him. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Kevin then ended the call and immediately went back to Williams Media. Upon arriving at his office, he called Mitchell Cook and the others over to tell them in detail about going to Detroit, as well as his subsequent plans for Chicago. Then he dropped by Corwin Tower to refine dozens of power pills, as he figured that these would come in handy in case of an emergency. When Kevin was done with that, he finally returned home to Lily. But as soon as he entered the apartment, he was completely stunned to find Jason leisurely lying on the couch as if the place belonged to him. Kevin could tell that something had happened between Lily and the Jones family in his absence.
"Looks like CEO Williams has finally returned home." Jason glanced at him lightly. "There's no need to act so formally around me. Why don't you sit beside me on the couch?"
"Where's my wife?" Kevin didn't even bother to look at him.
"She's talking with Grandma upstairs."
Jason crossed his legs and smiled.
"Kevin, I must admit that you're really good at hiding things. I can't believe you managed to conceal your identity as the president of Williams Media from us for so long."
Upon hearing this, Kevin sighed. He just wanted to go to Lily right now.
"To be honest, this is actually a good thing.
Since everyone is already used to you being such a useless person, you should just hand over the company to us," Jason sneered.
Kevin was almost angered by these words as he shook his head and started walking upstairs.
"Hey, I'm still talking to you. Didn't you hear what I just said?"
Jason suddenly stood up from the couch.
"Stop right there, you piece of trash."
"You seem to be mistaken about one thing. This is our home. If you yell at me like that again, I can kick you out." Kevin glanced at him indifferently. Jason really didn't know when to shut up sometimes.
"You got guts, Kevin. It seems that you've gained a lot of confidence now that your secret's been exposed to the public. But don't think that you can turn the tables around for long just because you have Williams Media. Now that you've had some fun in the limelight, it's time to hand over the company and let the Jones family manage it. After all, you owe us big time for being a useless son-in-law all these years,"
Jason demanded. In his mind, Jason already had everything planned out. As soon as he got the company, he would host a huge party and invite all the influential people in Chicago to celebrate his arrival. After Kevin finally arrived at home, he was surprised to find Jason lying on the couch. Jason revealed that the Jones family had already found out about his identity as the president of Williams Media, then demanded that he hand over the company to them as repayment for all his years living off them as a useless son-in-law. In his mind, Jason already had plans of throwing a huge party to celebrate Chicago's newest rising star once the company was his. "Are you out of your mind?" Kevin laughed.
"Kevin, if you know what's best for you, just do as I say. Perhaps I'll even let you work as my personal assistant once I become CEO of Williams Media. Come to think of it, I should change its names to Jones Media."
Jason was getting arrogant.
"Besides, what are you going to do about it? You can talk all you want, but you don't have the guts to throw me out of this house."
"You don't think I dare?" Kevin sneered. Before Jason could react, Kevin grabbed him by the clothes on his back and threw him out of the door like trash. After falling hard on the floor in the hallway, Jason helplessly winced in pain and curled up into a ball. What a waste of time! Kevin dusted off his hands and closed the door. When he turned around, he suddenly saw Lily, Grandma Jones, and Dorothy all coming down from upstairs. "It's good that you're all here. What do you want to eat? I'll make it right away." Kevin walked towards the kitchen with a broad smile on his face. However, Lily suddenly stopped him. She stared at Kevin with a confused look on her face. "Grandma Jones has something to tell you." "If you have something to say, just say it." Kevin didn't have a good impression of Grandma Jones, knowing that she never liked him and how she always made Lily's life difficult. "Kevin, I get why you're being so cold to me right now. It's all my fault. I never showed much concern for you in the past, but you also have to understand where I was coming from. I did that to give you the motivation to fight." Grandma Jones slowly sat down on the couch. "Am I supposed to thank you for that?" Kevin shook his head helplessly. His sarcastic reaction made the smile on Grandma Jones's face disappear. "Kevin, look at you. You've been married to Lily for a few years already, and yet you still don't have a child. When are you going to have one? I can't wait to have a great-grandchild." "Where are you going with this, Grandma Jones?" Kevin raised his eyebrows slightly as he tried to play along. Based on what Jason said earlier, he already figured why Grandma Jones was acting this way right now. He thought to himself, the Jones family must be daydreaming again if they think they'll get my company. "Kevin, I know you've been busy with your company's business and don't have much time to spend with Lily, but while I think that it's important to make money, families should always come first." Grandma Jones felt that her words were reasonable, so she didn't even pause for a moment and continued. "Thankfully, I've thought of a great solution. Why don't you leave Williams Media to the Jones family so you can have more time to spend with Lily? That way, the two of you can finally focus on consummating your marriage and not delay the joy of being parents because of other things." Kevin looked at Lily and found that her face had gone red from embarrassment, while Dorothy seemed to have other thoughts in her mind as she avoided everyone's gaze. "Kevin, for everyone's best interest, you need to leave the company for the Jones family to manage it.
After you have a child with Lily, we will surely return Williams Media to you. This way, your family and career won't be in conflict with each other."
Everything Grandma Jones said seemed to be logical. "Grandma Jones, are you feeling unwell?" Kevin asked plainly. Although Kevin didn't know how she found out about his identity, he knew one thing. The Jones family wanted to get his company for free, and he had absolutely no plans of letting that happen. Did Grandma Jones think that he would be that simple and easy to deceive?
"What are you saying? I'm just thinking about you and Lily," Grandma Jones said unhappily.
"If you're not in good health, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Coincidentally, I know a very good doctor who can totally help you," Kevin subtly teased.
"Kevin, what do you mean?"
Grandma Jones's face twisted up. She was so distraught. She was determined to get Williams Media today. And for the sake of the Jones family's future, Grandma Jones was willing to use underhanded tactics just to get what she wanted. What she didn't know, though, was that, thanks to Jason, Kevin had already seen through her act even before she started talking. "Grandma Jones, do you really think I'm that stupid? Williams Media is mine. Why should I give it to the Jones family? Besides, you don't have to worry about my wife and me. So while we appreciate your concern, you can just go back to taking care of your own matters from now on." Kevin crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. One had to admit that the Jones family's eyes were bigger than their stomach. It was just that they didn't have the ability to carry out any of their ambitious plans.
"Kevin, how dare you? Don't think that you're so amazing just because you're in charge of Williams Media. No matter what, I'm still your grandmother. How can you speak to me with such an attitude?"
Grandma Jones could no longer hold it in.
"Besides, Williams Media is such a big company. How can you manage it well? You're just a useless son-in-law of the Jones family. Instead of letting it slowly burn to the ground in your hands, why don't you let us manage it? Think of it as you returning the favor for all those years that you lived off our money."
She originally wanted to have a proper discussion with Kevin, but she didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. "Grandma Jones, out of respect, I'm trying my best not to laugh my head off here," Kevin sneered. "Please don't use your morals to trick me. I'm not falling for that insincere shtick of yours." Grandma Jones was seething at this point. Up until now, she thought she'd done such a good job convincing Kevin that she was doing this for his sake and not hers. "Let me make this clear. Williams Media is mine. Even if it goes bankrupt tomorrow, it's still my company. What does it have to do with the Jones family?" Kevin shook his head in disappointment. "Besides, I've already repaid the so-called kindness of the Jones family. Do you really think that your family has relied on its own strength to survive since the last time Tyler Dawn came to your mansion?" Grandma Jones slammed her hand hard on the coffee table.
"That's enough. You have no reason to object to this matter. Williams Media must be handed over to the Jones family immediately,"
Grandma Jones demanded. In her eyes, Williams Media was like a box of deep-dish pizza that had been delivered right to her doorstep. There was absolutely no reason for her not to eat it. Even just a slice of its shares would catapult the Jones family's power and influence in Chicago. "Do you want to take it by force? Be my guest. That'll depend on whether the Jones family has the ability or not." Kevin's eyes turned cold. He really wanted to ask Grandma Jones about one thing. What was this kindness that she kept harping about? Didn't the Jones family treat him like trash before? Could she really be suffering from dementia? Suddenly, the door was kicked open by someone. Jason, who was still doubled over in pain, slowly limped in. "Kevin, how dare you do that to me? Are you okay, Grandma?"
"I don't care about anything you said today. You have to give us control of Williams Media right now. Otherwise, you must immediately divorce Lily."
Grandma Jones couldn't sit still, and she stood up from the couch. These words undoubtedly stirred Kevin's nerves. "You're now using my wife to threaten me?"
"So what if I did?"
In order to obtain Williams Media, Grandma Jones suddenly couldn't care less about their marriage anymore, as the tense atmosphere in the room had instantly reached its peak. Jason revealed a proud smile. He felt that his grandmother's threat had truly struck a chord with Kevin this time. They both knew that Lily was his weak spot. "Lily, Do you want me to hand over Williams Media? Kevin suddenly broke the silence. Well, I do have shares in the Jones family. Kevin, even if you hand the company over to the Jones family, it's actually not a big deal. At the very least, I'll give you my shares if you want them. What's mine is yours, Lily said without even daring to raise her head to look him in the eye. Why should you give it to him? Don't be stupid, Lily. Do you still not know what kind of person Kevin is? This piece of trash is nothing without that company. When he hands over Williams Media, you can kick him out of the house and find a better husband. Dorothy couldn't help but stick her nose in. She had thought very clearly about this. Since her daughter was also part of the Jones family, they would benefit from the situation either way, with the added bonus of getting rid of Kevin if they were to obtain Williams Media from him. In any case, she'd hit the jackpot, and she would be able to live the extravagant lifestyle that she had always imagined for the rest of her life. I really can't believe you guys. I guess some things never change. Kevin suddenly laughed. Initially, he thought the people of the Jones family were at most heartless, but now it seemed like they were completely shameless. They still treated him the same way as before. What are you laughing at? Grandma Jones coldly reprimanded him. I've already prepared the equity transfer agreement. If you truly care about Lily, sign it immediately and I can guarantee that I'll give you some allowance to spend every month. Did you hear that, Kevin? If you sign the agreement, Grandma will make sure to treat you very well. Think about it carefully. By leaving the company to us, you can live a better life and spend every day eating free food. Furthermore, you don't need to worry about anything since the Jones family will take care of you. Jason tried to make his case in a much friendlier tone. Also, as the strength of the Jones family increases, your reputation will also naturally rise, and people outside will no longer think that you're just a useless son-in-law who's not good enough for Lily. It's like killing two birds with one stone. So how about it, Kevin? Will you sign the agreement or not? Grandma Jones eagerly asked. Kevin didn't answer her question. He just took out his phone and walked into the kitchen to make a call. Thinking that Kevin had admitted defeat and was calling to inform Williams Media about their agreement, Grandma Jones and Jason couldn't help but feel proud of what they had just pulled off. When the Jones family first received the news of Kevin's identity as president of Williams Media, everyone was incredibly shocked and in disbelief. How could a piece of trash that they could always casually belittle suddenly become richer and more powerful than all of them? How could they endure this shame? This was simply unacceptable. Therefore, Grandma Jones hatched a plan with Jason. She decided she would have to take everything from Kevin's hands no matter what the cost. Kindly summarize all the recent business activities by the Jones family and send it to me in 20 minutes. After saying this, Kevin hung up the phone and went back to the living room. Lily, let's see if you still have any shares left in the Jones family, Kevin said coldly. When they heard this, Lily could immediately sense that something wasn't right as Grandma Jones and Jason's expressions had suddenly changed. Meanwhile, Dorothy just stood there blankly and had no clue about what was going to happen next. When Kevin returned home to see Lily, he was surprised to see Grandma Jones and Jason in the apartment. They were trying to force him to turn over Williams Media to repay them for all that he'd done for them over the years. Of course, Kevin had no intention of doing any such thing. 10 days before all this, another building in Chicago had been bought by the Central Alternative Healing Academy. The purpose of this building was to set up a stronghold for their organization to use in the future. All the people from the 9 remaining major organizations were sitting in the dark room. The Union was notably absent.
It's been a few days and Kevin hasn't brought us the power pill yet. Did he run away and hide?
Jeffrey Bowie said worriedly.
It shouldn't be possible. I just saw his mother-in-law 2 days ago, so I'm sure Kevin hasn't left Chicago yet. If he's in hiding, it should only be temporary.
Paul Vaughn leisurely sipped his espresso.
The power pill is incredibly important to us. It has to be controlled by the 9 great organizations. The Union's elders have broken through to another power level, and the overall strength of the group has increased tremendously. If we can't get the pills, I'm afraid we'll be at a serious disadvantage in the future.
Wayne Ford said with a slight frown on his face.
The Union is just a weak group of women. Once we get the power pill, the 9 schools will be able to eliminate them in an instant.
Jeffrey Bowie said disapprovingly and with more than a hint of sexism. One of the group leaders who had been silent until that moment suddenly said,
Actually, Kevin isn't that frightening all by himself. The main reason is that his teacher's power base is too overwhelming, and we don't even know anything about his background.
The entire room instantly fell silent. The Night King's power had them extremely terrified.
Have you forgotten our main purpose in coming to Chicago right now?
A man sitting in the dark corner of the room suddenly spoke up. His words instantly made the faces of everyone there turn serious. The 10 great organizations had come to Chicago together for the ultimate showdown between good and evil. It was like everyone had a great weight sitting on top of them, and they couldn't breathe. As an honorable group, they swore to protect thousands of people with their very lives. They would never allow the evil powers to win and risk the future of the entire world.
The urgent matter at hand is to increase the strength of all the major groups as soon as possible. I believe that if Kevin refuses to hand over the power pill, then we'll have to take drastic measures. For example, we can capture his family and force him to hand over the power pills.
Paul Vaughn's tone was very firm.
This isn't good at all. His methods are too despicable. It's not something that we would normally do if we still wanted to call ourselves honorable,
Jeffrey Bowie said with some hesitation.
I think that approach is wrong. We have to keep our priorities in sight. If Kevin and his family were to be sacrificed to be able to protect the happiness and stability of all living beings in the world, no matter how you look at it, this is the right move to make.
Wayne Ford was very supportive of Paul Vaughn's idea. A few seconds later, all the people in the room nodded their heads in agreement, but they were probably the only ones who knew exactly what they were thinking. 2 older gentlemen stood on the beach, looking out at the water. They had a relaxed and powerful calmness about them. If Kevin had been there, he would have been surprised to find out that one of them was the Night King and the other was Wayne Ford from the Healing Arts School.
I never thought that you would take in a student at your age.
Ford stroked his chin while he spoke thoughtfully.
After experiencing the ups and downs of life, I have a few more years left to conceal my strength and bide my time. The young man has unmatched potential and qualities.
The Night King suddenly paused and slowly raised his head to look up at the clear blue sky.
Kevin is the chosen one. In the future, he'll play a pivotal role in our upcoming battle with the evil forces in the world.
Wayne Ford was genuinely scared of the Night King. They'd known each other for many years, and he knew very well what level the man had attained in his development. For as long as he could remember, the Night King had never spoken like this about anyone.
I can see that you think highly of him,
Wayne Ford said very stoically. He'd only seen Kevin 2 or 3 times. Apart from his development being stronger than that of his peers, Wayne Ford hadn't noticed any other distinguishing characteristics.
I know what you're thinking.
The Night King turned his head and stared at him.
Please, believe me. As long as we can help him to fully mature, he'll definitely make the difference in the upcoming battle. But he won't succeed if he chooses the wrong side.
Then he added very emphatically,
Kevin is our future.
Wayne Ford didn't argue with him. He just stood there and contemplated the horizon and the future of the good forces in the world. At Lily's apartment in the Salix Leaf complex, Kevin handed his wife the documents that Tyler Dawn had sent over. Take a good look. These are all the things your good grandma has done behind your back. Grandma Jones and Jason sat on the sofa looking very frightened and timid. Especially when they felt the anger coming from Kevin, they didn't dare to move a muscle. After spending a couple of minutes reading the documents, Lily threw them hard onto the table and her body trembled violently. When she converted her liquid assets into shares, the Jones family had actually bought all the shares she owned in the KWTD Corporation without notifying her. Then they used the profits they had obtained to fill the gaps in the Jones family's finances. In other words, Lily was completely out of money now. How could you do this? Dorothy's face was full of anger. Mom, Lily and I are both members of the Jones family. How can you treat us like this? You've absolutely ruined us. Feeling Kevin's pressure, Jason Jones didn't dare to speak. His legs began to shake. Lily, you have to understand. I didn't have any other options. Grandma Jones sighed deeply. About a week before, she'd invested all the family's money into a project, but when it was halfway through, the sources of capital dried up. Helplessly, she could only listen to Jason's suggestion and buy Lily's shares to ensure that the project wouldn't fail. That was why they kept trying to snatch the Williams Company from Kevin. Otherwise, the Jones family would really be finished. Well, Lily, do you still want me to give the Williams Company to the Jones family? Kevin asked plainly. Honey, I'm sorry. Tears fell from Lily's eyes as she replied. She just hugged Kevin and buried her head into his chest. All of her money was gone. She had once again been cheated by her family. Suddenly, Jason had no idea where he got his courage from. He pointed at Kevin and roared, "You caused all these problems, you piece of trash. Williams Media is such a big company. You could easily have given us some projects if you'd wanted to. Then our family wouldn't have ended up like this." That's right. Kevin, this is all your fault, you piece of trash. If it wasn't for you, how could Lily's money have been taken away from her? Get the hell out of here right now. Dorothy was so excited that she couldn't think straight. She started pushing Kevin toward the door. I didn't give the Jones family a chance? You have the nerve to repeat Jason's nonsense? Kevin said with a cold smile. Yes, I concealed the truth from you. But in fact, I was the one who asked Tyler Dawn to invest in your family's business. I also asked Brittany Davis to give the contract to my wife. Then Kevin laid out the facts for them to consider. But what did you, Jason Jones, do in return? He tampered with Brittany Davis's equipment, conspired with Grandma Jones to steal Lily's shares, and then expelled her from the family. After that, he cheated her out of her money. I gave you more than one chance. If you blew it, you can only blame yourselves. And now you want to use my wife against me? Attempting to attack the Williams Company is just wishful thinking. Kevin continued to lay into them. There are some things that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that I didn't want to argue with you people. But it doesn't mean that I'm a fool who can easily be bullied. You all keep saying that you want me to return the favor to the Jones family. But during the few years that Lily and I have been married, how did you guys treat me? Don't you have any idea what jerks you've been? Kevin really let them have it. Compared to all the crap you've done, my greatest gift was to let the Jones family continue to exist in Chicago. Kevin still had a lot of things left to do, and he still had to save Phoebe. He didn't want to be delayed any longer by the Jones family's trivial problems. Instead of wasting time beating around the bush, he decided to tell them exactly what he thought. Tyler Dawn looked at Jason and Grandma Jones with contempt. If Kevin gave the word, he wouldn't mind letting the Jones family disappear immediately, and he could easily arrange for it. Honey, don't be angry. Take me away. I don't want to be involved with the Jones family anymore. Lily slowly raised her head and spoke to him quietly with tears welling up in her eyes. Okay, I'll get you out of here right away. Kevin tenderly wiped the tears from Lily's cheeks. He held her hand and quickly left the apartment along with Tyler Dawn. Dorothy was still in a daze. It turned out that her useless son-in-law that she had looked down on had actually done countless things for the family and she'd never known about any of it. Kevin, do you need me? Before Tyler Dawn could finish what he was saying, Kevin waved his hand to stop him. It's only the Jones family. There is no need for us to waste our time and effort. What you need to do now is to make a trip to Detroit. I'll give you the details later tonight. Detroit? Tyler Dawn was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly reacted. He excitedly asked, Kevin, are you finally going to take the first step? Yes, it's time. After Kevin finished explaining, he and Lily got into the Pagani Roadster and they drove away in a cloud of dust. In their apartment at the Salix Leaf Complex, Alan and Susan Williams were sitting on the sofa chatting with a middle-aged man. All three of them look very happy to be together.
Alan, you've really raised a good son. Kevin is very young, but not only has he been enormously successful in his career, his personal development has reached an incredible level. I think it will only take him a few years, and he will definitely become a force to be reckoned with.
The man complimented them as he let out a sigh. The man's name was Richard Swinton. He'd been Alan Williams' closest friend for many years, and he was also the current head of the Swinton family. "Richard, don't be too modest. Your daughter Brenda isn't bad either." Alan was very happy. It had been a long time since they'd had a chance to get together.
"Now, Alan, don't forget the arrangement we made. Our children are old enough now, it's time for them to meet,"
Richard reminded him as he sipped his coffee. Alan's eyes grew wide and he almost choked on his croissant. He'd obviously forgotten about that. Alan Williams and his old friend Richard Swinton were sitting in the living room having a coffee when Richard reminded him that many years ago they'd agreed to arrange a marriage between their children. The expression on Alan's face changed from happiness to deep concern. He and his wife Susan looked at each other, not knowing what to say.
"What's wrong? Did you forget that we promised that Kevin and Brenda would be married when they grew up?"
Richard could sense that something was wrong. After a few minutes of silence, Alan let out a long sigh. "Richard, I have to be honest with you. This is all my fault. Kevin has been married for almost 3 years now." To his and Susan's surprise, their friend didn't show any reaction after hearing this news.
"That's okay, buddy."
Richard smiled and waved his hand like it wasn't a problem at all.
"A man doesn't have to limit himself to just one woman. And Kevin is such an outstanding young man. I'm sure that any young woman would be happy to be with him."
Alan and Susan secretly sighed in relief. "That's very understanding of you, my friend. I'm not sure what to say now." Alan smiled with relief, not knowing how to express the complicated emotions he was feeling.
"There's nothing to worry about, Alan. Since Kevin is already married, well, I have 2 daughters who don't have any children. If it's okay with you, I'll consider Kevin to be my adopted son," Richard replied generously. "It's your good fortune that Brad chose you," Alan said with a laugh. The 2 older gentlemen spent a long time chatting and catching up with each other. Kevin parked the car right in front of the apartment building to let the valets take it to the garage. Seeing Lily sleeping so soundly in her seat, Kevin couldn't bear to wake her up. "Leave the Jones family and come with me. You made an enormous decision today, didn't you?" Kevin thought to himself. He reached out and touched Lily's hair. He got out of the car slowly and carried Lily to the elevator and up to the condo. He placed her gently on the bed and placed his hand on her to give her some spiritual energy so that she could have a better rest. After that, Kevin left a note for her, changed into a new set of clothes, and headed back out. On the way out the door, his phone vibrated. "Hi, Mr. Williams. I'm calling to let you know that Mitchell Cook and the others are here with me at my place,"
Tyler Dawn said respectfully over the phone. "I'll be right there." Kevin slowly raised his head and looked up at the dim sky. His eyes were actually twinkling. After so many years, they were finally going to embark on their journey. Half an hour later, just as Kevin stepped into the meeting room, the few people who were chatting happily suddenly stood up to greet him.
"Mr. Williams,"
Mitchell Cook and the others called out respectfully. "We're friends here. No need to be so formal. Just sit down and talk." Kevin waved his hand and looked at Tyler Dawn. He continued, "Have you finished the things I asked you to prepare?"
"Everything is ready."
Tyler Dawn picked up the remote control and pressed a button. The room immediately turned dark and an enormous screen appeared on the wall. The image that was displayed was a detailed chart filled with names along with lines showing their relationships. The 2 main colors were red and blue.
"This is the current distribution of power in Chicago. I don't know what the reason is, but about a month ago, a lot of powerful people began gathering here, and the most outstanding ones belonged to the 10 major schools," Tyler explained. "Their gathering has greatly affected Dominic, Archer, Drake, and even the Steele family."
Tyler Dawn pressed the button again and lots of blue areas appeared on the screen.
"These are the methods I use to invest in Chicago.
I began with the most powerful families in the region." Mitchell Cook and the others' eyes lit up when they saw what was happening. They were all outstanding business people, so they could naturally tell what was going on. What Tyler Dawn had stumbled upon was actually the backbone of the business forces in the whole Chicago area. Kevin nodded slightly and broke the silence in the room. "Here's the problem that we are facing. How do we control the main powers in Chicago? How should we implement the step that we are about to take?" Tyler Dawn and the others frowned and nodded their heads. Kevin's words hit the nail on the head.
"The Butler family."
Mitchell Cook hesitated for a moment before he added,
"According to the information I received, the Butler family has been in close contact with the Hayes family in Detroit recently."
When they heard this, everyone subconsciously looked at Kevin. After all, the Butler family's heir apparent, Doug Butler, was still lying in the hospital. Using the Butler family to establish a foothold? Kevin fell into deep thought. That's a good idea, but how do we do it?
"Mr. Williams, you might not know this, but the Butler family is preparing to collaborate with the Hayes family to set up a new energy company in Chicago."
Mitchell Cook answered hesitantly as he tried to recall the details. All of them were good at business, but they didn't know much about the new energy industry, so they were a little out of their element. "You've been putting pressure on the Butler's family's businesses for the past few days. Try your best to draw the Hayes family's attention to me." Kevin's intent showed in his eyes. It just so happened that he was going to Detroit to save Phoebe from a horrible marriage. Wasn't the Hayes family planning to celebrate the happy occasion? Then he could give her a really big gift. When Kevin left Tyler Dawn's mansion, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Just as he was about to go back and see Lily, he received a call from his father. "What happened, Dad?" Kevin asked nervously. He knew that his parents would only call him if they had a serious problem. "Do you have any free time now? Come over here right away." Alan Williams sounded a little anxious. "Okay, I'll be right there." When it came to his parents, Kevin didn't waste time asking any questions. He quickly drove over to their condo at the Salix Leaf Complex. Half an hour later, Kevin parked his car in front of the building and looked up at his parents' window. He could see that there wasn't a single light switched on in their place. Could it be that something happened to Mom and Dad? Kevin was a little impatient to find out what was going on. When he got upstairs and opened the door, Kevin quickly retreated. He clearly felt a strong wind blowing toward him. After that, a dark shadow slowly walked out of the living room. "Who are you?" Kevin asked cautiously. "What happened to my parents?"
"If you want to save your parents, you have to strike me first."
"You're asking for trouble." Kevin narrowed his eyes and the internal energy in his body burst out. He shot towards the man like a cannonball. His fists moved like lightning, and Kevin didn't care what he did to this person. He just wanted to find out where his parents were. However, the man easily blocked his aggressive punch.
"Too slow."
This man casually flicked his wrist and sent Kevin flying backwards. However, he didn't injure Kevin at all. After he stabilized himself, Kevin took a deep breath. It was obvious that the man hadn't used his full power, which was certainly immeasurable. "Who are you exactly? Have I offended you in some way? What have you done with my parents? They're just ordinary people and they're not involved in any of the power struggles going on in the city. I think you should understand that they're not a threat to anyone," Kevin explained very honestly.
"Kid, you didn't offend me, but I just can't help it. I don't like the way you looked at me,"
the man replied in a flat tone. The whole time this was going on, the man never left the shadows, which made it impossible for Kevin to see his face clearly. "What the hell? What kind of explanation is that? You attacked my parents for no reason at all?" Kevin thought to himself. This was very confusing. Kevin knew that he could be thick-skinned, but now he'd met someone who was even more cold-blooded than he was. Kevin reached into his jacket and pulled out the night dagger. In the next second, he moved so fast that he seemed to disappear from where he was standing and then reappeared right in front of the Shadow Man as he slashed down at him.
"Stop it, young man. If you continue fighting like this, you'll bring the destruction of this entire family."
The Shadow Man suddenly became nervous. He waved both of his hands and centered himself calmly in front of Kevin. "You don't want to fight? Then what do you want from me?" Kevin asked as he took a step back and lowered his weapon.
"I want you to be my son. As long as you're willing to agree your parents won't—"
He started to explain hesitantly. "That's impossible. Are you threatening my family? Don't even think about it." Kevin forcefully interrupted the man before he could finish what he was saying. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't become your son."
"Is it really impossible?"
the Shadow Man replied jokingly. "Absolutely impossible. Not a chance." Kevin looked at him curiously. Deep down inside, he felt that this was a really strange person. And what a strange thing he was asking for. When Kevin went to his parents' home to try and find them, he was confronted by a strange, powerful man who was hiding in the shadows. The man said that he wanted to adopt Kevin as his own son. Of course, Kevin refused. As he was trying to figure out what was going on, he heard a familiar voice. "And what if I agreed to you becoming his son?" The lights in the condo all lit up and Kevin saw his parents standing in the living room, but there was also a middle-aged man standing by the door. "Mom, Dad, are you okay?" Kevin asked anxiously. "Don't be nervous, Kevin. Richard Swinton is the head of the Swinton family. He's been good friends with your father for many years." His mother quickly walked up to him and looked at her son lovingly as she explained what was going on. Kevin was stunned and couldn't decide how to react. He'd heard about the Swintons. There were many powerful families in the country, but only a few of them were able to earn a nationwide reputation like theirs. For example, the Williams family was only slightly famous in the Chicago area. Compared to the Sutherland family and the Thompson family, they were relatively insignificant. However, the Swinton family was different. It was a superior family with hundreds of years of history. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, they'd hidden themselves from public life long ago. However, whatever the family did always seemed to have far-reaching effects. After listening to his mother recount what had happened, Kevin came back to his senses and couldn't help but think, "I never expected Dad to know someone like this." "Kevin, your Uncle Richard came here to reminisce about old times with us. He also wants to take you as his foster son," Susan Williams said happily. "What are you talking about?" Kevin looked at his mother in shock. It turned out that what Richard said to him earlier wasn't some kind of a trick to take advantage of him. He actually meant it. "What the hell is this? Hurry up and give your foster father a hug." Alan Williams took on a serious tone that he rarely ever used as he loudly chastised Kevin. How could he dare to disobey his foster father's orders? Kevin took a deep breath and walked over to give Richard a hug. Then he said, "I agree to be your foster son." Kevin had already forgotten about what he'd said earlier. He wasn't a fool. From the beginning of the night, he knew that Richard Swinton was at least as powerful as Harley Shepard, and now he knew that the man was in charge of the entire Swinton family. If he had such a powerful backer, Kevin would have much stronger standing when he dealt with other families.
"Not bad, Alan. This kid has the same vibe as you did when you were his age."
Swinton happily slapped Kevin on the back.
"Come with me to my family's estate tomorrow and meet your foster mother."
Swinton couldn't stop smiling. Although he had a good relationship with Alan Williams, what satisfied him even more was seeing Kevin's potential. He was still young and had such strength. It was impossible to tell how high he could climb in the future. That night, Kevin fell into an unusually deep sleep, probably from a medicinal herb that Richard Swinton had given him. Richard lifted Kevin up off the couch like a father might pick up his sleeping child. He carried Kevin to his limousine, and the young man slept the whole way there. Of course, Kevin didn't even have a chance to let anyone in Chicago know that he would be out of town. Dorothy hadn't slept well the whole night. She stretched a little and then walked downstairs. When she got there, she almost fainted. The living room was packed with people. Everyone in the room was emitting a powerful aura. Paul Vaughn was sitting on the sofa with the other people she'd seen before. "What are you doing in my home? Do you know that you're trespassing on private property? Hurry up and get out of here or I'll call the police." Dorothy knew that they hadn't come with good intentions and her heart was pounding rapidly.
Madam, how many days has it been? I want to ask you why the power pill still isn't in my hands."
As Paul Vaughn said this, he placed a large knife heavily on the table.
"You don't need to panic. As long as we get the power pill today, we'll leave without making any trouble,"
Jeffrey Bowie said with a nasty look on his face.
"On the other hand, if we don't get what we want, we won't leave so easily."
"If you want a power pill, you should be talking to Kevin. What does that have to do with me?" Dorothy was so scared that her legs began to feel rubbery. "That trash just came back yesterday, and then he took my daughter away. I have absolutely no idea where he lives."
"Does that mean there aren't any power pills left?"
Paul Vaughn's eyes were burning with anger, and a powerful energy was emanating from his body. Dorothy was so shocked that she took an awkward step backwards and fell to the floor. "Let me go! I only know how to deal with ordinary people. If Kevin has offended you in any way, you can kill him. Don't ever come to see me again." Dorothy was petrified with fear. If she had any idea something like this would happen, she would have told Kevin not to leave yesterday.
"You're Kevin's mother-in-law. If he isn't at home, then it only makes sense to come looking for you."
Paul Vaughn slowly stood up and gestured to the people who were standing next to him.
"As long as you're in my hands, I'm sure that Kevin will be willing to exchange a power pill for your safe return."
When he finished speaking, a few Central Alternative Healing Academy members forcefully lifted Dorothy up from the floor. "No! Let me go! You're breaking the law! Don't you know that? I'm going to sue you!" Dorothy threatened them. Moments later, Dorothy changed from struggling and complaining to begging for mercy. "Please let me go! I really don't know where he is!" Tears kept pouring from her eyes. Now she hated Kevin even more passionately than before. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be in this terrifying situation. "Please let me go. If you do, I'll let you have Kevin and do anything you want to him." Suddenly, Dorothy realized there may be another approach as she quickly said, "Don't you know that Kevin is the CEO of Williams Media? As long as you let me go, I'll make you give him all the money you want." Unfortunately, Paul Vaughn and the others didn't care about her offer. Was money really that useful to people like them? They already knew that Kevin was the president of Williams Media, but no one dared to touch the company. Even the underground organizations had a code of ethics, and they avoided doing anything that would start a panic among ordinary people. No matter how powerful a group was, it had to make sure it followed certain rules in order to remain underground. On top of that, their reason for looking for Kevin wasn't very honorable in the first place. Perhaps because Dorothy's constant begging for mercy was getting too noisy, but Jeffrey Bowie decided to knock her out with the butt of his knife, and the group of people quickly left the apartment. An hour later, another group of people arrived at the apartment. However, when they saw that the place was empty, they quickly called a number.
"All right, I got it. Get out of there immediately,"
Thomas Williams ordered as he sat in his study with a solemn expression on his face. "What's wrong? Didn't you catch him?" Laura glanced at her husband and asked.
"No. Kevin made arrangements in advance and moved his wife and mother-in-law out of the place."
The more Thomas thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly swept everything off the table and onto the floor. "I didn't expect that piece of trash to be so smart," Laura sneered. Then she added, "So what should we do now?" Thomas tapped his temple in annoyance. He'd planned to get hold of a power pill, but never expected that Kevin would already be so well prepared. Now he couldn't even find Kevin. After thinking for a few minutes, Laura had an idea. She said excitedly, "I think I have a way, but I don't know if you dare try it."
"What do you have in mind?"
Thomas closed his eyes tightly. He was so angry that his head was starting to hurt. "Isn't that scumbag Kevin hiding right now? If you gather together a few of the most powerful families in the Chicago area and put some pressure on the Williams Company, I bet that he'll show himself. If he doesn't come out of hiding, then you can just finish off Williams Media anyway. After all, it was originally the property of the Williams family. It's time to take it back after handing it over to that scum Kevin for so long. When you're finished, the company will close its doors and Kevin won't have any financial resources. He won't be able to buy medicinal herbs and refine medicinal pills. Laura sneered viciously. Thomas seriously thought about following his wife's advice.
Now that things have come to this, perhaps it's our only option.
Thomas took a deep breath. For the sake of the entire Williams family, he really wanted to kill his nephew. At the Steele family's mansion, Dalton suddenly smashed his phone into pieces.
The top 10 schools have gone too far this time,
Dalton said angrily. What's wrong with you, Dalton? Miranda asked curiously.
Well, let me tell you what those bastards have done now. A few hours ago, some people from the top 10 schools kidnapped Kevin's mother-in-law. They announced that they were only giving Kevin 10 days to think about it. If he wants his mother-in-law to live, he must exchange the Power Pills formula for her safe return.
Dalton clenched his fist tightly. How can this be? Aren't the 10 great schools supposed to be on the side of good? Their methods are too despicable, Miranda said in disbelief.
They're just trying to gain more power no matter who they hurt. No way I'll let that happen. I have to tell Kevin and go with him to save her,
Dalton said as he took Miranda's phone from her hand. Just then, their butler ran into the room in a panic. You've got some terrible trouble, old great-grandfather.
What happened to my grandfather?
Dalton asked as he hurriedly ran upstairs. Kevin's father agreed to let his friend Richard Swinton be Kevin's foster father. That very night, Richard took Kevin with him to his family's mansion outside of St. Louis. Kevin slept the whole way there, and he was so exhausted that he didn't even wake up when they arrived. So he was carried up to one of the bedrooms of the guest house and left there until morning. When Kevin woke up from his deep sleep, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. Holy crap! Why did I sleep so long? Kevin jumped out of the bed like a shot. When he saw his surroundings, he was stunned. There were 19th century French paintings and beautiful decorations everywhere he looked. When he saw the bed he'd been sleeping in, his eyes grew wide. The bed frame was made of top-grade mahogany. Where am I? Was I kidnapped? Kevin scratched the back of his head and wondered what had happened. He clearly remembered falling asleep in his parents' living room the night before. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came from outside the door.
Are you up yet, sleepyhead?
Richard opened the door and walked in. Father, where are we? Kevin asked with a dumbfounded expression. He was very sure that Richard must be a very eccentric person. Otherwise, who in his right mind would kidnap him and leave him in a room with so many valuable treasures?
This is the Swinton family mansion in St. Louis. Didn't I tell you that I'd bring you here last night? Richard explained with a faint smile.
Kevin's eyes grew wide when he heard this. St. Louis was the most prosperous city in the whole region, but it was several hours away from Chicago, and Richard actually brought him here fast asleep without anyone noticing? What kind of mysterious abilities did Richard have?
Don't just stand there staring at me. Your foster mother is waiting for you in the living room of the main house.
After Richard finished speaking, he told Kevin to quickly pack up his things and leave the guest house, which was at the far end of the estate. After walking for about 15 minutes through the yard full of exotic flowers and plants, Kevin finally got to the main building and entered the living room. He really didn't understand why the houses built by these rich people were so big. They had more bathrooms than Midway Airport. As he entered, Kevin noticed that the Swinton family's courtyard was in imitation of an ancient Roman villa. All the flowers and plants made it a very beautiful and relaxing place to be. When he arrived in the main living room, Kevin looked up in amazement. The room was at least 2 stories high and spread out over at least 3,000 square feet. He was tempted to give Richard a thumbs up and say, "Awesome!" After entering the living room, Kevin saw an elegant-looking woman sitting on a chair leisurely sipping her morning coffee. Beside her sat 2 beautiful women who looked a bit younger but had similar features. Richard led Kevin across the room and introduced them to each other.
This is your foster mother, and those are our 2 daughters. The eldest, Brenda, is about the same age as you. Our other daughter, Gail, is your younger sister now.
Mother, Kevin respectfully greeted the woman. It's good that you're able to visit with us for a few days. Enjoy our peaceful home. Unfortunately, those poor people in Chicago don't have such a life. Catherine Swinton lightly put down her cup as she glanced at Kevin. Kevin wasn't too pleased to hear her say that, but he was a guest, so he bit his tongue. He could only nod his head to show that he understood. "Hubby, I want you to go with me to the mall. There are a few new styles that just arrived at the shoe store. Let's go and take a look at them together," Catherine said quietly.
"But Kevin just got here, and he's not familiar with the place.
Richard began to protest. "What is there to worry about? As long as he doesn't run around, he won't get lost on the property. Besides, don't we have any household staff here today?" Catherine directly interrupted him. "Are you going to go with me or not?"
Okay, I'll go with you."
Richard turned around and looked at Kevin apologetically.
"Kevin, you can stay here and get to know your two younger sisters. If you need anything, just tell them. I'll be back as soon as I can."
Catherine didn't give Kevin any time to answer. She told her two daughters she was leaving and then took Richard's hand as she quickly walked out of the living room. She didn't say anything at all to Kevin the whole time. Kevin had grown used to this sort of contempt and disdain over the past few years. On top of that, he could tell that Richard and his wife had some challenges to deal with. Before Kevin could recover from his shock, Brenda suddenly said, "Do you still remember me?" When Kevin saw her face, he was stunned. Wasn't this the beautiful Brenda who hung around with Mackenzie and Penny? "You're actually my foster father's daughter?" Kevin wondered out loud. "Don't tell me you have a problem with that," Brenda said with a smile. At the same time, there was a slight blush on her face. It didn't quite match her demeanor when she saw Kevin. "Sis, how do you know someone like this?" Gail looked at Kevin with disdain as she sized him up. She walked over to him slowly and then she pinched her nose like he smelled bad and said, "I really don't know what my father likes about you. He actually took you in as his son. This is really a disgrace to our family's reputation." "Gail, don't talk nonsense." Brenda knew Kevin's true identity. The name of the deputy leader of the Myriads alone was enough to make someone want to get on Kevin's good side. "What do you mean, Brenda? I'm not talking nonsense. Look at what he's wearing. How can you even stand his smell?" Gail took a few steps back and deliberately put some distance between herself and Kevin. "Sure, he's kind of cute, but he's nothing like Mr. Huxley, is he?" Gail kept asking. "Sis, are you really going to marry a country bumpkin like him?" Kevin shook his head helplessly. How could she think that someone from Chicago was a country bumpkin? It didn't make much sense, no matter how nice St. Louis was. Then he suddenly realized what Gail had just said. Brenda wanted to marry him? Feeling Kevin's gaze on her, Brenda shyly looked down at the floor. Kevin had no idea what to think about this new development. "You're called Kevin, aren't you? Let me tell you, my sister deserves only the best. Look at yourself. Are you even a match for her?" Gail put her hands on her hips and sneered. "I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. She's definitely out of your league. Only a handsome man with a prominent family background like Mr. Huxley would be right for my big sister." Hang on a second. Kevin couldn't figure out what was going on. "When did I say I wanted to marry your sister?" "If you're poor, then forget about it. There's no need to put on an act," Gail said disdainfully. "Don't think that just because you look innocent, I'll see you differently. I know just what kind of game you're playing." "What are you talking about?" Kevin was completely confused by what Gail was saying. "Ha ha! I've exposed all your tricks. What else are you pretending about?" Gail practically spat on the floor. "Just because you're engaged to my sister doesn't mean you can treat me like some kind of fool." "What?" Kevin was so shocked that he couldn't even respond. And Brenda was so shy that she couldn't even look up at Kevin. She said quietly, "Kevin, don't be surprised. We can never go against our parents' wishes. I won't mind as long as you divorce your wife before you marry me." Just then, a cool breeze blew through the room, and it helped Kevin come back to his senses a little. What the hell was going on here? He'd only slept for a short while. When he woke up, he was at the Swinton family's estate, and now he was getting married. It was all too much. And why hadn't he gotten an offer this good 3 years ago? He had feelings for Lily, but the Jones family had just been terrible to deal with. "What are you talking about, Brenda?" Gail couldn't take it anymore. Kevin, I don't want to see you in my house. Get out of here immediately, do you hear me? Why should I leave? Kevin's face started to turn glum. He hated it when people told him to leave because he'd heard that way too many times in his life. It was your father who brought me here. If he told me to leave, I'd do it immediately. But who do you think you are? What right do you have to make a demand like that? Kevin replied coldly. Of course he was angry. Gail was getting more and more aggressive. If Kevin didn't give her a show of strength, she'd think he was a pushover. I'll show you who I think I am, Gail berated him loudly. Someone, kick this lowlife out right this instant. More than 10 men quickly rushed in at her command and stared at Kevin with a very unfriendly look in their eyes. When Kevin looked around, he was a little surprised to see how powerful and dangerous they were. Most people would have found them frightening, but Kevin wasn't scared at all. At the Swintons' estate, Kevin found out that his new foster sister was actually Brenda, who was a close friend of Penny and Mackenzie. But his other foster sister, Gail, took an instant dislike to him and called for help to have Kevin thrown out of their home. Break his arms and legs, then toss him out in the street. Gail stood there with her hands on her hips looking very arrogant.
Yes, ma'am,
the men replied. These people were the Swinton family's bodyguards, and they obeyed the orders of all the family members. Stop! Brenda hastily walked up to her sister and asked, What are you doing? Kevin only said a few words to you. Sis, you really don't like this poor loser, do you? Gail looked at her sister in surprise. You can't be serious. Thornton Huxley is still waiting for you to say yes to his proposal. Gail became even more anxious now. She shouted at the guards. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do something. I don't want him to remain here for another second. Don't you dare lift a finger, Brenda warned them all coldly. The two sisters' conflicting orders had put the bodyguards in a difficult position. Dealing with one person at a time wasn't a problem. But what were these two young women trying to do? They couldn't obey both of them at the same time. Brenda, don't worry about it. As long as Father doesn't order it, no one will be able to kick me out of the Swinton family. Kevin broke the silence in the hall with a big grin on his face. He stomped his foot on the floor slightly, and a strong wave of energy was released in an instant. The entire room seemed to shake, and almost a dozen guards fell to the ground. Under the enormous pressure emanating from Kevin's body, their faces turned pale. They knew that Gail was making a serious mistake. However, they had to be on their guard against Kevin, and more importantly, they couldn't let anything happen to the two sisters. You're pretty powerful, aren't you? Gail was shocked and ran to hide behind her sister. Gail, you're my foster father's daughter. I'd never do anything to you. But don't think that I'm easy to bully. Kevin waved his hand forcefully. The bodyguards knew they couldn't defeat Kevin, so they all took a knee to show that they were beaten. Apologize right now. Kevin stared coldly at Gail. No, I don't believe that a loser like you would dare to do anything to me. If you do anything reckless, I'll have my father beat you to death. Although Gail was talking tough, she still kept hiding behind her elder sister. But right now all she felt toward Kevin was hatred. She would never apologize to him. Kevin, for my sake, let's forget about all this. I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Brenda wanted to slap the back of Gail's head. She couldn't believe that her sister could be so brainless. Sis, what are you afraid of? This is our home, isn't it? Maybe I'll just call Thornton Huxley over here to teach Kevin a lesson. Gail was feeling overly confident. Brenda let out a heavy sigh. Her younger sister could still be so naive. Just then, a man walked into the room. What happened? Why are these men all kneeling on the floor? Gail became excited when she saw who it was. Thornton Huxley, you're a sight for sore eyes. Hurry up and give me a hand. This poor slob has been bullying me. Thornton Huxley was the sole heir to his family's fortune in St. Louis, and he'd been pursuing Brenda for many years. In fact, Brenda went to Chicago so often, not just to relieve her boredom, but in order to avoid being bothered by him. He looked at Kevin, and a hint of disdain immediately appeared in his eyes. Very contemptuously, he sneered. "You've got a lot of guts, kid. How dare you cause trouble for the Swinton family? And what makes you think you can bully my little sister Gail? If you don't apologize to her right this second, there's no way you're walking out of here in one piece." "Thornton, what right do you have to tell me what to do in my own house? This is a private matter. It's Swinton family business. Please leave immediately and don't meddle in other people's affairs." Brenda didn't even want to look in his direction. As expected, Thornton's expression changed when he heard this. "Brenda, what did you just say? Could this guy be your younger brother?" Thornton then carefully looked Kevin up and down. He didn't see anything remarkable about him. On top of that, he'd been in St. Louis for many years, but he'd never heard of Richard having a son. Could this guy be Richard's illegitimate son? Thornton wondered. The contempt in his eyes grew even stronger. Although it was inevitable for big families to have some private secrets, nobody ever liked an illegitimate child. After all, it was too damaging to the family's reputation. "If I can get the upper hand with this brat, I might be able to make a good impression on Richard," Thornton thought to himself. "What are you talking about, Brenda? Am I an outsider or something?" Thornton asked hesitantly. "You're handsome and elegant. As far as I'm concerned, you'd make the perfect brother-in-law. You're definitely not an outsider in this family," Gail quickly asked. "Thornton, look at this man. He's so poor, but he actually wants to marry my sister. Do you think he's delusional?" Thornton was amused by the first part of Gail's sentence, but the second half really stunned him. It seemed that this kid wasn't Richard's illegitimate son after all, but instead he was a rival for Brenda's affection. "What the hell is wrong with you, you loser? What right do you have to pick a fight with me? Brenda is mine, and don't you forget it. Get as far away from her as you can." Thornton had really gotten worked up over this. "I think you're the one who should get out," Brenda snarled coldly. "You don't actually like this guy, do you, Brenda?" Thornton asked in surprise. "How can someone like him even compare to me?" As he said this, Thornton puffed out his chest and raised his chin, trying his best to show his handsome side. "I won't allow you to put him down like that. Kevin is my fiancé who is betrothed to me. My father brought him here from Chicago so we can get married." Brenda smiled and held Kevin's arm as she leaned in close to him. When he felt the softness of her body against his own, Kevin was a little taken aback. "I hate this guy. Please help me," Brenda whispered into Kevin's ear. However, her actions really upset Thornton. How could she be showing so much affection towards Kevin? After all, Thornton had been chasing after Brenda for years, but he'd never even held her hand. This poor slob suddenly appeared, and he actually moved right in on her. It was absolutely unbearable for him. "Listen, you bastard. Stay away from my Brenda. Otherwise, I'll chop off your hand. Do you understand me?" Thornton was so angry that he was about to lose control. "What are you shouting for? You're scaring my fiancé." Kevin gently rubbed the back of Brenda's head and ran his fingers through her hair. Thornton couldn't take it any longer. He fiercely rushed up to Kevin and grabbed him by the collar. "Can't you hear what I'm saying? I could have killed you with just one word." Thornton glared at Kevin fiercely. You could see the powerful energy flowing through the man's body. "Let go of him!" Brenda pushed Thornton away forcefully and yelled, "I'm warning you. Kevin is my fiancé. If you try something like this in the future, you'll never be welcome in my home again." Her words hit Thornton like a thunderbolt, and he took a few steps back in shock. Suddenly, someone walked over to them. "Is everyone home right now?" When the people in the room heard her say this, they looked over and saw Nadia Alexander, who was wearing a long lavender dress as she stood there with a red box in her hand. "Madam President," Thornton called out respectfully. 3 years before, Nadia Alexander had been his mentor, and with the help of his family's resources, he had advanced by leaps and bounds in herbalism. He'd gotten very close to qualifying to enter the Herbalist Society. This success had given him the confidence to think that he could marry the Swinton family's elder daughter. "Hello, Madam President," Gail and Brenda called out at the same time. The guards, who were still kneeling on the floor, didn't even dare to raise their heads and look up. Nadia Alexander's title of Herbalist Society branch president had given her a great deal of prestige. No matter who saw her had to treat her with the utmost respect. There were also rumors that she had a close relationship with the leader of the Herbalist Society, so everyone understood that offending her was equivalent to indirectly challenging the Herbalist Society itself. However, Kevin was an exception. "Hello, Brenda and Gail." After saying this, Nadia Alexander finally noticed that Kevin was also there. Her excitement was instantly apparent in her eyes. But she also noticed that Brenda was holding onto Kevin's arm and they looked like they were a couple. This caused Nadia to become very puzzled. Isn't Kevin already married? And didn't Thornton quite like Brenda? What are the two of them doing together now? Nadia was considering all kinds of possible explanations for this surprising development. But Thornton and the others thought that Nadia was remaining silent because she'd been offended by Kevin's lack of respect. "You fool! Don't you know who is standing right in front of you? Hurry up and greet her properly," Thornton scolded Kevin. What Thornton was really trying to do was to show Brenda how capable he was. After all, he was the branch president's student and would make an ideal husband. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Thornton just told you? This is Nadia Alexander. Can you afford to offend her?" Gail snarled at Kevin. Earlier, Kevin had asked Gail to apologize to him. Now the tables had turned and Kevin would have to say that he was sorry. Gail thought that she had the upper hand now. With Thornton's support, she'd be able to put Kevin in his place. But when she saw that Kevin didn't react for a long time, Brenda became even more anxious. Gail and Thornton finally relaxed a little. Now that Kevin had insulted such a powerful person, his life was probably over. But then, to everyone's surprise, Nadia announced, "Mr. Williams doesn't need to apologize for anything." She would never forget the time when she was visiting the Thompson family. Joseph and Kyle Thompson's attitude towards Kevin was so respectful that they practically treated him like a father figure. Compared to them, what right did she have to make Kevin give her any special treatment? Everyone looked at Kevin in shock because of what Nadia had just said. What was going on here? "Hi, everyone. We weren't out for long. Why is the house so lively?" Richard slowly walked in with his wife. Because Catherine wasn't feeling well on the way to the mall, the two of them had decided to turn around and hurry back home. "Mr. Swinton!" Nadia nodded her head slightly as she greeted him. Because of her status, this was the most respect that she'd ever showed to anyone. Richard was pleased to see her, but he had no idea what Nadia was doing in his home. Nadia Alexander paid a surprise visit to the Swintons, and they were all wondering why she had decided to stop by. When Nadia walked in, the Swintons' bodyguards had just backed down from Kevin after being ordered by Gail to throw him out of the mansion. Richard Swinton was probably the most surprised of all. "Why is Nadia Alexander here all of a sudden?" Richard saw the bodyguards kneeling on the ground, and a puzzled look flashed across his eyes. At a glance, Richard had a good idea of what was going on, but he didn't say it out loud. When they saw Richard walk in, the bodyguard slowly stood up from the ground and walked out of the room. "Mr. Swinton, I have 2 matters to attend to today. The first thing is my student's marriage." Nadia Alexander glanced at Thornton, then her gaze stopped on Kevin. "Thornton has been in love with your elder daughter for many years, so today I'm here on behalf of his family to arrange his marriage with Brenda." After saying that, Nadia slowly opened the red box in her hand. In an instant, everyone saw a colorful light emanating from the box. "A glass powder pill?" Kevin said as he squinted at the box. "Kevin, do you know what this pill is?" Richard asked as he stared at Nadia's gift. According to the information Richard had gathered, Kevin won first place in the Midwest Herbalism competition, but he didn't know the exact details of the contest's outcome. The glass powder pill is used to stabilize the foundation of someone's training. In a way, the main effect is to eliminate any hidden injuries someone may have suffered during their training. But Kevin hesitated for a moment before continuing. But this pill is only suitable for females to consume. When they heard Kevin say this, everyone looked over at Catherine. In the Swinton family, Brenda and Gail were considered to be very delicate and precious. So the only person the pill could be intended for would be their mother, Catherine. In fact, very few people knew that roughly 25 years before, when Richard and Catherine were traveling around the country, they'd been the victims of a surprise attack that almost killed them. During the fight, Catherine used her body to block a fatal palm strike meant for Richard. Although the two of them managed to escape in the end, their lives were in grave danger. Fortunately, Alan Williams saved them, which was why they were still alive today. It was a pity that Richard hadn't yet made a decision to marry Catherine at that time. The relationship between the Armstrong family, that was Catherine's maiden name, and the Swinton family ended up becoming hopelessly strained. Many of their relatives had been opposed to their relationship. Richard waited until the Swintons had chosen him to be the head of the family before proposing to Catherine. She suffered for the rest of her life from the internal injuries she received during the fight. The two families spent a lot of effort and finally found that in order to cure her, she needed the glass powder pill. Unfortunately, the formula had always been under the control of the Herbalist Society, and there were very few herbalists who were capable of making it. So for all these years, Richard took care of Catherine and doted on her. He always felt a little guilty about what had happened to her. After all, he was the one who should have been injured instead of her.
Nadia, why don't we talk about the second thing?
Richard didn't really want to discuss a marriage with Thornton. Richard had been around the block a few times, and he knew that there were bound to be some strings attached. The second thing I'd like to discuss is an invitation for the entire Swinton family to join the Herbalist Society. What do you think? Nadia asked him with a faint smile. If you agree to the marriage between Thornton and Brenda, then I'll give you this glass powder pill. Also, as long as you join the Herbalist Society, then we'll all be considered family from now on. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? It would certainly bring us all closer to each other. Wow, a chance to join the Herbalist Society. Daddy, please agree, Gail said excitedly. Thornton couldn't help but feel proud of himself. This was the foundation of the Huxley family and also the biggest bargaining chip he could use to marry Brenda. At the same time, he didn't forget to look at Kevin with disdain as if he was telling him,
Did you see that? This is the difference between the two of us. I have Nadia Alexander as my mentor, and I can also give the Swinton family a chance to join the Herbalist Society. I'm the only one who's worthy of Brenda's hand. You should just pack up and head home.
Catherine was really moved by the offer. For all these years, Richard had put a lot of effort into treating her injuries. It was something that hung over them all the time. Richard tightly clenched his fists. The glass powder pill was indeed something he wanted very much, but his daughter Brenda wouldn't be happy with Thornton. In his heart, Richard knew that it would be a horrible marriage. On top of that, Richard already had someone in mind to be his daughter's husband. Besides, the Swinton family had long been out of the public eye. There wasn't any need for them to join the Herbalist Society.
Mr. Swinton, have you thought about it? As long as you agree to let Brenda marry me, then our two families will have an unbreakable bond. If we work together, all of St. Louis will become ours,
Thornton said excitedly. He'd been waiting for this day for too long.
Nadia, I can agree to join the Herbalist Society, but only if you let me have the glass powder pill,
Richard replied as he looked Nadia in the eyes. What do you mean? Nadia frowned and said, This pill is a gift that I'm only offering for the promise of marriage between Brenda and Thornton. Her meaning was very clear. If Richard wanted the pill, he had to agree to the marriage.
If that's the case, then we have nothing more to talk about. Take care of yourself and have a good day.
Richard gestured toward the front door. Richard! Catherine cried out. Father! Gail pouted. Catherine and Gail voiced their opposition at the same time, but they were stopped by Richard, who held up his palm like a police officer directing traffic. This made the smile on Thornton's face disappear. He thought that with Nadia Alexander and the glass powder pill on his side, he would definitely be able to beat Kevin. He didn't expect that Richard would turn down the offer. Mr. Swinton, forgive me, but I have to speak up. Although the Swinton family is very large and does a lot of business, there's something you should keep in mind. My student Thornton is also from a rich family. This marriage would definitely be a good match that would benefit both families. Don't you want the best for your daughter? Nadia had a disappointed look on her face.
Madam President, you might not know this, but my daughter Brenda and my adopted son Kevin were supposed to be engaged,
Richard replied plainly. Although the Huxley family had a lot of influence in St. Louis, the Swinton family wasn't afraid of them. As far as Richard was concerned, even though Thornton was pretty good compared to other young men in the city, there was still an enormous gap between him and Kevin. Dad, how can you let my sister marry this nobody? Gail anxiously protested.
Stay out of this. Why are you interrupting when the adults are talking?
Richard reprimanded her harshly.
It's all my fault for pampering you so much that you don't respect your elders anymore.
Hubby, don't talk to Gail that way. She's still young and inexperienced. Catherine quickly protected her younger daughter. Although Kevin is Alan's son, and even though She didn't finish what she was saying, but the meaning was very clear. Kevin's family was no longer the same as before. Kevin was even someone else's son-in-law. To put it bluntly, he wasn't worthy to become part of their family.
Even though he what? Back then, the only honorable thing to do was to offer Alan and Susan our daughter. It was only natural for the two of them to get married. Do you want me to go back on my promise? Richard said excitedly. Catherine, don't forget that Kevin's father saved our lives.
Gail poked her head out from behind her mother and complained to her father. I don't care what you say, Dad. I'll never agree to let Brenda marry this kind of person. Is he anything like Thornton?
You don't have any say in this. This was already arranged years before you were even born. If you say another word, I'll send you to your room and make you sit in the corner.
Richard's temper had finally risen. He didn't care what any outsiders thought. He needed to set his daughter straight. Nadia's expression changed slightly when she heard Richard talking like this. She'd never known that Kevin actually had such a distinguished family background.
Mr. Swinton, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that my family isn't worthy of your attention?
Thornton was so angry that his body began to tremble. How could someone choose Kevin over him? It was unthinkable.
Wait until you're the head of the Huxley family. Right now, I don't have to listen to you.
Richard glanced at him indifferently.
I refuse to accept this, Thornton started to complain.
Shut up! Nadia suddenly scolded Thornton and then looked deeply into Kevin's eyes. Finally, she looked back at Richard. I think I'm being rude to Mr. Williams. Richard and the others were stunned when they heard her say this. They didn't understand what Nadia Alexander meant. After all, she was the president of the Midwest branch of the Herbalist Society. How could she call a young man like Kevin Mr. and also be so respectful? Catherine looked at Kevin in disbelief. She thought to herself, he's already been kicked out of the Williams family. Could it be that he has some kind of shocking secret that no one knows about? Everyone was shocked to hear Nadia Alexander being so respectful to Kevin. He obviously had some kind of secret that made him far more powerful and important than he appeared to be. No wonder Richard preferred Kevin over Thornton when it came to choosing a husband for his daughter Brenda. Brenda's hand froze as she held Kevin's arm. Richard Swinton was the only one who reacted, and he was very excited. Nadia Alexander's performance only proved that Kevin was an outstanding young man and that even the Herbalist Society was interested in him. Thornton looked at his mentor in disbelief as he stood there motionless, rooted to the ground.
Miss Alexander, what do you mean? Thornton asked in a daze.
Thornton, since Brendan Swinton is engaged to Mr. Williams, you should give up on this idea. Nadia didn't dare to offend Kevin simply on account of the Huxley family's reputation. No, I don't agree with this. Mr. Huxley, you must not give up. Aren't you Nadia Alexander's student? Then you should compete with this slob in an herbalism contest. Whoever wins will be worthy of marrying my sister. Gail tried her best to speak confidently. Richard Swinton was thoroughly annoyed by this. "Someone send Gail up to her room. No one is allowed to let her out without my permission." "But Richard, how can you be so angry with Gail?" Catherine hurriedly hugged her daughter and tried to stop the bodyguards who were walking in the room. This scene had happened countless times before in the Swinton family household, so Richard had no choice but to give in. However, Gail's words undoubtedly caused Thornton to become agitated. "You obviously have some knowledge of herbalism. However, would you dare to compete with me in a head-to-head contest?" Thornton pointed at Kevin and sneered. "If you don't agree to this, then you should get out of the Swinton family immediately. You'll never be able to step foot in St. Louis for the rest of your life." "And what happens if I win and you lose?" Kevin asked him calmly. "Kevin," Richard called out anxiously. Although he didn't like Thornton all that much, he had to admit that the young man was very talented, especially in the few years he'd been learning from Nadia Alexander. His herbalism skills had improved by leaps and bounds, and he couldn't find a worthy opponent among the younger generation in St. Louis. "Father, don't worry," Kevin comforted him confidently. However, Thornton acted like Kevin had made a huge joke, and Gail also laughed along with him. "You really think I'll lose?" Thornton pointed at his chest and laughed so hard that he could barely speak. "You clown! Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Why don't you go out and ask about my reputation in St. Louis? If he loses to you, I'll personally wash your feet for you tonight." Gail laughed so hard that tears were starting to flow from her eyes. "I'll remember your offer. When this is over, you won't be crying from laughter. You'll be crying from regret," Kevin replied coldly. "If you insist on pressing for this contest, I'll make a promise to you here and now. If I lose, I'll kneel down in front of you and shine your shoes. Then I'll disappear and never bother the Swinton family again." Thornton was bragging like this contest was a sure thing. "Be careful what you promise, Thornton." Nadia quickly tried to dissuade him. She knew Kevin's skill in herbalism. He could even refine a soul-suppressing pill and a life prolongation pill. His talent in herbalism was far greater than hers. How could Thornton, a second-rate student, be compared to him? "Teacher, don't worry. I won't lose this contest no matter what," Thornton declared as he puffed out his chest. "Do you have anything that can be used to concoct pills in the house?" Kevin turned around and asked respectfully. He didn't bring anything with him when he came to the Swinton family's home, so he needed to borrow the ingredients if he was going to make any herbal medicine. Richard Swinton looked at Kevin, and when he saw that the young man was so full of confidence, he let out a deep sigh and said, "Everybody come with me." Even though the popularity of herbalism had gradually withered over the years, herbal pills had recently become very popular. The Swinton family had a long history in herbalism, so they always kept the right equipment on hand. The estate was quite large, and the Swinton family lived in relative seclusion. Because the pill refinement contest could cause the cauldron to explode, the pill refinement room was placed deep in the dense woods to the northwest of the family's mansion. The Swintons had a large staff of employees who took care of the cooking, maintenance, cleaning, and other duties, including bodyguards. They all started to whisper to each other. "Have you heard? Kevin wants to compete with Thornton in an herbalism contest." "Of course I knew that. I just saw Mr. Swinton take everyone to the pill room. Seems like even Nadia Alexander is here," one of them replied. "I wonder how skilled he is in herbalism. Thornton is one of the most outstanding young men in all of St. Louis," the other staff member said. "I only give him a 20% chance of winning. After all, Thornton is a direct student of Nadia Alexander," another one of them remarked. "Mr. Williams, for my sake, can you not beat Thornton too badly?" Nadia begged helplessly. "He's still young, but he's also hot-tempered and often acts on impulse. If he insults you, I'll apologize on his behalf, but if you make him look bad, I'm afraid he'll never get over it." "We can talk about that later. He may be young, but I'm not that old myself," Kevin commented. Since it was Thornton's idea to do this, Kevin just had to teach the guy a lesson. Richard Swinton and his wife were walking in front of the group, but they clearly overheard Kevin and Nadia talking. Richard and Catherine looked at each other in shock. Could it be that Kevin's herbalism skills are really that advanced? Even Nadia Alexander feels ashamed at being inferior to him. The two of them wondered. Mr. Huxley, you must win the contest. Otherwise, I'll have to wash that jackass's feet, Gail said as she pulled on Thornton's arm.
Don't worry, Gail. I'll make him get out of St. Louis for good.
Thornton's tone was very firm. Brenda, who was walking next to them, heard Thornton's boast and looked at him as if he was an idiot.
Brenda, why are you looking at me like that? Am I so handsome you can't take your eyes off of me?
Thornton tossed his long hair back and posed like he was a model.
I'll definitely prove to your parents that I'm the most qualified man to marry you. You should start getting ready for that wedding.
Brenda didn't respond to him and slightly shrugged her shoulders. Kevin could even successfully refine a repair pill, which meant that his herbalism skills had already surpassed Thornton's by miles. After more than 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the herbalism room. Nadia immediately started setting the rules for the competition. The two of you can go inside and choose the medicinal ingredients yourselves. There's no time limit. But if you fail to make your herbal pill, you'll be judged as the loser. The Swinton family sat down at a picnic table outside. Although the family hadn't produced any top herbalists in many years, they had collected a lot of precious herbs and other ingredients. Kevin casually gazed around the pill refining room. He almost lost his composure when he saw how well stocked it was. Cloud pine grass? Holy crap! How much is all that worth? He thought to himself as he examined all the containers. They were all first-rate herbs, some of which were thought to be extinct. Kevin sighed when he saw all the choices he had. Just then, Thornton suddenly called out to him,
"Hey, bozo, how'd you like to raise the stakes?"
"What do you want to bet?" Kevin replied distractedly. He was still too excited to pay much attention to his adversary.
"If you lose, you'll have to duck and walk out of the Swinton family's courtyard. At the same time, you'll have to shout that Brenda is Thornton's wife,"
he said in a very snotty tone of voice. Thornton didn't plan for Kevin to win Brenda's hand in marriage so easily. He wanted to embarrass Kevin so much that he'd never be able to show his face in St. Louis. "I can promise you that, but if you lose, you have to be my personal assistant for 3 years. Kevin answered playfully.
"Well, you'd better keep your promise."
After saying this, Thornton decisively turned his head and began to seriously search for the medicinal herbs he needed. Kevin thought for a moment and was soon ready to refine a medicinal pill. Half an hour later, the two of them finally took out what they needed from the tens of thousands of herbs. By then, the Swinton family's domestic help who came to watch the show had already filled half of the courtyard. With a lot of noise, 2 large cauldrons were brought out and placed in the middle of the courtyard. They were way bigger than the one that Kevin had used at the contest in Grant Park. Is this a purple gold bronze furnace? Kevin's eyes grew wide in amazement.
"Oh, haven't you ever seen a fancy one like this before?"
Thornton looked over at him with disdain. "What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and start making your pills." Brenda scolded them angrily. Thornton let out a disdainful snort. After lighting the fire, he put the herbs into the furnace and began refining them step by step. Everything seemed to be going as planned, and he wasn't running into any problems. The crowd of household employees started commenting on how well Thornton was doing. They expected as much from him since he was Nadia's top student. They wondered what miracle medicine he would prepare this time. One of them was so excited that he'd run through the woods in his underwear just to see. Everyone was curious to see how the contest would end. As Kevin and Thornton started making their herbal meds, the Swinton family staff gathered around and started commenting on how talented Thornton was. They thought that he'd win the contest hands down. Their fawning compliments not only made Thornton smile complacently, but also made him look mockingly at Kevin, who had yet to make a move.
"Hey, haven't you even started yet? At this rate, you're going to lose for sure."
Thornton could already imagine Kevin duck-walking across the family's estate. A few minutes later, there was still no movement from Kevin, which caused everyone to be puzzled. What's Kevin up to? Why hasn't he done anything yet? One of the onlookers wondered out loud.
Could it be that he doesn't know how to concoct pills after all?
Another one replied. Some of them thought that Kevin was being extra careful because his opponent had so much advanced training. He was obviously feeling pressured not to make any mistakes. But they were careful not to be insulting because they knew that Mr. Swinton had adopted Kevin into the family. Richard Swinton frowned and put down the cup of coffee he was holding.
Why hasn't Kevin started making his pill yet?
I think he must have been scared silly by Mr. Huxley's skill. We already know how this match will turn out. I told you that Mr. Huxley is the only man worthy of marrying my big sister. Gail nibbled on the desserts that the waitstaff had brought out, but she was careful not to say anything too loudly because she was very afraid of her father's reaction. Hubby, do you think that maybe Kevin doesn't know how to concoct herbal pills? Is that why he's behaving like this? Catherine asked hesitantly. Even though she didn't dislike Kevin, she also didn't have a very good impression of him either.
Maybe Kevin is just thinking about it.
Although Richard Swinton had been training for years, he knew relatively nothing about herbalism. When Thornton finished refining all his herbs, Kevin suddenly opened his eyes and finally made his move. He slapped the lid of the cauldron. Then he grabbed all sorts of different ingredients and he stuffed them all into the furnace at once. It looked like he didn't care what their attributes were. What the heck is he doing? One of the onlookers asked. Don't tell me he really doesn't know how to concoct pills and he's just making it up as he goes along, another one commented. They were all pretty sure that this wasn't how to make herbal meds and that Kevin was definitely going to lose the contest. Finally, one of the staff members remarked, What I'm most worried about isn't whether Kevin will lose, but rather whether there will be an explosion. Let's stand further back. Everybody in the front row began to slowly move backwards. When Richard Swinton saw this going on, he almost spat out his coffee. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Does this goofball think he's cooking a stew or something? Gail laughed until she was doubled over. It looks like your foster son is going to lose for sure. This really looks like a call for help, Catherine said with some regret. It's a pity that all those valuable medicinal herbs are going to waste. If you want to find more to replace them, it will cost a pretty penny. Brenda also shook her head a few times. It was obvious that Kevin had already lost the contest. Perhaps he just made that repair pill from Mackenzie by accident, Brenda secretly thought in her heart. But Thornton was already letting this go to his head. He could imagine how it was going to look when he and Brenda stepped into the wedding hall. After stuffing more than 10 kinds of herbs into the furnace, Kevin lit the fire and a flame rose from the bottom of the surface. It looked like he was controlling it with his hands. Is he controlling the fire with his body? Nadia Alexander stood up from her chair in surprise. In fact, she had been staring at Kevin from the very beginning. Thornton was her own student, and she knew very well that he couldn't do anything like that. What's Kevin doing with the flame? Do you know anything about that, Dad? Gail asked with a puzzled expression. Richard blushed and coughed awkwardly.
Madam President, could you please explain what it means to control fire with air movement?
Nadia was happy to reply. This technique was developed long ago. A supreme herbalist created a way to use his own hands to control the intensity of the pill fire. That way he could use the most appropriate flame for the pill he was creating. However, most of those methods have been lost, she continued. Even our herbalist society only has a few records of them. But one thing I know for sure is that it takes someone with very developed internal energy to do it successfully. Plus, this method takes a lot of training and can be very draining on someone, so it hasn't become very popular. But Kevin is definitely using a secret herbalism technique. The more Nadia Alexander spoke, the more excited she became. It was as if she wanted to immediately run up to Kevin and ask him to be her mentor. Everyone there was shocked to hear Nadia's explanation. They looked at Kevin in disbelief. No one would have thought that he, this ordinary-looking guy, actually knew an ancient secret herbalism technique. Well, refining pills doesn't rely solely on controlling the heat. He would definitely fail if he stuffed all the medicinal ingredients into his mouth, Gale said in a very unconvinced tone of voice. I'm sorry, Gale, but you're only half right. You might not know this, but herbalists who are able to master this secret technique are at least at the Grand Master level of herbalism. Nadia sounded a little embarrassed to admit it. She'd been trying to reach the Grand Master level for many years, but had reached a bottleneck and had never found the way to break through. Suddenly, Kevin shouted loudly and slammed the lid of the furnace hard on the side. Under the impact of the heat, all the herbs flew out. Like I said, that goofball is just trying to attract everyone's attention. I'm sure he doesn't know anything about making herbal pills, Gale said complacently. Thornton also looked at Kevin with disdain.
How can you even think of stealing my girl away from me when your abilities are so inadequate? You're just making a fool of yourself by showing off like this in front of a true expert. I'm looking forward to seeing you duck walk across the estate grounds. As the saying goes, don't count your chickens or your ducks before they're hatched. After a brief moment of shock, Nadia Alexander saw the most crucial detail of Kevin's technique. Although the medicinal herbs were flying up in the air, it wasn't chaotic and disorganized. They were all spinning around in an orderly manner under Kevin's control. At the same time, the medicinal properties of the ingredients were being compressed together. My God, is his herbalism level really that advanced? Nadia secretly sighed as she watched. About 10 minutes later, the numerous herbs gradually condensed into a ball of light in the air. Under Kevin's control, they once again returned to the furnace. What's the use of returning them to the furnace? The medicinal properties have already been exhausted. Even if the final pill is formed, it will only be a low-grade medicinal pill. You've already completely lost this competition.
After thinking about these things, Thornton slapped his palm on his own cauldron. A rich medicinal fragrance was being emitted from his pill furnace, and a reddish-orange-colored cloud appeared in the air above Thornton's head. Wow, Mr. Huxley is really powerful. Gale excitedly clapped her hands.
Everyone look, it's a two-colored cloud,
one of the onlookers cried out. They were all amazed that Thornton had created his herbal pill in such a short period of time. It looked like Kevin was definitely going to lose, but to lose to an expert like Thornton Huxley wasn't such an embarrassing thing. Nadia looked pleased when she saw the two-colored pill cloud, but she knew it was far from enough to defeat Kevin. Hubby, I don't think I need to watch the rest of this competition, do I? It's obvious who will win. Catherine looked at Thornton with admiration. Although Kevin's manipulation technique is very fancy, he still needs to rely on his true strength to concoct pills. Richard Swinton looked over at Kevin. When he saw the calm and collected expression on Kevin's face, he couldn't help but say,
Kevin hasn't given up yet, and he hasn't failed either. It's still too early to judge the winner right now.
Dad, aren't you being too partial to that fool? Mr. Huxley has already concocted a two-colored pill. Do you think Kevin still has a chance to win? Gale looked with contempt at Kevin, who was still busy controlling the pill fire. Hubby, I think what Gale said makes sense. Even if we give Kevin a little more time, in the end he's going to fail anyway. Seeing that her husband wasn't going to say anything, Catherine could only wait patiently with him. All right, I guess we'll stay till the bitter end. Kevin glanced at Thornton and thought to himself, not many people can create a two-colored pill cloud. No wonder he's so proud of himself.
Kevin, just admit you've lost. You'll never be able to defeat me.
Thornton pushed the lid open and took out a red and orange pill. Mr. Huxley sure is awesome, Gale exclaimed as she excitedly ran towards him. Quickly, tell me what kind of pill you just made.
This is called the cosmetic pill. I specially refined it for Aunt Catherine.
Thornton brought Gale over to the stone table and explained to everyone.
If someone takes this medicinal pill, their physical appearance will remain unchanged for 50 years.
Dad, did you hear that? Mr. Huxley is so talented. Kevin should really kneel down and shine his shoes. Gale pretended to be powerful and said, You better let him know it would be better for him to quickly admit defeat. Suddenly, the clear blue sky suddenly became darker and darker. You could hear the thunder rumbling in the distance. It's already autumn. Why is there still thunder? Catherine looked up in confusion. It's pill thunder, Nadia declared as she stared at Kevin in admiration. Kevin had also attracted pill thunder during the competition in Chicago, but this looked even more powerful.
Nadia Alexander is talking about Kevin's.
Before Richard could finish what he was saying, a lightning bolt flashed in front of them. With unbelievable force, it struck the pill furnace right in front of Kevin. The purple gold bronze furnace instantly shattered into pieces, and the fist-sized ball of light was split into two by the lightning. Did he just create two pills at the same time in one furnace? Nadia Alexander said in shock as she dropped her coffee mug on the ground. This was more amazing than anything that she'd ever imagined. Thornton had managed to create a two-colored pill that he wanted to offer to Catherine Swinton. It was a cosmetic pill to help her keep her physical appearance for 50 years. It looked like Thornton was going to win the contest, but then Kevin impressed everyone by controlling the cauldron's flame with his hands, and then drawing lightning from the sky to strike his furnace. Bolts of lightning fell one after another, causing a commotion that shook all of St. Louis. What's going on at the Swinton family's estate? The locals wondered. Those who knew about herbalism knew that the pill lightning had been triggered while someone was creating a very high-grade herbal med. They wondered if someone from the Swinton family was responsible, but it was more likely that they'd invited an expert to their home. It seemed that everybody was watching the Swintons' home, wondering what was going on. Moments later, the onlookers who were standing in the courtyard quickly retreated about 200 feet away. The sound of thunder was so loud that their eardrums were beginning to hurt.
Madam President, the pill thunder is incredibly powerful. Will my adopted son be all right?
This was the first time that Richard Swinton had actually seen anything like this. He couldn't help but feel worried. Don't worry, Mr. Swinton. The reason why the pill lightning has descended from the sky is because the quality of the pill is too great. Under normal circumstances, it won't cause any harm to the person who concocted the pill. Nadia's eyes revealed her concern. Even she had only attracted pill thunder once in her entire career. Thornton stared at the courtyard with his mouth agape. The whole place was completely filled with lightning. His entire body seemed to have become singed and bruised from the explosive energy. Gail's mouth was still hanging open. When she looked at the lightning, you could see the fear in her eyes. After a full 5 minutes, the pill lightning finally dispersed. Kevin took a deep breath and stepped back from the cauldron. He looked at the pills that were floating in the air and emitting a crystal clear light. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air around them. The pills are complete! Nadia Alexander was the first to react as she excitedly waved her hands in the air. A large group of people slowly walked into the courtyard and saw Kevin holding not one, but two pills in his hand.
Kevin, what kind of medicinal pills did you refine?
Richard Swinton was a little excited and at a loss for what to do. I made a face preservation pill and an invincibility pill, Kevin explained to them. The silver-white pill can make people stay young forever. The yellow one can make people invincible for an hour. Nobody in the world could defeat you. Kevin's voice wasn't loud, but it resounded across the whole crowd. Either one of these two pills would be enough to crush Thornton's hopes of winning the competition. It's kind of embarrassing, but I didn't bring any gifts from my foster parents when I first arrived here, so I had to use the materials on hand to make something for them. Kevin took the pills and handed them to Richard Swinton.
You're a good son.
Richard Swinton's happiness couldn't be described with words. He turned around and handed the face preservation pill to his wife, Catherine.
Honey, this is a pill that can make your beauty last forever.
Catherine had long forgotten about the horrible things she'd said to belittle Kevin. She took the pill and held it admiringly in her hands. Although physical training in normal herbal meds could help someone's looks to fade very slowly, It took a lot of energy to maintain, and who wouldn't want to look youthful for their entire life? With this gift, Catherine's love for Kevin increased exponentially. Just then, Nadia Alexander suddenly spoke up and said, "Kevin, are you interested in joining the Herbalist Society? With your skill in herbalism and my highest recommendation, you could definitely become an elder." When she said this, the whole place fell silent. To be an elder in the Herbalist Society meant you were practically a national treasure. It was the highest status you could hope for. Thornton clenched his fists, even though he had to concede the enormous gap in abilities between him and Kevin. However, Nadia Alexander's offer to Kevin made him extremely jealous. More importantly, now he would never have a chance to marry Brenda. After thinking for a moment, Kevin waved his hand as if to say that he was declining her offer. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to let myself be controlled by a lot of rules and regulations." "Don't be in such a hurry to turn this down. Think about it first. Anyway, I've already given you the details. You can tell me your decision after you've had some time to think it through," Nadia hurriedly said. "Yes. Why don't we talk about it again in the future?" Kevin didn't reject her completely this time. He wanted to take some time to think about the possibilities. Although the conversation between the two of them was simple, it stirred up a lot of emotions in everyone's hearts. Of course, Nadia's terms sounded very enticing. As long as Kevin went along with the deal, the Herbalist Society would draw the most benefit from it. If they could get Kevin, who could refine a supreme-grade pill to join their side, the overall strength of the Herbalist Society would increase enormously. "Thornton and Gale, don't forget about the deal we agreed to." Kevin looked at the two of them with a big smile on his face. "No, I don't want to wash your feet." Gale's eyes instantly turned red. She backed away from him and started to cry. Catherine and Brenda were so scared that they hurriedly started to walk away. Imagine a dignified member of the Swinton family washing the feet of some common man. If news of this got out, how would Gale ever show her face in St. Louis again? Thornton's expression also became extremely dejected. "About that bet, Mr. Williams, I suddenly remembered that there are still some matters for me to attend to at home. I can't stay and play with you right now. Let's have lunch one of these days." While he was saying this, he wanted to turn around and run away, but he was stopped by Richard Swinton.
"A man is only as good as his word. If you take away his money and his power, that's all you have left. Thornton, as the future leader of the Huxley family, how can you go back on your word?" Richard Swinton reminded him with a very serious expression on his face. "But I was just joking with Mr. Williams. Didn't you know that?" Thornton replied as he began to get very flustered. Richard was a good friend of Thornton's father, and because of his seniority, Thornton had to treat him with the utmost respect. Nadia Alexander stood there without saying a word. In the martial arts world, words were the most important. As her direct student, Thornton absolutely needed to keep his promise. "Thornton, turn around and come back here," Kevin suddenly called out to him. "What are you doing? Oh!"
Thornton had just turned around and opened his mouth when Kevin tossed some herbal pills down his throat. Thornton coughed as he tried to spit them out.
"What did you just give me?"
"Don't worry, Thornton. It's just a bone toughening pill. It's no big deal," Kevin answered casually.
"Damn it, hurry up! Give me the antidote!"
Thornton kept coughing. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He even tried reaching into his own mouth, but it was too late. He'd swallowed all the bone toughening pills. "As long as you keep your promise and stay by my side as my personal assistant for 3 years, everything will be fine. I'll also regularly give you the antidote." Kevin put his hands in his pockets as he smirked at Thornton. Kevin realized that the reason why he'd been bullied and looked down upon by everyone was because he didn't have a tough enough reputation. That was why he followed Mitchell Cook and the others to adopt a business strategy. He wanted to accumulate more wealth and build a foundation for his future plans. Thornton's herbalism skills weren't bad, but he was a bit of a playboy. As long as he could be trained, Kevin would definitely be able to use him in the future. "Kevin, stop playing around," Nadia couldn't help but warn him. After all, the Huxley family wasn't to be taken lightly. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Do you think you're worthy to have someone like Thornton as your personal assistant?" Gale stopped crying and glared at Kevin contemptuously. "Even if I don't take him on as my helper, you still have to wash my feet for me tonight," Kevin replied as he looked her in the eyes. This time, Gale burst into tears again. "Actually, Thornton, you can totally be at ease and walk around as much as you want. The bone-toughening pill will only take effect in a couple of days." Kevin smilingly waved his hand at him and added, "I hope you enjoy it." "Kevin, you're so wicked." Thornton was so angry that he flew into a rage. This kind of treatment was unheard of. But it would be better to wait on Kevin hand and foot than to lose his life, wouldn't it? He really didn't want to die, so it looked like he'd have to be Kevin's gopher for the next 3 years. If his father found out about this, he would definitely break both of Kevin's legs. So what if I'm wicked? Anyway, I'm not the one who took the bone-toughening pill. Kevin laughed and looked up at the sky. Thornton was so angry that he actually hyperventilated and passed out. "Thornton!" Nadia quickly pulled an herbal med out of her pocket and gave it to him. She picked him up off the ground and quickly carried him off to take him to the Huxley family's mansion. This was a matter of great importance, and even though she was his mentor, the decision wasn't up to her. She needed Thornton's father to decide. The corner of Richard's mouth twitched when he saw how thick-skinned Kevin was. However, nobody could do anything about the situation. After all, it was Thornton who had brought this on himself with all of his boasting. Once things had calmed down, Richard Swinton took Kevin out to find some new clothes. Meanwhile, Catherine and Brenda stayed home to comfort Gale. The afternoon passed by in a hurry. That night, a luxurious mansion in St. Louis was brightly lit. This was the Huxley family's chief residence. In the main hall, a middle-aged man sat at the place of honor. His face was resolute, projecting a certain quiet dignity. He was Virgil Huxley, the head of the entire Huxley family. The upper echelons of the Huxley family were also sitting in the hall. Thornton knelt on the floor like a child who had behaved badly. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look up at his father. Nadia Alexander sat down and told Virgil everything that had just happened at the Swinton family's estate. An herbalist in his 20s had concocted a supreme pill using lightning bolts. This was truly an unbelievable thing. However, she was telling the truth. Everyone in St. Louis had seen this with their own eyes. "Nadia Alexander, you're one of the senior members of the Herbalist Society. Do you really think this young man called Kevin has a higher skill in herbalism than you?" Virgil Huxley flipped through the documents he was holding in his hand. The Huxley family was so powerful and well-connected that they'd been able to investigate everything related to Kevin in a single afternoon. Their research unearthed every detail about him, even his favorite flavor of ice cream when he was 6 years old. They didn't overlook anything, no matter how trivial it seemed. So Virgil Huxley was especially interested in how Kevin had been kicked out of his family and become a useless son-in-law of a smaller Chicago family. "Mr. Huxley, I only have one thing to say to you. Kevin is absolutely not an ordinary person. Even the Herbalist Society would be too limiting of a place for him. He actually refused my offer of membership," Nadia said with a sigh. How would Virgil Huxley handle this delicate situation? At the Huxley family residence, Nadia Alexander had just told Virgil Huxley about the herbalism skills battle between Kevin and Thornton. Taking an interest in Kevin, Virgil had conducted an extensive background check on him. He couldn't believe that Kevin had handily defeated his son and that his herbalism skills were much greater, even compared to Nadia's own abilities. Nadia then told him that Kevin had refused her offer to join the Herbalist Society, suggesting that it was perhaps because it would have been too limiting for him. Virgil Huxley frowned deeply. The only kinds of people who would reject the Herbalist Society were either too arrogant for their own good or too ignorant and indifferent to the fame and fortune it brought. After careful consideration, Virgil took a deep breath and turned to Thornton. "Son,
You must honor the terms of your agreement. So go find Kevin tomorrow and do as he says. For our family's sake, I hope you can learn to keep a low profile during this period of time."
Both the Huxley family and Nadia Alexander were shocked at this decision. Thornton was the future leader of their family. How could his father let him become Kevin's personal assistant? However, they naturally didn't dare to oppose the decision of the family patriarch.
"Yes, Dad,"
Thornton begrudgingly complied as he gritted his teeth. Kevin, who was currently staying in the Swinton family mansion, was lying on his bed. He then called Lily to let her know that he might not be coming home for the next few days, so she should stay put and be careful, especially since she was just all by herself. After hanging up the phone, Kevin looked at the ceiling in a daze. He kept thinking about his plans for establishing his empire, from the money down to the people that it would involve. Among the people of the Myriads and the Alliance, only Spencer and Derek were loyal to him. If they could recruit others with high-strength bases, then it would surely help him carry out his plans. Given this, Kevin suddenly remembered something. When he had the Hill family destroyed, Craig Hill's 5 adopted children had been captured by his men. Kevin quickly dialed a number. "Spencer, let me ask you something. What's the current situation with the Hill family's 5 children?"
"Enforcer, after we captured the 5 children, they were given a special medicine that was made by the Myriads to prevent them from using their strength to escape. As of now, they're still being held by our men as we wait for further instructions,"
Spencer reported respectfully. "That's good. And how are things over there in Detroit right now?" Kevin asked excitedly.
"Since eliminating the Hill family, we've stopped all their illegal activities. We've also set up many companies and factories to keep all their workers employed. Now the people of Detroit love us very much, and by controlling almost 70% of the city, I'm sure all of the other families must either fear or respect us,"
Spencer briefly explained the situation. Kevin was extremely happy when he heard this. Almost the entire city of Detroit had already become his property. As he thought about it, he slowly closed his eyes and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, with suitcase in hand, Thornton went to the Swinton family's residence to find Kevin. "Thornton, you're here so early," Kevin said with a faint smile while holding a bowl of cereal. "It's not that early anymore," Thornton humbly stammered. Last night, after everyone else left, no one would have known that Virgil had beaten some sense into him because of the embarrassment that he caused. This was because when it was over, he was given a medicinal pill that healed all his bruises overnight, making it look like nothing had happened to him. "Mr. Huxley, don't talk to this country bumpkin. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me ask someone to get you a bowl of cereal right away." Gail glared at Kevin fiercely. Both Richard and Catherine Swinton went out early in the morning while Brenda hadn't woken up yet, leaving Gail to eat breakfast with just Kevin until Thornton arrived. "It's okay, I already had breakfast at home." Thornton still had a depressed look on his face. That morning, Virgil personally cooked him some eggs and bacon. However, he intentionally burnt them, then forced his son to eat them. That made Thornton feel really uncomfortable about the thought of eating anything else. The smell of food alone would make him want to puke. "Thornton, it seems like you're very punctual. I didn't even rush you since it's your first day," Kevin said with a smile. "But don't worry, just follow my orders and I promise that your life will be very colorful." "As long as you don't cheat me, it's better than anything," Thornton softly uttered. As he thought about his life over the next 3 years, he didn't know how he would ever survive it. "Country bumpkin, let me tell you, if you dare to bully Mr. Huxley, I won't let you get away with it." Gail tightly clenched her fist as she held her spoon in front of Kevin. "Is that so? I think you should worry about yourself first. When I'm in a good mood one of these days, I'll come back here to make you wash my feet." Kevin didn't take her threat seriously at all. After tidying up his clothes, he told Gail with a smile, "Sis, please tell our father that I'm taking Thornton back to Chicago with me. I'll come back to visit him when I have some time." "You better not come back here ever again," Gail looked at him with disgust. Even if Richard treated Kevin like his own son, she felt that his status in the Swinton family was beneath her. Gail then turned her attention back to Thornton. "Mr. Huxley, you must take good care of yourself in Chicago. If you have time, please call or visit us, preferably without that country bumpkin." Thornton nodded bitterly and followed Kevin out of the Swinton residence. "Thornton, this must be the first time you've left St. Louis in so long. How much money did you bring with you?" Kevin asked with a smile on his face.
"Why? What do you want?"
Thornton looked at Kevin's face and suddenly felt some inexplicable panic in his heart. "Don't be scared. I'm just worried about you. Chicago is more expensive and has more brutal winters than St. Louis. And without your father's support, I won't be able to explain to him why you got so thin and frail when he sees you again. Plus, we'll be dropping by Detroit first. While we're on the same side now, I don't want to have to take care of you," Kevin replied with a smile on his face. Although Kevin had never met the patriarch of the Huxley family before, he had a very good impression of Virgil Huxley. Because he wanted his son to keep his word, Kevin had to admit that he was a good and honorable father.
"Don't worry about me. Before I left, my mom gave me a credit card to use."
Thornton covered his mouth as soon as he finished speaking. Kevin just nodded and didn't say anything else. They then took a taxi to the airport and booked 2 tickets to Detroit. In order to take the first step for his organization, Kevin needed the 5 Hill children. And he had to do it today before something unexpected happened to him again. Just before noon, as soon as the 2 of them had landed in Detroit and left the airport, they saw Spencer and dozens of men waiting for them in front of a row of expensive luxury cars.
"Greetings, Mr. Williams. Welcome to Detroit,"
everyone respectfully said in a loud voice. Before their flight had taken off earlier, Kevin sent a text telling Spencer not to address him as enforcer upon his arrival. After all, Thornton wasn't a member of the Myriad, so it wasn't necessarily a good thing to let him know too much about that. "Don't be so formal." Kevin waved his hand and pointed at Thornton. "Let me introduce this young man to everyone. He's the future leader of the Huxley family in St. Louis. You can just call him Thornton from now on."
"Yes, Mr. Williams."
Spencer and the others nodded in understanding once again. Seeing this, Thornton looked at Kevin in surprise and thought to himself,
"Isn't he just a useless son-in-law from Chicago? Why does he have such a powerful force in Detroit?"
More than 10 luxury cars left the airport quickly under the shocked gazes of the pedestrians. From there, it took them nearly half an hour to reach the Hill family's mansion. When Thornton got out of the car, he was so scared that he almost fell over. Looking around, he saw hundreds of men in black standing both in and out of the mansion. Each of them were emanating a strong and vicious aura. Fortunately, he only had a little bit of cold sweat on his forehead, so he quickly brushed it off as if this was unsurprising to him. While on the plane, Thornton thought that Kevin wouldn't treat him badly, knowing that he was the future leader of the Huxley family. Perhaps he would even be shown some compassion along the way. However, the situation in front of him had suddenly shattered all of those hopes. With his safety and well-being not guaranteed, he immediately began to regret what he had gotten himself into.
"Luckily, I didn't offend Kevin on the way here. Otherwise, all of these men would have definitely killed me by now. If I want to stay alive, I'd better be on my best behavior from now on,"
Thornton thought bitterly to himself. "You guys can go and rest first. That includes you, Thornton," Kevin ordered indifferently.
"Hey, Kevin, Mr. Williams, I'm actually not that tired."
Thornton didn't dare to stay too far away from Kevin. With just one look, he could tell that these men weren't friendly people. If he accidentally did something wrong, he would die in the blink of an eye.
"While my family is very prominent back home, this city is within Kevin's sphere of influence, not St. Louis. A man should know when to yield in the face of danger. Anyway, Kevin is probably just trying to show off. He wouldn't really dare to do anything to me, would he?"
Thornton kept comforting himself with this thought. "Don't worry, they're all good people. Don't be too nervous. It's no different than arriving at your own home." Kevin patted his shoulder and quickly followed Spencer in a different direction. Seeing this, Thornton immediately became anxious and wanted to follow. "Mr. Williams?" But before he could continue, he was already stopped by a few of Kevin's men. "Thornton, please rest in your room first. Please cooperate with us. Don't make it too difficult for either of us," a man in black said to him coldly. "All right, got it." Thornton nodded with difficulty. At the moment, he felt like crying. Why was Kevin so frighteningly powerful? Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have looked down on Kevin like that yesterday and bet with him during the pill-making contest. In light of this new information, even if Kevin were to set him free in 3 years' time, he would never be willing to leave his side. From this moment on, Thornton had already decided in his heart that Kevin was his boss. Once they arrived at the Hill family mansion, Thornton was frightened after seeing hundreds of men in black surrounding them. As Kevin left him to follow Spencer, Thornton quickly realized how powerful Kevin was. Being in Kevin's sphere of influence, Thornton decided to treat Kevin as his boss from then on, not wanting to leave his side even after 3 years' time. The 5 Hill children had been locked up in an underground cellar that the Hill family had previously used to imprison their business rivals. It just proved that their family had no respect for the law, but now the tables had turned, with Craig's adopted children being the ones held against their will there. When Spencer took Kevin to the cellar, he immediately felt a strong presence inside. However, when the door was opened, he was a little surprised to see the 5 children looking as if they hadn't eaten for many days. Moreover, the aura emanating from their bodies was extremely weak from the medicinal pill that Spencer had given them. What Kevin didn't know was that since the 5 of them were caught, they were only given some soup and water to drink for 3 meals a day. Plus, given that they couldn't use their energy to protect themselves, they drastically lost weight. "You guys are too cruel," Kevin sighed softly. Upon hearing this, the corner of Spencer's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "Are we as cruel as you? How did you treat Nolan Hill back then? Enforcer, you're truly a ruthless man. We're nothing compared to you." No one would have thought that the 5 young members of the Hill family who used to be in high spirits were now tied up on the ground like prisoners waiting for their death. However, when they saw Kevin, their faces immediately became agitated and their eyes were filled with hatred. Even if he'd never met any of them, it seemed that Nolan Hill had shown them pictures of Kevin before. "How much do you guys hate me? You're all already so weak, yet you still want to fight me to the death?" Kevin teased them as he frowned. "Kevin, if you have the guts, let us go. When we recover, we'll fight you to the death fair and square. Fight us like a real man." Although Dylan Hill had almost run out of energy, he still managed to use his remaining strength to show a fierce expression. "Kevin, you're such a powerful man. Is there any point in torturing us like this? Why don't you just give me a quick death? Otherwise, we'll make you pay as soon as we get out of here." Although Sarah Hill's voice wasn't loud, her eyes were filled with determination. Kevin didn't pay attention to their words and allowed them to continue berating him. After all, a few insults wouldn't injure him in any way. Besides, he was here to recruit them today, so he didn't mind if they vented their resentment now as long as he could get them to obediently follow him in the future. After the 5 siblings had used up all of their remaining strength in their bodies, Kevin's face gradually became serious. "I know that you're still bitter about how I destroyed the Hill family, but let me ask you all a question. Didn't your family deserve it? Just based on the things that the Hill family had done, like kidnapping to threaten their opponents in the business world, bullying countless men and harming innocent women in the process. Even if I hadn't done anything, I'm sure that someone else would inevitably have destroyed the Hill family one day. It just so happened that I was the first one to do it," Kevin said firmly. "The 5 of you are Nolan's trusted aides. You should know very well that what I said is true. So if I were given another chance, I would do it again." The entire cellar fell into silence as the 5 siblings lowered their heads in shame. In their hearts, they knew that what Kevin said was true. Until Kevin, why didn't the Hill family seem like they had any opponents in Detroit? In truth, their actions were so ruthless that it made many people want to skin them alive and tear their bones apart. Some even wanted to dig out the graves of departed Hill family members just to spit on them. However, all these people had been enduring their frustrations patiently because they weren't a match for the Hill family. And it was only Kevin who managed to stand up to them and eliminate their stranglehold on Detroit for good. "Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you shouting out loud at me just now?" Kevin glanced at them and said. "I won't say anything about the others, but I know that the 5 of you are quite powerful at full strength. Given that, I'm sure you've done a lot of shady things for the Hill family in the past, haven't you?" "Do you know why you're still alive today?" Kevin asked them. "It's because I want to give you all a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you choose to follow me, we shall do things that will benefit people." As soon as they heard this, Dylan, Sarah, Julia, Cameron, and Isaiah all finally understood. It seemed that Kevin had only said these words because he wanted to take the 5 of them under his wing and carry out his self-righteous plans. "Kevin, you're being delusional. Who do you think you are? We'll never follow you." Dylan stared at him and growled at him as he gritted his teeth. "What's the use of saying so much nonsense? Kevin, you're wasting your time. If you really want to help us, just give us a quick death so that we can meet our father in the afterlife as soon as possible," Julia muttered while gasping for breath. Kevin had already guessed that they were going to react this way. After all, he knew that each one of them would be a tough nut to crack. However, he wasn't interested in subduing them by force. Instead, he had a much easier solution for dealing with them. "All right, since you don't have any intention of joining me, I won't keep you here any longer." Kevin turned around and instructed Spencer. "Go out and prepare a table of good wine and delicious food. Also find a few doctors to take a proper look at their health." "Yes, Enforcer." Although Spencer didn't understand exactly what Kevin had in mind, he didn't dare to bite the bullet and ask him. After that, Kevin crouched down in front of the 5 siblings and used the night dagger to cut off all of the ropes that were wrapped around them. He then took out 5 recharge pills from his pocket. These are recharge pills, which I've personally refined recently. It can restore your physical strength in just 2 minutes, thereby removing the effects of the medicinal pill that was previously given to you. After Kevin stuffed the pills into Dylan's hands, he turned around and walked outside. "If you don't want to follow me, that's fine, but I don't want to keep you locked up in the small cellar any longer. Go outside and have a good meal. When you're done, go ahead and leave this place and go on with your lives. Don't come back to Detroit ever again." "Do you really want to let us go?" Cameron was surprised. "How can we be so sure that those pills aren't poisonous?" Isaiah questioned with some hesitancy. Hearing this, Kevin stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and revealed a smile on his face. "All of you must understand one thing. If I wanted to kill all of you, it would have been a piece of cake. But I've always cherished special talents, and seeing how all of you would rather die than align yourselves with me, I simply can't bear that. It would be too much of a waste to kill all of you. After taking the pill, you should leave as soon as possible. As long as you don't cause me any trouble in the future, then I'll happily let all of you go." Kevin looked especially regretful. The 5 siblings looked at each other and couldn't help but feel conflicted. Their hearts weren't inherently bad. It was just that Nolan Hill had nurtured them throughout the years and spent a lot of effort to get their strength levels to where they were. But to be honest, they really couldn't find a reason to hate Kevin. It's not like the Hill family had only become notorious in the last day or two. And if it weren't for their loyalty towards Nolan and Craig, they knew deep down that they would rather not continue going down the same path as them. Seeing that the 5 siblings didn't make a move on him, Kevin felt slightly relieved. Maybe there was still a chance to convince them to join his side. Although he looked as steady as a rock, Kevin was actually panicking inside. He was afraid that these people would just take the recharge pills and leave. If that happened, not only would he fail to recruit anyone, he would also lose 5 valuable herbal pills. That would be a double loss. Dylan had almost recovered his strength after taking the recharge pill. After thinking about it for more than 10 minutes, he raised his head and looked at Kevin. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure. What is it?" Kevin eagerly stood with his hands behind his back. Dylan carefully chose his words. "You said earlier that you would give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. I wonder what we can do with you. Since you've asked so kindly, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I plan to bring real change into this world by recruiting people and building my own organization," Kevin declared loudly. "My mission is to uphold justice by eliminating evil and spreading good." The 5 siblings were deeply inspired by Kevin's passionate words. How could they not be moved by something like this? Things were looking up for Kevin's plan. Conflicted by Kevin's sudden act of kindness and their loyalty to the Hill family, the 5 adopted Hill siblings knew deep down that they didn't want to continue going down the same path as Nolan and Craig. And when Dylan asked Kevin about his plans if they were to join him, they were all moved by his impassioned words about building his own organization to uphold justice by eliminating evil and spreading good. Kevin's mission went beyond increasing a company's resources and funds. However, creating an organization required strength, the courage to fight with other groups head-on, as well as the determination to not be bullied by their opponents. Fortunately, the 5 siblings were all experts who were used to this sort of thing. It was only a matter of choosing which side they wanted to be on. "I'd like to ask you something. Currently, almost all of the major groups are aligned with each other. Furthermore, they have many years of deep history, and the members they've recruited and trained are all powerful fighters." Dylan paused for a second and looked at Kevin. When he saw there was no change in Kevin's facial expression, Dylan continued. "Since you want to establish your own organization, what makes yours different from theirs? Isn't everyone else supposedly fighting to spread good and eliminate evil too? Moreover, even if you can recruit people like us, what method would you use to make your members stronger?" The other 4 siblings frowned thoughtfully as they began to think about the meaning behind their brother's words. Kevin was impressed by this and gave Dylan a look of approval. He had to admit that the man was very smart. He wasn't just someone who only knew how to fight with reckless abandon, and only those who knew how to think for themselves could be trained to become great. Because of this, Kevin's desire to recruit them became even stronger. "You're right, but there are also a few aspects that you haven't considered. Do you think that those other groups are truly righteous? When you look at power such as the 10-grade schools, aren't their leaders just searching for more power and status?" Kevin replied with a faint smile. "As for how I'll help you become stronger, you don't have to worry about that at all." Before the 5 siblings could even ask what he meant, they saw him bring out 10 herbal pills from his pocket. "Is that?" Dylan's eyes widened. "That isn't a power pill, is it?" Julia asked in shock. The other 3 siblings gulped in surprise. Who would have thought that Kevin would have so many of the coveted power pills right in his pocket? Wealthy buyers were snatching them up like crazy. "You guessed right. These are indeed power pills, and they're worth billions. And these aren't the only ones that I have in stock." Kevin handed the pills to Dylan and said, "Take them. My men have been neglecting you, so take this as compensation." The 5 siblings were completely at a loss for words for a moment. How could the ordinary-looking Kevin be so rich and powerful? With the destruction of the Hill family, they had become Kevin's prisoners. And without enough strength to fight back, they thought that their lives would be over. But now their luck had changed. Not only was no one in trouble, but they had also gotten access to the power pill. Even when the Hill family was still around, it was impossible for them to spend so much money to get medicinal pills like this. After all, the 5 of them were only adopted children, and it was Nolan who was Craig's biological son. So although their lives looked glorious on the surface, they weren't treated much differently from the dogs that the Hill family raised. Hurry up and take it. What are you waiting for? I hope these pills can be of some help to you, Kevin casually encouraged them. Although the power pill was already useless for someone at Kevin's strength level, he knew that in the case of the 5 siblings, these could offer the opportunity for them to break through. After pondering for a while, Dylan suddenly took 2 steps back and sincerely knelt on the ground before Kevin. He said respectfully, "From today onwards, Mr. Williams, you have my loyalty. I'll definitely do anything for you in the future, Master." Sarah and the others also knelt down. "We will also follow you to the end of our lives, Master. We'll be at your service to help you fulfill your plans." "I'm glad to hear that," Kevin exclaimed as he reached out his hand to help them up from the ground. This was a solid step for his organization. After helping them up, Kevin advised them, "You must take your power pills as soon as possible and strive to break through the next stage of your development. I'll entrust you with a heavy responsibility in the future." "We won't let you down, Master," the 5 siblings answered in unison. Kevin nodded his head in acknowledgement. As long as he could nurture their talents, he wouldn't be stingy at all about giving them all the power pills they needed. Anyway, the raw materials were very simple to procure and refine for him. "By the way, you don't need to call me Master anymore. Just call me Chancellor, because our organization will be called the Radiance," Kevin revealed. "The Radiance? May I ask why you chose this name, Chancellor?" Dylan asked curiously. "In order to punish evil and promote good, we must eliminate the darkness of this world. As such, the Radiance aims to be the light that will restore all hope to mankind," Kevin replied slowly. "Well said, Chancellor." The 5 siblings didn't ask any more questions. An hour later, news of the Radiance establishment had spread across the entire Midwest. Everyone was shocked, especially some of the senior powers. This was because the new organization had provided its recruits with excellent benefits. Ordinary people who joined would immediately be rewarded with 1 power pill, while those with higher levels of strength would either be given 2 power pills, 1 spark pill, or 1 immortal ascension pill, depending on their stage of development. The last 2 medicinal pills in particular were considered legendary items. Nearly 90% of herbalists and medicinal pill users had only heard of them but had never seen them before. The Spark Pill and Immortal Ascension Pill were said to be 10 and 100 times more effective than a power pill, respectively. At an undisclosed location inside the office on the 13th floor of a huge building, a middle-aged man was sitting with a gloomy look on his face. He was surrounded by his subordinates who also looked dejected. The organization that had suffered the greatest impact from this news was undoubtedly the Herbalist Society. Their entire foundation was built around their expertise in concocting pills, which gave them the confidence to be superior. But now, an organization that wanted to steal their line of expertise had suddenly emerged from out of nowhere. How could they remain calm?
"Has anyone found out the origin of the Radiance? Who is the man behind this?"
the middle-aged man asked with furrowed brows. After a full minute, the office remained silent as no one spoke up to answer him.
"Are you all deaf or mute?"
The man spoke again. His voice was now filled with anger. After another 10 seconds, an old man took a step forward, trembling. He lowered his head and replied, "Chairman, our people weren't able to find any background information about the Radiance." Suddenly, a loud sound was heard across the office. The Herbalist Society's chairman had thrown the glass of whiskey that he was drinking and had shattered into pieces in front of the old man who had just spoken.
"Why are we still keeping the Midwest branch then? It seems that they're all useless pieces of trash that can't do their job well. Did the Radiance just pop out of thin air or something?"
The chairman reprimanded him coldly. Again, no one in the office dared to answer him. After scanning the crowd, the chairman continued.
Collect everything that you can gather about the Radiants within 3 days. Otherwise, everyone in the Midwest branch must answer to me.
Yes, Chairman. Everyone gritted their teeth and answered. At the same time, in the Central Alternative Healing Academy, Paul Vaughn frowned and pondered the same question. Normally, the establishment of a new organization wouldn't attract the 10 grade school's attention. However, the problem was that the Radiants had shown their true strength, and as a legitimate threat, they couldn't afford to ignore it.
We haven't even obtained Kevin's power pill recipe, and now a new organization called the Radiants can produce better pills?
Paul Vaughn was unsettled by this as he tapped his fingers on the table.
Right now, we know nothing about the Radiants, so we don't know how to deal with them,
Jeffrey Bowie added.
Even without considering whether the nature of the Radiants is good or bad, just from their medicinal pills alone, it'll have a grave impact on our future plans,
Wayne Ford admitted. If the Radiants was able to produce these 3 pills at once, who could guarantee that they didn't have any other pills in their hands? And if everyone wanted to obtain these pills, would anyone still join the 10 grade schools in the future? Paul Vaughn suddenly stood up and his eyes were burning with intent.
We must find out everything about them within 2 days. We can't let the Radiants become the next Herbalist Society.
The next 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. By then, news of the Radiants had spread across the entire world. Just as the major powers had expected, under the huge temptation of benefits, at least 6,000 recruits had rushed over to the Radiants' headquarters. Every organization, including the Herbalist Society, had thoroughly investigated the Radiants. However, they only knew that the Chancellor's name was Kenneth Wilkinson, and almost no one had heard of him or how strong he was. Moreover, he lived in seclusion without staying in one place for long. And the few people who had caught a glimpse of him said that he wore a mysterious white mask on his face that concealed his true appearance in public. However, this didn't stop him from becoming the most talked about person at the moment. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, a secret base that was previously abandoned by the Myriads had now been transformed into an impenetrable fortress under the command of Kenneth Wilkinson, which was Kevin's pseudonym. This served as the official headquarters of the Radiants. How many members do we have now? Kevin rubbed his forehead and asked. There was a white mask lying on the table in front of him.
So far, over 16,000 people have joined the Radiants. Among them, there are about 8,000 level 1, 4,000 level 2, and fewer than 1,000 level 3 and level 4 experts. The rest of them are all ordinary people who have yet to formally begin their strength and martial arts training, Spencer answered respectfully. This response was already considered pretty good for a new organization. However, Kevin was still disappointed for not being able to recruit a single person who was at least a level 5 expert. He sighed a little, but he had to move on to other matters for now. How long until the Hayes family wedding in Detroit? A trace of coldness flashed in Kevin's eyes as he asked. He'd been busy concocting pills day and night over the past few days for the Radiants and had almost forgotten about it. The wedding will be tomorrow at noon, Chancellor, Spencer replied concisely. According to your instructions, we've already made arrangements in Detroit.
The Hayes family has been colluding with the Hill family for several years. They've done a lot of shady business together. This time we'll use their downfall to establish ourselves. Kevin slowly stood up and looked at the sky outside the window. Go now and keep recruiting. I won't allow any mistakes.
Yes, Chancellor.
Spencer lowered his head, then quickly turned around and left the room. Phoebe, don't worry. I'll save you tomorrow. Kevin thought to himself as he seethed with anger. I'll make the Hayes family suffer even worse than the Hill family. Just then, Dylan walked into the room. He lowered his head respectfully to Kevin and looked at him gratefully. Because of the pills Kevin had provided, the 5 siblings had finally broken through the bottleneck of their strength training. Now they were only a step away from becoming level 5 experts, which was something that they didn't even dare to think about as a possibility in the past. So they were feeling very grateful towards him. "What's the matter, Dylan?" Kevin asked without turning his head. Only then did Dylan remember what he had entered the room for. "Chancellor, I don't know what happened to Thornton. He's been refusing to eat and drink for the past few days. Moreover, he's been complaining how he hasn't been able to sleep at night. He's currently throwing a fit and demanding to see you." "Thornton wants to see me?" Kevin asked in surprise. "Yes, Chancellor. Thornton muttered that you sold him out." Dylan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he replied. Kevin suddenly remembered something. Ever since he brought Thornton with him from St. Louis, he'd been busy concocting pills for the Radiants, and he had never seen him once. "All right, let's go to him then." Kevin turned around and walked out with Dylan. At that very moment, inside one of the rooms of the Radiant's headquarters, Thornton suddenly slapped his food away from the table, sending it to the floor as the plate shattered into pieces. "I already told you, I'm not eating until Kevin comes here. Tell him to see me immediately." Thornton was so angry that he kicked his chair over onto the floor. Around him, 5 or 6 staff members were unsure of what to do. Because Kevin's identity had to be highly confidential, almost everyone in the Radiants only knew him as the Chancellor, Kenneth Wilkinson. They had never heard of anyone named Kevin before. "All of you, get the hell out of here. If Kevin doesn't come to see me in a day, then I'll either starve to death, die of thirst, or jump out a window." Thornton was absolutely furious. When he was still living in the Huxley family mansion back in St. Louis, Thornton was treated like the dignified future leader of their family. However, since following Kevin out to Detroit, he'd been ignored for days. Thornton had heard about stories like this before. Some bad guys were responsible for selling innocent people to wealthy buyers, sending them into undisclosed locations to become their servants and living a life that was worse than a pig's. Could he have been a victim of human trafficking or something? He never expected Kevin to be such a wicked and evil person. Because of this, Thornton had begun to have delusions about a situation. He believed that the food being served to him had been drugged, and he was fortunately smart enough to realize what was happening around him. Otherwise, what would happen if he ended up enslaved? He refused to be a victim. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened from the outside. "I already said that I won't eat anything. It's useless no matter who tries to persuade me. If you're afraid that I'll starve to death, ask Kevin to come and see me immediately," Thornton said angrily without turning his head. He was in for quite a surprise. "I'm not afraid about you starving to death because I know the food here's really good." Kevin looked at the mess in the room and didn't understand why Thornton was refusing to eat. Thornton was stunned for a moment before he turned around and immediately hugged Kevin. On the verge of tears, it was as if he'd been reunited with his own family. "What are you doing? I heard you haven't had anything to eat or drink for the past few days. Is it because you're not used to living here or something?" Kevin asked Thornton. He then motioned to Dylan, signaling him to wait outside. "Since we arrived here in Detroit, you never came back to see me. Did you drag me all the way here just to sell me into slavery?" Thornton roared. "I don't care about our deal anymore. I have to go back to St. Louis right now." Thornton looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was panicking deep inside, especially when he saw that everyone was smiling at him in a way that he couldn't understand. He had initially thought of escaping from the place. However, he found that although the road outside was very clear, he would get lost soon enough and eventually Dylan would catch him again. "We can't go back to St. Louis at the moment. The earliest that I can do that is in 2 days," Kevin answered somewhat awkwardly. Since Thornton had followed him out here, it would be hard to explain to the Huxley family if something were to happen to him. However, the wedding of the Hayes family was imminent, and Kevin had already decided that he would go to Detroit that very afternoon. "All right, but if you're going somewhere, take me with you this time. I don't trust any of these people." Thornton had the urge to cry when he thought about being left alone again. All right, then let's leave immediately. Kevin didn't want to delay his plans any further. In any case, the everyday matters of the Radiants were under the supervision of Dylan, Sarah, Julia, Cameron, and Isaiah Hill. Meanwhile, Spencer and Derek were in charge of handling the more significant decisions. There was no need for Kevin to worry about them in his absence. With that, Kevin gave Dylan some instructions and arranged a specific time for the following day's operation. After that, he left the Radiant's headquarters with Thornton. Now that his organization had been established, its expansion would have to depend on the development of the current recruitment situation, as well as the management of his trusted people. Inside the main office of the Herbalist Society's headquarters, Nadia Alexander was kneeling on one knee with her head lowered before the chairman. It had been more than a few days since his order was sent, but until now the Midwest branch had yet to obtain any useful background information regarding the Radiants. In order to save her junior and senior members' lives, Nadia had no choice but to personally return to the headquarters and humbly apologize on their behalf.
Nadia, you've really disappointed me this time. The Midwest branch has been established for almost 30 years. With all of your resources and experience, why can't you give me any information yet about this new organization? The chairman asked her coldly as he sat in his big throne-like armchair. My apologies, Chairman. It's not that we're incompetent, but the whereabouts of the Radiants is simply too well hidden. Their organization seems to have spread out into multiple branches as well, and all of them are in undisclosed locations. We've searched everywhere, but it's really difficult to find them. As Nadia said this, beads of sweat kept dripping down from her forehead. They've already have different branches set up?
A trace of surprise flashed across the chairman's eyes.
It seems that whoever started this organization is indeed a talented individual who can't be underestimated. But did he really want to challenge the authority of the Herbalist Society?
No one dared to answer the chairman's question, whether it was the Power Pill, the Spark Pill, or the Immortal Ascension Pill that the Radiants offered. Nobody in the Herbalist Society was able to create them. After a very long silence, an old man suddenly stepped forward and bowed his head. Then he slowly uttered, Chairman, I have an idea that can perhaps draw out the Radiants as Chancellor.
If you have something to say, tell me quickly. Stop beating around the bush.
The chairman urged him impatiently.
As you all know, in a month's time, the Herbalist Society will be holding a pill-gathering battle,
the old man said unhurriedly.
Why don't we send out an invitation letter for the Radiants to send their top representative to participate? Since it only happens once every 10 years, I'm sure the Chancellor himself will join. As long as we don't let him win in the end, the reputation of our Herbalist Society won't be affected.
Someone immediately voiced his agreement. Chairman, I think the Elder's idea is feasible. As long as the Radiance is eliminated, others will think that they are inferior to us when it comes to herbalism.
Are you joking? This is the ultimate skill of the Herbalist Society,
another chimed in.
Right. We'll use the Herbalist Society to crush the Radiants. We'll let those rats who don't know the difference between life and death see who's better at herbalism.
The elder agreed.
When the time comes, as long as the chairman asks me to step in, I'll definitely make those bastards from the Radiants lose everything.
The Herbalist Society's members in the chairman's office were all boiling with excitement. They were suddenly full of confidence once again. The chairman gently waved his arm a few times. His tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly, and he said,
All right. Then we shall make our move at the upcoming pill-gathering battle.
As if he had suddenly thought of something, the chairman once again shifted his gaze towards Nadia.
Nadia, didn't you find a powerful genius who has the talent to concoct pills? His name is Kevin, right?
Yes, Chairman. His skill in concocting pills is definitely not inferior to any one of us from the Herbalist Society. When Herman Thompson, a prominent family patriarch from the Midwest, was in critical condition,
He was able to give him both the stabilizing pill and the life prolongation pill to save his life. Moreover, he even went a step further, providing Herman and his son Joseph some Harmony pills to cure the root of their illness after correctly diagnosing it with just one look. Nadia roughly recounted the recent events that she'd witnessed. Following her statement, the entire office gradually quieted down. Nadia mentioned 3 types of pills that even the Herbalist Society either couldn't perfectly refine or didn't have the formula to in the first place.
Then why didn't you absorb him into our Herbalist Society?
The chairman asked with some dissatisfaction. Logically speaking, Nadia shouldn't have let such a good talent go in vain. I tried my best, Chairman. I've made him countless offers, boasting to him about all the perks of becoming a member each time. I even guaranteed that as long as he is willing to join the Herbalist Society, he'll immediately be able to become an elder with his skills. However, he still rejected me, Nadia admitted in a slightly depressed and defeated tone.
That's enough. I get it. Bring some elders back with you to the Midwest immediately. We have to recruit Kevin even if it means resorting to some tricks.
The eyes of the chairman sparkled. He would never let such a talent slip through his fingers.
Yes, Chairman,
everyone replied in unison. Meanwhile, in her bedroom at the Hayes family mansion, Phoebe was sitting on the bed in a daze. Although the city lights outside were bright and bustling, there was no hint of sparkle in her heart. It was as if she'd lost interest in everything. Behind her was the luxurious wedding dress that she was going to wear the next day. Perhaps this was what every woman wanted. Phoebe had also longed for this day to come, but she never thought that she would end up marrying a stranger whom she had no emotional connection with. Kevin, are you okay now? Do you know that I'm getting married tomorrow? Will you come to give me your blessing when the time comes? Phoebe thought to herself as tears fell from the corner of her eyes. At the same time, in another room not far away from Phoebe's, Jared Hayes and his father Clifford were looking intently at each other as they sat down.
Is everything prepared for tomorrow's wedding?
Clifford asked with a cold expression. Rest assured, Father. I've already arranged everything according to your plan. Not only have I invited members of many prestigious families, but the leaders of the 10 major schools will also be there, Jared humbly shared. Ever since he'd been humiliated by the Williams Company, his father had never shown him any sympathy. Furthermore, he still had many questions about the wedding, but was hesitant to ask his father.
If you have something on your mind, then go ahead and say it. Don't just stand there and stare at me blankly. You're wasting my time.
There wasn't a trace of joy on Clifford's face. It was as if the person who was going to get married the following day wasn't his son, but an arch enemy whom he had a deep grudge with. There's one thing I don't understand. Why do we have to invite the 10 great schools to the wedding? Although they're quite powerful with their herbalism and martial arts skills, how will they benefit us? In Jared's opinion, the leaders behind the so-called herbalism schools were nothing more than a group of greedy and scheming men.
Do you really think your wedding is the most important thing tomorrow? Don't be such a dumbass, Clifford scoffed at his son. Have you forgotten about our plans?
Jared's eyes suddenly widened when he remembered. 3 years before, the Hayes family had secretly decided to gather as much useful information as they could about each of the 10 great schools, as well as the underground organizations that they were up against. With rumblings of an upcoming showdown between the forces of good and evil, Clifford figured that he could use all of that intel as a bargaining chip, and whoever was willing to pay for that information would have a chance to control the outcome.
As long as the leaders of the 10 major schools show up tomorrow, we can find an opportunity to eavesdrop on their plans. And without them knowing, we shall eventually pull the strings to manipulate their every move behind the scenes. By playing such a pivotal role in their war, the Hayes family will definitely prosper for the rest of our lives.
A hint of intense fervor was apparent in Clifford's demeanor. All of a sudden, Clifford shattered the door of the room with a single punch. This generated a loud noise which attracted the attention of various guards as they rushed towards the room to check on their boss.
All of you can go back now. Don't make such a big fuss over nothing, Clifford ordered.
Yes, sir.
The group of guards answered respectfully before leaving. What no one noticed was that beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of one of the guards, and there was even a look of strong urgency in his eyes.
"Chancellor, I must inform you of all of this as soon as possible,"
the guard thought to himself. He was the spy that Spencer had arranged to work for the Hayes family. His ears had been pressed outside the door of the room where Clifford and Jared were, and he had been able to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. Fortunately, he'd sensed Clifford's powerful aura approaching and was able to run away quickly before the door had been smashed, so he wasn't caught on the spot. Meanwhile, in New York City, Thomas was looking troubled as he drank some vodka alone in his study at the Williams family mansion. Suddenly, he heard a puzzled voice. "What's the matter, Thomas? Why are you so distressed?" Then the woman slowly walked into the room and sat down on a chair across from Thomas. He wondered what she could possibly be doing there.
"Director Silver, why are you still awake?"
Thomas answered her question with his own question. When Thomas took over as patriarch of the Williams family, they'd converted a guest house for them to use. And since the arrival of Ariana, several key figures from the Union had been living in the Williams family mansion, including Renee Silver. In any case, the Williams family was rich and powerful, so they didn't have to worry about having a few more mouths to feed. And with the Union acting as a protective force, Thomas didn't have to worry about anybody causing trouble for his family. Moreover, the members of the Union were also sent into the Williams family's business as part of their training. So it was a mutually beneficial partnership, and the relationship between the two parties was getting better and better with each passing day. However, the Williams family had also made sure to keep this a secret. After all, joining the Union wasn't something that the other organizations would like to see. "I can't sleep much. It's been a while since Randall Williams passed away, but I still haven't completed the task he entrusted to me when he was still alive. I have to kill that piece of trash Kevin with my own hands." Renee seethed fiercely. After seeing Ariana being badly injured by Kevin, Renee had been unable to swallow her resentment. Since then, she'd been training day and night, hoping that her strength base could break through to the next level as soon as possible.
"There's no need to blame yourself, Director Silver."
Thomas knew what to say. "Rest assured, Thomas, I've already sent someone back to the Union headquarters to report this matter. Furthermore, I've also invited some of my most trusted people. They should arrive here to help us out soon. When the time comes, I'll help the Williams family get rid of that good-for-nothing nephew of yours." When Renee suddenly waved her arm, the air around them seemed to vibrate.
"Director Silver, you don't have to take my father's words to heart,"
Thomas said with a bitter smile. Thomas knew that Kevin was too smart now. Even his wife and mother-in-law couldn't be found, so how much more difficult would it be to find a trace of him? "Your father had a close relationship with the Union, so I owe it to him to avenge his death. Furthermore, that bastard Kevin is bold and reckless. He's done many despicable things, and he deserves to pay for his sins." The more Renee spoke, the greater the fury in her heart became. "As this head of a prestigious organization, if I don't kill him, I'll be ashamed to lead my members in eradicating evil and spreading good deeds." Thomas gritted his teeth and said,
"Actually, I have a way to deal with Kevin, but I don't know if you'd be up for it or not."
"How?" Renee's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this.
"Kevin has a strong energy base, but those around him aren't necessarily protected by anyone. If we can capture the people he cares about, he'll be forced to come out of hiding to save them."
Thomas didn't dare to say it too openly. After all, taking hostages wasn't an honorable thing to suggest. "I have to say, that's a really good idea." Due to her excitement, Renee slapped the table between them and added, "Kevin is very cunning about his whereabouts, but his wife and friends are surely somewhere in Chicago." After thinking for a while, Renee continued, "I'll personally go to Chicago tomorrow and capture them all.
Thank you, Director Silver.
Thomas nodded his head approvingly. All along, this was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to use the union to handle Kevin on his behalf. This way, even if the matter was exposed, it wouldn't have much of a negative impact on the Williams family, given that they had only been working with the union in secret. Early the next morning at the Hayes family mansion in Detroit, a huge garden had been decked out with elegant wedding signs, flowers, and decorations all over. Even before the wedding ceremony was to begin, the staff members of the Hayes family were already busy making sure that there would be delicious food and lots of wine for the reception. They also invited a band to play some romantic music throughout the event as well. Almost everyone in Detroit knew that it was Jared Hayes' wedding day. He was the well-loved son of the powerful Hayes family, and he was marrying Phoebe Anderson, who was the daughter of a prominent jewelry and antique appraiser in Chicago. Because the Hayes family had a lot of prestige in Detroit, there was an endless stream of guests who had come to attend the day's wedding festivities. All of them were well-dressed, rich, powerful, and successful people, and their expensive cars were parked all around the mansion.
Congratulations, Clifford. Your son is getting married today, so I came here specially to congratulate you and your family,
one of Clifford's business associates exclaimed.
You'll definitely be able to expand your business in Chicago after your son officially marries the daughter of the Anderson family.
Another family friend praised it. As Clifford responded with a smile to all of the guests' congratulatory words, the entire mansion was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Of course, not everyone there was happy. While Phoebe's father, Truman Anderson, tried his best to hold back his tears and smile in front of everyone, he gave off a lonely and sad vibe as he mostly shied away from all the public attention. As a father, he hoped his daughter would be euphoric on the day of her wedding. However, when Truman had checked on Phoebe earlier, she had a melancholy expression on her face that broke his heart. Meanwhile, a luxurious Tesla had just pulled up outside the Hayes family mansion. At the moment, the two men inside seemed to be talking and weren't in a hurry to get out of the car.
No way, Kevin. You're making me go back to St. Louis 2 days later just to attend someone else's wedding? Did someone invite you?
Thornton was unwilling to cooperate. After all, as the future head of the Huxley family, he didn't feel that it was necessary to go all the way to Detroit just to attend some random wedding. Besides, who would invite Kevin when he was based in Chicago? Who told you that we can't come just because we're not invited? Isn't it more fun to crash a wedding? Kevin's eyes were cold as he stared at the Hayes family mansion from the car.
What the hell? Are you planning to cause trouble here?
Thornton finally realized that something wasn't right.
I would rather tear down 10 companies than break up a marriage. If you want to go, you can go alone. I'll just wait here in the car. I don't want to take part in your wicked scheme.
Do you have a choice? Aren't you still my personal assistant? Besides, we're already here, so there's no reason not to congratulate the happy couple. I can't wait to give them my big surprise as well. After Kevin said this, he opened the car door and playfully shoved Thornton out.
What was that for?
Thornton complained as he almost fell to the ground. It seemed like you needed an extra push. Kevin tidied up his clothes. He recalled that in the past 3 years, it had been others who had always been bullying and insulting him. It felt refreshing to casually turn the tables around with Thornton now. At this time, Phoebe was sitting in front of the dressing table while 5 or 6 staff members helped her into her dress and did her hair and makeup. With tears still falling from her face, she stared blankly at herself in the mirror as she helplessly awaited her fate. So even if the words devastatingly beautiful could be used to describe Phoebe's appearance, it would be useless to admire someone who is so miserable at her own existence. Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened. Jared, who was wearing a handsome suit, walked inside with a confident smile. However, when he saw Phoebe crying, his expression suddenly became gloomy.
Why are you crying on such a happy day?
Don't tell me that marrying me still makes you feel upset. Jared scolded her coldly. Marrying you is just a business deal, Phoebe replied without turning her head. In just a few moments, you'll officially be my wife. Without my permission, you can't think of other men. I won't allow you to subconsciously cheat on our marriage like that. Jared clenched his fist tightly. When they heard this, the staff members quickly tidied Phoebe's wedding dress and left the room. They didn't want to get caught in the middle of their argument. Although I'll become part of the Hayes family, you still can't control my heart, Phoebe stubbornly insisted. I'm not afraid to tell you this today. No matter how much you think about him, it's useless. That man you've been pining over is already dead, Jared laughed mockingly. Phoebe suddenly stood up and turned around to look at him in panic. She shouted in disbelief. That's impossible. Kevin will never die. He'll definitely recover with the rejuvenation pill. Do you really think my father gave you the rejuvenation pill? Jared enjoyed Phoebe's reaction. Well, here's the truth. That pill we gave you was actually just a piece of processed chocolate. Phoebe's face immediately turned pale when she heard that. She adamantly shook her head. No, that can't be. You're just lying to me because you want me to give up on Kevin. He's fine, right? Kevin's survival was the only thing in her heart that had been keeping her alive. Now that Jared actually revealed that the pill was fake, how could she calm down? After all, the only reason she agreed to the marriage was to save Kevin. So if he didn't get the rejuvenation pill, she would rather die along with him. This had Phoebe so upset that she just wanted to slam her head on the dressing table repeatedly until she died. However, Jared's eyes were sharp. He grabbed her wrist and taunted her. You really want to go to hell with your sweetheart that badly? Well, I won't let you. Hey, let go of me. Phoebe begged him as she helplessly tried to free herself from his hold. Didn't I tell you that you better stay by my side in the future? Don't forget that your father is here today. If you dare to play any tricks on me, I can assure you that he'll suffer an incomparably miserable fate, Jared threatened her. Ever since Phoebe came to the Hayes family mansion, she'd never given him the time of day. This had deeply wounded his ego, which had now reached a boiling point. If Phoebe would never love him, then he vowed to make the rest of her life even more miserable than death itself. Phoebe began to tremble in fear. You... The wedding is about to begin. Jared suddenly let go of Phoebe's hand and interrupted her. I'll ask someone to come back here to fix you up. In the meantime, I advise you to think about your father's well-being. With that, Jared left the room. In his mind, as long as the wedding pushed through, he would have plenty of opportunities to make her life a living hell in the days, weeks, and years to come. As soon as Phoebe was alone, her face was filled with despair, as tears endlessly flowed from her eyes once again. Kevin, you're not dead, are you? I've let you down, Phoebe thought helplessly. What should I do now? Just as Kevin was about to enter the mansion with Thornton trailing reluctantly behind him, he was stopped by two of the Hayes family guards. Please, show us your invitations, a man asked politely as he smiled at them. Invitations? Kevin slightly raised his eyebrows. We don't have any. Kevin had just arrived outside the Hayes family mansion with a reluctant Thornton, who had just found out that they were going to the wedding uninvited. As soon as they were about to enter, they were stopped by two guards. And when they were asked for their invitations, Kevin admitted that they didn't have any. Thornton immediately covered his face in shame with one hand. At that moment, he badly wanted to tell the guards that he didn't know Kevin. Why did he have to be so provocative about it? Thornton sighed. Even if you're here to cause trouble, you should be more reserved, Mr. Williams. With so many guards here, we're sure to get our butts kicked right in front of everyone." As expected, after hearing Kevin's words, the smiles on the faces of the two guards gradually disappeared.
"Sir, please don't joke around. Today is a joyous day for the Hayes family. If you don't have an invitation, please leave immediately,"
the first guard sternly warned him. "Are we really not allowed to enter?" Kevin teased with a mocking smile. "I'd like to see what all the fuss is about."
"Please don't cause any trouble, sir. We're asking you to leave this place immediately."
The other guard clearly had a violent temper. Kevin lightly nodded his head a few times, turned around and looked at Thornton. "Thornton, are you going to let them disrespect us like that?" Thornton took a deep breath. He knew that Kevin was about to drag him into some kind of trouble. However, it was impossible for him to back down now. After all, he was the future leader of the Huxley family. And now that he knew whose wedding they were about to crash, he figured it would be a great honor for him to congratulate the Hayes family on behalf of his own family. Given the circumstances, if he allowed himself to be chased away by two guards before he even saw the Hayes family, how could he still have the face to stand proudly by Kevin's side in the future? Not to mention marrying Brenda.
"Who the hell do you two think you are? Hurry up and get out of my way,"
Thornton erupted with an arrogant aura. He'd been following Kevin for a while now, and he'd been keeping his pain deep inside all along. If he didn't find a way to vent his anger properly, he would soon be stifled to death. With that being said, now seemed like a perfect time to channel all that rage and put it to good use. Thornton stunned both of the guards with his response. They were thinking, "Who is this young man?" Similarly, this situation attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding people.
"Where did these two come from? How dare they cause trouble here today?"
One of the guests was in disbelief. "I have a feeling that the Hayes family's wedding won't be smooth sailing," another one feared. Hearing the whispers of these people, the smile on Kevin's face grew even wider. In his opinion, since they were here to ruin the wedding, there wasn't anything to be afraid of. In fact, the bigger the commotion, the better. Finally, the two guards came back to their senses.
"Do you have a death wish or something? Do you even know whose place this is? If you know what's good for you, then you better get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs to teach you a lesson."
The guard roared with a vicious look on his face.
"How dare you talk to me like that?"
Thornton fiercely kicked the man in his chest, sending him to the ground. He wasn't used to anyone being so arrogant toward him back in St. Louis. Whenever he would walk out on the streets there, no one would dare to treat him with disrespect. But now that he was in Detroit, he'd actually met someone who dared to threaten him. He wasn't going to tolerate that. "Did that young man just dare to hit that guard? What's wrong with him?" Upon seeing this, all of the guests frowned and began to discuss with each other. Those who were able to attend the wedding were all people with a net worth of at least $10 million, and none of the wealthy guests from Detroit had ever seen them before. Moreover, with Kevin dressed so poorly beside Thornton, the two of them looked like an odd couple. At that moment, the other guards also heard the commotion going on, and in just a few minutes, about 50 to 60 of them had gathered around, staring at Kevin and Thornton with unfriendly eyes.
"You really want to bully others with sheer numbers, don't you?"
Thornton wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he took a few steps forward. With an arrogant expression, he pointed at the guards and said loudly,
"I'm Thornton Huxley, the future leader of the Huxley family in St. Louis. If anyone isn't afraid of death, why don't you try me? Whoever dares to touch me will be dealt with accordingly."
Everyone watching them instantly became quiet when they heard this, while all of the guards looked at Thornton as if they were looking at a senseless fool. However, just as they were about to make a move, they suddenly heard the other guests bursting into an uproar. "My goodness, he's from the Huxley family of St. Louis? The Hayes family really has a lot of friends in high places. I can't believe they're close to such a powerful giant." Almost all of them had heard of the existence of the top 4 families in the Midwest, namely the Sutherland family, the Swinton family, the Thompson family, and last but not least, the Huxley family. Now that one of their future leaders had stamped his foot, the Hayes family's wedding guests began to tremble. For a moment, the Hayes family's guards were all at a loss for words. Based on the expressions of the guests, they could tell that this young man wasn't someone they could afford to offend.
If you wish to live another day, don't stop me from entering. Get lost and stand aside for me.
When Thornton saw that the situation was almost over, he proudly turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Kevin, who simply smiled back at him. In truth, this was the reason why Kevin had brought him here. Even if all the guests had joined forces against them, they still couldn't hold a candle to the Huxley family. Suddenly, 2 middle-aged men hurriedly ran over. They were Clifford Hayes and Truman Anderson.
Thornton Huxley? I didn't know that you were coming. I'm sorry I wasn't able to welcome you when you arrived.
Clifford greeted him with a flattering smile. Although he didn't understand why someone from the Huxley family had come uninvited, that didn't matter at all. Clifford knew that it would be a great honor to have Thornton attending his son's wedding today. However, when Truman saw Kevin standing there, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. He was the only one there who knew of Kevin's identity and that he had been alive all along. At the same time, he also had a lot of doubts in his heart. Why did Kevin take so long to get here? And how was he related to the Huxley family?
Finally, there's someone with discerning eyes. I was beginning to think that the Hayes family was blind.
Thornton proudly raised his head and looked Clifford right in the eye.
What are you talking about, Thornton?
Clifford smiled apologetically and turned his head around. He scolded the guard sternly.
You bunch of idiots, get the hell out of my way.
The guards were extremely upset to hear this. What was going on? They'd only gathered around to protect the Hayes family from these 2 unruly and uninvited guests. And yet, they were now being reprimanded before they could even make a move?
Come inside so we can have a talk. I'm sure this has all given you a terrible shock,
Clifford said as he motioned to Thornton to enter. However, many of the guests in the crowd had noticed something unusual. While the Hayes family was now the most prominent family in Detroit, wasn't there still a huge gap between them and the Huxley family? Under normal circumstances, Thornton would never have any unnecessary communication with them, as he wouldn't have anything to gain from it. What was he doing here then? Still, none of them dared to ask this question out loud for fear of drawing Thornton's ire. Seeing Kevin slowly walking up to him, Clifford's eyes were full of doubt as he thought to himself,
could it be that this ordinary-looking young man has an even higher status than Thornton? When did the Hayes family ever meet 2 powerful individuals at the same time? This must be my lucky day. May I ask what your name is, young man?
Clifford asked with some apprehension. Kevin smiled with a mischievous grin. You should have guessed that I would be coming here today. My name is... Kevin! Everyone heard a loud cry of surprise. Before anyone could react, a white figure suddenly rushed over and jumped into Kevin's arms. Kevin, I missed you so much. It's great to see that you're all right. Phoebe buried her head deep into his chest. No one could imagine how much she'd been thinking and worrying for the past half-month. Kevin could clearly feel that Phoebe had lost weight, and he couldn't help but comfort her. It's all in the past now. Today I came to pick you up and bring you back to Chicago. In an instant, everyone's mind went blank. Wasn't the one wearing the wedding dress the bride? Why was she hugging this poorly dressed lowlife? However, they gradually understood from Kevin's announcement that he was there to snatch the bride away from the groom. Clifford got an extremely depressed look on his face. Beside him was Jared, who clenched his fist tightly as his body began to shake violently. Kevin's unexpected arrival was a slap in the face to the Hayes family, undoubtedly sending a message to them that even without the rejuvenation pill, his body could still recover. Furthermore, he was there to stop the wedding and save Phoebe.
Who the hell does he think he is? How dare he steal that woman away from Jared Hayes?
One of the guests was livid. Does he know who he's messing with? He better let go of the bride right now if he wants to live. Another warned. Many of the guests thought that it was purely a coincidence that Kevin had arrived at the same time as Thornton. After all, how could someone of Thornton's status have such poor friends? In addition, they understood that as long as they successfully helped the Hayes family in dealing with Kevin, there would surely be many good things in store for them in the future. So a lot of the guests got very angry and were ready to fight.
Kevin, listen to me. Phoebe is already my daughter-in-law, so there's nothing that you can do. If you behave, I'll allow you to attend the wedding. But if you deliberately choose to cause trouble here, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer the consequences of offending the Hayes family.
Clifford's tone was as cold as ice. Even when the Hill family was still the most prominent family in Detroit, they had never insulted the Hayes family in such a way. So what gave such a useless person like Kevin the audacity to do so now? However, Kevin acted as if he didn't hear anything at all. He patted Phoebe's back, looked around, and slowly teased. This mansion of yours looks pretty luxurious. It seems that Detroit has given your family a lot of good fortune and a fine home to live in. Without waiting for Clifford to react, Kevin continued and didn't hold anything back. It's such a shame that this place will soon be destroyed. Today, blood will flow like rivers, and no one will be spared. His tone was filled with a vicious intent, and at the moment, Kevin wanted to eliminate the Hayes family in the same manner that he dealt with the Hill family in the past. However, instead of striking fear in everyone, Kevin's words had caused all of the guests who were there to stare at him even more angrily.
Are you looking down on me? You better be careful, you piece of trash.
One of the guests threatened. Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? How can you be so rude and ruin such a wondrous occasion? Another mocked. None of them had ever thought that a poor lowlife who could only enter the Hayes family mansion with Thornton's help would actually dare to spout such nonsense right in front of them. They knew that they had to do something about Kevin's audacity. When Kevin vowed to eliminate the Hayes family, many of the guests felt angered by his brazenness, thinking that he was just a random lowlife based on his appearance. Knowing that anyone who helped the Hayes family would benefit in the future, they were prepared to fight Kevin on their behalf. At the moment, most of the guests were looking at Kevin with cruel intent in their eyes. Among them, there were not only the business elites who could control the economy, but also some ruthless characters who had experience in getting rid of one's enemies. Faced with such an opportunity to show off their strength and combat skills, they naturally couldn't resist. Soon, various figures arrogantly walked out from the crowd, and they all rushed towards Kevin at the same time. Upon seeing this, Thornton stayed behind and decided that he wouldn't fight with such people. In his eyes, these people were all beneath him, and not much different from the country bumpkins he usually encountered back in St. Louis. When the men made a move towards Kevin, the other guests who were watching exclaimed and began to cheer for them. In just a few seconds, the previously festive atmosphere in the garden had turned into a celebration of violence. It was very clear to the guests that whoever played a part in killing Kevin would be able to obtain Clifford's approval and gain recognition from him. Furthermore, those who were present at the wedding believed that the Hayes family and the Huxley family had a secret partnership. In that case, proving themselves to Clifford would give them a chance to get on the good side of both families.
Who doesn't know the difference between life and death doesn't value his existence? Therefore, he deserves to die.
A man shouted as he was about to attack Kevin. He then quickly extended his leg to deliver a powerful kick to his head, which made a sharp snapping sound in the air. At the same time, another man threw a fierce punch directed at Kevin's lower abdomen. The crowd was expecting to see Kevin spitting out a lot of blood in front of them at any moment. However, Kevin managed to quickly retreat a few steps back. With Phoebe still in his arms, the two men's strikes just barely brushed her hair as everyone gasped in suspense. That was extremely close. Truman Anderson let out a huge sigh of relief. His heart had been beating rapidly just seconds before. Phoebe, just trust me. I'll take care of these men. After Kevin said this, he handed her over to Thornton for safety. You want to use my life as a stepping stone for yours? We'll see about that. Do you think you have enough strength to defeat me? As Kevin spoke, he grabbed both men by the back of their coats and raised them up like he was showing off 2 fish that he just caught. How dare you? Let me go and fight me like a real man, one of the men said fiercely as he tried to break himself free. Why the hell are you talking so much? If you want to fight, then stop complaining and start hitting, Kevin teased. Don't worry, you lowlife. I'll make sure that your life won't be wasted. Your death will be a fortune to me, the man sneered. Kevin threw the 2 men towards the crowd, then turned to his other challengers and taunted them. So, are you guys going to fight me or not? Do you think I'm scared because there are so many of you? Insulted by Kevin's words, the group of ruthless characters cracked their knuckles and stretched their backs as they looked at him with contempt. Little did they know that when Kevin was looking at them, he could only see a bunch of helpless pigs that were waiting to be slaughtered. I already told everyone that today, blood will flow like a river and no one will be spared. If that didn't serve as enough of a warning for any of you, then you can't blame me for what's about to happen next. Vicious intent burst out from Kevin's eyes. This time, he didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed towards the ruthless characters like a hungry wolf that was ready to eat. And the ones who bore the brunt of his attack were the 2 men who had attacked him first. With lightning speed, Kevin went after the man who had almost kicked Phoebe earlier and instantly shattered his leg by sending a kick of his own. After that, he grabbed the second man by his wrists and twisted them both to send a message. These 2 cracking sounds and the cries of both men echoed throughout the entire garden, causing some of the other guests to feel a chill down their spines. However, this was only just the beginning. Kevin, who was now surrounded by several ruthless characters in a circle, smiled as he boldly challenged them all to come at him. No matter how many men tried to attack Kevin at once, it didn't seem to matter at all. Using a combination of strikes to unpredictably hit his opponents from every possible angle, the end result was always the same as he sent all the men flying into the air and falling to the ground in just a matter of seconds. As the last person fell to the ground, the entire scene was silent. With broken bones and bloodied bodies of unconscious men all over, what started out as a lopsided beating had turned into Kevin's display of sheer dominance, as he proudly stood tall over everyone. Being the last man standing, none of the other guests dared to say another word of disdain towards him. The Hayes family members were left dumbfounded by this outcome. Compared to Kevin, weren't those some of the most notorious gang leaders in all of Detroit who were lying on the ground? How did Kevin defeat them all like it was a piece of cake? Are all of the guests invited by the Hayes family just a bunch of trash? None of them can fight. Kevin stretched his arms and looked very relaxed. Everyone's faces turned extremely pale when they heard this. Kevin had just gravely injured half of the upper echelons of Detroit, but they didn't dare contradict him. None of them wanted to risk death. By then, even Clifford and Jared Hayes' anger and spitefulness had been gradually replaced by fear and distress. They'd seen ruthless people before, but they'd never encountered someone like Kevin. "Kevin, you're an absolute madman," Jared cried hysterically. "So what if I am? Didn't you come to my office in Chicago just to see me a few days ago?" Kevin sneered as he gently dusted off his clothes. "Wait, you're the president of the Williams Company?" Jared's face was once again filled with shock and anger. "Mr. Williams, aren't you going too far by doing this?" Clifford didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. "How am I going too far? Compared to the Hayes family bullying others with their power, as well as using a fake pill to deceive the Anderson family into a marriage agreement, what I'm doing can only be considered as payback." Kevin replied with a faint smile. Bullshit! Are you saying that the rejuvenation pill is fake? A few traces of panic suddenly appeared on Jared's face. Only then did Truman come back to his senses as he stared at Clifford with his eyes wide open.
How dare you lie to me like that?
Truman had been keeping a low profile for many years, but he no longer cared about his own safety. After all, his only daughter's marriage would affect the rest of her life.
Truman, don't get too agitated. Kevin is making some serious accusations that are founded on baseless lies. You mustn't believe anything that he says.
Clifford hurriedly reassured him. Forget it. There's no point in arguing. But before I forget, I know there was supposed to be a wedding today, so I actually have a big surprise prepared especially for the Hayes family. With that, Kevin clapped a few times, and suddenly the sound of countless loud footsteps could be heard reverberating throughout the entire mansion. When everyone in the garden looked up, over 100 figures had surrounded them from above. They were all sporting armbands with an emblem of what looked like a radiant sun. When he saw them, Clifford anxiously thought to himself,
why didn't the leaders of the 10 grade schools come? Didn't they receive our invites?
Unbeknownst to him, Kevin had actually sent his men to block off all the roads leading to the Hayes family mansion just prior to his arrival. They even set up multiple detours and under-construction signs that would only lead other guests further and further away until they eventually gave up, thereby preventing any of the 10 grade school's leaders from coming. Just then, 5 powerful figures descended from the walls of the compound. They lowered their heads respectfully to Kevin as they greeted him.
Chancellor.
Dylan Hill then took one step forward and loudly proclaimed,
here in Detroit, the Hayes family has been found guilty of colluding with the Hill family for the past few years. On behalf of the people of Detroit, the Radiants shall righteously enforce justice today by eliminating the Hayes family once and for all.
Dylan, you're not dead?
Clifford trembled. He seemed to be at a loss for what to do because he was too scared. Dylan didn't answer his stupid question.
Not only did the Hayes family commit all kinds of evil deeds, they even secretly acted as spies for the different powers. Today, no one in your entire family shall be spared from facing the blades of justice of the Radiants.
Everyone attack. Kevin casually said those 2 words. He then quickly walked over to Phoebe and made her smell some herbal sleeping powder that he had concocted, which instantly made her fall asleep. At the same time, he snapped his fingers for Spencer to do the same to Truman. It was better not to let the 2 of them see such a bloody scene. For the next hour or so, the entire Hayes family mansion fell into complete chaos. Wails and cries of pain were mixed with the sounds of begging for mercy. But this didn't stop the Radiants from carrying out their mission. In his final moments, Clifford was feeling deeply regretful and trembling in fear for himself and his family. How was he about to lose everything in the blink of an eye? Since the ultimate showdown had yet to begin, all of the intel that he'd previously gathered over the years was rendered useless. And without any of the 10 grade school's leaders there to protect them, no one from the Hayes family was spared from death at the hands of the Radiants. After over 100 members of the Radiants had surrounded the Hayes family mansion, Dylan Hill announced that the Radiants would enforce justice by eliminating the Hayes family once and for all. As Kevin gave the order for his men to attack, Phoebe and Truman were put to sleep so that they wouldn't witness what was about to happen. And without any of the 10 grade school's leaders there to protect the Hayes family, none of their members were spared from facing an untimely death. Kevin patted Thornton on the shoulder and told him to put Truman Anderson into the car. He then carried Phoebe and slowly left the Hayes family mansion with them. Spencer, go and tell the people of the 10 major schools that the Hayes family has been eliminated by the Radiants. If they have any questions, there will be a meeting at the Ocean Hotel in Detroit at 8 o'clock tonight. Also, help me gather all the influential people in the city, especially the families who attended Jared Hayes' wedding today, I'd like to have a separate talk with them at the same hotel this afternoon," Kevin ordered nonchalantly before leaving.
"Yes, Chancellor."
Spencer nodded his head respectfully. As for the bloody scene that was unfolding behind him, Kevin didn't even turn his head around to look at it. In the past, he hated those types of cold and vicious people the most. He thought that they had no regard for humanity and didn't treat the lives of others with respect. But now, the cruel reality has forced him to take these drastic measures. Consequently, this was why he preferred to delegate all the senseless violence to his men. In the grand scheme of things, he believed that the end would justify the means, and as long as he only allowed the purging of evil people and always protected the interests of the greater good, then he could preserve the righteous justice that the Radiance was founded upon. After returning to the Radiance's headquarters, Kevin couldn't help but smile sadly as he looked at Phoebe, who was still sleeping on the bed. Kevin had been sitting by the bed for a long time, lost in thought. At the moment, he still didn't know how to judge the relationship between the two of them. While Phoebe's feelings for him were very clear, his wife Lily was still waiting for him to return to his apartment. Just then, Phoebe slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw him, she immediately smiled happily. "Kevin, do you know how much I've missed you? I was afraid that I would never see you again." Phoebe reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. She pressed her head tightly against his chest, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear into thin air. "Don't be afraid, Phoebe. It's all over now. The Hayes family will never cause you any trouble ever again." Kevin gently patted her back and comforted her. Upon saying these words, the room fell into a deep silence as neither of them talked, and the only thing that they could hear was the sound of each other's breathing. The atmosphere became more and more tender. "Kevin, Phoebe had a lot of things she wanted to say, but she didn't know how to tell him at that moment. "You don't need to say it. I understand," Kevin said gently. "You must still be tired, so you should keep resting for now. As for that matter, we can talk about it at a later time." Phoebe nodded lightly, but the happiness on her face couldn't be concealed. 2 hours later, what happened to the Hayes family had swept across all of Detroit at warp speed. The news reported that their mansion had suddenly caught fire, and while all the guests had survived with grave injuries, none of the Hayes family members made it out alive. Of course, not many people were willing to believe such a deceiving report. Everyone knew that eliminating the Hayes family in broad daylight wasn't something an ordinary person or organization would pull off. Someone powerful had been bold enough to send a message, and when rumors spread that the Radiance was behind this, they all wanted to find out what exactly had happened. The afternoon sun shone through the window into the room. By then, many of the most influential and powerful people of Detroit had already gathered together in a private room at the Ocean Hotel. Most of them were families of the guests who were currently being treated in the hospital. While they were supposed to be watching over their loved ones, the Radiance had suddenly gathered them all together for a meeting. "Do you know anything about the Radiance's leader? How can he call us here and then leave us hanging? We've been waiting here for an hour and there's still no trace of him," a man complained.
"Who cares about his background? Detroit's our territory. Even if the Radiance is a powerful organization, their leader has to deal with me first. I won't forgive him for what happened to my son,"
another sneered. "But I heard that the Chancellor of the Radiance is quite mysterious and unpredictable. On top of that, their organization seems to have mastered many kinds of advanced pill recipes. Even the top 10 schools in the Herbalist Society can't do anything to them," a woman commented. "At the end of the day, we're just ordinary business owners. Although our energy base has been slightly boosted, we're still too weak to face any of them," another one of them conceded. Upon hearing this last point, the huge room instantly fell into silence. Those who were very angry and resentful just moments before and who wanted to take the lead in confronting the Radiance's Chancellor couldn't help but restrain themselves after thinking about it carefully. Suddenly, the door of the room was slowly pushed open. Dozens of men wearing black with armbands walked in one after another, followed by Dylan, Sarah, Julia, Cameron, and Isaiah Hill. When they saw the 5 of them, some of the wealthy people in attendance immediately cried out in surprise.
Aren't those the 5 people from the Hill family? Could they be the ones who created the Radiance?
One of the guests wondered. I hope not. Think about it. The Hill family has already been destroyed. Even if the 5 of them manage to survive, they're no longer the powerful giants that they once were. Another person scoffed.
If that's the case, then who are the 5 of them working for now?
A third one wondered out loud. Dylan looked around the scene. He frowned slightly as if he was dissatisfied with all the chatter.
Silence!
Because of his strong energy base, his voice sounded like rolling thunder in the sky, instantly shutting down everyone's discussions. After feeling this powerful aura coming from his body, the people couldn't help but change their expressions. These days, weaker people could only admit defeat if they didn't want to face death. At that moment, a figure slowly walked into the room, immediately attracting everyone's gaze. Unlike the others, he was dressed in white and wore a pearl-white mask. The 5 Hill siblings and the other dozens of men immediately went down on one knee to acknowledge his presence before respectfully calling out,
"Greetings, Chancellor."
Everyone could tell who he was. He was none other than Chancellor Kenneth Wilkinson of the Radiance, the man who currently was getting the most attention of anybody in the entire Midwest. No one there had thought that a mysterious and elusive man like the Chancellor himself would make an appearance in person. And because of the white mask he was wearing, no one could see his face clearly. However, they soon recovered from their awe, and as they remembered what had happened at the Hayes family mansion, they couldn't help but look at him with disdain in their eyes. Under the disguise of his mask, Kevin took a moment to scan the room. I know all of you are influential people in Detroit. Regarding what happened to some of your family members, I would like to express my deepest sympathies. But I'm sure your loved ones will all survive, so please don't be too upset, Kevin said slowly. While the guest at the Hayes family wedding knew his true identity, he figured it would take a long while before any of them would wake up. And if they did, he was confident that they would be too traumatized and afraid to ever speak about what truly had happened that day. Upon hearing his words, everyone frowned. They thought to themselves,
"Why did you have to injure them so badly then? How dare you pretend to sympathize with us?"
However, none of them had the courage to say this out loud. In fact, they even forced themselves to put a smile on their faces.
"Chancellor, you don't need to be too sad. It's not your fault. After all, no one wanted this to happen,"
one of the influential people declared. Chancellor, please pull yourself together. After all, you have to look after your health, another one of them added. Deep down, everyone felt bitter in their hearts. What the hell was going on? They were clearly the victims here, but now they were trying to comfort Kenneth Wilkinson instead? Since everyone insists, I'll try my best not to worry about it so much anymore. A smile suddenly appeared on Kevin's face. Seeing this made Spencer and the 5 Hill siblings a little concerned. Even they couldn't believe how Kevin had changed his facial expression so quickly. Everyone knows that the Hill family has committed many evil acts in Detroit and has already been eliminated by the Radiance. As a result, the 5 remaining family members have now pledged their allegiance to our organization, and they will help the Radiance uphold justice in the future. There's no need for anyone to have any doubts about this. Kevin gestured to the 5 Hill siblings. With that being said, while the Hayes family appears to be amiable on the surface, they've in fact done many wicked things for the sake of wealth. I believe that everyone here has been bullied by them in the past. Isn't that so? Seeing that no one objected to his words, Kevin continued. Now that both the Hill and Hayes families have been eliminated to benefit the greater good of the people, I hope that everyone in Detroit will take care of the Radiance in the future. This long speech caused all of the influential people to frown deeply, even though what Kevin had told them was right. This was because behind his righteous words was a very clear statement. The Radiance wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, and the remaining families would have to coexist with them. What's more, they were going to take the biggest share of the profits. With the Radiance firmly establishing itself at the top of the food chain, how could they feel at ease? Suddenly, a man stood up and laughed for more than 10 seconds. The Chancellor just admitted that he was behind what happened to both the Hayes and Hill families. Can't you see? He was just laying the foundation for the Radiants to march into our city. Finally, he stared at Kevin straight in the eyes. Today I'll make my stand clear. Chancellor, although we're very happy that you got rid of those two tyrants, Detroit doesn't need the Radiants to come and save us. Therefore, I advise you to return to wherever you came from.
He's right, Chancellor. While we appreciate the offer, I'm sure we can handle the matters in Detroit ourselves. Perhaps you should lead your members to save another city elsewhere.
Another man stood up and agreed with the other.
We don't mind if you leave behind any contact details. If we do need you to help us with anything, we'll let you know. We'll also send over a generous gift as a sign of our gratitude for eliminating those two evil families.
With the two of them echoing everyone's inner sentiments, the rest of the people couldn't help but feel reassured. Slowly, more and more people began to speak against the Radiants, not so subtly expressing that they weren't welcome. However, the faces of the 5 Hill siblings became increasingly annoyed when they heard this. Their fists were now tightly clenched together, and their auras were becoming more intense. How could they dare to disrespect Kevin like this? Weren't they afraid of what he could do to them? While all of this was happening, Kevin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly moved as he rushed in front of the two men who had just stood up to defy him. Like a swift blade, he then drew his spiritual energy and sent a powerful slap to both of their faces, instantly snapping their necks and killing both of them. What a shame. Kevin dusted off his hands as he disapprovingly shook his head. He had hoped that he wouldn't have to kill anyone, but he felt that he needed to set an example so that everyone would take him seriously. Clearly, this worked, as the mood of the other influential people in the room instantly changed. They didn't expect that the Chancellor would dare to violently end the two men's lives just because of a disagreement. Dylan tactfully turned around and ordered some of the other Radiance members. Investigate the background of those two people immediately. If you find that they've done anything illegal, spare no one in the family and immediately transfer all of their assets to the Radiants. We can use those funds to help people in need. When they heard this, everyone's faces turned pale, and some of them gulped in amazement. They all thought to themselves, how many of us could sit here in such high positions today while having a clean and spotless record? This made them shudder at the thought of boldly speaking up like the two men had earlier. Dylan's words illustrated how the Radiants operated. Those who were willing to cooperate with them would benefit from their protection, while those who dared to go against them would suffer their unforgiving wrath. This also showed that the Radiants didn't really care about the welfare of these wealthy individuals, because even if they didn't willingly give them what they wanted, they would just forcefully take it from them anyway. Was this truly righteous justice being served? To everyone in the room right now, the Radiants just seemed like a bunch of ruthless characters themselves. What could happen next? When the influential people realized that the Radiance was planning to establish itself as the top organization in Detroit, 2 men stood up against Kevin. When the rest of the guests began to speak up as well, Kevin suddenly killed the 2 men to set an example. The others' faces had turned pale in shock, because they knew that they had to cooperate with whatever the Radiants wanted, or risk losing their entire family's lives. As a result, they began to question whether the Radiants truly served righteous justice as they claimed, or if they were just ruthless characters like everybody else. Now that those 2 annoying flies are gone, can we continue our discussion? Kevin sat back down on the chair and put his feet on the table. No one dared to say he was being rude. As they looked at the 2 men lying dead on the ground, they were silently relieved to still be safe and alive. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Could it be that you still don't welcome the Radiants? Kevin's brows furrowed and his tone became cold.
Chancellor,
The Radiance definitely has my support, one of the guests reassured him.
Chancellor, from now on, all of Detroit will respect you.
Chancellor, I have a very lucrative project in the works. I wonder if you're interested in discussing this later over dinner. My treat, of course, a third one proposed. One after the other, several influential people suddenly rushed to express their loyalty to Kevin. They were afraid of being killed then and there if they didn't play their cards right. Kevin raised his hand slightly. Thank you for the warm welcome, everyone. The Radiance will never forget what you've done today. In the future, we plan to build hotels and department stores as well as set up companies in various leading industries such as biotechnology, among others. With that being said, is anyone interested in forming a business partnership with us?
Of course, Chancellor. Just tell us how much it costs,
one of the guests exclaimed. Rest assured, Chancellor, we shall serve you no matter what it takes. Another expressed her loyalty enthusiastically. Just like that, a series of proposals and contracts were sent over like free-flowing water, and it wasn't until 6 o'clock in the evening that they were all signed. According to their agreement, half of the profits generated by everyone's businesses in Detroit would fall into the Radiance's hands, giving them a solid financial backbone for the next 30 years. At the same time, inside another luxurious private room of the Ocean Hotel, the leaders of the 9 major schools were all frowning. They were supposed to attend the wedding of the Hayes family earlier that day, but they'd been led astray by various detours and road signs that prevented them from going. Soon after, they received the news that the Hayes family had been eliminated. Jeffrey Bowie violently slapped the table in frustration.
The Radiance is too arrogant. How dare they pull such a trick right under our noses?
The Radiance isn't just aiming for the Hayes family. I heard that they've also gathered all the influential people in Detroit together. I wonder what they're discussing.
Wayne Ford stroked his chin as he contemplated the situation.
Who cares what they're discussing? If they don't give us an explanation tonight, we must immediately join forces and destroy the Radiance.
Jeffrey Bowie couldn't hold his temper any longer.
The Radiance has over 10,000 people now, and their founder is mysterious and elusive. If their members can really fight, they'll definitely hurt their enemies a lot without minding if they suffer some casualties of their own,
Paul Vaughn said while he was also deep in thought.
So according to what you're saying, we should just swallow our anger? How are we going to survive in the future?
Jeffrey unrelentingly refused. After a few seconds of silence, Paul had an idea.
Doesn't the Radiance have a lot of pills?
Everyone in the room suddenly came to the same realization after hearing this as Jeffrey and the others looked at each other with a wicked smile. The Radiance's main advantage over them was the pills that they offered. Thus, if they could find a way to get those pill formulas in their hands, it would be difficult for a new organization like the Radiance to sustain their current popularity. Meanwhile, in the Steele family mansion back in Chicago, all of the family members were currently gathered together. Norman Steele had just undergone an operation and was still in a coma. Since then, he'd been confined to a hospital bed to rest and recuperate. However, the Steele family's business couldn't risk being affected, so Dalton had gathered all the family members together to stay united during this tough time. With Dalton's support, Miranda had been discussing business matters with them when the door of the mansion suddenly shattered. At the same time, 2 of their guards were sent flying in, and as they fell heavily on the floor, they spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. Dalton immediately stood up and angrily shouted,
"Who dares to come and cause trouble in our home?"
Right after that, the people of the Steele family started preparing themselves for a fight. They looked at the door as if they were about to face a great enemy. It had been many years since the last time someone had attacked them, so everyone saw this as a challenge to the Steele family's authority. But who in Chicago would have the courage to do something like this? After a brief moment of suspense, director Renee Silver slowly walked in with a cold look on her face. She first scanned the hall and then locked her eyes on Dalton.
"What are you doing here?
Dalton asked in a stern voice. Nothing. I was actually just about to lure you out. Renee stated her intentions clearly.
How dare you come here and disrespect the Steele family like this? I know you've constantly been looking for trouble with my brother. You should be thankful that I haven't sent my men to seek revenge on the Union.
Dalton's facial expression had become extremely serious. Enough chit-chat. Spending too much time and effort here is just a waste of my energy. Now that you know why I'm here, are you going to follow me obediently? Or do you want me to drag you out? Renee sneered.
Where did this crazy woman come from?
Two members of the Steele family shouted as they rushed towards her. However, in the next second, with just a casual wave of Renee's palm, an incomparably strong spiritual energy burst out towards them in an instant, causing the entire mansion to shake. The two Steele family members tried to move away quickly, but the speed with which Renee struck was even faster, sending them flying into the air before crashing heavily into the wall. Due to the harsh impact, they were left unable to stand as they curled up in pain. This ignited the anger of the other Steele family members as all of them now picked up their weapons and rushed towards Renee to attack. Unfortunately, although these ruthless people weren't afraid of death, they were still no match for Renee's power. In less than 30 seconds, all of them were lying on the ground in front of Dalton and Miranda, letting out a series of piercing cries. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to leave with me or do you want me to attack you? Renee's body was overflowing with vicious intent. Clearly, she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal.
That depends on whether you have the ability or not.
With a powerful aura coming from his body, Dalton drew out the Infinity Sword from his back and swung it at Renee. Ever since breaking through as a level 5 expert, he had yet to find an enemy to practice with. Adding the fact that Renee had gravely injured his relatives right in front of him, Dalton's anger had gone to his head. He no longer cared whether he was a match for her or not. You're actually a level 5 expert? A look of surprise flashed across Renee's eyes as she was able to quickly use her spiritual energy to block Dalton's attack head-on. With this, a strong wind swept across the entire hall. Glass shattered everywhere as all kinds of expensive accessories and decorations were shaken away from the walls and ceilings as they fell to the floor. Luckily, none of the Steele family members lying on the ground were hit.
I had no intention of fighting you today, but I guess you've changed my mind.
Dalton swung his Infinity Sword at her from another angle. That's cute. But what if you've improved your energy base? I've also improved mine, Renee boasted. A surge of spiritual energy instantly gushed out of her legs as she sent a powerful kick to Dalton's chest. Recently, she'd been training day and night, and finally, after many years, she had broken through as a level 6 expert. Dalton felt as if a high-speed train was going to hit him head-on, and before he could even react, he was already sent flying and crashing through a wall. When Miranda saw him from where she was standing, blood was flowing out from his mouth and nose. Dalton! Miranda ran forward with red eyes and tried to protect her husband. Hubby, how are you? Don't scare me.
Don't worry about me.
Dalton felt the blood in his body churn. He forced himself to swallow the blood instead of spurting it out at her.
Go and find Kevin. Tell him not to come back to Chicago.
Did I say that she can leave? Renee quickly moved in front of Miranda and was about to strike her with her palm.
Miranda, run!
Dalton urged as he pushed his wife out of the way, allowing her to escape through the broken window, while he was hit on the back by Renee's palm. Now, in a daze, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Miranda knew that she would only be a burden to him if she stayed. She held back the tears in her eyes and ran as far away as she could until she reached a place where there were more people. Do you really want me to end your life right now? Renee hit Dalton hard again. A cracking sound came from his chest as more blood gushed out of his mouth. Renee wanted to chase Miranda, but found that she couldn't move her body. She then looked down and saw the bloody Dalton hugging her legs tightly in desperation. "You really love your wife, don't you?" Renee laughed as she swung her leg, sending Dalton flying out of the door like she had just kicked a soccer ball. When she turned around and saw that Miranda had successfully run away, she called for some union members to take the members of the Steele family back to the Williams family mansion in New York. Miranda, who was panting heavily after running so much, anxiously stood on the street. At the moment, she was worried about Dalton's safety, but she also didn't know where to find Kevin. Tears kept falling from her eyes, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Suddenly, Miranda remembered something. She thought to herself, "Didn't Dalton mention that Kevin is the CEO of the Williams Company? I must find him." The sky gradually darkened. It was late autumn and winter was approaching. However, the Ocean Hotel in Detroit remained brightly lit. The Radiance was so wealthy it had booked the entire hotel as its members enjoyed some fine wine and delicacies and ate to their heart's content. Inside a luxurious private room on the third floor, Kevin, who was disguised as Chancellor Kenneth Wilkinson, was now sitting at the same table with the leaders of the 9 major schools. Since he wore a mask, no one could tell his true identity despite everyone knowing who Kevin was. Not long ago, all of these people seemed out of reach as leaders of powerful organizations. In fact, even Kevin had never expected that he would be able to sit on equal footing with them in just a few months. Although expensive drinks and exquisite dishes were placed on the table, none of the people in the room seemed to have an appetite. This made the atmosphere quite depressing. While waiting for an explanation on the Hayes family attack from the Radiants, the leaders of the 9 major schools realized that they could defeat the new organization if they could find a way to steal their pill recipes. After some time, Kevin was now sitting at the same table as them, disguised as Chancellor Kenneth Wilkinson. However, since he was wearing a mask, no one could tell his true identity. "Everyone, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There is no need to be shy," Kevin encouraged them with a smile. The 9 leaders looked at each other a few times, undecided on who would be the first to speak. After hesitating for a while, Paul Vaughn finally asked,
"Chancellor, I'm sure that you're a man of your word. Since you said you would give us an explanation tonight, I won't hide anything from you. First of all, why are you wearing a mask? Are you hiding your true face because you have something that's difficult to say?"
"That's a funny joke, Mr. Vaughn. All of you are leaders of your respective schools, therefore I understand how a leader must look like a king in order to lead an organization. Consequently, the reason why I have to wear a mask is because I'm just too handsome," Kevin teased them. "If my members see my true face and become too captivated by it, how will I be able to continue to command the same respect and prestige that I have now?" Jeffrey Bowie and the others were anxious about his reaction. They were expecting that the Chancellor who had built the Radiant and mastered so many pill recipes would be a serious person. They never thought he would say something like that.
"You're just messing with us, aren't you? Since you don't seem to be taking us seriously, I think that tonight's conversation will end here. You'd better disband the Radiants tomorrow, or else you won't have a good life in the future."
Jeffrey had always been quick with words. The atmosphere in the room became tense in an instant, following his ultimatum.
"How dare you disrespect our Chancellor?"
The person standing behind Kevin couldn't help but admonish him.
"Who do you think you are, disrespecting me like that? I was talking to your leader, not some low-ranking subordinate. How dare you interrupt us? Get out of here!"
Spiritual energy gushed out of Jeffrey as he suddenly threw out a punch. However, not only did Spencer not show any signs of fear, but his face also revealed a strong intent to fight back as he took a step forward and lowered his hips. At the same time, he threw a punch with the same amount of force. Everyone gasped as the fists of both men collided. Upon impact, Jeffrey stood still and didn't move, while Spencer took 2 steps back and immediately steadied his body. This result made Paul Vaughn and the other leaders tremble. Jeffrey had been a level 5 expert for a long time, but although he hadn't used his full strength right now, he could see that Spencer's strength couldn't be underestimated either. After all, the 9 grade school's leaders were all experts with decades of experience, so they could easily tell how powerful someone was with just a glance.
I didn't expect that the Chancellor would have such an expert by his side.
Paul's face darkened. The stronger the Radiance was, the more difficult it would be for them to achieve their goal of shutting them down. I've trained my men to protect me at all costs. You're lucky he held back with only a warning. Kevin paused for a second, then his tone turned cold. But didn't all of this start because Mr. Bowie refused to see me as his equal? He was the one who showed disrespect towards me and the Radiance first.
If you want to fight, let's fight. Sometimes it's best to just shut up when men can solve problems with their fists instead.
Jeffrey looked at him with disdain.
With your small body, I can surely destroy you with just one punch. Do you want me to prove it to you now?
I've long heard that your body's defense is practically invulnerable, and your martial arts skills have almost reached their peak. How about I learn a few moves from you tonight? Kevin's words were filled with daring intent. Even before coming to the meeting, he already expected that none of the 9 grade school's leaders would take him seriously, so he had to come up with a way to prove himself to them. Coincidentally, Jeffrey's arrogance was an answer to his prayers for him to set an example.
Are you sure you want to fight with me, Chancellor? I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand a beating from me.
Jeffrey taunted Kevin as he looked down at him.
Honestly, I don't think a young man like you is even strong enough to be a leader. How dare you start your own organization?
As soon as he finished speaking, Kevin suddenly made his move. He quickly struck out with the palm of his hand, aiming it square at Jeffrey's chest.
Such lightning speed.
Paul's pupils suddenly widened after seeing Kevin attack in just a split second.
But that punch isn't powerful enough to hurt Jeffrey.
Wayne Ford shook his head slightly. Jeffrey was known for having the strongest defensive capabilities among all the great powers. It was far from something that an ordinary person could break. Everyone saw Kevin's palm hit Jeffrey's chest as the immense amount of spiritual energy on both of their bodies generated dazzling sparks upon impact.
Chancellor, if you only have this much strength, I advise you to give up this nonsense as soon as possible. It would be cruel of me to fight such an inexperienced weakling. You should go back home and train for a few more years before coming out again. You're only making a fool of yourself here today.
Jeffrey completely ignored Kevin's palm and laughed out loudly in disdain. The space here is too small for me to fight freely. How about you and I fight downstairs? Kevin said slowly.
No problem. Since I already gave you a chance to back out, I won't hold back this time. I shall trample you under my feet in front of all the members of your organization. Let's see how you can still maintain your dignity in the future.
Jeffrey sneered as he laughed out loud and walked downstairs. Spencer then went up to Kevin.
Chancellor, this man is too presumptuous. Do you need us to...
Kevin waved his hand and interrupted Spencer's words. Follow me downstairs and call for an ambulance shortly. Mr. Bowie will have to go somewhere to have his injuries treated later. Then he left the room with Spencer and the other Radiance members, leaving the leaders of the remaining 8 schools behind.
What is Jeffrey trying to do? We want the pill formula tonight, not for him to fight,
Paul shouted angrily.
It's not like you don't know about his temper. If you don't let him fight to his heart's content, it's obvious that tonight won't end well for us. Let him have his fun.
Wayne thought for a while and continued.
But this is also a good thing. We should let that young man suffer a little bit to let him clearly understand that there's a very wide gap between us. It should be easier for us to demand the pill formula after this.
The news of Kevin and Jeffrey's battle quickly spread throughout the Ocean Hotel. Upon hearing this, the other Radiance members immediately rushed out of the hotel entrance and gathered around in a large open space. Ever since they joined the Radiance, they had never seen the Chancellor fight before. So tonight would be a good opportunity for them to witness how truly powerful their leader was.
Hey, do you think the Chancellor can win? One of the Radiance members wondered.
That's hard to say. Jeffrey Bowie has decades of fighting experience.
He's famous for having the strongest defense out of the major schools, coupled with a powerful offense on top of that," another onlooker remarked. "I know the Chancellor has unmatched skills in herbalism, but will that actually equate to his physical strength?" A third member had his doubts. Thousands of members were currently whispering to each other. Although they were all part of the Radiance, not many of them had high hopes for Kevin. After all, the Chancellor was a mysterious and elusive figure even to his members. Because of that, no one knew how strong he was. In comparison, Jeffrey Bowie's name was quite well known as the dean of both the Northern Institute for Natural Healing and the Southeast School for Natural Medicine. At this moment, even Spencer and the Five Hill siblings couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. "Chancellor, I advise you to kneel down before me and admit defeat. If I beat you up too badly tonight in front of your members, I'm afraid you'll lose all your reputation." Jeffrey crossed his arms in front of his chest and warned Kevin confidently. "Mr. Bowie, you better be careful. I'm afraid you'll have to eat your words in just a few minutes," Kevin replied faintly. Jeffrey's expression changed when he heard that. Seething in anger from Kevin's arrogance, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped his body as his eyes were filled with contempt. And when everyone saw this, it made them feel as if the space around him had changed. It looked like the battle between the two was about to begin. Taking the fight outside the Ocean Hotel, Jeffrey Bowie gave Kevin one last chance to give up and admit defeat in order to avoid embarrassment. However, despite the doubts of his own members who had never seen him fight, Kevin refused to back down and dared Jeffrey to attack. This angered the man, and with his body enveloped by a powerful aura, their battle was about to begin. Jeffrey Bowie casually took a step forward. By now, the expression on his face showed his lethal intent, causing the surrounding Radiance members to tremble in fear. "Tonight, I'll trample you under my feet. By tomorrow, the Radiance will cease to exist." Jeffrey's voice was loud and clear like the sound of thunder. Suddenly, Kevin, who was disguised as the masked Chancellor Kenneth Wilkinson, began to draw all of the spiritual energy in his body. Upon seeing this, the Five Hill siblings and the other Radiance members were anxiously waiting in suspense to find out what would happen next. They knew very well that if the Chancellor lost tonight, the Radiance would no longer be able to exist. And regardless of whether they could still join the 10 great schools or not, the Radiance members didn't want to lose the camaraderie that they had already built with each other in the short time that they'd been together. Paul Vaughn and the other leaders who were observing this from the window of the third-floor private room that they were in were very concerned.
"Looks like Jeffrey's energy base has increased again. He's only a step away from ascending to a level 6 expert,"
Wayne Ford casually acknowledged.
"If he decides to align himself with the Union, we have no chance of winning against them,"
Paul added. The remaining 6 leaders' eyes revealed a trace of fear upon hearing this. However, Kevin, who was standing right in front of Jeffrey, didn't feel any fear. Instead, he even gestured at Jeffrey to come and attack him. But everyone else who was watching thought that Kevin was courting death at the moment.
"You don't know the difference between life and death, do you?"
Jeffrey growled. The anger in his heart had been completely ignited by Kevin. It had been many years since someone had provoked him like this. With that, he rushed towards Kevin at high speed. They'd started out over 50 feet apart, but in the blink of an eye, that distance had been reduced by half. Just then, the energy in Jeffrey's body had completely erupted, and rather than going for any fancy moves, he simply used his shoulder to ram Kevin with overwhelming momentum. However, the shocking thing was that Kevin didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he decided to use the same method to attack as he rushed towards Jeffrey. A second later, the two opposing forces finally collided, generating a deafening sound. Upon impact, a cloud of dust rippled through the space surrounding the two of them. This was a testament to how much power they used on one another. Given that it was no small amount, someone with lower strength definitely wouldn't have survived this at all. When the dust cleared, someone suddenly pointed as he cried out in alarm,
Look at their feet!
Only then did the others notice that both Kevin and Jeffrey's legs had sunk deep into the ground. The stone and cement couldn't withstand their unimaginable strength. In the end, Jeffrey took 3 steps back, while Kevin's body was as steady as a mountain and didn't move at all. No one had ever thought that the first time the two of them clashed, it would actually be the Radiance's Chancellor who would gain the upper hand.
I take back what I said earlier. The Chancellor will definitely win,
one of the Radiance members exclaimed.
Our leader is so awesome! I knew I made the right choice in joining the Radiance,
another one shouted. Meanwhile, the faces of the 8 major schools' leaders looked incredibly sad. As Jeffrey's friends for many years, they knew his fighting style very well. Therefore, all of them could tell that he'd already used all of his strength for the powerful attack that he launched against Kevin. How did the Chancellor manage to resist that? Now that Kevin had the upper hand, he no longer planned to show Jeffrey any mercy. Since he didn't need any time to catch his breath, he immediately pulled himself out of the pit and rushed towards Jeffrey once again. This time he managed to strike his defenseless opponent with his shoulder. After being sent flying out of the pit by this blow, Jeffrey grew even more incensed. How could he tolerate this kind of attack? He then took a deep breath and circulated the spiritual energy in his body, preparing to hit Kevin with another shoulder tackle of his own. As the two of them collided once more, a loud sound was heard again. This time the sound was even more thunderous than the previous one, and the surrounding space behind the two of them created an even bigger cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, everyone could see that Jeffrey had been forced to take several steps back as his chest was heaving up and down. However, Kevin's body still didn't sway at all. Mr. Bowie, if you only have this much strength, I advise you to give up this nonsense as soon as possible. It would be cruel of me to fight such an inexperienced weakling, Kevin teased. This was the exact same line that Jeffrey had said earlier, but this time he threw those words right back at his opponent. Jeffrey's shock and disbelief upon hearing this made him temporarily forget about his anger. He could clearly feel that the Chancellor's strength was quite a lot to bear. Moreover, it was at a level that completely annihilated all his efforts thus far, and he could tell that the Chancellor had even held back a little. Watching from the 3rd floor window, the leaders of the 8 grade schools couldn't believe what they had just witnessed either.
How can the Chancellor be so powerful?
Paul gasped in shock.
Although Kevin isn't as experienced as Jeffrey, he has the strength to more than make up for any gap between them. It looks like Jeffrey is going to eat his words tonight.
Wayne slowly shook his head. Back outside the hotel, Kevin lightly patted Jeffrey on the shoulder and smiled. Mr. Bowie, you should go back home and train for a few more years before coming out again. You're only making a fool of yourself here today.
How dare you? Stop using my own words against me. If you suddenly think you can defeat me, then you're too naive.
Jeffrey pounded on his chest with both of his fists like a silverback gorilla. Then he raised his head and let out a loud roar. Immediately, the energy level in his body rose once again, and the aura that he summoned was stronger than ever, causing the surrounding Radiance members to all retreat to one side as their faces turned pale. A faint smile appeared on Kevin's face. He was right to assume that Jeffrey had still been hiding his true strength. Because of that, he'd been provoking his opponent in order to test himself against the full extent of Jeffrey's power.
If you don't die tonight, I swear I won't be at peace,
Jeffrey roared angrily. He rushed towards Kevin like a cannonball. As the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, they started attacking each other with fatal blows this time. When Paul saw this, the more he looked, the more shocked he became.
The perfect fusion of mind and spiritual energy. At his age, I never imagined that the Chancellor's martial arts skills and strength would actually be on par with Jeffrey's.
What an absolutely terrifying person. We definitely can't let someone like him remain alive.
Wayne's eyes were filled with killing intent. Meanwhile, the 5 Hill siblings and Spencer couldn't help but watch closely, as they found the battle in front of them extremely exciting. If they could find a learning opportunity from it, perhaps they would finally be able to break through the bottleneck in their training and become level 5 experts. In contrast, when the other Radiance members saw the same intense action, their eyes began to hurt, as the speed of the 2 men was too fast for less trained eyes to catch. Suddenly, Jeffrey sent a kick towards Kevin's head, which was a sudden change in strategy. With this, his spiritual energy had perfectly integrated into his motion as he swiftly moved his left leg to strike. Fortunately, Kevin had seen this coming, so he managed to move his feet nimbly and slide a few steps backwards. A strong wind brushed past his mask as he just barely avoided getting hit. However, Jeffrey's attack wasn't that simple. Before he could fully withdraw his leg, his entire body quickly spun to deliver a second kick using his right leg. Because Kevin wasn't able to anticipate this, he received a cold and piercing blow to his chest. Although he took 2 steps back due to Jeffrey's unexpected combination move, Kevin's demeanor wasn't affected much. He suddenly took 3 steps forward and attacked Jeffrey's chest with a 2-touch spinning back kick of his own.
"He's really so strong,"
Spencer exclaimed while his eyes remained fixated on the action. He was afraid that he would miss out on any interesting part of the battle.
"I always knew that the Chancellor had such a high energy base, but seeing him in action today with all of his powerful punches and kicks has truly turned me into a huge believer."
Being on the receiving end of this, Jeffrey's body spun twice in the air before landing hard on the ground. To the untrained eye, it seemed like he didn't have any strength left to defend himself against this fierce series of kicks. However, Jeffrey was a powerful man with a great combat experience. Because of that, he'd actually raised both palms to his chest to receive the impact, and then used his spiritual energy to disperse the force of Kevin's kicks in all directions. However, Kevin obviously didn't want to stop his momentum, and as soon as he landed on the ground, he decisively used his right leg again to throw a kick at Jeffrey's head. Once again, Jeffrey seemed to have already expected this. He quickly waved his arm, and after blocking Kevin's kick with his left hand, he used his right fist to send a powerful punch in the opponent's direction. This set off a series of relentless attacks from both sides, and the sound of fists and kicks hitting each other was so loud that it almost made people's eardrums rupture. Moreover, it generated a cloud of dust so enormous that no one could see what was happening for a few minutes. Suddenly, the fighting stopped, and the crowd anxiously held their breath as they waited in suspense. After the dust finally cleared, they saw Kevin, who slowly took a few steps back and let out a deep sigh. However, when they turned their attention towards Jeffrey, the whole place fell silent. The ground within 20 feet of him had been completely shattered. As for Jeffrey himself, although he was almost 6 feet tall, more than half of his body had now been buried under the ground, and his arms were hanging limp. His face was extremely pale, and he was panting heavily. It took a few moments to absorb the situation before everyone slowly regained their senses and came to terms with the end result. Jeffrey Bowie had actually lost. "Are you okay, Mr. Bowie?" Kevin felt that if he didn't put up a show at this time, his previous efforts would have been wasted.
"You..."
Jeffrey wanted to say something, but his body was so weak that he couldn't speak normally. "Do you need my help in pulling you out of there?" Kevin smiled and asked him nonchalantly. He just had to add insult to injury by rubbing his victory in his opponent's face. Upon hearing this, Jeffrey couldn't speak. Instead, he just spit out a mouthful of blood. Now that Jeffrey knew he couldn't underestimate Kevin, who had been disguised as the Radiance's Chancellor, he decided to not hold back anymore and use the full extent of his power to kill his opponent. However, Kevin was prepared for this, and after a series of relentless attacks from both sides, the whole place went silent as they realized that Kevin had stood tall and decisively won over Jeffrey, who was now too weak to fight and had just spit out a mouthful of blood. "Mr. Bowie, why are you vomiting so much blood? I didn't even hit you that hard. Were you actually hurt by that?" Kevin crouched down and laughed softly. Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to call an ambulance and take you to the hospital. Rest assured, all medical expenses will be paid for by the Radiants. You don't need to reimburse me for a single cent." When Jeffrey Bowie heard Kevin say that, every word he said struck a chord in his heart. It was painful to admit defeat in such an embarrassing way. However, without an ounce of strength left in his body, he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Finally, he spat out another mouthful of blood before passing out. The people from the Radiants were stunned for a moment. Then they burst into loud cheers.
"I told you from the start that the Chancellor would win, but none of you guys believed me, did you?"
One of the members bragged.
"What are you talking about? I've always been very supportive of our Chancellor."
Another defended himself.
"Chancellor is truly like no other. With such a powerful leader in charge, the Radiants will definitely prosper for years to come,"
a third one exclaimed. Compared to the boisterous atmosphere in the open space outside the hotel, the private room on the third floor was much quieter. Paul Vaughn and the other leaders' faces were extremely pale, and they felt a cold chill down their spine as they shuddered in fear. The 8 of them knew very well that news of tonight's battle would spread out in less than half an hour. The reputation of the Radiants as Chancellor would definitely rise to fame now, since he'd handily defeated one of the great power leaders.
"What an unbelievable performance. I really didn't expect that the Chancellor would be so strong."
After a long while, Paul Vaughn sighed.
Not only does he have exemplary herbalism skills, but his energy base is also unheard of. It seems like our plans of ending the Radiants tonight won't succeed,
Wayne Ford acknowledged with disappointment. Perhaps we should change our approach with the Radiants, the co-head of the Northern Institute for Natural Healing, Rebecca Dunn, suggested. Apart from the 3 who had just spoken, Gerald Foster from the Healers Academy of the West was staring at Kevin with a complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, following the lead of Spencer and the 5 Hill siblings, all the members from the Radiants knelt down on one knee and chanted, "Chancellor, you are indeed powerful. The Radiance is truly in good hands." Kevin slightly raised his hand in acknowledgement and gestured for them to get up. Then he returned to the private room on the 3rd floor with Spencer. The attitude of Paul and the others changed dramatically when they saw him. They were extremely respectful to Kevin, as if they had finally seen him as their equal. For more than an hour, they talked about various matters. Before leaving, Gerald suddenly said,
"Chancellor, I'm not sure if you already know about this. In 2 months, the Herbalist Society will be holding a pill gathering battle. I wonder if you're interested in participating."
When these words came out of his mouth, the expressions of the other leaders became serious. Kevin lightly swirled the wine glass in his hand and asked, "What benefits would I get from joining?" "You might not know this, but the people of the Herbalist Society have always won the pill-gathering battle. Since you also know how to concoct pills, why don't you participate in the competition? After all, it only happens once every 10 years. And if you can defeat everyone, then the title of the greatest herbalist in the world will undoubtedly belong to you," Rebecca explained concisely. "Thank you for telling me. If I have the time, I'll definitely consider it." Kevin said these words in an extremely relaxed manner. When the other leaders had left, he thought about it some more. Although he just handily defeated Jeffrey Bowie to establish his own prestigious chancellor, the Radiants had just been established, so its name still wasn't as well known as the other organizations. Therefore, he felt that the pill-gathering battle would be the perfect platform to make an emphatic statement. By showing the world what the Radiance was capable of, this would definitely put their name on the map as the most powerful organization of them all. 2 days later, Kevin and Thornton flew back to St. Louis. Upon arriving, Thornton quickly returned home to the Huxley family, while Kevin made his way back to the Swinton family mansion, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. When Richard Swinton had gone home the other day, he was surprised to see that Kevin had already left. A little unhappy with his sudden departure, he tried calling Kevin several times to ask him to stay for a few more days, but was unable to reach him. Couldn't he have just called to let him know before he left? He had no idea where his adopted son had gone. In the garden, Richard was sitting on a chair and reading a book while Gail and Brenda were discussing something quietly off to the side, and Catherine was resting on a rocking chair with her eyes closed. Just then, the door opened and a familiar figure slowly walked towards them. Brenda suddenly stood up and asked shyly, "Kevin, is that you?" Gail arrogantly turned her head to the side when she heard this and didn't even look at him. Kevin naturally didn't pay any attention to her. After casually smiling and nodding to greet Brenda, he walked straight towards Richard and Catherine. He respectfully lowered his head and greeted them. "Hi, Dad and Mom. How is everyone?" Catherine slowly opened her eyes and waved at Kevin while she smiled. Then she asked him to grab a chair and sit beside her. Ever since she took the face preservation pill, her attitudes towards Kevin had changed. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that this young man was not only handsome, but also had extraordinary abilities. Despite misjudging him when they first met, his every move and gesture had shown that he was a respectable person after all. Richard put down the book in his hand and asked him with some dissatisfaction,
"Where have you been for the past few days? I tried calling Alan, but your father didn't know where you were. You didn't return to Chicago, did you?"
"Hubby, why are you talking to Kevin like that? He's a grown young man and he can go wherever he wants without telling us. I'm sure he had his reasons." Catherine gently tried to smooth things over.
"All right, since you've said so, I won't make a big deal out of it. However, Kevin, when you leave the house in the future, it wouldn't hurt to give us a call or send a text. Even if I'm not your real father, I was still worried that something was wrong."
Richard sighed. "Yes, Dad." Kevin agreed without saying anything more about it. Then he glanced at Gail, who was still looking down at the floor. Kevin figured that she hadn't informed the others about his plans with Thornton.
"Anyway, I've been trying to reach you for the past few days because I wanted you to attend Grandpa Thompson's birthday with us tomorrow," Richard explained.
"Grandpa Thompson? By any chance are you talking about Herman Thompson?" Kevin asked with a strange expression. He didn't expect to see the members of the Thompson family again for a while.
"Yes, I'm glad you're familiar with him. Anyway, in case you didn't know, Grandpa Thompson had been in critical condition for a while. Thankfully, the Thompson family found a top herbalist grandmaster who cured his illness and saved his life. And now that he's fully recovered, the Thompson family will be having a party to celebrate his birthday,"
Richard informed him. "Did you hear that? The one who saved Grandpa Thompson is a true master of herbalism. Your skills are at most superficial in comparison." Gail proudly raised her head as she sneered at Kevin. "Don't think you can get carried away just because you beat Mr. Huxley one-on-one in an herbalism competition. You're nothing compared to the top herbalists. Dad just wants to bring you there to broaden your horizons so when the time comes, you should listen to him and follow us. Don't do anything that would embarrass the Swinton family."
"Gail, why are you talking down to your brother like that? Hurry up and apologize to Kevin."
Richard scolded her with a stern expression. "I'll never apologize to a country bumpkin." Gail got up and quickly left the garden. Richard saw this and sighed as he shook his head. His younger daughter had been spoiled by his wife, and now she didn't listen to him at all. "Kevin, please don't mind Gail. I know your sister can be a bit rude, but she's actually very kind at heart. I hope the two of you can get along one day. After all, Brenda and the two of you are the future of the Swinton family." Catherine gently reminded him. "I know, Mom." A faint smile appeared on Kevin's face.
"Catherine, since you have nothing to do this afternoon, why don't you teach Brenda and Kevin some meditation techniques?"
Richard suddenly thought of this. "Are you a meditation expert, Mom?" Kevin asked in surprise. He knew that meditation could help nurture one's energy base, but he had yet to fully understand it.
"Kevin, this may surprise you, but your mother actually comes from a long line of outstanding meditation experts, including herself. If there was ever an official rank for it, she would definitely be in the top 3.
Richard flattered her with some pride. "There are over 1,000 ancient meditation techniques that have been passed down from generation to generation. In fact, many of these were said to have already been lost, and only a handful of top meditation experts still use them. Catherine explained. People nowadays only pursue fame and fortune. Even the leaders of the great schools are only focused on becoming the strongest and most powerful, which is why everyone is so obsessed with medicinal pills and martial arts training. However, if they don't know how to work on their minds and bodies from within, they may never unlock the true potential of how powerful they can become. Catherine sighed and said, with a small number of meditation experts left, I'm afraid that this ancient practice will soon be lost forever. Thus, the two of you have to remember all the meditation techniques that you'll learn from me. Use it in your training to nurture your energy base. And when the time comes, you must pass down your knowledge to someone else. Don't let this dying art disappear. Yes, Mom. The two replied respectfully at the same time. Because of what Catherine had just told him, Kevin's respect for her became even greater. And at the same time, he suddenly realized something. Although the Radiants had a lot of members, their overall combat strength couldn't be compared with other great powers like the Union or the Southeast School for Natural Medicine, which have had generations' worth of knowledge and experience behind them. If what Catherine said was true and the members of the Radiants could learn a few of these meditation techniques, wouldn't this help their strength improve exponentially? You two should go and relax first. I'll teach you both later in the afternoon, Catherine said in a low voice. Kevin and Brenda nodded and slowly left the garden.
Catherine, why are you suddenly being so warm to Kevin today?
Richard asked in surprise. Well, since you've already taken him in as your own son, I naturally have to treat him the same way. Besides, we owe Alan a lot for everything that he's done for us, and Kevin seems like a decent young man who takes after him, Catherine replied softly.
I'm glad to hear that. I really think that Kevin is a good man as well, which is why I want Brenda to marry him. Let him train for a few more years under our watch. Then when he's ready and it's time for us to retire, I'm sure that the legacy of the Swinton family will be in good hands with him at the helm. Richard was already looking at things from a long-term perspective. In fact, it appeared that he had already had plans in place for Kevin to become his successor as the family's future head. Are you sure that he would be the right man for Brenda? Catherine still had some slight reservations about Kevin. After Kevin and Brenda left the garden, Richard Swinton discussed the idea of marrying the two of them, with hopes that Kevin would one day take over as the future head of their family. However, Catherine still had some reservations about it. Although Catherine was more than happy to treat Kevin as if he was her own son, their eldest daughter's marriage was an entirely different family matter to consider. After all, Kevin had been kicked out of the Williams family. Moreover, he was only brought into the Swinton family because he was Alan Williams' son, and she only accepted him as an adopted son because of Richard's wishes and how he helped her with his herbalism skills. However, was that enough to become an official son-in-law of the Swinton family and inherit the family business? This was also the reason why she tacitly approved of Thornton's pursuit for Brenda. Richard gave his wife a deep look. I know what you're thinking, but I believe that Kevin has a lot of potential, and he'll prove himself worthy if we give him a chance. So Brenda wouldn't be at a disadvantage if she married him. As for Thornton, while I have to admit that he's also a talent that could be molded, he still has the Huxley family to inherit. So I'm not sure if our family business will be prioritized if he marries Brenda. Besides, I think it's best not to involve ourselves with someone like his father Virgil. I don't trust that man one bit. I think it's better if we just let Brenda make her own choice. As much as we feel like we know what's best for our daughter, marriage isn't something that parents should be interfering with. From there, we can decide on our family's future. Catherine sighed a little. After that, the two didn't talk much. After everyone had lunch, Catherine brought Kevin and Brenda to the study room for their meditation lesson. Because it was Kevin's first time learning from an actual meditation expert, he listened carefully to Catherine. While he'd read some books about meditation in the past, his understanding of the topic back then was quite lacking.
so he was unable to apply any of it. Now, combining that knowledge with Catherine's teachings, it suddenly gave him a completely new appreciation for this ancient art. The next afternoon, Kevin learned more meditation techniques from Catherine again. When he returned to his room, his phone suddenly rang and Miss Wilson's name was displayed on the screen. "Hello, Miss Wilson. Did something happen to the company again?" Kevin asked in confusion. What he didn't expect was that the person who would answer him wasn't Miss Wilson, but Dalton's wife, Miranda. "Kevin, you finally answered the phone!" Miranda exclaimed as she immediately began to sob. Ever since she escaped from the Steele family mansion the other night, she'd gone straight to the Williams Company to look for Kevin. Luckily, Miranda was quite famous in Chicago, so Miss Wilson naturally didn't dare to neglect her once she recognized who was frantically banging at their office entrance. However, the problem was that Kevin's whereabouts were unknown to anyone at all. For the last 2 days, Mitchell Cook, Adriana Wright, and the others had exhausted all of their resources looking for him. Even Dominic Archer and Philip Quinn had been asked if they had any leads, but they couldn't provide any accurate information. Moreover, his phone had been switched off the whole time, so no one could reach him. "Miranda, don't panic. Tell me exactly what happened." Kevin knew something was wrong from the tone of her voice. "Dalton. Something happened to Dalton. 2 days ago, a woman suddenly came to our house and injured many of our family members. Dalton couldn't match her strength, but he risked his life to stop her just long enough to give me a chance to escape and find you." Miranda recounted the matter hesitantly. Kevin's eyes grew wide as he asked, "How did she find you guys? Did she say who she was?" I don't know, Kevin. Please save Dalton. He was seriously injured and even his family members were abducted along with him." Miranda cried for help. "Miranda, don't worry. I'll find Dalton and the rest of your family." Kevin tried to calm her down as he anxiously scratched his head. "I'm not in Chicago right now, but you can stay with the Williams Company for as long as you need. You should be safe there. Now leave this matter to me and give the phone back to Miss Wilson." "Go ahead, Mr. President," Miss Wilson said respectfully upon getting her phone back. "You have to take good care of my brother's wife. Don't let her do anything foolish, all right?" Kevin ordered firmly. Despite being a strong woman, Miranda was extremely vulnerable at the moment. And since Dalton's kidnappers were still out there, Kevin knew that if she let her worries get the best of her, she might recklessly look for Dalton on her own, putting herself back in harm's way. "Don't worry, Mr. President," Miss Wilson answered very directly. "Okay, I have to go now. Tell her that I'll definitely save Dalton and not to worry." After Kevin ended the call, his expression became extremely livid. He couldn't tolerate the idea of the people around him being in danger, and he knew that someone had deliberately gone after Dalton because she wanted to lure him out of hiding. Unsettled by this thought, Kevin clenched his fists tightly and immediately dialed Spencer's number. "What can I do for you, Chancellor?" Spencer called out respectfully. "I'll give you 10 minutes to investigate what happened to the Steele family in Chicago 2 days ago. Don't hang up the phone yet. I'll stay on the line and wait for your reply." Kevin didn't say anything unnecessary. While he waited, he only heard the sounds of Spencer shouting all kinds of orders coming from the other end of the room. After a few minutes, he could tell there was suddenly a series of hurried footsteps approaching. Spencer quickly reported the information he'd gathered. "Chancellor, we now know what happened. 2 nights ago, the head of the Union barged into the Steele family mansion and caused some trouble. Except for Miranda, all the other members of the Steele family were captured. There were 25 of them in total." "Where did they take them?" Kevin did his best to suppress his anger. "The Williams family mansion in New York," Spencer added. "The Union brought 30 members there to both protect the Williams family and conduct some field training. It seems that they've been living in their guest house for some time now." Upon hearing this, Kevin's eyes flashed with anger as he seethed in contempt. He finally understood why the Union was causing trouble for him again and again. At first, Kevin thought that it was simply because of their association with Grandpa Williams, but now it seemed like the people from the Williams family had formed a secret partnership with them, and they were the ones who'd been adding fuel to the fire behind his back as of late. When he thought about it, he wished he could run back to the Williams family mansion and immediately confront Thomas about what he'd been doing.
"Chancellor, are you still there?"
Spencer asked in a low voice. Rather than be blinded by rage, Kevin composed himself enough to give clear instructions. "Yes, Spencer, you and Derek will stay in the Radiance's headquarters. Tell the 5 Hill siblings to lead 3,000 of our men to the Williams family mansion in New York. No matter what the cost may be, they must save the members of the Steele family, especially Dalton. Nothing must happen to him." Spencer and Derek were also members of the Myriads. If someone found out about this, the Radiance would definitely be framed for colluding with evil organizations. And worse, they might even be attacked by the others. So Kevin had to play his cards right and limit their exposure for now.
"Chancellor, please forgive me for asking, but what is the relationship between the Steele family and the Radiance? Aren't they just another prominent family from Chicago? There's no need for us to offend the Union on their account. Furthermore, the Williams family holds a considerable amount of influence in New York."
Spencer bit the bullet and asked worriedly. After all, he wasn't aware of Kevin's identity outside of their interactions with the Myriads and the Radiance. "Are you questioning my orders?" Kevin asked roughly. "I'm not afraid to tell you that Dalton is my brother, so don't you dare imply that he's not worth saving. Besides, so what if we offend the 10 great schools and they all gather against us? If we have to, we'll fight all of them to the death."
"Understood, Chancellor."
Spencer suddenly stood up on the other end of the phone and answered firmly, wishing that he hadn't asked such a stupid question. After ending the call, Kevin fell silent as he pondered his plans. "Brother, I'm sorry. I probably won't be able to personally come and save you this time. But you only have to hold on for just a little bit longer. Rest assured, I'll definitely get revenge for the Steele family and destroy the Union." Kevin bowed in his heart. During lunch, he'd already decided that he would bring both the Huxley and the Thompson families to his side on Herman Thompson's birthday. Only by accumulating enough capital and fighting against the forces of evil could he ensure the survival of everyone surrounding him. Ever since choosing this righteous path of upholding justice for the greater good, Kevin had already gone a long way on his journey. It was therefore impossible for him to give up halfway because he was no longer just the useless son-in-law that he'd been in the past. Besides Lily and Dalton, there were also the Williams Company, his close associates such as Mitchell Cook and Tyler Dawn, as well as the members of the Radiance, among others. In total, Kevin had thousands of people that he wanted to protect. In order to fulfill his mission, he couldn't just be another chess piece in the game. Instead, he had to become the player who always outsmarted his opponents by being 10 steps ahead. This way, he could control the entire game with his every move. Meanwhile, in the garden of the Williams family mansion, dozens of members of the Steele family were currently tied up by iron chains. Some of them were even locked in cages. Although the Williams family hated Dalton for offending them twice, none of them appeared in front of him and the other Steele family members. Instead, Thomas Williams instructed the Union to watch over them. By now, the ground was already soaked with pools of blood, but the members of the Union didn't have any sympathy for them. As they took turns torturing their hostages, each Union member seemed to be more ruthless than the last. And all the Steele family members could do was to cry out loud and wince in pain. While Thomas was comfortably sitting on a stool and leisurely drinking his espresso, he remarked,
2 days have passed. I don't even know if that thief Kevin already knows about this matter. Kelly, go and interrogate Dalton.
Mr. Williams, Kelly Emmett stuttered and couldn't say anything. What's the matter? As a senior member of the union, you should be a role model for your junior members. Director Renee Silver furrowed her brows and added, "How can you bear the heavy responsibility of becoming head of the union in the future if you're so soft-hearted? If you ever want to be considered for that position, do as Thomas says and interrogate Dalton Steele." "Yes, Director." Kelly took her whip, turned around, and walked over to Dalton. Dalton's body was already covered with blood. In the past 2 days, he'd endured countless whippings. Despite this, he only gritted his teeth and kept his mouth shut all throughout. "Dalton, you and I are old acquaintances, aren't we? For old time's sake, quickly tell us where Kevin is, and I promise not to make you suffer as much." Kelly stared at him menacingly.
Kelly, why the hell are you doing this? Do you think that I don't know how much Kevin has helped you and how many times he saved your life?
Dalton struggled and roared. His eyes were about to turn blood red.
It's such a pity that Kevin knows an ingrate like you. How can you not be ashamed of yourself?
When Kelly remained silent, Dalton continued.
To think that the Union, who claims to be such a righteous organization, would do such a despicable thing as capturing hostages and torturing them to talk. When I first met you, I actually thought you were one of the good ones. I guess I couldn't have been more wrong about that.
When he had finished speaking, Dalton spitefully spat in Kelly's face. This angered Kelly, who then raised the long whip in her hand and struck Dalton's back as hard as she could. When she did that, a huge gash that had already formed a scar once again burst open, and fresh blood instantly gushed out of Dalton's back. Moreover, Kelly's whip had been soaked in a chili concoction. This added a burning, hot, and spicy kick to the wound, causing Dalton to grit his teeth as he was forced to bear the unimaginable pain. "Are you going to tell us where Kevin is or not?" Kelly sneered as she whipped Dalton a few more times. When Kelly asked Dalton where Kevin was, he spat on her face after calling her an ingrate. Angered by this, she struck him a few times with her chili-soaked whip, causing him to grit his teeth in unimaginable pain as he bled profusely. She then repeated her question in hopes of urging him to talk. In less than 10 seconds, Dalton's old wounds had been reopened, and many new ones had surfaced as well, causing his body to become even weaker than before.
Kelly, you better make sure that you whip me to death today. That way you can let the other organizations see how despicable the Union truly is.
Dalton gritted his teeth and laughed. "Why are you doing this to yourself? Don't you want to live?" Kelly's expression was very confusing.
I believe that I won't die in vain. When Kevin finds out, he'll surely avenge me and destroy the Union once and for all,
Dalton boldly answered. "You may not care about your own life, but can you say the same for the rest of the Steele family? Isn't your grandfather still lying in the hospital?" Kelly sneered and added, "How many lashes do you think that old man can withstand?"
If you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll make you pay for it. Even in death, my soul won't rest until I take yours with me."
Dalton struggled intensely. "What if we bring him and your wife here instead? They can watch you die with their own eyes and carry that memory with them forever." Kelly continued to verbally torment him.
What a despicable excuse for a human being you are. If you're so brave, then why don't you come at me and give me everything you've got? I seriously doubt that you can make a man like me beg for mercy.
Dalton daringly challenged her. Obviously, he no longer feared death at this point. "Is that so? Then today, let's put that to the test and see how manly you truly are." Kelly suddenly waved the whip in her hand and aimed between Dalton's legs. When they saw this, the people from the Union smiled callously. However, just as the whip was about to strike Dalton, an axe suddenly flew into the mansion from outside, accurately cutting through the whip in mid-air and splitting it into two. This stunned everyone in the garden. "Who dares to come here and disturb the Union?" Renee Silver suddenly stood up in surprise. At that moment, countless figures appeared at the entrance and barged into the compound in unison. They were all dressed in black and sported armbands with a radiant sun emblem. The 5 Hill siblings then stepped forward and their eyes swept across the garden before finally settling on Renee. The Radiance? Renee's brows suddenly knitted together. When did the Union ever offend you?
It's hard to say, but we're here today to take the Steele family away from this place,
Dylan Hill said roughly.
How dare you?
And what makes you think that you can do that? Renee let out a cold snort. Recently, the fierce reputation of the Radiants had spread like wildfire across the other great powers, especially with the news of the Chancellor easily defeating Jeffrey Bowie in a one-on-one battle. Since then, many people had no doubt that the Radiants possessed the ability to challenge any of the top 10 schools it wanted.
Although it's not a big deal, we have more than enough members to save them today.
Dylan stepped forward and pulled out a knife from his waist. He then stabbed it into the ground to make a statement. Regardless of your numbers, that will depend on whether you have the ability to save them or not. Renee also took a step forward as a powerful aura surrounded her. Sarah, Julia, Cameron, and Isaiah Hill all stood beside Dylan, then summoned all of their spiritual energy as they prepared to fight. The 3,000 Radiance members behind them also followed suit and drew their weapons one after another. For a moment, the sound of sharp blades being simultaneously unsheathed could be heard without end. Ever since they had consumed the power pills given to them by Kevin, the overall strength of the Radiants had increased tremendously. Currently, the weakest of them were already respectable level 2 experts. Is the Radiance really going to make an enemy out of the Union? Renee warned.
Isaiah pointed his blade at her and said, If you don't let the Steele family members go, then we'll have to take them by force. We'll also have to flood this place in pools of blood as payback for all the pain and suffering that they had to endure.
Is that a threat? Renee berated him in a stern voice. Deep down, though, she began to wonder about their chances. While she knew that she was most likely stronger than the 5 siblings because she was a level 6 expert, what about the members of the Union and the Williams family? If a fight really broke out, blood would surely flow like rivers in this mansion, as the others would all be killed by the members of the Radiants. Being vastly outnumbered, how many of them could she kill by herself? Furthermore, the Chancellor's energy base was unfathomable. Should this escalate further into an all-out battle between the two of them, could her strength hold the candle to his?
Do you dare to test us? Feel free to try, but let me warn you. We, the Radiants, vow to protect the people of the Steele family at all costs, so I advise you not to make any reckless move against us. Otherwise, we'll have to fight to the death today.
Dylan waved his hand menacingly. Under his command, hundreds of Radiance members jumped out quickly from the outer walls of the Williams family compound. They then used the blades in their hands to cut off the iron chains and cages that had bound the kidnapped Steele family members. Even though the Union members were angry about this, they didn't dare to say or to do anything to stop them. After all, with thousands of people from the Radiants facing them, what could 30 members do to defend themselves? Are you really not afraid of making the Union your enemy? This was the only thing that Renee could think of saying now that they were forced to stand down in this impossible situation.
Before we came here, our Chancellor had ordered us to kill anyone who tried to stop us. With him as our leader, we no longer fear anything.
Dylan saw that most of the people had been saved, and after a few minutes, they slowly brought Dalton and the other Steele family members out of the Williams family mansion. Overcome by his anger, Thomas Williams suddenly slapped the stone table in front of him and smashed it into pieces. Do you want us to chase after them? Kelly asked anxiously. After Dalton was rescued, she knew that he would definitely find a way to contact Kevin. And if he found out what she did to his brother, How would she be able to show her face to him in the future? What can I use to chase after him? There are already more than 10,000 people in the Radiance. Moreover, the Chancellor has a mysterious and unfathomable energy base, with several pill recipes at his disposal to keep increasing its strength. Renee resentfully thought to herself. Besides, there were at least 3,000 of them here today. I'll be fine if they really decided to fight, but what about my fellow members, not to mention the Williams family? Because of Kevin, the Union had become enemies with the Healing Arts School, and was indirectly ostracized by the 9 other major schools. Furthermore, because of the promise she made in front of Thomas, she was going to use the people of the Steele family to lure Kevin out and kill him. But now that she was so close to achieving her goal, the Radiance had unexpectedly foiled her plans. And despite her strength, she could only grit her teeth and face the truth. She'd been beaten. The Radiance may have rescued the Steele family for some unknown reason, but I don't believe that they'll protect the other people that Kevin is close with. A violent intent flashed in Renee's eyes. Director, what do you want me to do? Kelly asked. Kelly, bring 10 of our junior members back to Chicago immediately. Investigate all the people who are close to Kevin. This time I must kill that thief with my own hands. Renee clenched her fists as she said this. The next morning, Kevin woke up to the sight of a mysterious figure standing by his bedside. He was so scared that he jumped up from the bed and kicked the person right in the face.
What the hell was that for?
Thornton covered his nose and cursed in pain. Thornton, what are you doing here? And how long have you been here? Kevin asked awkwardly when he realized who it was. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to come?
You were sleeping like a baby when I got here.
Thornton struggled hard to speak as he winced. Didn't you already return to the Huxley family? Why did you come back here? Are you here to see Brenda? Kevin asked another series of questions.
What? Why would Brenda be sleeping in the same room as you? If that was really the case, I would definitely fight you to the death.
Thornton sneered as he rubbed his nose.
Then what did you come here for?
Kevin asked as he stood up, still puzzled.
My dad wants you to go to the Huxley family mansion, Thornton told him.
But just as he said this, he accidentally stumbled on a pillow on the floor, subconsciously grabbing Kevin's pajamas and pulling them down as he fell. With a loud ripping sound, Thornton had torn his pajamas. Kevin lost his balance and fell on top of him.
Damn, that hurt.
Thornton rubbed the back of his head. However, as Kevin was about to gather himself back up to put on a new pair of pajamas, there was a knock at the door. The two of them looked over, and before they could even react, it was already too late as Brenda and Gail suddenly opened the door. When they saw this awkward scene, the two sisters immediately used their hands to cover their mouths as they stared at them in disbelief. Did you two just... Gail was so shocked that she couldn't even speak clearly. Her brain went wild as she imagined all sorts of different scenarios.
I know what this looks like, but it's not what you think it is, Thornton tried to explain.
Mr. Huxley, how could you do this to my sister and you country bumpkin? This is all too much for me. Gail couldn't bear to watch any longer. She covered her face and turned around to run, leaving Brenda alone with Thornton and Kevin. Brenda, this is all just a big misunderstanding. There's nothing going on here between the two of us. Thornton hurriedly waved his hands and explained. Only then did he realize that he was actually holding a torn fragment of Kevin's pajamas as he immediately threw it away. Brenda quickly recovered from her shock. She calmly smiled and said, "There's no need to explain. I'm not here to judge whatever's going on between the two of you. It's just that you should be more careful next time and remember to lock the door. After all, it wouldn't be good if you were caught by someone else."
Don't worry, Brenda. We'll definitely be more careful next time.
Thornton had just said this when he suddenly realized that something wasn't right.
Wait, that didn't come out right. That's not what I meant.
It's really okay, guys, Brenda reassured him. We only came by here to tell you that breakfast will be ready soon. Anyways, I'll go downstairs now and leave the two of you alone. Just come down and eat with us once you're finished, Kevin." With that, Brenda closed the door. In her mind, she remembered what Thornton had said just now. Wow, that stung more than I thought it would. Didn't those two hate each other? I can't believe they would. Brenda hurriedly shook her head a few times. However, the more she deliberately tried not to think about it, the more the image stuck in her mind. It made her so embarrassed that her face turned as red as an apple. After catching Kevin and Thornton in a seemingly compromising position and thinking the worst, Gail stormed off in disgust. And amidst Thornton's failed attempts to explain the awkward situation, Brenda tried to play it cool before leaving him and Kevin alone. As soon as Brenda closed the door, Thornton stomped hard on the floor and said unhappily,
"Why didn't you say anything just now? Hurry up and change so we can go down and explain that I only have Brenda in my heart."
Hearing this, Kevin simply shook his head at everyone's wild imaginations. However, he suddenly remembered what Thornton had told him earlier. "Before we do, I have to ask, why does your father want to see me all of a sudden?" Kevin asked him very seriously.
"How would I know? Maybe he knows that you've been bullying me, so he wants to beat you up to vent his anger," Thornton replied angrily.
Kevin stared at him without saying anything. Thinking about all kinds of possibilities, he was sure that Virgil didn't know that he was in fact the Radiance's chancellor. At the same time, inside the dean's office of the Healing Arts School, Wayne Ford was leisurely drinking his coffee when suddenly the door was pushed open. Harley Shepard hurriedly walked in, and his face was as gloomy as the dark clouds in the stormy sky.
"What happened to you so early in the morning?" Wayne asked curiously. "The Healing Arts School is currently on a vacation break, so what could possibly make you angry right now?"
Harley held it in for a few seconds before explaining why he was so upset.
"Roger Knott is gone."
"What?"
Wayne hurriedly stood up as the coffee mug in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces.
"I just went to the basement to take a look, and the iron chains looked like they'd been severed by a sharp blade. I also asked the guards about it, but none of them ever saw anyone go to the basement recently."
Harley concisely told him everything he knew. Wayne was getting more and more angry. Roger Knott was one of the higher-ups of the Myriads, and the people of both the Healing Arts School and the 10 major schools had gone through a lot of effort just to capture him alive. Now, not only did they fail to get the secrets of the consolidation technique from Roger, but he also had disappeared without a trace. Wayne let out a long, desperate sigh.
"The Myriads are really something. How did they actually manage to rescue someone without making any noise?"
"It can't be someone sent by the Myriads."
After denying it, Harley immediately added,
"According to the information I received, the Myriads have been under Brett Stewart's control ever since Travis Adams died, and within half a month all of their remaining forces in Chicago had been pulled out."
Harley continued,
"Besides, the entire Healing Arts School is under our control, and the library is heavily guarded. So even if anyone from the Myriads managed to sneak in, it would be impossible for us not to notice them. Furthermore, there must be a proper reason to enter the basement."
Harley stopped talking when he and Wayne suddenly thought of one person. Only he had the key to open the basement, and only he had the ability to enter without raising any suspicion. Who else could this person be other than Kevin, who had won first place in the martial arts competition?
"Impossible. It can't be him. Kevin is just a student. He can't be colluding with the Myriads," Wayne firmly insisted.
"But aside from Kevin, no one else has a good reason to do so for the time being,"
Harley admitted with a resentful smile. He really didn't want their guess to be correct. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door as Professor Murdoch slowly walked in. She nodded respectfully to the two of them and said, "Dean, Vice President, I've just reviewed the surveillance footage. About a month ago, Kevin brought one person with him inside the library's basement, but then there were two people who came out with him. After that, they quickly left the school grounds and he's never come back since." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire office fell into a dead silence. Harley and Wayne's faces were extremely glum as they looked at each other, and a powerful aura was emitted from their bodies. Even with Professor Murdoch's energy base, her face immediately turned pale upon seeing their reaction.
Are you sure it's really him?
Although it was just a few simple words, it took Wayne a lot of effort to say them out loud. I'm afraid so. Professor Murdoch nodded with difficulty. Only 2 people had gone into the basement, but there were 3 of them when they came out. Wasn't this enough to prove that Kevin was the culprit? If he hadn't let Roger Knott go, why would they be so anxious about his current whereabouts? And why hadn't he returned to the Healing Art School since leaving that day? After pondering for almost half an hour, Wayne finally spoke.
Professor Murdoch, send out an arrest order immediately to inform everyone in the Healing Art School that they must capture Kevin and bring him to me. Just make sure that nobody hurts him. After all, I want to speak with him first before making my final decision.
Yes, Dean. Professor Murdoch quickly walked out of the office, but her heart was filled with anxiety. She had high hopes for Kevin. He was a promising student, and his talent in herbalism was amazing. But how could he do such a stupid thing? He even colluded with the Myriads? After Professor Murdoch left, Harley and Wayne exchanged glances.
Do you know what I'm thinking right now?
Harley asked anxiously.
You and I should be thinking the same thing. I just hope that Kevin's mind hasn't been seriously brainwashed by the Myriads yet, so that we can still pull him back onto the path of righteousness.
Wayne slowly closed his eyes. He clearly remembered what the Night King had told him before. Kevin was their only hope in the ultimate showdown against the forces of evil. This endorsement was enough to prove how truly powerful a talent he was. However, if such a genius decided to embark on the path of darkness and evil, this would surely bring mass destruction and devastating losses to the world. Meanwhile, Kevin, who knew nothing about what was happening at the Healing Art School, had just gone along with Thornton to the Huxley family mansion. As soon as they got out of the car, they were greeted by all of the Huxley family staff members as they entered, and upon walking into the main hall of the mansion, Kevin almost jumped up in surprise. He was surrounded by extravagance wherever he looked. The floor tiles were made of expensive Italian marble. The tables were filled with ancient Greek artifacts, and the walls were lined with rare paintings from the likes of Da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Renoir, and many others. With these easily being worth hundreds of millions of dollars, it seemed that Virgil Huxley certainly wasn't shy about flaunting his wealth. Kevin finally understood why Thornton didn't like the Hayes family. The Huxley family was simply on a completely different level. Even the Williams family couldn't hold a candle to them. However, Kevin hid his shock very well. He kept reminding himself that he was here to be a guest, and that he shouldn't act like he'd never seen the world. At the moment, Virgil Huxley was sitting in an armchair staring at Kevin as he and Thornton slowly walked towards him. "Greetings, Mr. Huxley. Thank you for inviting me." Kevin, who had finally calmed himself down, lowered his head slightly.
You're welcome, Mr. Williams. Please have a seat.
Virgil gave him a deep look, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Anyone who came to the Huxley family mansion for the first time would be amazed when they saw the extravagant decorations in the hall. Only Kevin had remained calm and composed. Wasn't he impressed by any of it?
This young man is really different, Virgil thought to himself.
Can we have some coffee here, please?
Thornton ordered loudly. Immediately, 2 staff members came and served them coffee. "Is this black ivory coffee?" Kevin exclaimed. He knew that this brand of coffee had come all the way from Thailand. It was prepared by having elephants consume and digest Arabica beans, which gave its drink a signature robust flavor. Produced in small and limited batches, this was known to be the most expensive coffee in the world. "Can the Huxley family be any more extravagant?" Kevin remarked. As he took a sip of the coffee, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. It was like drinking liquid gold. Fortunately, Kevin lowered his head slightly so neither Virgil nor Thornton could see the change in his expression.
Do you like coffee, Mr. Williams? Virgil asked with a smile.
Mr. Huxley, I grew up in a poor family. Good coffee like this would have been considered a luxury. Kevin put down his cup and replied faintly.
I'm glad that you know how to appreciate good coffee. Anyway, the reason why I invited you today is mainly because of what happened a few days ago between you and my son. Because of his arrogance, I've indirectly offended you and the Swinton family. With that being said, please allow me to apologize to you on his behalf.
Despite his status, Virgil seemed like he was indeed an honorable man. Mr. Huxley, there's no need to apologize. That small matter is already water under the bridge. Kevin didn't dare accept the apology. With that, the conversation suddenly came to an end, and for a moment the large hall had suddenly become extremely quiet. Virgil suddenly asked him,
A few days ago, my son followed you out of St. Louis. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?
I heard that you encouraged him to go with me. Rest assured, Thornton was a decent companion. In fact, he even helped me a lot. Kevin smiled. Thornton glanced at him proudly. He wanted to tell Kevin,
It's good that you know.
Deep down, Thornton was a little angry and resentful in his heart. How could his father be so kind towards Kevin while being the opposite with him?
Well, my son had to honor his word to you.
Virgil hesitated for a few seconds before continuing.
By the way, I didn't expect you to have such a deep relationship with the Radiants.
This was the real reason why he'd asked for Kevin to join him today.